You can do it, men, you are man, bro. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. You can support me 1 Google Pay. Chapter 1, Control the Supreme Divinity God. Inventory of World Extermination Containment. X-Men Universe. On the outskirts of New York, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youngsters. Is this an asylum game? Impossible. In the dormitory on the second floor of this mansion-like college, a boy with black hair and black pupils was staring at the computer on the table with surprise in his eyes. His name is Usse. He traveled to this world not long ago, and became a student of Professor X. The good news is that this seems to be a pure X-Men universe, there is no Avengers alliance, and there should be no snap your fingers and half universe purple potato monsters in the future. Therefore, after discovering that she had traveled through time, Usse quickly lay flat. Anyway, he is just an ordinary mutant with a little power of mind. Even if the sky falls, he will be topped up by a tall man. Driven by this mentality, Usse has been searching the internet for the past few days to see if there is anything interesting. As a result, I accidentally discovered this Anomalous Containment Society game. In this X-Men world, does anyone know about Asylum? How is this game played? With some curiosity, Usse installed the game downloaded from the internet. Soon, an ordinary building appeared on the computer screen. This is Site 17 of the Containment Society, and you are the supervisor here. Currently contained anomalies, 1. What are you doing? There is only one containment for such a large site. Looking at the countless empty containment rooms on the screen, Usse raised her eyebrows, a little disappointed. But in the next second, his eyes widened. Currently contained objects are, Abnormal Containment 343, God. Zooming in on the game screen, Usse carefully looked at the white-haired old man who was reading in the containment room, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. This seemingly inconspicuous site actually houses a God who claims to have created the entire universe. Supreme Divinity, God. What a great start. Let me see, you can get various rewards by spreading the information about the contained objects, or containing the abnormalities from the outside world. The reward even includes the authority to give orders to the contained objects. Can you actually control the contents? This game is interesting. After reading the in-game instructions, Usse took a breath excitedly. Take control of a god and make it obey your commands. Just sounds fun. Moreover, I control such a large containment site, it is impossible to have only 343 containment objects in the future. The first small goal, give God an order. The second small goal is to fill all the containment rooms at this site. With excitement shining in his eyes, Usse lightly clicked the mouse. Start posting information. MCU Universe. Usse didn't know that the moment he pressed the mouse button, innumerable huge projected light curtains appeared on the Earth in another universe, and even in the sky of the entire 9 realms. Moreover, the screens of mobile phones, computers, and TVs of all people on the Earth are the same as the projection light curtain in the sky, showing the same picture. It's a black circle with 3 arrows pointing inside. SHIELD. Camartage. Even Asgard. At this moment, down to ordinary people, up to the king of the 9 realms, Sorcerer Supreme. Countless people looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. Soon, all kinds of exclamations, doubts, and even accusations and questioning voices rang out from all over the place. What's going on? Why is there such a big screen in the sky? My phone. And the advertising screen on the building. What happened? My God, this screen is all over the internet, all over the world. Director Nick Fury, there is no response from the monitor, and network experts can't find the other party's whereabouts. Damn. Can attack the whole Earth, are these aliens, or some hostile organization? Ancient One Magician. This is Wong, Modu, don't panic, just wait and see what happens. Asgard. This, what kind of spell? Staring intently at the light curtain in the sky, Odin first widened his remaining left eye, and then clenched the eternal spear in his right hand. For some unknown reason, even with the strongest divine power, he still couldn't see through the details of this light curtain. Just when countless people were astonished, a calm voice sounded from the countless light curtains. In the endless multi-universe, there are countless abnormalities. These unexplainable abnormal things have never really come out of our field of vision. Our responsibility is to control and contain these anomalies, so as to protect all mankind. We will not retreat to the night of darkness, ignorance, and horror. We will no longer be driven by the unknown. We live in the shadows so the world can be bathed in sunshine. For a long time, our anomalous containment society has been hidden under the cover of the veil, silently hidden in the dark side of human history. But now, the curtain is about to fall, and we will step onto the front stage, unabashedly revealing ourselves, and the existence of the containment. We control. We contain. We protect. With this series of shocking statements, countless viewers under the screen were stunned for a moment, and then a heated debate broke out. Containment? What is this? I've never heard of it. Protect all humanity? Are these guys serious? Camartage. Could it be that they, like us magicians, are also secretly protecting the Earth? Impossible. If it's true, why haven't we heard of the Asylum Council? The Ancient One magician remained silent, narrowing his eyes to glance at the light screen in the air, and even stopped the fan in his hand. Out of reason, she did not want to believe that there was a mysterious organization called Anomalous Containment Society on the Earth. As long as any organization exists in the long river of time, it is impossible to escape the prying eyes of the Eye of Agamotto. But if this is the case, then what is the scene in front of you? On the light screen, a new picture suddenly appeared. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects that are enough to cause a K-level end of the world scenario, Part 1. 10th place, Containment a Shy Person. Chapter 2. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triggerwing Building. K-Class Doomsday Scenario. Nick Fury stared at the light curtain above the lobby, his dark cheeks twitched slightly twice, and suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry. If the voice on the light curtain, what it said is true. Doesn't that mean that any container can cause the end of the world? This is too scary. What worried him even more was that in this abnormal containment meeting, all the end of the world scenarios were classified. Since there is K-level, are there any other levels? The more he thought about it, the more dignified Nick Fury's expression became, and his brows were tightly knit together. Perhaps, this mysterious anomalous containment society is more threatening than he imagined before. Soon, a strange white creature appeared on the light curtain. At the same time, a calm voice sounded. This live broadcast does not contain any cognito-hazardous ingredients, please rest assured to watch. Project name, Shy People. Object class, Euclid. The Shy Man is a humanoid creature, approximately 2.38 meters tall. The creature is unusually thin, and its body seems to have no muscles at all, just like skin and bones. Compared to the body, its arms are extremely long, and the length of each hand is close to 1.5 meters. The skin of a shy person is pale white without any melanin, even the eyeballs are the same. Experts from the shelter suspect that it can't see anything at all, and they don't even think that it has intelligence, or high-level brain function. Is there any mistake? This white monster is alive? It can't be a special effect, right? I think it might be a leather case. It's someone pretending to be a monster to scare people. What kind of abnormal containment? The eyes can't see, and there is no wisdom. Isn't that a fool? This kind of thing can destroy the world, stop kidding. By the way, isn't this just a prank? Seeing the pale monster on the light curtain, curled up on the ground with its head in its hands, all parts of the world and the entire internet erupted. However, it is completely different from the shock of first seeing the light screen before. This time, the content of everyone's discussion is mostly based on suspicion. Most people don't believe that the brainless and blind white creature on the screen can cause the end of the world. Many people even questioned that even the light curtain originally was some kind of deceiving gimmick. Los Angeles, Malibu, number 10880 mansion. J.A.R.V.I.S. Haven't you analyzed the composition of that light curtain yet? Sorry, sir. Humph. Not only invaded my home, but also stirred up the whole world. Who is so bold? Although Tony Stark with a mustache had a bad tone, his eyes were full of curiosity, and the corners of his mouth curved upwards. Interesting. Hacking the internet all over the world can still make so many light screens all over the world. An organization that can make such a big battle is definitely not a charlatan. At least. Tony asked himself, he absolutely couldn't do it himself. However, how does this shy person want to destroy the world? Holding a glass of chlorophyll juice in his left hand, Tony sat on the chair and meditated. A scrawny monster who can't see or even think, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't pose much of a threat. At this time, a new image was played on the light screen. At first, the containment committee found this creature in the snow mountain. It is estimated that shy people should use the natural environment of the snowfield to cover up their existence. After all, in the snow and ice, it is difficult for ordinary people to notice this pale monster. In the process of trying to contain the shy people, the contingent of the Containment Society suffered heavy losses and was almost wiped out. This is because someone saw his face. Under normal circumstances, a shy person will act extremely docile. But once his face is seen, the shy person will cover his face and cry bitterly for 1 to 2 minutes. When this crying period is over, the creature will enter a furious state, rushing frantically to the subject who saw its face, and data deleted. The most incredible thing is that even if someone is thousands of miles away and watches its face through photos or videos, the shy person can sense and locate to the position of the viewer. Even if the other party is on a high-altitude plane, or in a submarine deep under the sea, the shy person will rush over at an astonishingly high speed and data deleted. According to the records of the Containment Committee, the speed of shy people ranges from 35 km per hour to km per hour, and the upper limit is not certain. The most frightening thing is that after entering the state of rage, the shy person will put down his hands and wholeheartedly chase and kill the person who has seen his face. During the hunt, once someone sees his face again, it will trigger a new fury. Once this death cycle of being furious at being seen, chasing and killing, being seen again is established, it will lead to an extremely terrifying tragedy. The number of deaths will also be unimaginably high. According to the estimates of the researchers of the asylum, in this era of highly developed network multimedia, once photos or videos of shy people are uploaded to the network and then distributed, it is very likely to cause disasters that sweep the world. That is, the XK-class end of the world scene. Los Angeles. Puff. Tony, who was sitting on a chair drinking chlorophyll juice, suddenly changed color, opened his mouth, and sprayed out all the green liquid in his mouth. Yes, did you make a mistake? The clothes on his chest were wet with chlorophyll juice, but Tony didn't even have time to wipe it off, he just stared straight at the computer screen in front of him, his face full of horror and horror. The speed is so fast that I don't know the upper limit, and I can still sense the person observing my face? How could this skinny, blind monster be so dangerous? The most frightening thing is that through this live broadcast light screen, an unknown number of billions of people around the world have seen the face of that white monster. If the information in the live broadcast is true, what exactly does this organization behind the light screen want? Could it be that he wants to use that shy person, to kill the whole world? Chapter 3. At the moment, there was an uproar on the internet all over the world. Hey, is this true? That white monster is so strong. What does data expunged mean? What will happen if you are caught by a shy person? I understand the truth, but how does this guy know when others look at his photos outside? Telepathy. Please, you don't really believe it, it's all fake and deceitful. But, if it's true, we've all seen his face. Humph, so what if you see it? Yeah, billions of people in the world, can this monster kill them all? Soon, people all over the world began to have heated discussions online and in reality. It's just that the vast majority of people still refuse to believe that a shy person who looks very thin can be so dangerous. SHIELD. Can't find the source of the intrusion into the internet yet. Nick Fury's face was extremely ugly, bloodshot eyes could be seen faintly, and there was even a hint of panic in his tone. So terrible. Before that, although he also noticed the K-level doomsday scene mentioned in the light screen. But I never thought that the doomsday would come so soon, and it might come. At present, countless people all over the world have watched the real face of that shy man. If it is real, with its incredible speed, how many people in the world will die at the hands of this monster? The more I think about it, the faster my heart beats. Nick Fury felt his scalp go numb, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. Camartage. Magician. What should we do now? Don't panic. Facing the uproar of many apprentices, Ancient One stretched out his hand slightly to appease everyone. At the same time, a word that was mentioned in the live broadcast before, had flashed through her mind. Cognitohazard. With hundreds of years of profound experience, Ancient One vaguely felt that the violent reaction of shy people after seeing their faces might be a kind of cognitohazard. If this is the case, the purpose of filtering out cognitohazardous elements during the live broadcast is to protect the viewers. It looks like this containment society organization really doesn't have any malicious intentions. Squinting his eyes slightly, Ancient One became thoughtful. That being the case, why did this organization spend so much time and effort to make this live broadcast all over the world? At the moment, the live broadcast screen suddenly changed, and a scene of vivid images appeared. I saw a white monster under the dark night sky. He was holding his head in his hands, squatting in the snow-white ice field. Around the ice field, there are strange-shaped peaks standing everywhere, even reaching into the clouds, which looks extremely strange. It was snowing heavily in the sky, and countless snowflakes fell on the monster's naked body, but it didn't notice it, as if it wasn't afraid of the cold at all. SHIELD. Shy person, damn it. This guy is actually on Earth. Staring at the ice field on the screen, Nick Fury's black face was slightly pale, obviously horrified. Quick. Hurry up and compare me frame by frame to find the exact location of this monster. With a sharp wave of his hand, Nick Fury roared. Obey. Hearing the director's order, all the technicians of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately started to move. Asgard. Strange, why does this snowfield look so familiar? Odin frowned slightly, thought for a while, and suddenly opened his one eye wide. Jotunheim. The strange ice field on the screen is the place where he fought thousands of years ago, and it is also the real hometown of his son Loki. One of the 9 realms, the land of ice giants, Jotunheim. Why did this monster run there? Odin's white eyebrows twitched as he suddenly remembered something. Correct. It was also mentioned in the live broadcast before that when this monster was first caught by the Containment Society, it was hiding in the ice field. Because the white ice and snow can effectively cover up this white monster. But, he actually hid in the darkest and coldest place in the 9 realms. This shy person really lives up to his name, is he so afraid of meeting people? Just when Odin was thinking, a new change suddenly appeared in the light curtain above his head. Wow! A bright colorful light descended from the sky, just landing on the empty snow field. Ha ha ha! Is this the hometown of the ice giant? Accompanied by wild and unrestrained laughter, a blond man wearing gorgeous armor and holding a magic hammer, led the rest of the people, and walked out of the colorful light. Seeing the blond man, Odin's eyelids twitched, and a vein protruded from his forehead. No wonder, there is such a big light curtain in the sky, but Thor's shadow has never been seen. It turned out that this idiot went to Jotunheim. Heimdall. I asked you to guard Bifrost, not to let Thor come here casually. At the moment, in the picture of the light curtain. Oh, why is there another person here? After coming to Jotunheim, Thor saw the white monster curled up on the distant ice field at first sight. Ice giant? No, it doesn't look like it. Holding Mjolnir, Thor walked over with a big grin, and smiled as he walked. My friend, if you're not an ice giant, you're really not afraid of the cold, you don't even wear clothes. As he spoke, Thor walked up to the shy man. Looking at it for a while, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Huh? Why are you crying? Hey, ah! Under Thor's gaze, the pale and shy man covered his face with his hands, trembling violently, and let out a tragic wail. Are you afraid? Looking at the shy man who was crying loudly, Thor looked disgusted, took 2 steps back, turned around, and seemed to ignore him. As Thor of Asgard, what he despises the most are cowards. But just as Thor turned around, he heard a deafening scream from behind. Ah! What? Thor only had time to turn his head, and saw the pale monster open its mouth wide and let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. Waving 2 slender arms, he rushed towards himself crazily. Chapter 4. Boom. Although caught off guard, Thor, who has experienced many battles, instinctively raised Mjolnir, and hit the shy man's face with a hammer. Wow! With one hammer, the shy man was sent flying tens of meters, and a deep ravine was drawn on the snow field. Squeak! The shy person is surrounded by lightning, and his face is a little crooked. Obviously, Mjolnir did a lot of damage to his body. Ah! But the white monster doesn't care at all, continuing to scream and pounce on Thor. What is this? Swinging Mjolnir, Thor unleashes another barrage of blows at the shy man. But the more he fights with this monster, the more horrified he becomes. Even a giant 10 times his height cannot withstand a blow from Mjolnir. But this white monster, no matter how many times it is hit by him, can continue to kill it as if nothing happened. Oops! Shooting the enemy away again, but Thor was finally scratched by the white monster with a scar. Thor, I'm hurt. Thor. The 3 warriors of Asgard and others were standing quietly watching the battle, expecting that Thor would end the battle quickly. But I never thought that Thor would be injured in the face of this unknown white monster. Stop! You disgusting thing! Can't bear it anymore. Vestag, the bulliest of the 3 warriors, holds a huge sword, stares at the shy man, roars and kills him. Careful! Thor only had time to shout out this sentence, and he saw a blur in front of him. Shuala! In an instant, the shy man with blood-red eyes rushed to Vestag's side and swung the paw of his right hand violently. Pissed! The giant like Vestag spewed blood from his neck, his huge body shook, and fell to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Who is that blonde man? How can he still discharge? This is fake, why did it suddenly become a magic war? CG. This must be a computer CG special effect. Hehe, I've already said it, it's all a lie. Look at how fake the blood spurting is, and the special effect of lightning, it really doesn't distract you at all. Seeing the battle between Thor and the shy man, the internet all over the world is boiling. But on the internet, the loudest voices are all kinds of bullshit. They questioned it from various angles and with various reasons. The images on the light curtain live broadcast are not real. Is false. Unlike these ignorant and fearless keyboard warriors, in Asgard, almost everyone who saw this scene was stunned and dumbfounded. Am I wrong? Vestige, one of the 3 warriors, died so easily. Thor is also in a hard fight. What the hell is that monster? Under the huge amounts of light curtain, countless Asgard people stared straight at the screen, with a hint of tremor in their eyes. The strongest warrior in Asgard was killed by that white monster like an ant. And their Thor didn't seem to be able to defeat that enemy at all. What should I do? Master Thor, will he lose? Hearing this sentence from someone who did not know, the square was suddenly silent. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but could only see the terrified expression of the other party. A panic rose uncontrollably in everyone's heart. Thor. Standing in front of the throne, Odin clenched his teeth, his expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he didn't pay attention to the white monster at all, he was only worried about the ice giant. Odin never thought that this scrawny fellow would be so dangerous. Hit so many times by Mjolnir and still not dead. Is this monster's self-healing ability endless? Underworld, Heim. My stupid brother, so you only have this ability. Dressed in black, Hela, the eldest daughter of Odin, sat on a throne of bones, staring at the light curtain in front of her, with a cold smile on her lips. Hela has been locked in this cold underworld by Odin for thousands of years, but Hela has never seen Thor with her own eyes. But, from Mjolnir alone, he recognized his brother whom he had never met. With Odin's character, he will only pass on this artifact once held by Hela to his own son. Odin, can you bear to see your son lose like this? Or? Thinking of this, Hela suddenly looked away bored and sighed softly. Once the God King of the Nine Realms makes a move himself, no matter how strong the self-healing ability of this white monster is, the result is already doomed. SHIELD. What did we see? Including Nick Fury, a large number of S.H.I.E.L.D. staff stared at the computer screen in front of them in a daze, all in a trance, as if in a dream. Even the well-informed Nick Fury opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth wide at the moment. Where did this blonde man who can summon thunder come from? Alien. Nick Fury was shocked and finally came back to his senses. Thinking of that woman in his memory, Black Braised Eggs clenched his fists and said firmly. That guy named Thor must be an alien. X-Men universe. What's going on here? Staring at her own computer screen, Wuxia also frowned. The plot direction of this Asylum game is really getting more and more bizarre. Shy Man, actually facing Thor in Jotunheim? In this X-Men universe, not only does someone know Marvel MCU, but also mixes MCU with the containment universe and made a game? This is too incredible. Wait a minute, from which website did I download this game? Wuxia was about to investigate online, when suddenly, a new notification appeared on the game screen. Containment popularization points have exceeded 10 million. You get a reward, the right to command the containment 343, one time. Finally come. Looking at the reward instructions on the screen, Wuxia clenched her fists with some excitement. Although there is only one chance, now he only needs to click the mouse to give orders to the supreme divinity God who claims to have created the universe. And the only problem is, what is he commanding God to do? At this moment, a notification popped up from the game interface. You have obtained a new mission. Take shy people away. Chapter 5. At the moment, new changes also appeared on the screen. Death. Thor roared, and Mjolnir, who had been charged to the extreme, flew out and hit the shy man hard on the head. Boom. The smoking white monster was sent flying, drew an arc in the air, and fell far into the distance. But, howling. Thor didn't even have time to take back Mjolnir, the eerie howl reached his ears. What? I saw a white figure rushing towards me as if teleporting. Thor couldn't react immediately, and was thrown to the ground. Ah! After throwing the enemy down, the shy man opened his bloody mouth and bit Thor's right shoulder fiercely. Ugh! Being bitten to the point of flying flesh and blood, Thor was in extreme pain, his face distorted. He wanted to take back the hammer and knock down the enemy riding on him, but found out in horror. I can't even lift my right arm. Disgusting monster, get off Thor! Seeing this, the remaining two Asgard warriors turned pale with fright. They raised their knives and rushed up with the female warrior Sif, outputting crazily at the shy man. Ah! It's a pity that the shy people didn't care about their attacks at all, they just kept biting Thor, and soon beat him all over with cuts and bruises. How? Am I going to die? Blood red in front of his eyes, his body was in excruciating pain, and Thor's vision became more and more blurred. At this critical juncture, a colorful light suddenly flashed in front of everyone's eyes. This is exactly the light of Bifrost. Shoo! Under the influence of Bifrost, Thor and everyone around him disappeared from Jotunheim. Ah! But just before Bifrost disappeared, with a mournful howl, a white figure rushed up at a speed invisible to the naked eye, crashing into the colorful light. Afterwards, everyone disappeared. Hey! You, wait for me. Until then, Loki, who was hiding far away, rushed over. But what he saw in front of his eyes was only a large circular rune track left on the ice field. As soon as the screen changed, we came to Asgard. Wow! Accompanied by the gorgeous light, a group of miserable remnants were sent back to the center of Bifrost. Roar! But then, a white monster rushed out of the portal with its teeth and claws bared. At this time, brute! Odin's angry roar exploded in everyone's ears. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, a golden ray of light shot over, just hitting the shy man, nailing him to the ground. Ah! The shy man shook his limbs wildly and let out a heart-pounding roar. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't pull out the eternal gun that pierced his body. Thor. Looking at Thor, who was lying on the ground of the Bifrost center, bloody, and had already passed out, Odin was horrified and sad. For thousands of years, Thor has fought countless battles for Asgard. He has made great achievements in battle, but he has never been injured so badly before. Take Thor to the infirmary quickly. What about Vertag? Are we going to leave him alone in Jotunheim? Don't think about it, he has already. At the moment, Bifrost's center is already in dire straits. People from all walks of life came and went, and took the injured, including Thor, to first aid in a panic. Everyone looked grey and defeated, full of panic, like a defeated army. Feeling the bad atmosphere around him, Odin became even more irritable. At this time, Odin glanced and suddenly found that the picture on the huge light screen in the sky had changed. No longer the icy snowy wilds of Jotunheim, but Asgard. It was his face, Odin, that appeared in the center of the light screen. What? Staring at himself on the screen, Odin was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly burst into anger. Hateful. What kind of shelter society is this? Is it that I, the God King of the Nine Realms, are the object of the exhibition? At the same time, the internet on MCU Earth is also boiling. Why did the scene change all of a sudden? What is that set of colorful lights? It can't be teleportation magic, right? That golden gun is so powerful. It even knocked down the shy people. Wait, did you just hear that? They call that blonde guy, Thor. Thor, who can use thunder and hold a hammer, is he the Thor in mythology? Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more outrageous. First it was the containment, and now even the gods have appeared. When the scene of the live broadcast was transferred from Jotunheim to Asgard, the popularity of online discussions suddenly rose to another level. Underworld, Heim. Sure enough, a mere monster is no match for Odin at all. Hela exhaled lightly, and her expression regained her composure. She knew very well that Odin used his divine power as a seal to seal himself in the underworld. Unless he dies or dies unexpectedly, he will be sealed here forever. There will never be a bright future. But, who can kill this Nine Realms God King? At the moment, in the X-Men universe, it's Asgard and Odin. Looking at the white-haired king with only one eye on the computer screen, Wuxia's expression suddenly became a little weird. The plot development of this game is really too jumpy, which made him unable to keep up. Wuxia never expected that the shy person was teleported to Asgard, and fell into the hands of Odin. Having developed to this point, how should I complete the task of accommodating shy people? Scratching his head lightly, Wuxia seemed to be hesitation. After a while, he exhaled lightly, raised his mouse, and clicked on the game interface, the only occupied containment room. God, it's your turn. According to the normal process, the containment of abnormalities should be dispatched by the mobile task force of the Containment Society. But to cross the galaxy, go from Earth to Asgard, and shelter the shy people. How can a normal mobile task force do this kind of thing? It seems that only that God can complete such an outrageous task. Chapter 6. MCU Universe, Earth. This is a very ordinary-looking building, located in the corner of downtown New York. Deep underground in this building, there are unknown underground buildings hidden. Research rooms, laboratories, staff dormitories, armory, and more than 100 containment rooms. Here is site number 17 of the Abnormal Containment Society. Boom boom. Someone knocked on the door of a containment room at site 17. Please come in. Hearing a soft voice from inside the door, a researcher in a white coat gently opened the door. What caught his eyes was an old man with a simple appearance who was sitting on a chair and dressed in a white robe. 343, hello. The researcher greeted the old man, took out a note from his pocket, and handed it over. Oh. The old man seemed a little surprised. He gently closed the book he was reading, put it on the table, and took the note. He opened the note and glanced at it, and his expression suddenly changed. So that's the case, is it the order of that one? After putting away the note, the old man fell into deep thought in his seat. The other party is also a god. Once the power of Odin and I collide, it may cause unimaginable consequences. However, the task of that one must be completed. The old man stood up from his seat, his eyes shining like stars. Shoo! In the next second, the old man's body disappeared from the containment room. Here is a deserted wilderness. At the end of the wilderness, there stood a giant hundreds of meters tall, holding a golden longsword, and shining with dazzling golden light all over his body. Raging! I saw several flame-like wings growing on this golden giant, stretching from the shoulders, back, and even the head, to all directions. Behind the giant, there is an arch with huge amounts of it, and you can vaguely see the idyllic woods inside the gate. And this giant is the gatekeeper who guards the garden. Shua! Accompanied by a ray of light, the white-haired old man who disappeared from the containment room appeared in front of the gatekeeper. My lord! You have finally appeared again. As soon as he saw the old man, the majestic gatekeeper immediately knelt down on one knee, stuck the flaming longsword on the ground, and bowed his head full of respect. I will obey all your orders, please order. Uriel. There was no smile on the white-haired old man's face, and he said seriously. I'm going to take you to a place called Asgard, where you'll meet a god called Odin. After listening to the old man's order, the gatekeeper Uriel stood up and pulled the flaming sword out of the ground. I have heard your will, and I have obeyed your will, my lord, my god. Shua. Next, the old man just glanced at the gatekeeper, and the golden giant disappeared in place. The white-haired old man withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look into the arch. In the garden inside the gate, tens of thousands of shining creatures that are almost the same as Uriel opened their eyes, their bodies were shining with red light, and holding long swords, they bowed their heads respectfully to the old man. Asgard. The interior of the spherical bifrost nucleus. This monster, let's seal it up. Staring at the shy man who was nailed to the ground by the spear of eternity, who was still struggling and howling, Odin gently stretched out his right hand, and the only remaining one eye shone with magical light. Even the spear of eternity can't kill, the regenerative healing factor of this white monster is definitely real. But as the god king of the 9 realms, Odin's mana is also earth-shattering. Even the eldest daughter Hela was sealed by him. As long as the shy person is sealed in a dark corner of the universe, naturally he will not be able to come out to cause trouble. And just when Odin was about to cast a spell, suddenly, a series of exclamations came from outside the Bifrost center. Odin's beard, what's that? Giant? The fire giants of Muspelheim have invaded. Odin was startled, instinctively stopped casting spells, and turned to look outside. With just one glance, his only remaining one eye stared round. Even the white eyebrows trembled. Unknowingly, above the sky of Asgard, a huge golden giant with countless wings unexpectedly appeared. After the giant appeared, the originally bustling MCU Earth was instantly quiet. Oh! Countless people stared dumbfounded at the mobile phone, computer, TV, and the winged angel on the skylight screen, and no one could speak. After a few seconds, the global network exploded. What, the, FK? What did I see? Angel. That's Angel. Angel has come. How is it possible? First the containment, then the gods, and now the angel. Los Angeles, Malibu Mansion. Angel? Impossible. Tony Stark swallowed a mouthful of chlorophyll juice hard, and almost spit it out again. But even so, his eyeballs were still round, full of horror and disbelief. Although he was not a devout believer, Tony recognized at a glance that the golden giant with countless wings growing on his body was exactly the same as the angel in the Bible. Frowning and thinking for a while, Tony said, J.A.R.V.I.S, help me search, is there any image similar to this angel in the myths and legends of the Bible? Yes, sir. After a few seconds, J.A.R.V.I.S responded. Sir, according to the cross comparison, there are 4 angels with similar images in the Bible description. They are called Big Angel, or Long Angel. These 4 big angels are, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel. They are the vanguard of God, the leader of the angel legion. Chapter 7. Where did this giant come from? As an Asgardian of Asgard, Heimdall stood on Bifrost's head, his golden eyes widened, and an unconcealable shock appeared on his dark face. At this time, a thunderous sound suddenly sounded in the sky. Mortals! Listen to me! The face of the gatekeeper did not change at all, and he did not open his mouth at all. But his voice passed through the air and reached the ears of everyone in Asgard. My lord ordered me to take a white creature from your hands. Raising the flaming sword in his hand, the gatekeeper said unquestionably. Hand over that alien creature, otherwise, prepare for destruction. Hearing the gatekeeper's voice, the whole of Asgard fell silent. Everyone stood there in astonishment, with dull expressions, looking at each other. Even Odin froze in place, with a look of disbelief in his one eye. He said, Containment. This giant broke into our Asgard just to contain that white monster. Odin turned his head in disbelief, glanced at the shy man who was pinned down by the gun of eternity, and his heart suddenly churned. This monster, not only hurt his son Thor, but also returned it to Asgard, attracted this huge amounts of angel. And the mastermind behind all this is very likely the mysterious Asylum Council. But Odin gritted his teeth secretly, his body suddenly floated off the Bifrost and flew into the sky. I am the father of God Odin. Flying to a height parallel to the gatekeeper, Odin shouted coldly. You trespassed into Asgard without permission, and you uttered wild words, that is an unforgivable crime. Say. Who is the mastermind behind you? Facing the enemy who broke into the home, as the king of Asgard, if you obediently hand over what the enemy wants, what is the difference between surrender and surrender? While speaking, Odin stretched out his hand, wanting to summon his weapon, the eternal spear. At this moment, Odin's heart trembled, and his movements suddenly stopped. His eternal spear is currently being used to suppress shy people. If you pull out your gun to meet the enemy, that undead white monster will stand up again. Crazy pursuit of Thor. Thor, who was seriously injured, at the moment couldn't resist. It can only be a dead end. At the moment, the Earth's network is also boiling. Oh, my God! This angel is here to take in shy people. It's sent by the Containment Committee. How is it possible that the Containment Council can still drive Angel? Did you hear that? Angel said that he came under the order of Master. Could it be that? Odin. Did you hear that? The white-haired old man said he was Odin. Holy St. First Thor the Thunderer and now Odin. Isn't this Norse mythology? It's crazy. The Angel of God confronted the Nordic god king. Countless people are speaking fiercely. No one has ever questioned the authenticity of the video. The screen switches back to Asgard. Odin. The expression on the gatekeeper's face did not change at all, but the thunderous voice resounded through the sky. My lord also mentioned your name. Resisting the god's command will lead to death. Before the words fell, the radiance of the flame sword in the gatekeeper's hand increased sharply, and then disappeared suddenly. Swoosh! At this moment, the guard swung his huge sword, and slashed at Odin fiercely at a speed thousands of times faster than the speed of sound. This golden angel, although he is huge in stature, his movements are unbelievably agile. Odin's single eye widened suddenly, and caught the trajectory of the gatekeeper's sword in an instant. Hateful! But because he couldn't get back the eternal spear, Odin had to gather his divine power, clenched his fists and blasted out fiercely. Boom! A dazzling blazing light exploded in the air of Asgard. Chapter 8. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! The gatekeeper's huge body stood motionless in the air, swinging his sword wildly at a speed that was completely invisible to ordinary people, but every sword was blocked by Odin with his bare hands. Shua! Shua! With the continuous collision of the golden giant sword and the fist of the God King, bright and dazzling lights continue to shine in the sky, just like the rising suns one by one, making people unable to look directly at them. Boom! 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 A substantial roar exploded in the air like thunder, shaking countless Asgardians on the ground dizzy and covering their ears in pain. His Majesty! Seeing that Odin seems unable to win for a while, some Asgard soldiers are also anxious. Fire! Aim at that angel and fire! In panic, some soldiers activated Asgard's anti-aircraft turrets and aimed at the huge angel in the air. Some pilots even boarded fighter jets, ready to take off and face off. Although the residents of Asgard claim to be Protoss, they are actually a group of high-tech aliens, and they have all kinds of advanced weapons. Just as the soldiers were manipulating the turret to aim, the gatekeeper who was fighting Odin seemed to have noticed something. Boom! In the next second, without any warning, all the turrets and fighter jets in the entire Asgard were ignited with raging flames. Ah! Those brave Asgard soldiers only had time to yell out a scream before their bodies were surrounded by flames. What's even more frightening is that in the blink of an eye, all these soldiers, together with those war weapons, completely disappeared in the flames. This is a terrible flame. Guardian Heimdall gasped, his dark face turned pale. With his golden eyes that see through everything, Heimdall can vaguely see that these forts, fighter planes, and soldiers, are not burned to death by flames. It was disintegrated. The huge angel in the air can turn the enemy's body into nothingness without doing it yourself. Mortal! Suddenly, the gatekeeper who was fighting Odin let out an earth-shattering roar. Surrender! Wow! Hearing this thunderous sound, all the people in Asgard felt dizzy, uncontrollably dropped their bodies to the ground, and knelt down towards the angel in the air. Master Angel! We obey all your orders. We are your most devout servants, please order. After kneeling on the ground, all the Asgardians showed fanaticism on their faces, constantly chanting. It looks like a group of devout believers expressing their surrender to the messenger of God. Well. Woo! Only the Queen's Frigg, Heimdall, and other powerful people can barely resist the oppressive power implied in Angel's roar. But even so, their faces are extremely ugly, their bodies are crumbling, and their eyes are full of horror. Spiritual attack. The Queen of Heaven, Frigga, was dripping with cold sweat on her forehead, and her heart trembled. This golden angel not only possesses a combat power that rivals that of Odin, but also has enough room to unleash a mental attack that covers the entire Asgard. If my magic power is a little weaker, I'm afraid I will be forced to surrender by this spiritual force. Heimdall's face was pale, and he supported his body with the long sword in his hand, so as not to kneel down. But with a glance of his golden eyes, he could clearly see that almost everyone in Asgard has become a believer of that angel. I began to pray with all my eyes down. Messenger of God, please redeem our sins. I will dedicate everything to you. Seeing this scene, Heimdall's heart suddenly turned cold, and he felt a deep sense of despair for a while. Your Majesty Odin is indeed still fighting the enemy, without showing the slightest sign of defeat. But the people of Asgard have been completely defeated, a complete defeat. Ragnarok. The word suddenly flashed through his mind, and Heimdall felt a chill in his heart, and his whole body was like falling into an ice cellar. According to the legend, there will be a flaming giant descending on Asgard, destroying this kingdom of gods with a giant sword in his hand. Could it be that Ragnarok will come today? Kamartaj. Emperor Weixin, this is too scary. What kind of battle is this? This is a duel between the gods. In the square, countless magic apprentices held their breath, opened their mouths wide, and stared at the screen above their heads in horror, with deep shock in their eyes. For these apprentices, such an earth-shattering battle has completely surpassed their imagination and almost crushed their three views. Ancient One magician took a deep breath and didn't speak. But the fan in her hand had already stopped, and the shock that could not be contained was revealed in her pupils. Chapter 9. Super Fast Flame Sword. A flame that can burn enemies to emptiness from a distance. There is also a spiritual attack with an astonishingly large coverage. This angel, how many whole cards does it have? Various thoughts came and went in Ancient One's mind. The more he thought about it, the more dignified his expression became. Just now, this golden angel made it clear that its trip was under the order of its master. Angel's master, isn't that just? Thinking of this, Ancient One magician felt his heart twitch suddenly, and then he jumped violently. God! Does this single supreme God that only exists in classics and legends really exist? Underworld, time. Amazing. Watching the earth-shattering battle on the screen, Hela excitedly stood up from the throne of bones. At the moment, there was already a morbid blush on her cold face. Just one subordinate is so strong, how much more powerful is this angel's master? God! Lord of the Asylum! Hela clenched her fists excitedly, feeling that the long-lost blood was boiling all over her body. Whoever can kill Odin will set her free. MCU Earth. His mom asked me why I was kneeling and looking at the computer. How should I answer? It's too strong, that angel is really too strong. God must have given his divine power to this angel to be so powerful. Harry lore. Praise God. The reason why God takes in these monsters is to save us humans from being harmed by monsters. At the moment, all kinds of praises for Angel and even God are endless, almost clogging up the internet. Los Angeles Mansion. Angel? God. Tony Stark stared at the computer screen, his eyes wide open, the corners of his mouth twitching non-stop, as if he saw some kind of scene that subverted his entire worldview. Stark is a futurist and scientist at heart, and has always sneered at things like gods. In his opinion, praying to the gods is a stupid thing that uneducated people would do. As a scientist, Stark's belief is that man can conquer nature. But everything in front of him almost shattered the cognition he had accumulated over the past few decades. If God really exists, and this universe is really like the Bible says, was created by God, then what are we human beings in the eyes of God? The more he thought about it, the more ugly his face became. Stark suddenly sighed, picked up the chlorophyll juice on the table, and drank it down. Anyway, I don't live long, so why worry about such things? SHIELD. Director. Don't panic. Hearing a trembling voice behind him, the face of the black stewed egg sank like water. While drinking to stop his subordinates, he reached out his hand and took out an old-fashioned pager from his pocket without a trace. Next, he looked at the computer screen in front of him again, his eyes full of vigilance. Although according to Black Braised Egg's guess, the battle on the screen should have happened on some alien planet. Nothing to do with the Earth. But this powerful and terrifying angel actually went to the alien planet for containment. It's just too unbelievable. If the live light screen sweeping the world in front of you is created by that shelter organization, this angel also belongs to that organization. As soon as he thought of this, Hey Dan only felt a chill in his heart, and for a moment he didn't dare to think about it anymore. At the same time, he also strengthened his determination. If this golden angel descends on the earth one day, he will activate the pager without any hesitation, and call that woman back from the universe. At the moment, Asgard in the screen of light. Bang! 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 Odin waved his fist and blocked all the flaming swords from the gatekeeper. The face of the God King of the Nine Realms, at the moment, is extremely ugly. I didn't expect that the golden angel in front of me would have enough time to launch a group attack on Asgard while fighting with me. So many loyal and brave soldiers were actually burned to death under the nose of this God King himself, without even leaving their bones. This is simply a great shame. While being angry and embarrassed, Odin's vigilance against the enemy also continued unabated. Golden Angel not only swings the sword at an unusually fast speed, but the high temperature carried by the flames on the sword is almost comparable to the core of the sun. Odin also noticed that this golden flame also has some kind of weird dissociation power. Once hit, it can completely disintegrate the opponent from the atomic level. Turn into nothingness. Odin asked himself. If anyone in Asgard replaced himself, he would be killed by Angel's flaming sword in an instant. Not a single atom remains. Even Thor is no exception. Without the gun of eternity, I really can't beat this angel, but if I pull out the gun. Just when Odin was tangled in his heart and became more and more anxious, a voice like singing suddenly sounded in the sky. Ah! What? Odin glanced at his eyes slightly, and suddenly his eyes widened in horror, his heart contracted suddenly, and his breathing almost stopped. I saw a huge amount of door opened above the high sky of Asgard at some unknown time. Shua! 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 Countless golden angels gushed out from the door, and they looked almost the same as the gatekeeper. Soon, thousands of angels held their swords, spread their wings, and lined up in 2 rows in the sky along the door. God! What is that? Ragnarok has finally come. Looking up at the countless angel legion in the sky, like Heimdall, the 2 warriors of Asgard and others, their bodies are completely frozen, their eyes are full of horror, and what emerges in their hearts, is nothing but endless trembling. Only one angel has made it difficult for Odin to win. There are so many here now. It looks like everything is over. The Queen of Heaven, Frigga, lowered her head bitterly, a tear flowed from the corner of her eye. Asgard's thousands of years of history seems to be coming to an end today. Being startled by the scene in the air, Odin's heart trembled, his movements froze, and he was almost hit by the gatekeeper's sword. But right after the sword was struck, the gatekeeper didn't continue to pursue. Instead, he put away the flaming sword, turned around, and knelt down on one knee facing the sky. Hee. At this time, accompanied by gentle laughter, a white-haired old man slowly walked out from the huge amounts of door in the sky. Condescending, the old man looked down at the pale-faced Odin, smiled and uttered a shocking sentence. I am here on the order of the Containment Society to contain that white monster, not to be an enemy of you. What did you say? Oh. This remark, to Odin, was like a bolt from the blue, which shocked him, his mind went blank, and he couldn't even understand what happened for a while. Chapter 10. What did you say? Staring at the smile on the face of the old man in the sky, Odin's only one eye was almost protruding from the eye socket, and the muscles on his face twitched, showing a ghostly look. At this moment, the God King of the Nine Realms almost began to wonder if there was something wrong with his hearing. Looking to the side, Odin saw the gatekeeper who was inseparable from him just now, bowing his head reverently at the moment, like thousands of other angels, kneeling in the void, paying respect to the old man. That's right. This old man who looks indistinguishable from ordinary humans is the master of all these angels. But even the he with such a lofty status seems to have to obey the order of that shelter society. Thinking of the meaning contained in this incident, even Odin's city and experience can only feel shaken, and his spirit is in a trance for a while. Horrible. How powerful is the anomalous containment society that has been hiding behind the scenes? How many strong men are there under his command? Such a terrifying and powerful organization, I am afraid that there is no second one in the entire universe. Although he is known as the God King of the Nine Realms, if compared with him. Glancing at the gatekeeper kneeling beside him again, Odin gave a wry smile, all fighting spirit disappeared, and the whole person seemed to be depressed. At first glance, he seemed to be thousands of years old in an instant. Facing such a terrifying enemy, even if he continued to resist, what was the point? Underworld, Heim. This is impossible. Hela's complexion changed drastically, her heart felt inexplicably cold, she couldn't help but took 2 steps backwards, and even sat back on the throne of bones. Just kidding. The angel who can confront Odin head-on is actually just a subordinate of a white-haired old man. And this old man has thousands of such angels under his command. The most outrageous thing is, such an unfathomable old man is actually just a vassal of a certain force. Is there a mistake? I have only been sealed for 1,000 years, the outside world. When did it become so crazy? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Hela's eyes trembled with fear, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. It turned out that she also hoped that someone would kill Odin so that he could be free. But now, Hela looked at the cold underworld around her that she once hated so much, and felt a sense of nostalgia for a moment. The outside world may be a bit too dangerous, it's better to stay here for the time being. Meanwhile, Earth, SHIELD. Oh my god! The entire lobby of S.H.I.E.L.D. fell into a deathly silence. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, no one can speak. Scary, shocking, unbelievable. All kinds of emotions that cannot be described in words flooded into their hearts like a tide. Anomalous Containment Committee. After a long time, someone spat out the term in awe-filled tone. Some of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who heard this word fell silent, and some even trembled physically. No one doubts that the old man in charge of countless angels on the screen is the God in the Bible. Can make such a supreme God surrender to him? An organization that can command God. Who has heard of such an unimaginable and terrifying thing? It simply subverts the 3 views and disintegrates people's cognition of the world. How can this be? The black-corned egg muttered to himself like a dream, and at the same time stretched out his hand to cover his forehead, only to feel his head was heavy, his whole body was dizzy, and he almost couldn't stand upright. Director. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff took 2 steps forward, swallowed hard, and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Even as the world's top agent, Natasha Romanoff was almost stunned in the face of such appalling facts, and her brain couldn't function for a while. Camartage. Ancient One, who had always been calm, was finally shocked, his eyes widened, and even cold sweat dripped from his forehead. It's unbelievable. Ancient One asked himself, the strength is not much different from Odin. Paired with the time gem, Ancient One is confident that he can trap the golden angel holding the flaming sword. However, this self-confidence collapsed after the door in the sky opened and thousands of angels filed out. Facing such a huge army of angels, any resistance is meaningless. And what God said next almost shattered Ancient One's worldview. Ancient One lowered his head, let the cold sweat on his forehead flow down his face, and murmured in a low voice. The Containment Society. What kind of existence are you guys? And just when Ancient One and others were inexplicably horrified and almost doubted their lives, the Earth's network exploded. God, did I hear you right? Oh. Don't mention God, haven't you heard what he said? God has become the little brother of the Asylum Council now. Impossible, it must be fake. Ha ha ha. It wasn't you who clamored on the internet before, what can lead angel must be God. Yes. Open your eyes and take a good look, there are thousands of angels under God's command. How come? This world must be crazy, ha ha ha. Seeing the shocking images on the screen, the three views of countless people on the earth also collapsed. At the moment, the scene returns to Asgard again. Hehe, you don't need to be so nervous. Looking at Odin, who looks like a defeated rooster, the white-haired old man smiled slightly and waved his right hand. Hula. The moment he waved his hand, an invisible energy wave swept across the entire Asgard. Boom. Under the influence of this power of God, those buildings and fighter planes that were wiped out by the gatekeeper flame all emerged from scratch and appeared in front of everyone again. The most incredible thing is that even those Asgard warriors who were burned to nothingness were resurrected out of thin air. Just now, what happened? Just now, didn't I die? Resurrected warriors, you look at me and I look at you, with shocking expressions on their faces. This. As a god king, Odin quickly noticed the strangeness found in the city below. He gasped suddenly, and looked at the white-haired old man with horror on his face. With thousands of years of experience, he quickly judged that restoring the destroyed buildings should belong to alter reality's ability. However, dead man, who didn't even have a whole body or ashes left, was resurrected. This can only be described as a miracle. You are. Odin opened his mouth as if to ask a question, but facing the smiling god, he finally sighed dejectedly. At this moment, Odin really felt his insignificance like never before. The gap between him and the old man in front of him is really too big. You take that white monster away. Not even daring to look at God's face, Odin lowered his head and said this bitterly. The proud king of the Nine Realms finally bowed his head in front of God and admitted his failure. Chapter 11. Oh, as long as you agree. Facing Odin, who had admitted defeat, 343 smiled gently, and gently extended his hand to Asgard below. Whoosh. There was only a clear sound, and the spear of eternity stuck firmly on the shy man slowly floated up as if being pulled by an invisible hand. Crack. The white monster stood up abruptly, not caring about the damage caused by the eternal spear at all, waved its slender hands again, and rushed out frantically. Not good. Although Odin was extremely disappointed, seeing this scene, his heart still twitched. Being able to pull out the eternal spear in the void, the old man in front of him is indeed far stronger than himself. However, without the suppression of the gun of eternity, that white monster is going to hunt and kill Thor again. At this moment, a ray of light shone slightly in the eyes of the white-haired old man. Quack quack. The white monster tried hard to run, rushed to the person who had seen his face, and tore it to pieces. But for some reason, his body is gradually receding. Squeal. Accompanied by a sharp cry, the shy man once again returned to the position where he was knocked down by the gun of eternity, and even voluntarily lie down on the ground. This is. In midair, Odin stared at this scene dumbfounded, and then felt a chill in his heart, and couldn't help but gasp. Time. He could clearly sense that at that moment just now, the time flow around him was also reversing. It wasn't the shy person who went back, but he, and even the entire timeline of Asgard backtracked apart. Looking blankly at the old man in front of him, Odin opened his mouth slightly, unable to speak, cold sweat dripping from his forehead drop by drop. Alter reality, bringing the dead back to life. Even manipulate time and space. At this moment, Odin was finally able to be sure that this white-haired old man was definitely a single universe, or even a higher-level true god. As long as he wants, even the law of the entire universe can be subverted at will. Quack. The shy man was still roaring at the top of his lungs, but at the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly. Apart from the voice, his body was completely frozen in place, and apart from his hands and feet, even the expression on his face was also fixed. Come on, let's go. The white-haired old man lightly hooked his little finger, and the shy man who was completely frozen floated into the sky. Then, the old man turned around. Together with the shy people, they flew into the huge door above the sky. Hula la. Seeing the old man disappear, thousands of angels and gatekeepers lined up also spread their wings and flew into the door. After the last angel left, the door in the sky also disappeared. Underscore. Looking at the empty sky, Odin's face was stiff and his expression was in a trance. For a moment, he almost thought he had just experienced a dream. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from below. Father! What? Odin looked down and saw in a corner of Asgard, a blond man full of vigor was holding a hammer and was swinging at himself in the air. Thor, what's wrong with your injury? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and Odin suddenly gave a wry smile, with a trace of understanding on his face. It seems that it was the old man again who healed Thor with his divine power. In front of this true god, these so-called Asgard Protoss are just like a joke. X-Men Universe. The task of containing the shy person has been completed. You get a reward, the command right of the containment Hate of the Star, 1 time. Ah? Hate of the Star? What is that? Turning on the notification that popped up on the computer screen, Wu Xia just glanced at it and felt a little dazed. With curiosity and doubts, Wu Xia opened the horizontal floor plan of the shelter site again. On the horizontal screen of the Foundation's containment site, he can clearly see all the containment rooms and their internal conditions. At some point, the white-haired old man had already returned to his containment room, and was sitting on a recliner enjoying tea leisurely. In another containment room labeled 96, there was an extra white monster. After spending some time, Wuxia finally found the containment room where the reward was. On the door of the originally empty containment room, there was a new room number. 1548. Zooming in on the game screen, Wuxia found that there were only a bunch of computers and a huge amounts of display screen in the containment room of 1548. Huge amounts of close-ups of a sun are displayed on the screen. The sun? My reward is, the sun. Just when Wuxia was a little puzzled, a new game notification popped up on his computer screen. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects that are enough to cause a K-level end of the world scenario, Part 1. 9th place, Containment, Ananda Shesha. P.S. The ranking is not based on the strength of the contained objects. Chapter 12. Ananda Shesha, is that super eel monster? Wuxia recalled it, and barely remembered this distinctive containment. Okay, let me see, what reward can this eel bring me? Manipulating the mouse, Wuxia tapped the game screen. Snapped. He didn't know that at the moment he pressed the mouse, huge amounts of light screen actually surpassed the Earth and the 9 realms, and appeared in other places in the MCU universe. Ignorantly. Here is a strange planet like a huge head, inhabited by aliens from all over the universe. Of all the inhabitants, the most famous, is a man who likes to collect all kinds of strange things. He is the famous elder of the universe, Collector. The Collector, who was carefully wiping the collection, raised his head suddenly, and happened to see a huge light screen inexplicably appearing in the collection room. What is this? A look of curiosity appeared on Collector's face. Sakar, Cosmic Arena. Yet. FK me, blow that guy's head off. Gao Tianzun was sitting on his special VIP seat, excitedly cheering for the gladiators in the arena. Shua. But a strange light screen suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, completely blocking his sight. Gao Tianzun, who was disturbed by Yaxing, was taken aback for a moment, but after looking at the light screen for a few times, he suddenly calmed down again. Destroy the containment of the world. Touching his chin, Gao Tianzun laughed strangely. It sounds like the fighting power is very strong. In my arena, there have been no new gladiators for a long time. Like Collector, Gao Tianzun, the Elder of the Universe, has lived for billions of years. The long life makes them extremely boring, so they have to find some strange hobbies to pass the time. Collector's hobby is collecting, Gao Tianzun's hobby is gambling. In a dark corner of the universe, a man in black with white hair suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, a translucent light screen appeared. What's this? The man in black stretched out his bony right hand, but his hand just passed through the light screen. Light. Finding that he couldn't eliminate the screen of light, the man narrowed his eyes slightly, and became quiet again. Hula la. Hearing a series of sound like waves, countless black substances like mud poured from all around, forming a chair under the man's body. Manipulating the symbiont to build a piece of furniture for himself, Nar slowly sat on the chair and looked at the light screen in front of him calmly. Countless years have passed since being sealed on this dark planet. This god of symbionts is really boring right now. Asgard. Father, what happened just now? Unscathed, Thor rushed to Odin's side energetically, stretched out his hand and scratched his head. Hey, you. Looking at the heartless Taihenhan in front of him, Odin sighed wearily. Originally, he had long wanted to retire and pass the throne to Thor. But now it seems that it is still too early. At the same time, there was a sudden sound in the Bifrost Center, and a man rushed out from the portal. Wow! Loki with messy hair, rolling and crawling, almost fell to the ground. Loki, next time you ask for help, just yell and don't keep yelling. Pulling the sword out of the hub, Heimdall said coldly. You. Looking at Heimdall who turned away, Loki clenched his fists bitterly. Suddenly, he lowered his head and secretly looked at his arm. Just now, I encountered a group of ice giants in Jotunheim, and was caught by one of them. At this time, on the light screen in Asgard's sky, a new picture suddenly appeared. Project name, Ananda Shesha. Object class, Thou Meal. Many years ago, the Containment Council found something strange in the reports of a group of fishermen around the ocean. In order to find out the situation, the Containment Society sent a submarine to the deep sea. After diving into the bottom of the sea, all the crew members on the submarine were stunned by the scene in front of them. In the depths of the water, there is actually a gigantic eel sleeping. The body of this monster is at least hundreds of kilometers long. Its head alone is as big as a small city. Ignorantly. What? An eel hundreds of kilometers long. Collector's eyes widened suddenly, with excitement in them. So funny. Such a big monster is fully qualified to be my collection. Chapter 13. Sakar. A sea monster hundreds of kilometers long. Staring at the faint sea monster on the light screen, Gao Tianzun frowned tightly. No matter if he is the elder of the universe or something else, there is no way to stuff such a big monster into his own arena. Asgard. What? This is no joke. Just after coming out of Bifrost, Loki saw the astonishing scene on the light screen, and suddenly he was dumbfounded. As far as he knows, there are many huge amounts of monsters in the 9 realms, such as dragons, or giants. But those guys are only a dozen meters high, or even tens of meters high. How can it be so outrageous that it is hundreds of kilometers at every turn? Instinctively by the god of trickery, Loki immediately blurted out. Fake, what kind of shelter is this? It must be some kind of phantom to deceive us. In fact, he himself does often play these phantom magic tricks, and he has also deceived many people. But Loki didn't expect that when he said this, all the people around him looked at him with very strange eyes. That look, as if looking at a fool. Earth, SHIELD. This is absolutely impossible. With his eyes fixed on the computer screen, the black marinated egg clenched his fists and gritted his teeth and said. It's nothing more than the matter of alien planets. If there are such huge amounts of sea monsters on the Earth, it is absolutely impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to know nothing about it. The chief is right. If there is such a monster, how does it survive? Does it depend on drinking sea water? Upon hearing the question from the director himself, the S.H.I.E.L.D. employees, who were still in a state of shock, also came back to their senses, and all entered the mode of complaining. In the somewhat noisy atmosphere, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff didn't say anything, but there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. At this time, a new picture appeared in the light curtain. At the same time, that calm voice also began to continue talking. Facing the giant monster on the bottom of the sea, the crew on the submarine were all stunned. What frightened them the most was that this gigantic eel slowly opened its eyes. Shua! Just after opening its eyes, the huge amounts of eyes of the sea monster released a strange strong light, illuminating a large area of sea, and even covering the entire submarine. After being touched by the sight of the sea monster, strange things began to appear on the submarine. All the crew members began to feel nervous and sweat, and a researcher from the shelter became more and more panicked. First, he began to utter scary words like darkness, nothingness, oblivion, despair. In the end, the researcher actually started to use his head to hit the porthole of the submarine. Oh my god, he's crazy, hurry up and help. Hold him down, don't allow him to move around. Seeing that the inner porthole of the strengthening was smashed by the head of this frail researcher, the other crew members were shocked and quickly restrained him. Due to the rupture of the inner porthole, the crew finally had to terminate the mission and float the submarine. Just after the submarine surfaced and landed, the researcher died due to a fractured skull. The horror is that even after leaving the deep sea, all the crew on board still haven't escaped from the sea monster's nightmare. Since then, all the crew members on the submarine began to uncontrollably recall the giant monster on the bottom of the sea, and have various hallucinations related to it. Some people even claim he saw the sea monster again in reality. Moreover, that monster still uses those huge amounts of eyes to stare at him. In order to find out the truth, the containment committee once again sent 3 divers to the deep sea. But, a weird thing happened again. When the 3 divers dived into the deep sea where the sea monster was, they all suffered severe memory loss and cognitive confusion. Among them, some even forgot their missions. As they dived, the mental state of the 3 became worse and worse, and finally fell into a state of pure confusion and madness. Ah! Who am I? What are we doing here? Just as the 3 divers were completely insane and shouting wildly on the bottom of the sea, the huge amounts of sea monster woke up again. Call! According to the radar set up by the containment committee on the surface of the water, the head of the huge sea monster passed over the position of the 3 divers, and then the communication was interrupted. It seems that those 3 unfortunate people were all eaten by sea monsters. But just when the containment committee almost gave up hope, a voice came out again from the communicator of one of the divers. Don't come to the bottom of the sea again. Chapter 14. Camartage. What a dangerous guy. Ancient One magician frowned slightly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Judging from the present, the underwater sea monster not only has a huge body, but also possesses some kind of magic power that can drive humans into madness. If this kind of monster really exists in the world, just by it moving, it can cause a terrible tsunami all over the world. No wonder, the Containment Council calls this sea monster a containment object capable of destroying the world. Ancient One looked up at the sky, and suddenly took a deep breath. As long as he knows the details of the other party, even if one day, the sea monster wakes up, Ancient One is confident in subduing it. Is that the purpose of the containment meeting, the science popularization of information about these dangerous containment objects all over the world? At this time, a new picture appeared on the light screen. What? Hearing the voice from the intercom, the members of the shelter on the shore were suddenly surprised and happy. It turns out that the sea monster swallowed 2 of the 3 divers just now, and one of them escaped by luck. According to the diver who survived the catastrophe, some kind of liquid flowed out of the sea monster's head, and when he got close to the liquid, he felt dizzy and confused. I don't know whether it was out of courage or madness, the diver not only did not leave after escaping his life, but approached the sea monster again and obtained some samples of that liquid. The diver strapped the sample to some sort of underwater balloon and floated it to the surface. After doing all this, the diver told the Containment Society command in the final communication. "I know I'm going to die, don't send anyone to save me. It's so dark here." After the diver died, the Containment Committee sent someone to recover the mysterious liquid that he tied to the balloon. After many experiments, it has been confirmed that this liquid can cause headaches, delirium, panic, memory loss, and other symptoms in humans. It seems that the sailors and divers who had mental problems after approaching the sea monster are all affected by this liquid. Through long-term research, the Containment Council has developed an amnestic agent using this liquid. As an organization that specializes in containing various anomalies, there will be many secrets that need to be hidden. Using this amnestic drug, they can easily erase the memories of the relevant people, and ensure that the actions of the Containment Society will never be known to the public. This potion can also be used on the staff of the shelter to help them cope with the various horrific psychological traumas encountered during the mission. Moreover, the Containment Society also used amnestics and various intelligence operations to block the existence of the sea monster. But inside the shelter, there are still many researchers who want to pursue the secrets hidden in the troll at all costs. One of the scientists fell into madness again when he was approaching the sea monster in a submarine. "Ha ha ha! I know who you are now, you are Indestructible." The scientist in the submarine laughed crazily, uttering all kinds of incoherent ravings and wild words. In mythology, Indestructible is a snake king who feeds on memories. It is said that he is a snake god with 600 heads lying under Vishnu in the universe. He can even survive the extinction of the universe, it is the nothingness beyond the end of time. And the reason why human beings go crazy in front of Indestructible is not just because of that liquid, but because they are facing a supreme, divine, being that transcends time. Even if time ends, Indestructible will not end. After saying all these wild words, the scientist put on the diving suit, rushed out of the submarine, and swam into the mouth of the monster eel. Asgard. Supreme divinity? Is this giant sea monster? See the image on the screen. Odin couldn't help but widen his one-eyed eyes, his face was full of astonishment. After experiencing a duel with God, Odin now has no previous arrogance. But, a giant fish swimming in the deep sea of the earth is actually a god that transcends all time? Even if the universe is destroyed and time is over, this sea monster will not perish? Such unbelievable information still made him feel horrified from the bottom of his heart. X-Men Universe. Ding. Wu Xia was concentrating on watching the popular image on the screen, when Wu Xia suddenly heard the sound of a system notification. Containment popularization points have exceeded 30 million. You get a reward, the command right of the containment on Indestructible, one time. Chapter 15. Huh? When did I contain that big eel? Wu Xia raised her eyebrows, quickly looked away from the video, and opened the horizontal floor plan of site number 17. Seconds later, he found a containment chamber marked 3000. There is no containment in the containment room, only a console, and a large screen. From the screen, Wu Xia could vaguely see a shadow with huge amounts of it lying quietly deep in the bottom of the sea. This counts as containment. Wu Xia couldn't help but laugh. Later, he found a button on the console in the containment room. It seems that this button is used to give orders to Indestructible. Meanwhile, the MCU universe. On some dark planet. Supreme divinity, God. Hearing this somewhat familiar term, the white-haired god of symbiosis suddenly frowned, and the muscles on his face twitched. Being sealed on this planet for countless years, his memory has almost disappeared. But even so, the god of darkness known as Nar can still vaguely remember the bloody battle between himself and the god billions of years ago. God. Sakar, Cosmic Arena. Eel Supreme God. Lying on the soft sofa, Gao Tianzun smiled disdainfully and closed his eyes slightly. He has been born almost since the beginning of the universe. In his long life, he has traveled almost in every corner of the universe and seen countless species and creatures. But I've never heard of the god of eels. Ha! Reaching out his hand and yawning, Gao Tianzun leaned his head back on the back of the sofa, as if he had no interest in looking at the light screen. In his opinion, it is estimated that only some primitive civilizations on backward planets can regard eels as gods. It didn't deserve his attention at all. Ignorantly. Hee. The corner of Collector's mouth curled up slightly, and he was already thinking about how to store this god of eels. He doesn't pay attention to titles like Supreme Divinity. However, in the countless collections he has collected for hundreds of millions of years, there is indeed a lack of a giant eel. Earth. Shield. Amnestics. Damn it. Black Braised Egg clenched his fists tightly, and there were blue veins visible to the naked eye on his forehead, but there was a flash of understanding in his eyes. It turned out that he still couldn't figure out how a sea monster as huge as Indestructible escaped S.H.I.E.L.D's monitoring. Everything is clear now. That unfathomable containment society has the means to delete other people's memories anytime and anywhere. No wonder for many years, not only did no one find the sea monster, no one even knew the existence of the Containment Society. This is because, all those who find something strange will soon forget everything. I can almost understand them, though. The expression was still ugly, but after thinking for a while, the black-corned egg slowly let go of his clenched fist, and sighed bitterly. Regardless of whether the giant eel is a god or not, once a monster of this size is disturbed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just imagine, a giant monster with a length of hundreds of kilometers, while overturning the river, releases the mysterious liquid that is enough to drive human beings into madness all over the world. That is without a doubt the end of the world. A new image appeared on the light screen. Inside the Containment Society, there are also special reasons for how to classify the contained objects. In mythology, there is a tree of life in the Garden of Eden, also known as the Tree of Kabbalah. The crown of the Tree of Kabbalah, named Keter, symbolizes the crown. The Containment Association will classify the most difficult containment objects as Keter, which symbolizes that they are the king of the containment objects, and they are the most difficult to deal with. In the legend, the Tree of Kabbalah still has a shadow, and it is called the Tree of Kabbalah. The canopy of this reverse Kabbalah tree is called Thaumil, which corresponds to Keter. Inside the Containment Club, some containment objects that can be used to restrain the Keter class will be classified as Thaumil class. They are regarded as the nemesis of certain Keter-level containment objects. For some reason, the Containment Committee finally classified a Mandosesha as a Thaumil class containment object. In other words, this sea monster may be used to fight against an extremely dangerous Keter class in the future. At that time, a Mandosesha will not be a frightening monster, but may be the savior who saves mankind. What? Thaumil who saved humanity? Counting on a big eel to save the world? Isn't that a joke? Seeing the astonishing image on the light screen, countless people on the internet became excited. And at this moment, boom! Accompanied by deafening bangs, several submarine volcanoes on the earth erupted at the same time. There are monstrous waves on the seas all over the world. It's as if there is an invisible giant hand stirring the bottom of the sea. Or some sleeping giant, waking up. X-Men Universe. Ding! Suddenly, a new notification popped up on Wu Xia's computer screen. For unknown reasons, the god group Tiamu woke up early and issued a new mission. Mission objective, contain or neutralize Tianjin group Tiamu. Chapter 16. Tiamu, the god group. Wu Xia recalled it for a while, and finally remembered. Isn't this the unlucky guy who was finally frozen by the Eternals? However, why did the celestial group wake up so early? While recalling the plot in memory, Wu Xia began to think about how to complete this task. After thinking for a while, Wu Xia still held out the mouse. Ananda Shesha, if you are really the supreme divinity, then let me see how powerful you are. Boom! Accompanied by the eruption of a volcanic island, a huge golden palm slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. Then, not far from the palm, a head like a hill also popped out of the sea. The culprit who caused the huge earthquake on the bottom of the sea was actually an unbelievably huge giant. Seeing the picture on the light screen, countless people all over the world were stunned. Soon, the internet also boiled up. God! What is that? Oh! Giant! A giant emerged from the bottom of the sea. First there were huge amounts of sea monsters, and now there are giants. What happened? Perhaps, this giant is also contained in the shelter. No matter what it is, the Containment Society will act quickly. Contain that giant. Watching the giant gradually waking up from the bottom of the sea, taller than the mountain peak. I don't know how many people in the world were scared to collapse. SHIELD. Giant under the sea? Impossible. Black braised egg's eyes were wide open, staring at the computer screen, the eyeballs almost protruding from the sockets. The volcanic island on the screen, surrounded by the giant's fingers protruding from the sea, is as small as an egg. Where did such a monster come from? After being shocked, he stared at the giant's head slowly rising from the sea. Odin felt cold all over his body. Even though he was holding the pager in his hand, he didn't even have the strength to press it down for a moment. Even if Captain Marvel can receive his summons in the universe, it will not be long before she returns. And with the size of this giant, I'm afraid that by the time Captain Marvel arrives, the whole world will have been destroyed by it. Kamatage. What happened? The Ancient One magician's breath was stagnant, and an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on his face. Relying on the time gem, she has long known about the existence of the god Tiamu. But this group of gods sleeping in the center of the earth should sleep for many years before waking up in the future. Why are you awake now? Asgard. That's it, the Tenjin group. Damn it. Seeing Tiamu gradually waking up on the light screen, Odin's one eye widened suddenly, and then his face turned pale. Father. Thor, who was standing beside him, seemed to have noticed his father's strangeness, and raised his head in astonishment. Midgard is also one of the 9 realms, father, should we take action? Hearing Thor's suggestion, Odin's face turned pale, his brows were frowned, and his body trembled slightly. It was as if he recalled an extremely terrifying thing. Underworld, Heim. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be the celestial team. Sitting on the throne of bones, Hela's laughter is full of wickedness. Odin's face, it must be wonderful now. Satisfied with watching the images on the light screen, Hela recalled the battle he had witnessed when he was young. Thousands of years ago, several groups of gods descended to inspect the earth as gods. Odin, who was still in his heyday at the time, wore the destroyer armor and joined forces with the lord gods of other gods on the earth to drive out these outsiders. As a result, these earth-native gods were defeated by the foreign god group and suffered a crushing defeat. Odin himself was almost beaten to death. And this is the biggest dark history of Odin's life. Dark planet. God. Staring at the screen, Nar, the god of symbiosis, tensed up all over, his teeth gnashing. Obviously angry to the extreme. When the universe was just born, Nar was sleeping in the dark, but was finally awakened by a noise. It turns out that the celestial group is creating the galaxy and the sun. Unable to accept the light of the sun, Nar condensed the power in the darkness, turned it into a black sword, and challenged countless god groups. Although defeated in the end, before being defeated, Nar personally cut off the head of a celestial team. This huge amounts of head remained in the universe, and finally transformed into a place called Empty Knowledge Land. Ignorantly. Is this, a divine manifestation? Collector frowned slightly, then sighed. It seems that he has no chance to collect that big eel. When the universe was just born, there was nothing in space and it was empty, but the celestial group had already appeared. Of all the celestial groups, the most powerful Judger Elohim created the first fixed star, bringing the first light to the entire universe. The other god groups also began to create all kinds of life according to their own preferences. Collector, like Gautian Zun, is the earliest life form created by the Tenjin group. So they know that the celestial group will implant seeds of offspring inside planets with a lot of life. When these seeds grow into annual bodies composed of gods, they will destroy that planet and be completely born. This kind of behavior is called god appearance. Since the earth has been selected by the celestial god group as the place where the god appears to plant the seeds, the only end is complete destruction. Just when Collector felt sorry, a new image suddenly appeared on the screen. Boom! Accompanied by the loud roar of the volcanic eruption, Tianjin group Thiamu slowly woke up. I saw that several eyes gradually lit up on that huge head. When he fully wakes up, it will be the end of the earth. And at this moment, Hula! Tiamu, the god group, suddenly aroused a monstrous wave. And from the waves, an extremely huge head suddenly poked out. Tiamu hasn't fully opened his eyes yet. The huge eel-like head stretched out to his face. The huge eel's eyes are wide open, like a searchlight, staring at Tiamu. Under the gaze of the sea monster, the newly awakened cosmic giant stopped moving, the huge eyes on its head dimmed, and its body slid back into the sea water again. Crack! Looking at the powerless giant in front of him, the gigantic eel monster opened its mouth again and bit Tiamu's face fiercely. Oh my god! Seeing the horrific scene on the light screen, including Odin, the faces of countless people turned extremely pale. Some people even sweated profusely from fright, their legs trembled, and their whole body trembled completely. Eat it! That huge amounts of eel monster actually wanted to eat the giant of the Tenjin group. Chapter 17. Ignorantly. Hiss. The collector gasped, his body haired with shock, and he exclaimed involuntarily. How is this possible? The god group. Looking at the huge amounts of eel on the screen, biting the god Tiamu bit by bit, collector felt a creepy feeling, uncontrollably welling up in his heart. Fear. Terrifying. Shocking. In the entire universe, the celestial group is undoubtedly the oldest and most powerful group. To put it bluntly, apart from the legendary 5 creation gods, the entire universe respects them. And these ancient gods who have almost become synonymous with powerful and invincible were actually eaten by a big eel on a small remote planet. How unbelievable this is! Supreme divinity! After murmuring something in a low voice, Collector suddenly thought that he had been delusional just now, and took this god of eels as a collection, and suddenly gave a wry smile. Dark planet! Hee hee, ha ha ha! Seeing Ananda Shesha on the screen, slowly gnawing off most of the heads of the god group, Nar, the god of symbiosis, froze in place at first, then suddenly his whole body trembled, and he raised his head and laughed wildly. Okay. Okay, why didn't I think of it at the beginning? When he thought of how many years ago, he just slaughtered those god bastards and forgot to eat them, Nelton felt full of regret. As soon as he thought of this, even his mouth automatically secreted a black liquid, which flowed down the corner of his mouth. Interesting, what does the meat of the gods taste like? Sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, Nar laughed ferociously. I really want to try it. Sakar, Cosmic Arena. Oh my god! Gautian Zun's mouth opened wide in an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he froze on his seat, speechless for a long time. Kill the celestial group. And ate it. Even in Gautian Zun's long life of billions of years, he has almost never heard of such a shocking thing. And this unbelievable scene was actually staged in front of him. Gilu. After a long time, Gao Tianzun stared at the screen, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and finally spit out a sentence. This monster is dead anyway. Different from ordinary life, the gods in the universe have some kind of response to each other. When one of the individuals is born in the divine manifestation, other god groups can know it. And when an individual dies unexpectedly, others will know too. When the other god groups learned that their junior was actually eaten by a monster on the earth, they would definitely launch crazy revenge. At that time, this big eel, and this unfortunate earth, there will be no residue left. Asgard. What? As if struck by lightning, Odin froze in place, his face full of horror. Before, the light screen claimed that Indestructible was the supreme divinity, far surpassing ordinary gods, and he still doubted it. And now, the ironclad facts just hit Odin in the face. The born god group, facing Indestructible, didn't even have the power to resist, and was instantly killed in an instant. Just being glanced at, I lost consciousness, and even being swallowed, I didn't react at all. The gaze of this sea monster, how terrifying is it? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Odin's mood was like a roller coaster ride, up and down, and he couldn't calm down. Comatage. The Ancient One magician's eyes suddenly widened, and then the way he looked at the eel on the screen changed. After a long time, the bald magician let out a long breath and said in a low voice. I see, this is the true meaning of thou meal. This supreme divinity, his existence is to fight against other dangerous creatures and protect the earth. At this point, an astonishing idea flashed through Ancient One's heart like a thunderbolt, shaking her whole body. If he is really that high, who gave him the mission of protecting the earth? Could it be? Thinking of the white-haired old man who commanded the Angel Legion before, Ancient One's heart suddenly thumped wildly. Asylum. If she guessed correctly, the Containment Society must have ordered Indestructible to destroy the celestial group. The opponent can even order God, and definitely can order the second supreme divinity. This mysterious organization is indeed protecting the earth silently in secret. Chapter 18. And when Amon-Onundash killed and devoured the ancestor of the god, countless people on the earth held their breath at the same time. Oh! The whole world fell silent almost at the same time. Everyone stared stupidly at the TV, computer, mobile phone, and the screen in the sky, with their mouths wide open and unable to speak. Watching the big eel on the screen eat up the giant's head bit by bit, countless people gasped. Some timid ones even trembled with fright. His hairs stood on end. Even through the screen, people can intuitively feel the horror brought by Indestructible. After a while, the internet of the whole world boiled up. Oh, my God! That eel, no! God Indestructible, it's so strong! Eat it! Did you see it? Indestructible ate the head of the giant, and now he is gnawing on his body. It's too strong, it's terrible. Keep talking, I'm going to change my pants. What's going on here? Why did that eel suddenly attack the giant? The great god Indestructible is mighty. You are the eternal god. And while countless human beings on the earth are terrified and cheering happily, in the depths of the universe. Hula. In a dark space, a giant god with a height of hundreds of thousands of meters is gathering energy to create a big fireball out of thin air. Boom. When the energy condensed to the limit, the big fireball expanded for a while, and then stabilized. A fixed star takes shape. Just hand-rubbing a new sun. Before the god group Judgeralism had time to appreciate his own results, he suddenly felt something strange in his mind. This is Thanos. He is dead. And, his thoughts before death. Arisem the judge concentrated his attention, trying to contact the memory sent by Thanos before his death. But at the moment of mind contact, he saw two huge amounts of eyes. What? Even though he is the oldest and most powerful member of the celestial god group, Arisem the judge felt dizzy after being stared at by this pair of eyes. My mind went blank. What just happened? Standing in space, Judgeralism was silent for a long time. That's huge amounts of fish. Is this the last creature Thanos saw before his death? And, his memory before death can actually affect my thinking. It's unbelievable, the fish's gaze hides some kind of extremely powerful forgetting power. The lifespan is older than the universe originally, and the Judger Arisem with almost infinite experience only pondered for a while before arriving at the answer. Under the influence of this power of forgetting, Thanos gave up thinking, and finally forgot his own existence. That's why, he became food for fish monsters. Thinking of the tragic last scene of Thanos in the memory that was transmitted, Arisem the judge turned around, his eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, and looked at the small planet in the corner of the Milky Way. Earth. In the next second, his huge body disappeared on the spot. X-Men Universe. Ding. The god group Thanos has been neutralized. You have received the reward, weapons of the past and future. Huh? What is this? Seeing the notification that popped up on the computer screen, Wuxia was a little confused. Why does the name of this reward sound so strange? The most incredible thing is that Wuxia spent a lot of time searching back and forth on the horizontal floor plan of Site 17, but she couldn't find the location of the reward. What the hell, is there a bug in this game? Just when Wuxia was puzzled, a new notification popped up in the game. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects that are enough to cause a K-level end of the world scenario, Part 1. 8th place, Containment, the original work. Do you want to put popular videos? The original work, isn't that little peanut? Wuxia looked refreshed. Back then, it was because of this containment that he entered the pit of the shelter. However, just such a statue can actually destroy the world? This is really unheard of. With full of curiosity, Wuxia clicked the mouse. Deliver. Soon, new pictures appeared on the light screens all over the universe. At the same time, a calm voice sounded. Project name, the first work. Object class, Euclid. The original work was transferred to site number 19 of the Containment Society in 1993. No one knows where it originally came from. Chapter 19. On the surface, the original work is a statue made of concrete and steel bars. It looks like a peanut that has been magnified many times, and there are traces of spray paint on the surface. When the original work appears in the field of vision of any creature, including humans, it will remain completely still. But once the observer looks away, even if he just blinks his eyes, the first work will move behind the observer at an astonishingly high speed, and break the opponent's neck. Because of the danger of the subject, the Containment Committee stipulates that when someone enters the containment room of the original work, the number of people must not be less than 3. Moreover, at any moment in the room, there must be 2 people acting as observers, watching the original work with their eyes and preventing each other from moving. MCU Earth, SHIELD. A statue that breaks people's necks. Black Braised Egg frowned, with a faint look of confusion in his eyes. When a new image appeared on the light screen just now, he immediately put his heart in his throat, lest there would be another monster hundreds of kilometers long this time. But looking at it now, although this original work is indeed evil and can kill people, how can it destroy the world? At the moment, in the light screen. Among the countless anomalies contained in the Containment Council, the one that caused them the most headache was a large lizard that could not be killed. This lizard not only has self-healing and resurrection abilities beyond imagination, but also maintains a deep-rooted malice towards all life, including humans. Every time this large lizard breaks through the containment, it will cause astonishing casualties. In order to completely prevent future troubles, the Containment Committee tried countless methods to terminate the life of this big lizard, but they all failed in the end. Ha ha ha. The most unacceptable thing is that this big lizard actually possesses impressive intelligence, and even learned human language. Whenever the Containment Society's execution attempts fail, the big lizard will use human words to mock and threaten them. You stupid trash, after I escape, I will tear you apart one by one. Encountered such humiliation countless times, the technicians in the shelter finally came up with a whimsical idea. That is to send the first work, the reinforced concrete statue, to the containment room of the Indestructible lizard. Maybe, this statue that can break someone's neck can perform miracles. Soon, the original work was packed into a large wooden box and pushed into the execution room of the Indestructible lizard. The immortal lizard didn't hear the sound in the box, but it seemed to smell some ominous smell. It's a familiar and dangerous smell. Wow! In the next second, the wooden box instantly fell apart, revealing the contents inside. It was a strange statue. Looking at the familiar face of first work, the expression on immortal lizard's face instantly froze. The 2 big eyes suddenly widened. An extremely strange feeling swept across its whole body in an instant. This feeling is called fear. Driven by extreme fear, the heart of the Indestructible lizard almost stopped beating. The ferocity in the eyes turned into an unstoppable shock. Ah! The immortal lizard let out an indescribable scream, and retreated frantically, all the way to the corner of the execution room. Boom! 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 The shadow of death invaded like a tide, making the heart of the Indestructible lizard beat wildly, making it feel an unstoppable suffocation. While retreating, it still widened its eyes desperately, staring at the statue in front of it, not even daring to blink. Asylum Society idiots, do you know what you did? After retreating to the corner, the immortal lizard opened its mouth wide and roared in despair, its voice full of panic. This monster! It will destroy you, it will destroy me, it will destroy everything. Chapter 20. Seeing the Indestructible lizard cowering in a corner on the light screen, people all over the world who were watching were basically dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this big lizard so scared? Hehe, did you hear that? The lizard can actually talk, and the voice is still very clear. TCH, it's a lizard that can't be killed no matter what. I thought it was so powerful, but I didn't expect to be afraid of even a statue. Yeah, this statue really doesn't look threatening, it's far from the previous eel god and shy man. Camartage. Statue, lizard. The magic apprentices looked at each other with indescribably strange expressions on their faces. The Ancient One magician also frowned slightly. After experiencing the shock of Ananda Shesha, no matter how earth-shattering the containment will produce, Ancient One feels that he has already prepared himself mentally. But now these two are indeed somewhat different. Strange, why does the containment committee execute this lizard again and again? Yet, isn't their purpose to control, protect, and contain? That's not necessarily the case. You see, the giant under the sea just now was not contained, but was eaten directly. It wasn't the containment council who ate it was the eel. Listening to the apprentices' discussion, Ancient One's heart moved, as if he thought of something. It seems that this shelter still hides a lot of things. At this time, a new image also appeared on the light screen. Damn! These asylum idiots! Shivering in the corner of the wall, the immortal lizard widened its eyes as much as possible, staring at the statue in front of it. Perhaps in the eyes of stupid ordinary humans, this is just a concrete statue, but the lizard knows, this monster is the scariest demon in the last universe generation. In the years before the birth of the current timeline, this demon had many names. The original Nightmare. Ancient Terror. Stone Demon. Dark Slayer. At that time, the horror and power of the Stone Demon were beyond description. And in countless multi-universes, the countless creatures slaughtered by demons use their last blood. Also wrote down another name taboo. Koidern. In the long-forgotten ancient times, when the immortal lizard was still called Adntql Painu, Koidern once slaughtered its entire group. Exterminated a third of its people. Koidern. Thinking of this name, the immortal lizard's soul began to tremble. For countless years, this is the first time it has worried about its own life. The statue in front of me is obviously just a fragment of the Koidern body, or even a projection. But it is enough to threaten the life of the indestructible lizard. In ancient times, the immortal lizard once heard from the tribe that as long as you cast your eyes on Koidern, he will not take your life. But unfortunately, no one can permanently maintain this eye contact. Moreover, this contact also has a counterproductive effect. Koidern will not kill anyone who sets their sights on him, but those who do so will never be able to hurt him. Even if it's just a projection, it's the same. As for the body of Koidern, even the indestructible lizard doesn't know anything. But instinctively, it knows that the statue in front of it is neither abnormal nor normal. It is abnormal, it is also non-abnormal, it is supernormal. Just as the indestructible lizard was staring wide-eyed and thinking frantically about how to survive, the containment committee also took action. Boom! In order to truly execute this large lizard, a mobile task force sharpshooter used a sniper rifle and armor-piercing bullets to hit both eyes of the lizard. Howl! The immortal lizard let out a miserable howl, and began frantically trying to regenerate its blinded eyes. However, no matter how fast it regenerates, it cannot compare to the original work. Ka, 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 ka. Ah. A series of crisp cracking sounds sounded one after another, almost suppressing the miserable howling of the indestructible lizard. Chapter 21. MCU Earth. Seeing the image on the light screen, the audience on the internet was stunned for a while, and then boiled. What's going on? Is that statue, or some sort of multi-universe massacre? This talking lizard is actually a race. It's unbelievable. That is, out there, do other lizards like this exist? TCH, so what if it exists? This lizard can't even beat a statue, so it's nothing special at first glance. At the moment, Kamartaj. Slaying the demons of the multi-universe. Ancient One magician frowned slightly, and his face became serious. As an Asgardian of Earth, it is the duty of Sorcerer Supreme to defend this world from the Mephisto invasion from other dimensions. According to the lizard, this statue is not the devil's body, but just the projection of him. The more Ancient One thought about it, the more dignified his expression became. People who see the statue can't hurt him, and those who don't look at the statue will be killed by the statue. Isn't that invincible? While Ancient One was thinking, an apprentice next to him suddenly asked. Master, do you know what is before the birth of the timeline? Ancient One pondered for a while, and finally let out a breath. If I'm not mistaken, this should refer to the universe before the iteration. The universe iterated several times before the birth of our present universe. Like the devourer of the planet among the 5 gods of creation, he lived from the previous universe to the present. Having said that, Ancient One's brow suddenly showed a hint of worry. If the lizard is not lying, both it and this stone demon are from the universe before the iteration. The containment committee can't wait to kill such an existence. Is it also because they see danger from the lizard? At this time, a new image appeared on the screen. Ah! When the shrill screams gradually disappeared, the researchers of the containment committee in the observation room opened their eyes, and saw the big lizard lying powerlessly in the execution room, and all the bones seemed to have been broken. Huh? What's going on? Researchers of the current situation are very surprised, because when the statue shot to kill people before, it often only broke the neck bone. But this time, it attacked the entire body of the indestructible lizard. Hateful. Lying weakly on the ground, the immortal lizard groaned while his heart was like a mirror. It knows that the devil just wants to torture itself, and it doesn't want to let itself die so easily. If Koidern wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. After the indestructible lizard regenerated from its wounds, the researchers couldn't wait to throw it into the execution room again. Roar! But this time, Master immediately acted first. Shua shua shua. I saw the indestructible lizard roaring loudly, with countless eyes growing all over its body, staring at little Peanut in front of it without blinking. Humph. Shoot and blind all these eyes. Clear. After receiving the order, the sniper in the mobile task force immediately pulled the trigger again. Bang. Bang. But unexpectedly, all the bullets hit the eyes of the indestructible lizard, and then bounced off. It turns out that this big lizard not only has eyes on its body, but also has a layer of hard and transparent carapace outside the eyes. This time, the uncle has learned his lesson and will never give the containment committee any chance to blind himself. What? Seeing this, all the audience in front of the light screen were shocked. Ignorantly. This lizard is so interesting. How come I haven't heard of it before? The collector's eyes shone with excitement, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. There are countless strange creatures in his collection. But none of them can transform at will like the indestructible lizard. This monster seems to have evolved its body into a form that can perfectly adapt according to the difficulties it faces. Touching his chin, Collector suddenly shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. After spending billions of years searching the entire universe, Collector thought there was nothing in the world that he didn't know. But now it seems. He's just a frog in a well. Chapter 22. Relying on the terrible evolutionary adaptation ability, the indestructible lizard persisted in front of the original work for more than 10 hours. Seeing this, the senior management of the containment committee hastily held an emergency meeting. No. The size of the indestructible lizard is too large. Even if its bones are broken in the original work, it can't really kill it. The body mass of this lizard must be reduced to the same level as the original one. Only in this way can the chance of execution be increased. Then do this, chop up this lizard for me. Under the instructions of the high-level staff, the staff of the shelter used high-strength sharp blades to cut the body of the indestructible lizard into pieces. But just like before, these fragments were reborn as a smaller version of indestructible lizard. At this moment, a terrible thing happened. Looking at these small version lizards, the original work actually entered a state of rage. Crack. Click. Bang. Bang. This concrete statue seems to have gone crazy, constantly using various methods to attack the little lizards in front of it, and beat them into some kind of meat sauce that cannot be regenerated. And in this process, the body of the original work was also splashed with a lot of flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, all the staff of the Conservation Society breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that they had finally got rid of this terrible lizard. But no one expected that it didn't take long for the flesh and blood on the original work to gradually gather and reorganize. And finally, a lizard was formed again. This undead monster has been reborn again. On the Earth network, countless people were shocked. Oh, my God! What's the matter with that lizard? Ha ha ha! Cut into pieces and turned into a smaller version of myself? Is it a character from a funny anime? Carrot. Don't be kidding, maybe this guy is the real thing. Literally an unkillable monster. Sakar, Cosmic Arena. There are such creatures in the world. Gao Tianzun opened his eyes wide and stared at the screen, then suddenly stood up from the sofa with ecstasy on his face. What an interesting battle it would be if you could send the indestructible lizard into the arena. Gladiators from all over the universe will frantically try to defeat and kill this giant lizard. But no matter how hard they try, they will fail in the end. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the unbelievable expressions those gladiators would show when they were finally defeated, Gao Tianzun only felt his heart warm up. Although he likes to watch strong fighters fight, he prefers to cheat in the fight and let his favorite player win. Asgard. What is this lizard? Seeing the indestructible lizard reborn from a pile of flesh and blood fragments, Thor felt his whole body go numb, and even his hairs stood on end. Thor now understands more clearly than anyone else how terrifying this undead monster is. Before, that shy white man almost beat him to death. The most frightening thing is that the regeneration ability of this big lizard on the screen seems to be more powerful than that white monster. At this time, a new image suddenly appeared on the screen, and a calm narration sounded. In the infinite multi-universe, there are countless containment societies. In most of the parallel universes, the original works are well contained in Site 19. After all, it is a cement statue, and it will not move autonomously under normal circumstances. But in a certain parallel universe, the original work directly led to a tragedy that spread to the world. That is, an XK-level end of the world scenario. On this day, when several D-class personnel were sent to clean up the original work containment room, an unbelievable thing happened. This statue suddenly became two. For unknown reasons, the first work actually copied itself. Facing the two statues, those D-class personnel were quickly twisted and their necks were broken. But, it's just the beginning. Soon, 2 statues became 4, and 4 became 8. Moreover, these statues started to move autonomously when there was no one around. It's as if they are all alive. Chapter 23. Run quickly. Help, there are more and more statues. Facing the tide-like army of peanuts, the staff at Site 19 couldn't resist at all, they could only scream and run for their lives. This terrible containment breach directly destroyed the entire 19 sets of sites. Numerous casualties were caused. After the incident, the researchers of the Foundation discovered a more terrifying fact after studying the surveillance video. These clones of Peanut can not only move independently, but even cooperate closely. In the video, some replicas will use their bodies to block the way of the Containment Society personnel, while other replicas will take the opportunity to twist their necks. Not only that, when someone tries to fix one of the replicas with his sight, the other replicas will teleport behind him. Then, crack. Facing such a large group of peanuts who are extremely fast and can cooperate with each other, human resistance is doomed to fail from the very beginning. Facing this unprecedented severe situation, the Containment Committee decided to put all the replicas of the captured peanuts into sealed iron cans. Then transfer all these tin cans to the surface of the moon through the transfer pool. It's a pity that the Containment Society's actions are still too slow. After the little peanut replica broke through containment, only 24 hours later, their number has increased to an uncontrollable level. On the North American continent alone, there are astronomical numbers of humans who died at the hands of these replicas. Facing the catastrophe caused by the statue, many people called it the end of the world in horror. Seeing this scene, countless viewers on the earth felt their scalps go numb. I'm going, what kind of operation is this? The statue actually came alive. This statue was originally alive. As long as someone doesn't look at it, it will break that person's neck. I understand the truth, but why can these statues replicate themselves? It's so scary. I finally know why this statue is listed as a containment that can destroy the world. Camartage. Magician. Is there some black magic attached to this statue? Yet. I also think that this strange statue seems to be cursed by a demon. Hearing the apprentice's questions, Ancient One pondered for a moment, then said solemnly. Perhaps, this thing is not a statue at all. Ah? What did you say? Oh. Have you forgotten? The big lizard once claimed that the statue he faced was actually the projection of an ancient demon in the world. Ancient One frowned slightly, and said seriously. If it's not wrong, then the disaster in the parallel universe is easy to explain. It is precisely because these statues are projections of the same existence. That's why they can have a unified autonomous consciousness. Only then can they copy themselves so easily. Because what is to be copied is a kind of mirror image from the beginning. At this time, a new image appeared on the light screen. Here is an underground bunker reinforced by reinforced concrete. A blonde beauty researcher is wearing a white coat, with a necklace of huge amounts of gemstones hanging around her neck, and she is recording a video nervously at the computer screen. This is Dr. Bright's personal log. Last week alone, I've been killed by those statues 37 times. Those monsters seem to be able to smell me. No matter how many times I die, they will find me and kill me. These guys have formed an army of tens of thousands, and there is no way to stop them. Speaking of which, the beautiful woman who called herself Dr. Bright suddenly sighed. The North American Containment Society site has almost been wiped out. Some people said before that they wanted to evacuate nearby civilians, but I don't think it makes sense anymore. Now in North America, there may only be a few hundred people alive. The only good news is... Female Dr. Bright forced a smile. Those statues grabbed the big lizard and tore it into countless pieces. After that, the lizard never came back to life again, it died. X-Men Universe. Ding. Just as Wu Xia was concentrating on watching the live broadcast, she suddenly heard the sound of a system notification. Containment popularization points have exceeded 60 million. You get a reward, the command right of the containment Little Peanut, 3 times. Chapter 24. Seeing Dr. Bright's desolate account on the screen, the Earth's network immediately boiled. Holy St. The North American continent is completely wiped out? This is really the end of the world. Wait a minute, I'm in North America now, but I don't see any statues of murder. Stupid. What happened on the light screen happened in the parallel universe, which is another world. I understand the truth, but why is the containment in this world so weak that it can't even beat a bunch of statues? Yet, can't the Containment Society command God? It's simply greater than God. I can't understand, my head is dizzy. And who is that female doctor? She said she died 37 times. What's going on? Could it be that this woman has the regenerative healing factor just like the indestructible lizard? Los Angeles Mansion. It's too disappointing that such a powerful shelter will be wiped out by the statue. Stark curled his lips, reached out to stroke his chin, and a sudden smile appeared on his face. Speaking of which, the female doctor who calls herself Bright is really beautiful. Even such beauties dared to attack, and killed more than 30 times in a row. These statues are really inhumane. Unfortunately, this Dr. Bright lives in another parallel universe, otherwise, I really want to be with her. Thinking of his pride, the corners of Stark's mouth curled up. Doctor of Beauty with regenerative healing factor. Such a rare object, even Tony, who has read countless women, can't help but feel a deep curiosity. Comatage. Facing countless apprentices, Ancient One Magician said in a deep voice. Maybe, it's not because the containment of the parallel universe is too weak, but because the statues are too strong. What? Magician? Are you serious? A group of statues, can they be stronger than God? Hearing such shocking remarks, let alone ordinary apprentices, even senior magicians like Wangda Magician and Moto were shocked. Although the indestructible lizard had also called Peanut an ancient devil in the live broadcast before, but these people still had some doubts in their hearts. Seeing this, Ancient One sighed slightly. Have you forgotten? That strange big lizard can regenerate infinitely even if it is cut into pieces. But as long as you are killed by this statue, you will never be able to live again. In other words, this statue has the ability to ignore regeneration and kill all life. Speaking of this, Ancient One's heart moved again. The big lizard also said that if you stare at the statue, although you can save your own life, you can't hurt it anymore. If you don't look at the statue, you will be instantly killed by it. Whether you look at it or not, that monster is invincible. This is the projection of the superior existence. At this moment, an apprentice suddenly asked. Ancient One Magician, if that statue can really kill people ignoring regeneration, how can that female Dr. Bright be killed 37 times and still be alive? Ah! Upon hearing this, Ancient One also froze there, not knowing what to say for a while. Shield. This is troublesome. Cold sweat was faintly visible on the head of the black stewed egg, and he ordered in a deep voice. Phil Coulson, quickly activate worldwide monitoring, and notify me as soon as there is any news related to the moving statue. Clear. A middle-aged agent who was slightly bald on the top of his head immediately took the order and left, while the rest of the agents looked at each other with ugly expressions. The world is so big, to find a statue that may be dangerous, this is simply looking for a needle in a haystack. Director, you don't have to worry too much. Seeing the appearance of sweat on the forehead of the black marinated egg, Black Widow hurried forward, trying to comfort in a low voice. If this abnormal statue really appears on our Earth, the Containment Committee will not sit idly by. Asylum. Black Braised Egg couldn't laugh or cry, and gave Natasha Romanoff a dissatisfied look. Protecting the world should have been the duty of S.H.I.E.L.D. As our agent, why did you first think of the Asylum Council when something happened to you? At this moment, an agent rushed into the lobby in a hurry and shouted. The director is not good, London seems to have encountered an alien attack. What did you say? All the agents were almost dumbfounded when they heard this. First of all, there are weird containment objects, why are there even aliens popping up now? Alien. Unexpectedly, the black stewed egg was lifted up by hearing it. Fighting aliens or something, he did it decades ago. This is his old profession. Meanwhile, the X-Men universe. This little peanut, what should I use? Looking at Site 17 on the computer screen, Wu Xia scratched her head, as if she was having a difficult time. On the horizontal version of the floor plan, in a containment room marked 173, there is already a strange statue that looks like an enlarged version of Peanut. On the door of the room, a number 3 appeared faintly. It is said that it can be used 3 times, but after Little Peanut is released, if it starts to copy itself and kill anyone it sees, wouldn't that be the end of the world? The world is gone, how can I play this game? Just when Wu Xia was in trouble, another game notification popped up on the screen. Ding! For unknown reasons, the Dark Elves have invaded the Earth, so a new mission was issued. The main task goal is to contain or neutralize the leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith. The objective of the side mission is to contain Jane Foster possessed by TIE particles. TIE particles? Wu Xia frowned, and suddenly felt something was wrong. There's something wrong with this timeline. Chapter 25. First, the Celestial Group woke up early, and now the Dark Elves are invading the Earth. This is completely wrong with the original Marvel timeline. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Wu Xia pinched the bridge of her nose, looked around, and suddenly burst out laughing. Now, find yourself in another version of the Marvel movie universe. In the original storyline of the X-Men, there is no such person as Wu Xia. Forget it, don't care about these things, it's important to complete the task first. Wu Xia thought for a while, but in the end, she turned her attention to Peanut's containment room. To deal with Malekith, ordinary mobile task forces will never be able to do it. As for the containment that I can order, the hatred of the star has no clear function, and the weapons of the past and future may have a bug, and I can't even find it. So, with some worry and curiosity, Wu Xia clicked the mouse. Little Peanut, I hope you won't let me down. London. What's wrong? What happened? The pale-faced Jane Foster was lying on the hospital bed, holding the mobile phone in her right hand, her face full of bewilderment. Just a few days ago, she and her colleagues came to a factory in the suburbs of England to do research. As a result, she accidentally entered a strange space, and was possessed by some kind of strange red liquid. After leaving that space, Jane Foster felt dizzy and weak, so she had to be admitted to the hospital. Although relying on her mobile phone, she knew about the containment meetings exposed happening all over the world. And just when Jane Foster was shocked by the live broadcast on the mobile phone, a series of explosions sounded outside the window. Boom. Accompanied by explosions and shocks. The door of the ward where the watermelon is located crashes open. A slender, pale-skinned strange man in black armor broke in. Ha, TIE particles, they are actually on your body. Malekith looked at the watermelon who was at a loss, and just waved his hand, knocking her out. Then, he grabbed the watermelon and walked out of the hospital. At the moment, the street outside has turned into a battlefield. Boom. Da-da-da. Huge amounts of strange warships, staying in midair, and dark elves holding high-tech weapons. He is riding various flight machines and raging around the city. It turns out that not long ago, the dark elf who had been sleeping for thousands of years was suddenly awakened. The reason they wake up is because someone got TIE particles. As the former holder of ether, Malekith quickly located the TIE particles, traveled all the way to London, and found the watermelon. TIE particles have been obtained, let's go. Malekith gave an order, and all the dark elves boarded the huge amounts of cross-shaped mothership. Hehe, these earthlings are really weak, and the imported weapons are so primitive. However, what is that huge light curtain in the sky? Whatever, His Majesty Malekith has already obtained the ether, and the entire universe will soon be swallowed by darkness. Swoosh. After all the crew boarded the ship, the Dark Elf's cross-lettered ship instantly activated the jump engine and disappeared over London. At the same time, a new picture appeared on the light screens all over the world. Asgard. Huh? That's a Dark Elf. How is that possible? Seeing the cross-letter ship that suddenly appeared on the screen, Odin's one eye suddenly widened, his cheeks twitched slightly twice, and his expression became extremely exciting. Father, you can't read it wrong, right? Thor's mouth was wide open, his tone full of disbelief. What Dark Elves, isn't it made up in a storybook? That's not the story. Odin glanced at Thor with a complicated expression, and said, Tens of thousands of years ago, my father, King Bauer, wiped out this group of lunatics who wanted to cover the universe with darkness. But now it seems that there are still fish that slip through the net. Before Odin finished speaking, his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had seen something unbelievable. I saw the picture on the screen turn, from the outside of the 10-letter ship to the inside. Inside the mothership, in a corner of a corridor, at some point, a strange statue has appeared. Is that, the neck-twisting statue? When Thor saw it, he immediately screamed in surprise. How did this ghost statue get to that mothership? Odin couldn't answer this question, he could only frown, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. The Dark Elf, who should have been extinct long ago, suddenly appeared, and was related to this dangerous containment object again. What does this mean? At the same time, the internet all over the world is boiling. My god, isn't that the original work? What the hell is going on? News. Big news, a group of aliens in a cross-shaped spaceship just raided London. Cross-shaped spaceship? Are you talking about, the one on the screen? Ha ha ha. These idiots actually came to the Earth and snatched back the first work. Now, those aliens are all dead. No way, even if aliens really invaded, why would they grab a statue? While everyone was arguing, the picture on the light screen changed again. With super technology, the mothership of the Dark Elves quickly broke through the distance of countless light years and landed on a dark and desolate planet. This is the hometown of the Dark Elves, Wathium. Let's go. Lord Malekith is going to extract the TIE particles. This is a once-in-a-lifetime scene. A large group of Dark Elves rushed out of their room, preparing to leave the mothership and land on the planet. But just when everyone rushed into the corridor excitedly, a sudden change occurred. Crack. Accompanied by a clear sound, the neck of a Dark Elf suddenly turned 180 degrees. Thump. This unlucky guy collapsed to the ground before he even had time to scream. What happened? God of Darkness, what the hell is this? The rest of the Dark Elves were taken aback. When they instinctively turned around, they were shocked. I saw a statue with a strange appearance, like an enlarged version of Peanut, standing quietly behind the corpse of their companion. The next second, something even more terrifying happened. Buzz. From the statue, a strange fluctuation emanated, and then it splits into two. Chapter 26. Looking at the little peanut that suddenly split into two, the Dark Elves in the corridor were all stunned. And when they were in a daze, there was a strange fluctuation from the two little peanuts, and then they split into four again. Fire. Destroy them. Finding that something was wrong, the Dark Elf quickly raised the beam weapon and fired wildly at the statues in front of him. Crack. 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 But it's unbelievable that all the light beams hit the statues without stirring up even a little dust. What is this statue made of? It can't be moved. Seeing that the weapon failed, the Dark Elves were all shocked, and they didn't know what to do for a while. At this time, just hear click. Accompanied by a creepy sound, a soldier's head was turned behind his back, and then he collapsed directly on the ground. And behind him, at some point, a little peanut statue has appeared. God! Where did this statue come from? Looking at the statue that suddenly appeared behind their teammates, all the Dark Elves screamed out of extreme fear. Just when they were terrified and flustered. Crack! 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 In less than a dozen seconds, the necks of nearly 10 dark elves were twisted into twists, and they turned into corpses. And after the dust settled, the statue of Little Peanut has actually added value to 16 pieces. Seeing this scene, the network on MCU Earth suddenly boiled. Oh, my God! This is so scary, I'm in a cold sweat watching it. It's scary, why are these statues so fast? I can't even see the shadow of their movements. Strange, aren't they made of steel and concrete? Why can't those alien weapons hurt these statues? Yet, there was only one at first, but now it has become more than a dozen. This kind of monster statue is too scary. If you let them increase in value infinitely, it won't take long before I will fill the earth. At the moment, SHIELD. Reinforced concrete? Stop kidding. Black Braised Egg narrowed his eyes, gritted his teeth and looked at the dark elf weapon on the screen, recalling the past in his mind. In his youth, he used to be with Captain Marvel. Fought against the Kree. And the weapons of these black aliens on the screen seem to be more advanced than the Kree aliens. If the statue is really made of concrete from the earth, how can it block this alien beam? Director. As soon as Black Braised Egg turned around, he immediately saw Natasha Romanoff's somewhat stiff face. The technicians in the bureau have already tried to use cameras to record the images on the light screen outside. The technicians slowed down the recorded images as much as possible, but even at a speed of 100,000th, they couldn't capture the actions of these statues at all. Natasha Romanoff. What are you talking about? How is this possible? Oh. Natasha Romanoff swallowed hard, and said with a pale face. Director, in the face of this situation, the only explanation is, these statues did not move, they teleported directly behind the enemy. Teleport. Black Braised Dan felt a bang in his head, as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer, and he became dizzy for an instant. An army of murderous statues that are intelligent, indestructible, can add value infinitely, and can move instantly. Who can resist this shit? Such a horrible thing, no wonder it can cause the end of the world scenario. Even the containment committees of different universes can't do anything about them. Camartage. Invincible, immune to all attacks. The Ancient One Magician's fan stopped, and she frowned slightly, lowered her head to meditate for a while, and suddenly a look of dismay flashed in her eyes. Once you look away, it will teleport behind you and kill you. It cannot kill you if you keep your eyes on it. But in this case, you can't hurt it either. Is it invincible? X-Men Universe. Teleportation? Little Peanut, you still have this skill. Seeing the ghostly statues slaughtering dark elves on the computer screen, Wu Xia was a little surprised at first. But after thinking for a while, he nodded again. In Wu Xia's memory, Little Peanut first appeared in Site 19 of the Containment Society inexplicably. No one knows where it came from. It is very possible that this statue just teleported over there. Vanaheim, plane. Come, my ether. With a whole team of cursed warriors, Malekith stood on the wilderness outside the Cross Letters ship, raised his hand and aimed at Jane Foster. Hula la. Jane Foster's body floated into the air, and a large amount of crimson liquid emerged from her 5 sense organs. Ha ha ha. Malekith laughed wildly, absorbed all the red liquid in the air into his body. As long as he integrates TIE particles and waits for an opportunity to cooperate with celestial body aggregation, he can bring eternal darkness to the universe. Seeing this scene, countless people in the universe were shocked. Asgard. Ether. How is this possible? Odin froze in place, staring dumbfounded at the screen in the sky, his mind was in chaos. When he was a child, his father Bauer once told Odin himself that he had destroyed the Dark Elves and TIE particles together. But the scene in front of him completely overturned Odin's cognition. It turned out that what his father said were all lies. Moreover, Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, has already integrated TIE particles. Oops. The muscles on his face trembled, and Odin suddenly shouted. Get ready to activate Bifrost. I will lead an army into Vanaheim and wipe out the Dark Elves. Ignorantly. It's actually a reality gem. Collector's eyes widened, and his hands were shaking with excitement. This is one of the 6 infinite gems, as long as you get one, you can master the most original power in the universe. Damn it! Such a precious treasure was taken away by dirty Dark Elves. Seeing that Malekith had completely integrated TIE particles, although Collector's envious eyes turned red, he could only sigh helplessly. If this Dark Elf can really control the power of the reality gem, there are not many people in the entire universe who can stop him. And at this moment, Vanaheim. While experiencing the power of TIE particles, Malekith suddenly heard a series of screams. Help! Master Malekith, save us quickly! Crack! Turning around, Malekith's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 27. Under the astonished eyes of Malekith, one after another strange statues surged out of the cross-lettered ship. Although these statues look bulky, they move so fast that you can't even see them clearly. Run! Click! Click! Those dark elf soldiers ran away desperately, but the statues appeared behind them like ghosts, twisting the necks of the soldiers mercilessly. What the hell is this? Seeing the massacre of his subordinates, Malekith immediately became furious, pointing at the cursed warriors around him and shouting. Go destroy these statues and crush them into pieces. Follow orders. Several huge, hideous cursed warriors with 2 horns on their head and body took orders in a deep voice, and then rushed towards the center of the battlefield. Asgard. This is the cursed warrior. And, there are so many. Looking at the terrible giant sent out by Malekith on the screen, Odin's heart trembled suddenly, and a look of dread appeared on his face. His father Bauer once mentioned that these monsters are undead warriors created by dark elves using TIE particles. Cursed warriors are nearly impossible to kill by normal means. Also has a near-immortal self-healing ability. The hateful dark elf actually hides such a powerful strength. Thinking that Malekith has acquired the power of TIE particles, plus a large number of cursed warriors, Odin, who was still full of fighting spirit just now, suddenly hesitated. Just being a cursed warrior has a power similar to that of Thor, or even surpasses it. Roar. Kill. The 6 cursed warriors let out an astonishing roar, took steps that could shake the earth, and charged towards the army of statues in front of them. Being stared at by these cursed warriors, the statue standing in the front froze in place, unable to move anymore. But, swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the 6 statues in the rear spanned a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared behind the cursed warrior almost at the same time, and then, crack, crack. The clear and crisp sound was endless, and the necks of all the cursed warriors were twisted into twists. The face that was forcibly turned to the back, staring blankly at the statue in front of him, cursed the warrior with black blood flowing from his mouth, his eyes darkened, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. None of the 6 cursed warriors got up. They are all dead. How can it be? Seeing this appalling scene, Malekith suddenly changed color, his eyes almost protruded from their sockets, and he stopped breathing for a moment. As long as he can entangle Odin, these 6 cursed warriors are enough to destroy the entire Asgard. Such a powerful monster was killed by a few statues in seconds. Moreover, cursed fighters can resurrect no matter what kind of damage they encounter, why they just twist their necks and they die. Asgard. What? The cursed warrior actually. Odin's eyes widened, his eyelids twitched, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. Even his father, King Bauer, the monster that everyone thought was difficult to deal with, died so easily. What are these statues? Father King. At this time Loki also came over and said weakly. I think, we'd better hold off on sending troops to Vanaheim. These statues are so weird, and they seem to kill on sight. If you don't stare at them, they will break their necks. Odin was silent when he heard it, but there was already a shaken look on his face. The order to assemble the army has been issued, and now, you want him to retreat before the battle? Moreover, if it is facing the true God who commands angel, then forget it. Now, even when you encounter a group of statues, you have to stay away? Do you want to lose the face of his 9 realms God King? At the same time, the Earth network is also very lively. Wow! The original work is amazing, an alien. It's so cool to watch. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _ mathematical intersection symbol, oh. Humph. These black-skinned aliens dare to invade the Earth, let the containment teach them a lesson. Are you not afraid at all? If this statue appears on the Earth, it may lead to the end of the world. What are you afraid of? I guess the reason why this statue will attack the aliens is probably sent by the Containment Committee. Yet, the Containment Council can even be manipulated by God. What is a statue? Ha ha ha, the Containment Society in our universe is indeed the most powerful. At the same time, the picture on the light screen has also undergone new changes. Damn monster! Malekith let out a roar, and his body suddenly floated into the air. His whole body was covered in a dark red liquid. During the countless years of ancient times, the Dark Elves have mastered the method of controlling TIE particles through exploration. Hula! As soon as Malekith stretched out his hand, the endless red liquid turned into countless long spears, stabbing at the army of statues in front of him from all directions. Ding ding ding! Clear sounds continued to sound, and these ether spears stabbed fiercely at the bodies of more than a dozen statues. Then, nothing happened. Malekith, who was floating in the air, stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. That was an attack from TIE particles, even Odin didn't dare to fight it. How could these statues? Just when Malekith doubted his life, one of the statues hit by the ether spear suddenly had a crack on his face. Crack! The lower half of the face of this little peanut statue began to fall off after cracking, revealing the contents inside. What's this? As if attracted by a black hole, Malekith's line of sight was involuntarily drawn in, looking all the way into the damaged inner cavity of the statue. Ah! After only one glance, Malekith raised his head and screamed. Horrifying cosmic images and endless transcendental concepts poured into his mind along his line of sight like raging waves. Supreme Divinity. Narrative Echelon. Infinite Dimensions. Sea of Hume. Pataphysics. and the supernormal state that transcends all infinity, diversity, oneness, infinity, and omnipotence. In the face of these indescribable, incomprehensible, and even uncarryable knowledge, Malekith's head swelled wildly like a balloon that was inflated, and finally, boom! Only hearing a crisp sound, the head of the Dark Elf King first exploded, and then his whole body shattered, turning into countless fragments. P.S. This chapter is really hard to write, please ask for comments, flowers, and monthly tickets. Smiley face, Chapter 28. Just as Little Peanut's face was shattered, revealing the inner cavity, a tiny flow of information energy also leaked out from this cavity and spread into the MCU universe. Buzz. At this moment, this flow of information energy surpassed particles, photons, and quanta. It penetrated the boundary of the universe at an astonishing speed, and radiated out to the entire multi-universe. At the same time, in a crystal wall system space outside the multi-universe, a big bald man in a robe is concentrating on observing the world outside the crystal wall. He is the first peeping Tom race in the universe, a member of the Observer family. Uatu. Just when Uatu was concentrating on peeping, an inexplicable chill suddenly hit his body. Who is it? Uatu frowned, turned his head instinctively, and glanced in the direction of the chill. Through a resplendent crystal wall, his gaze immediately entered another universe, and then traveled through countless light years before landing on a barren planet. Is this the hometown of the Dark Elves, Vanaheim? Uatu narrowed his eyes full of doubt and incomprehension. As a multi-universe level observer, let alone a group of Dark Elves, even Reality Gem, is not in the eyes of Uatu. Unless someone can gather all 6 infinite gems and fully grasp their power, he is eligible to be compared with him. Therefore, Uatu was full of puzzlement and even more curious at the moment. Just now, where did that information flow full of ominous smell and vast energy come from? Wait, it seems that there is something strange. Concentrating his attention, Uatu quickly locked on an area on Vanaheim. In this area, stands a Dark Elf's cross-shaped warship. On the ground, there were corpses of Dark Elves all over. There was a battle just now? Someone slaughtered these elves. The necks of these elves seem to have been twisted. Huh? Are those TIE particles? Observing the dark red liquid floating in the air and constantly swirling, Uatu's curiosity became more and more intense. Depending on the situation, these Dark Elves even have the Reality Gem in their hands. But even so, they were still defeated and even slaughtered. There are not many strong people in the entire universe who can do this. Who exactly? Soon, observers turned their attention to a group of statues on the battlefield. The shape of this group of statues is so strange. One of them seems to be damaged. While analyzing, the observer's eyes glanced over the statue with a damaged face. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at the broken face of the statue. In the crystal wall system space, the bald Uatu's face suddenly changed drastically, and he stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, but it was too late. Ah! With a scream, blood flowed from Uatu's eyes, and he fell backwards, sitting on the ground in an extremely ugly way. What? What the hell is that statue? With his hands covering his eyes, blood was still constantly flowing from his fingers. Uatu sat on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just now, when his eyes swept over the hole in the statue's face, an indescribable terror swept across his whole body in an instant. At that moment, Uatu even felt in a trance that his soul would almost be torn into pieces by the endless information, and then washed away. Who? Still not daring to let go of his hands, Uatu sat on the ground, panting with difficulty. If you look at it for an extra second, no. Even if it's 1,000th, or even 1/10,000th of a second. Will I still be alive? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. Feeling the stinging pain from his eyes, Uatu even inexplicably felt the joy of surviving after the catastrophe. In any case, after looking directly at the weird statue, at least he survived. In fact, Uatu was not the only one who was shocked by the information energy flow released by the Little Peanut statue. In the vast and boundless Marvel universe, several broad, magnificent and unfathomable gazes were cast in the direction of Vanaheim almost at the same time. But soon, all of these gazes coincided with each other, withdrew. This feeling should come from the existence of the upper plane. It's not a multi-universe, is it an omnipotent universe? No. It feels much higher. Nearly infinite. Beyond infinite. Could it be that even the Life Tribunal? Don't get close, don't stare, and absolutely don't disturb him. That kind of existence that transcends everything, if the real body comes, our universe may. Alas! If that kind of thing really happens, we can only enter the next round of iteration. Garland, you have a lot of experience in this. Just when these cosmic powers were silent like cicadas, almost hugging each other to keep warm. On Vanaheim. Seeing that all the Dark Elves were dead, and the countless Little Peanut statues that had been increased densely, began to disappear one by one. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! It's as if they teleported to another place. Soon, the last statue also disappeared without a trace. On the surface of Vanaheim, only countless corpses of dark elves and an unconscious human woman remained. Chapter 29. In the deep space of the universe. This feeling, did that superior existence take back the projection of his should be. Our universe, this is considered to have escaped a catastrophe. Garland, you won't be disappointed if you missed an opportunity for iteration. Humph. My stomach is hungry after hearing such a tasteless joke. Do you want to continue investigating this matter? Well, let my creation go for a walk. At the moment, in the space not far from the Earth, the celestial group Judger is rushing at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Realizing that the nascent celestial group Tiamat was swallowed by sea monsters on the Earth, Judger decided to rush to this small planet on the border of the galaxy to find out what was going on. If necessary, let the whole planet, and that sea monster, be buried with Tiamat. And just as Arizam's huge body crossed the galaxy, a huge phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. Master Eternal. Looking at the majestic body in front of him, which seemed to be assembled from infinite universes, Alizem quickly stopped and bowed to his creator. Alizem's body is hundreds of thousands of meters high, but in front of the eternal phantom, it is as small as sand. This extreme gap is not purely due to volume, but the coercion of personality. Arizem. The voice of eternity was not loud, but it easily shook every cell in the judge body. It made him shudder. Not long ago, there was an existence from a higher universe that projected its own projection onto Vanaheim in the 9 realms. I order you to go there to investigate, but don't need to delve into it. If there is no result, just retreat immediately. As ordered. Alizem accepted the order in a daze. When he looked up, the eternal projection had disappeared. The existence of the upper universe. Turning his gaze to the other side of the galaxy, Alizem couldn't help showing a hint of horror on his face. As the most powerful person in the group of gods, apart from the 5 gods of creation, there are not many people in the entire universe who can put him in their eyes. But if the other party is really from the superior universe, maybe just a look can kill him physically and mentally. Master Eternal, your task. Alizem remained silent, but his heart was overwhelmed. Ignorantly. What? Looking at Malekith who exploded in midair on the screen, Collector was dazed, his eyes filled with disbelief. This guy controls TIE particles. That is, reality gems. Why did he die out of nowhere? Moreover, those statues are not even afraid of TIE particles attacks? After thinking for a long time but unable to come up with an answer, Collector scratched his grey hair, his old wrinkled face showed curiosity. These strange statues are exactly the same as those in the previous Light Curtain live broadcast. It's strange how they got to the Dark Elf's battleship. Moreover, the last explosion of Malekith was also caused by these statues? What exactly is this means? Is this the power of the contents? Turning around, looking left and right at the countless glass cabinets around, Collector suddenly sighed regretfully. The collections in these cabinets can be regarded as rare unaided treasures in the world. But none of them can compare with the contents. Buzz. At this moment, Collector suddenly and vaguely felt an invisible energy fluctuation, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his head, and his whole body became cold all of a sudden. What? Collector trembled all over, looked around in horror, but found nothing. What's wrong? Where did the fluctuation just now come from? Swallowing with some difficulty, Collector suddenly felt his vest go cold. He had lived for billions of years, and this was the first time he had felt this way. Asgard. Malekith is dead. Thor raised his head stupidly, his mouth was wide open, and the expression on his face was wonderful. Malekith, who integrated the ether, actually exploded. Odin's face was full of doubts, and there was a hint of horror in his eyes. As the king of the Dark Elves, even if Malekith's strength is not as good as his, it shouldn't be much worse. And after integrating TIE particles, he even caught up with level Godfather. How could such a strong man die inexplicably without a whole body? Could it be that statue? Thinking of a possibility, Odin took a low breath, and his heart beat uncontrollably. Thor. Odin suddenly turned around and said with a serious expression. If you see that weird statue in the future, you must run away. No. Keep your eyes on it first, then get as far away as possible. Ah. Looking at the solemn father, Thor's face was full of confusion, and his whole body was in a mess. Growing up, Odin never taught him to run for his life. What's wrong, father? Is it old and confused? Seeing Thor's expression seemed a little disrespectful, Odin frowned, and suddenly remembered something, couldn't help shouting. Thor, I haven't asked you about the past. Why on earth are you taking the 3 warriors to Jotunheim? Because of you, Vestag died there. Kamatage. As if aware of something, Ancient One's expression suddenly changed drastically. This feeling is an energy shock from another dimension. Where did it come from? Chapter 30. X-Men Universe. I never thought that peanut would be so easy to use. Looking at the statue reappearing in the containment room of 173 on the game screen, Wu Xia couldn't help laughing. When the task of containing Malekith first appeared, he only activated Little Peanut with the idea of a dead horse as a living horse doctor and gave the order. Unexpectedly, this statue actually teleported out, and even ran directly to the mothership of the Dark Elves. It's as if it is really intelligent and knows what to do. The most amazing thing is that after the return, the countless Little Peanut statues that were proliferated all disappeared. It seems that they are combined again. Huh? Why did the statue's name change? Suddenly feeling something strange, Wuxia zoomed in on the game screen, stared at the 173 containment room for a while, and then she could tell. On top of Little Peanut's head, there was originally a line titled The First Work. But now, there is actually a parenthesis behind the title. The First Work, Supernormal Projection. Supernormal? What is this? Wuxia scratched her head, suddenly feeling a little dazed. In fact, he only has a half knowledge about the contained objects, and he doesn't know what this supernormal state really means. Forget it, anyway, there are still 2 opportunities to command Little Peanut, and in the actual application process, let's understand it later. At this moment, a game notification popped up on the computer screen. Ding! Malekith has been neutralized. You get a reward, the containment, super finishing, transmission pool. Teleport pool? Super finishing? What is this? Wuxia was taken aback when she heard this, and turned her attention to the horizontal floor plan of Site 17. Soon, he found a pink children's paddling pool in a containment room marked 120. What is unusual is that there is actually a console attached to this playing pool. Well, let me see, how does this thing work? After spending some time, Wuxia looked up the description of the 120 containment room, and finally understood the purpose of this containment. This playing pool originally had the ability to travel through space. Anyone who gets in can be teleported to other places. Therefore, its original name was called Transfer Pool. And the current pool seems to have been processed by another container, and has become some kind of power upgrade enhanced version. As long as you enter the target location on the console, you can teleport to any place in the universe as you like. Even, there is a chance to teleport to other universes. Good guy. This is too powerful. Wuxia took a deep breath, with surprise on her face. According to the instructions, the original transfer destination of the transfer pool is fixed, only 11. But now, it can teleport almost infinitely, at the level of the multi-universe. This teleportation ability has surpassed the space gem. Reached the level of artifact. It can be refined and turned into an artifact. How can this be done? It's simply against the sky. Wuxia thought about it, and vaguely recalled in her mind, a containment that she had read about. Universal Conversion Machine. Barely remembered the name, but Wuxia couldn't remember the actual content of this containment object, so she simply left it behind. Forget it. I still have a task to complete. Glancing at the taskbar of the game, Wuxia smiled again. This side mission needs to contain Jane Foster. But this woman is now in Vanaheim. Under normal circumstances, Wuxia would not be able to complete this task at all. But with this super transfer pool, that's another story. Wuxia stretched out the mouse and clicked on containment room 120. Jane Foster, come to me. At the moment, Asgard. Enough. You vain, greedy, and cruel brat. Odin glared at the rebellious Thor in front of him, and shouted with beard and hair. Injured your fellows through your stupidity. You betrayed those who loved you. Just now, the father and son quarreled over Thor's trespass in Jotunheim, and it got out of hand. Father. You. Thor still wants to defend himself, but Odin can't help but take his Mjolnir, and then. The father of God Odin. Banish you now. Crack. I saw a strong light from Mjolnir in Odin's hand, which just hit Thor and sent him far into Bifrost's portal. Whoever wields this hammer, so long as he is worthy, shall gain the power of Thor. After saying this sentence to the hammer, with a wave of his hand, Odin threw Mjolnir through the portal as well. Father. Seeing what Odin did, Loki, who stood aside, frowned, suddenly felt something was wrong. For thousands of years, Odin has been extremely fond of Thor, so why does he suddenly seem like a different person? Silently looking at the dimmed portal, Odin sighed wordlessly with a heavy expression on his face. My son, the world has become more and more dangerous. If you can't grow fast enough, who do I give Asgard to? At this moment, Odin's one-eyed flashed, and he suddenly noticed the change on the light curtain in the sky. On the wilderness of Vanaheim in the light screen, there are corpses of dark elves everywhere. On the edge of this battlefield, suddenly appeared, a pink paddling pool. What's this? Looking at this play pool like a child's toy, Odin frowned slightly, and then his one-eyed eyes widened. I saw a heavily armed soldier crawling out of that toy pool suddenly. Odin could see clearly that the soldier was wearing a badge on his shoulder. That's a black circle with 3 arrows pointing inside. The Containment Society. This soldier is from the Conservation Society. And Odin took a sharp breath, the surprise in his one eye clearly visible. Relying on the power of Bifrost, people of Asgard can appear anywhere in the 9 realms as they like. In the beginning, Odin relied on this unique mobility to fight all over the 9 realms, and finally became the god king of the 9 realms. But now it seems that this mysterious shelter actually has a similar space teleportation ability. Chapter 31. X-Men Universe. Ha, it's finally out. Seeing a member of the mobile task force pull Jane Foster out of the transportation pool, Wuxia nodded in satisfaction. With this super transfer device, it will be very convenient no matter what tasks you perform in the future. If given the chance, the contents can be sent to other universes. Looking back at the live picture-in-picture next to the screen, Wuxia suddenly noticed something. The dark red liquid hovering in the sky of Vanaheim. TIE particles. Forget it, this thing is of no use to me. After thinking for a few seconds, Wuxia put this matter behind her head. Except for the Dark Elves, most people don't know how to control TIE particles at all, and they don't even have the ability to collect these liquids. I remember that in the containment, there are countless reality-distorting abilities. In front of these great beings, it's just a reality gem. It's really not that great. Just as Wuxia thought of this, a notification popped up on the game screen. Ding! Jane Foster has been successfully contained. You get a reward, the containment able and 10 command rights. Able. Wuxia was shocked when she saw it, and quickly opened the horizontal layout of Site 17. I saw that in the number 76 containment room, there was already a square black rock cube. There is also a circular door on the front of the cube with a ring of tiny lock rings. According to the knowledge he obtained before crossing, Wuxia knew that although the door on this cube had a lock, it didn't have a key, so it couldn't be locked at all. Just inside the door, there is a space where a sarcophagus is stored. Lying in the coffin is the prize he got this time, a powerful man named Abel. Abel, but the existence that almost killed the indestructible lizard. His combat power, even in the Marvel Universe, can be called top-notch, at least not worse than Hulk. Looking at the screen happily, the corners of Wuxia's mouth raised slightly for Jane Foster, whose file size was like a matchman. This future female Thor really brings good luck to herself. At this moment, 3 options suddenly popped up from Stickman Jane Foster. A. Release her after amnesticizing her. B. Absorb her into the shelter. C. Execute her. Oh. These 3 options, interesting. Touching his chin and thinking for a while, Wuxia clicked the mouse without any hesitation. Woo! In a dizzy state, Jane Foster slowly opened her eyes. Here it is. Looking at the small white room she was in, Jane Foster still couldn't react consciously. I remember, I seem to be, alien. By the way, a black alien knocked me out. Did someone save me? Having just flashed this idea, Jane Foster felt something was wrong. If I was rescued by the army or something, why would I be put in this room without windows? Could it be that he has been imprisoned? Thinking of the alien film and television dramas she watched as a child, Jane Foster suddenly shuddered. I won't be imprisoned in Area 51, treated as a test object by mad scientists, and vivisectioned, right? At this moment, the door of the room opened, and a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in. Jane Foster, is it? The middle-aged man held a document in his hand, and nodded slightly to Jane Foster. You can call me Dr. Gears, I'm here to offer you a job opportunity on behalf of Anomalous Containment. Ah! Looking at the middle-aged man with glasses and an expressionless face in front of him, Jane Foster's expression was stiff, her mouth gradually opened wide, and she was dumbfounded. Well, it seems to be going well. Watching the stickman Jane Foster on the screen take the document from another Dr. Stickman, hesitation for a while before signing, Wuxia quickly opened the employee status bar on the right side of the game screen. The first line in the employee status column is Dr. Gears. Pulling the scroll bar of the status bar all the way to the bottom, Wuxia found the existence of new employee Jane Foster. Haha, I finally have my first Marvel employee in my shelter site. With a smile on Wuxia's face, she felt a sense of accomplishment in her heart. Whoever made this game, since he put asylum in the Marvel Universe, he should take advantage of it. Jane Foster is the first Marvel employee to join him, but she won't be the last. At this moment, Wuxia suddenly remembered another thing. Why does the name Dr. Gears sound familiar? Frowning and thinking for a while, Wuxia suddenly patted her thigh. By the way, he is one of the 4 Doctors of Apocalypse. It turns out that this guy has been under my command from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Vanaheim. Hula. Accompanied by a strong light, a giant god with a height of hundreds of thousands of meters suddenly appeared in the sky above the planet. The projection of the superior existence appears here. Arisem the judge opened several eyes on his face, and began to scan the entire planet of Vanaheim. Facing the orders of the eternal great god, he dare not slack off at all. Chapter 32. Huh? These are TIE particles. Soon, the gaze of Judge Arisem turned to the cloud of dark red liquid that was spinning in the air. On this planet, there is no trace of the existence of a superior. Even if the other party really came, he would have left long ago. After secretly breathing a sigh of relief, Arisem stretched out his hand slightly, and took the ball of dark red liquid into his palm. To be honest, He had been apprehensive before, fearing that he would encounter some terrible high-dimensional existence and die for no apparent reason. Alizem knew in his heart that although he was considered a strong man in this universe, in the eyes of those superior people, he might be worse than dust. Even Lord Eternal is afraid and unwilling to investigate further, so I don't need to investigate any further. Scanning the empty and desolate planet in front of him again, Arizem's huge body turned into light again and disappeared into the galaxy. After a while, Shuala! A ray of colorful light descended from the sky, just landing on the battlefield of Vanaheim. Armed with the gun of eternity, Odin stepped out of the Bifrost. Huh? What's going on? Looking at the empty battlefield, Odin's expression suddenly froze. TIE particles, why are they missing? It turned out that Odin saw that the shelter only took away a human female and ignored TIE particles, so he wanted to pick a bargain. Who knows, someone actually got there first. At the moment, Containment Society Site 17 on Earth. Having already put on the white coat of a trainee researcher, Jane Foster was sitting in the restaurant eating with a confused expression. What on earth have I done? Recalling what happened just now, Jane felt dizzy and almost suspected that she was crazy. Before, although she had been bedridden, relying on the mobile phone and the TV in the ward, Jane Foster had long known the existence of the Asylum Society. As a scientist, Jane Foster has always been fascinated by all kinds of supernatural, or things that cannot be explained by general science. It may be for this reason, coupled with the young man's passionate impulse, that she hastily signed the contract handed to him by Dr. Gears and became a researcher of the Asylum Society. Forget it, if I didn't agree to join, I might have been silenced by this containment organization. While making excuses for her crazy behavior, Jane raised her fork and began to eat. Anyway, I can't resist anymore, why not close your eyes and enjoy? Well, the staff meals here are quite good. While Jane Foster was appreciating the cooking skills of the asylum chefs, a new image suddenly appeared on the large LCD screen on the restaurant wall. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects that are enough to cause a K-level end of the world scenario, Part 1. 7th place, Containment, The Hatred of the Stars. X-Men Universe. The Hatred of the Stars? Isn't this the reward I got before? Seeing the image on the computer screen, Wu Xia involuntarily turned her gaze to the 1548 containment room on the horizontal plan. Inside the containment room, there is only one console, one large screen, and on the screen, the sun. Ever since receiving this reward, Wu Xia has always had an assumption. Could it be that the hatred of the stars refers to the sun? At this moment, a calm narration sounded on the light screens all over the universe. As an organization that controls, contains and protects various anomalies, the responsibility of the Containment Society is not limited to the Earth. In order to protect the Earth from being affected by the anomalies coming from outer space, the Containment Society will also invest heavily in observing and monitoring various celestial bodies in space, and even the universe originally. In a certain parallel universe, the Space Department of the Containment Organization discovered an incredible phenomenon when observing the Sun. At the south pole of the Sun, there are 6 huge amounts of sun-sunspot. These sun-sunspots, through the constant arrangement and combination, unexpectedly formed one after another thaumaturgic symbols on the surface of the Sun. For the Containment Society, the so-called thaumaturgy is a collective term for a series of supernatural spells such as magic and witchcraft. All these sunspot thaumatological symbols are huge, covering a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. That's why it can be observed by humans from the Earth. Camartage. Sunspot with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. And formed a magic symbol. How can this be? The apprentices in the square were all shocked when they saw this, they could hardly believe their eyes. Here, use the sunspot to cast a spell. Even a senior magician like Wang. At the moment, his face also changed in horror, and the expression on his fat face changed. Treating the phenomenon of the sun originally as a means of casting spells. Is a magician who can cast such magic stronger than Sorcerer Supreme? At this moment, Ancient One suddenly said in a deep voice. Holy Place Enchantment. This way of using sunspots to arrange each other to cast spells is similar to how we use holy places around the world to form enchantments. What? Wang and Mo Du were stunned when they heard it, and they froze in place, with huge waves in their hearts. Not only cast a spell with the sunspot, but create an enchantment with it. What an earth-shattering masterpiece this is. At this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. The Containment Committee recorded all these thaumaturgic symbols, and through experiments, found out the functions of several of them. One of the symbols, if it is engraved on a weapon, any individual killed by this weapon will immediately turn into nothingness, and the nearby space will also be annihilated. After acquiring this thaumaturgy knowledge, the Containment Committee began to monitor the sun 24 hours a day with astonishing enthusiasm. In 2016 in the parallel universe, an unprecedented cosmic catastrophe finally happened. Parallel universe, on December 23, 2016, the thaumaturgic symbols on the surface of the sun began to appear continuously. In the next month, a large number of ionizing radiation clouds began to appear outside the solar system, gradually enveloping the entire galaxy in it. Until the end of January 2017, this radiation cloud has blocked all external light. In other words, from that moment on, humans can only see the planet and fixed star inside the solar system. No matter what method is used, other places outside the solar system cannot be seen. Since then, the starry sky on Earth has almost completely plunged into darkness. Camartage. This is it. Ancient One closed the fan in his hand, pointed at the screen and shouted loudly. Those thaumaturgical symbols on the sun appeared to form this magic barrier. Just like we use the holy place enchantment to defend the Earth, this sun enchantment is to protect the entire solar system. Chapter 33. A magic barrier that protects the solar system. Upon hearing this, everyone in Camartage, including Wang the magician and Moda magician, was stunned, their thoughts were messed up, and their minds went blank. After a long time, Wang the magician asked in a trembling voice. Master, if what you said is correct, then who is the person who cast this enchantment on the sun? Could it be the Sorcerer Supreme from another universe? Ancient One pondered for a while, then sighed lightly. Hope so. However, I will never be able to do such a large-scale spell. His. As soon as he heard this, there were bursts of gasps around him again. The eyes of the magic apprentices were full of shock, and they looked at each other, and they could all see the shock on each other's faces. They never imagined in their dreams that there is actually a person capable of magic, making Ancient One feel inferior and willing to bow down. MCU Earth. Seeing the ionization shield that covered everything on the screen and surrounded the entire solar system, the global network was silent for a while, and then exploded. My God! What is that? The entire solar system is wrapped up. I'm scared to pee. This is, the end of the world is coming. Calm down, I just went out to take a look, there are still stars in the sky. Nonsense. This happened in another universe. Seeing that you don't even understand this now, are you illiterate? What happened in other universes doesn't mean, it will definitely not happen in our world. SHIELD. Even the starlight has been blocked, which is to close the entire solar system. Odin's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and his heart was filled with horror. Different from Ancient One, as the spy chief, seeing the solar system hood on the screen, the first thing that Black Braised Egg thought of. It is prison. In his opinion, the only purpose of this so-called solar system barrier is to trap the people in the solar system forever. Damn. It must be the hands of aliens. They want to prevent the development and expansion of our Earthlings. No. Maybe they want to treat the solar system as a zoo. Treat us humans as animals. As a special agent, the delusional ability was fully activated, and Mitten immediately imagined dozens of extremely terrifying possibilities. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and Baitan suddenly turned around and ordered loudly. Mobilize the most accurate space telescope to observe the sun for me. If there is any abnormality, report immediately. At the moment, in Site 17 of the Containment Society. How can it be? Jane Foster sat blankly on a chair in the dining room, a piece of beef was inserted into the fork in her hand, but she forgot to put it in her mouth. As an astrophysicist, she knows better than most people in the world how difficult it is to create a shield that can cover the solar system inside. Such an impossible task was actually achieved through sun magic. Thaumaturgy? Magic? Is there a magician on the sun? The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't understand it. Jane Foster only felt that her worldview was beginning to shake. At this time, from the corner of the restaurant, the chatting voices of other researchers suddenly came. This time is the height of the star? In the morning, I passed in front of its containment room. Really? Then do you know what is contained inside? Don't be kidding, how can you break into the containment room without permission above level 4? I don't want to become a Class D personnel. However, even this kind of containment that can affect the entire solar system can command, that one is really powerful. SHH, stop talking nonsense and eat your meal. Containment? Order. Jane Foster was horrified. This shelter is actually so powerful. Just contain the height of the star that can affect the entire solar system? And, can even order the other party? This is too incredible. Her heart was beating wildly, Jane Foster couldn't suppress her curiosity, she turned her head slowly, trying to find the two people who spoke just now. But what caught her eyes was a middle-aged man holding a dinner plate, wearing glasses and half-bald forehead. Researcher Foster, what are you looking for? Dr. Gears put no expression on his face, and gently placed the dinner plate on the table next to Jane. Nothing. At this time, new images also appeared on the light screens around the universe. A calm narration sounded in everyone's ears. After the appearance of the solar system shield, the Abnormal Containment Committee concentrated all its efforts in an attempt to investigate the cause of this anomaly. These investigators even include some leaders of the Containment Society. On this day, 05-06, a member of the O5 Council, the highest leadership body of the Containment Society, was sitting in front of the computer terminal, carefully studying the information collected from various aspects. Suddenly, the alarm sounded. Beep. 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 All communication between the Earth and the International Space Station has been interrupted. International Space Station, start broadcasting harmful video and audio signals to the Earth. What? 05-06 quickly looked at the screen of the computer terminal, and after only one glance, his face turned pale with shock. According to the detection of the Containment Committee, there are a lot of cognitive hazard elements in the signal transmitted by the International Space Station. The so-called cognitive hazards are things that can directly cause harm to humans after passing through the five senses perception. Quickly analyze the components of the cognitohazard, and cut off the transmission route as much as possible. Turn on the communicator. 05-06 quickly issued an emergency response order. And not long after, bad news came from all over the world. As long as people who come into contact with this kind of cognitive hazard information, whether they see or hear it, they will first enter a trance state, and then their brains will begin to melt and even evaporate. This is a large-scale cognitohazard strike aimed at the world. Damn. There must be some kind of hostile existence that hijacked the International Space Station. 05-06 punched the console of the computer terminal with a fist, and the two mustaches on his mouth were trembling with anger. To protect the world, we must shoot down the space station. Until then, the true face of 05-06 appeared on the light screen for the first time. MCU Earth, Los Angeles. What? This is me. Tony Stark stared at his computer screen dumbfounded, and for a moment couldn't help stretching out his hand and rubbing his eyes. The 05-06 on the screen looks exactly like him. Is it impossible? A thought flashed through his mind, and Stark gasped, the hairs on his back standing on end. In another parallel universe, I unexpectedly joined the Asylum Society. Even, what kind of member of the O5 Council has he become? Chapter 34. SHIELD. Is this Tony Stark? Staring at the familiar face on the screen, Bran was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly calmed down. Humph. I knew that this so-called scientific genius is definitely not as simple as it seems. With a cold snort, Black Braised Egg turned his head and ordered to Black Widow. Plans change, you must replace Pepper Potts as soon as possible as Tony Stark's new assistant. Then stay with him and watch her. Stark. Black Widow tentatively asked. Are you suspecting, the Stark of our universe is also related to the Containment Council? That's right. Nodding unabashedly, Black Braised Egg was about to continue talking. Suddenly, that half-bald middle-aged man, Phil Coulson, came over with a stack of photos. Director, you must see this. Looking at the shocked Phil Coulson, Colden took the photo from him with some doubts. With just one glance, the one-eyed almost popped out of its socket. All I saw on this stack of high-resolution photos were close-ups of the sun. But apart from the sun, he could still clearly see a woman covered in pitch black. What is this? Pointing at the woman in the photo, Midden's voice changed in surprise. Have no idea. Phil Coulson's voice trembled slightly, obviously his heart was extremely disturbed. I have mobilized the most accurate space telescope currently, staring at this woman non-stop, and photographing all changes. Where's the sun? Black Braised Egg asked back. Sunspot on the sun, is there any abnormality? Seeing that Phil Coulson shook his head lightly, the complexion of the black stewed egg suddenly became complicated. There is no abnormal appearance of the sun sunspot, but a woman emerges from the edge of the sun. What on earth is it? At the moment, the X-Men universe. Ding. The number of containment popularization points has exceeded 60 million. You get a reward, control over the containment Zingai Watch. Zingai Watch? Domination. Looking at the new notification on the game interface, Wu Xiao's eyes were full of curiosity. He can only be regarded as half knowledgeable about the contents. The ones he is familiar with are Uncle, Little Peanut, Shy Person, such famous objects. Therefore, Wu Xiao really couldn't remember what Zingai Wang was for a while. The right to control? Isn't it the right to command? Rubbing her chin, Wu Xiao was thoughtful. Could it be that this reward is not for me to temporarily command the contained object, but for it to obey me without limit? Wu Xiao searched for a while on the horizontal floor plan of Site 17, and soon found a containment room 179. The interior of the containment room is exactly the same as the containment room number 1548 that houses the Hate of the Star, with a large screen and a console. This is Zingai Lookout. At this time, new pictures also appeared on the light screens around the universe. Just as the Containment Committee was considering whether to shoot down the International Space Station, the detectors they set up in the universe suddenly detected a large amount of thaumaturgic energy. Hula! A huge amount of thaumaturgic energy hit the Earth's low Earth orbit, rubbing the edge of the atmosphere and shooting into space. Then, the International Space Station, which was still broadcasting cognitohazard images to the world, suddenly changed its original orbit, falling into the Earth's atmosphere. The International Space Station is about to fall and will probably burn up in the atmosphere. After receiving the notice from his subordinates, 05-06, that is, Tony Stark frowned. Could it be that thaumaturgic energy hit the International Space Station, causing it to crash? J.A.R.V.I.S. Hurry up and calculate the source of the thaumaturgic energy for me, and see where it comes from. Yes, sir. Soon, J.A.R.V.I.S., the number one artificial intelligence of the Containment Society, gave his own answer. Sir, according to my calculations, the thaumaturgic energy that just hit the low Earth orbit was shot from the Sun. Is it really the Sun? Stark seemed to have guessed a long time ago, and after getting the confirmed report, he fell into deep thought. It looks like the Sun shot down the source of the cognitohazard and saved the world. But, why does it do this? At this time, another urgent announcement suddenly came from the internal channel of the Containment Society. Warning! Warning! Containment 179, Zingai Lookout has sent us a contact. The content of the contact is, defense. Zingai Wang only said this sentence, then disappeared into the sun. Defense. 05-06 Stark took a deep breath, and a hypothesis in his mind began to gradually take shape. As far as he knows, Zingai Watch is a Thal-Meal level containment. Although she is not directly affiliated with the Containment Society, she will send an alarm to the outer space attack that the Earth is about to encounter. So, inside the shelter, many people regard Zingai Lookout as the guardian goddess of the Earth. This time, after Zingai Watchman issued a warning, he went straight into the sun. 05-06 The more Stark thinks, the more serious his face becomes. Maybe, the crisis that the Earth is about to encounter this time. More serious than ever before. SHIELD. Thal-Meal class? A watcher of the star sea that will warn the Earth. Looking at the image on the screen, Aiden's face was filled with suspicion. As a spy chief, his professional instinct is to doubt everything. This woman is an alien no matter what, why does she want to warn the Earthlings? Or, is there any conspiracy hidden in it? Just as Black Braised Egg was thinking hard, Phil Coulson's voice suddenly came from behind him. Director, something strange has been found on the space telescope, and the recorded image has been sent over. Oh? Let me see. Received a notebook from Phil Coulson. Black Braised Egg pressed the play button, and a strange image appeared on the laptop screen. At the edge of the sun, the face of the woman with strangely long hair and dark body suddenly showed panic. She pointed to the distant starry sky, her lips opened and closed, as if she was talking. What was she talking about? What did the lip experts say? Hearing the question of black stewed eggs, Phil Coulson lowered his head slightly and replied. According to the analysis of the lip experts in the bureau, this woman speaks French, and what she said is. After hesitating for a while, Phil Coulson's voice suddenly trembled slightly. She said, Master of the Asylum, your faithful servant Saul Susser hereby warns. The giant is coming, please prepare early. What? Hearing these words, the pupils of the one-eyed black stewed egg shrank, and the inexplicable shock swept through his heart instantly. Chapter 35. The shelter, is the master of this alien woman. Black Braised Egg shuddered all over, and swallowed instinctively. As a top-notch agent, he quickly pieced together all kinds of information and came to the most likely conclusion. It is very possible that the alien woman was taken in and sent to the sun. Hearing Mr. Director's deduction, the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D agents were all taken aback. The Containment Society can even control aliens. Wait a minute, this woman just wanted to warn the Asylum Society master that a giant is coming. The giant, could it be related to the giant who was eaten by the eel? Hearing these discussions, the surface of the black stewed egg sank like water, and a crazy idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Maybe, he should go grab Tony Stark and torture him. Maybe, some inside stories about the Asylum Society can be dug out from his mouth. Meanwhile, the X-Men universe. The giant is coming. Reading the notification on the game screen, Wuxia rubbed his chin. It seems that after killing the first group of Tiamu, the other celestial groups are going to come to Earth to find a place. Among the containment items I can mobilize right now, the one with the strongest combat power should be able, but can he defeat the celestial group? Wuxia shook her head slightly. The Zingai Lookout just obtained seems to have no combat effectiveness. Weapons of the past and future could not even be found, and they had no idea what they were. It's impossible for Little Peanut to break the neck of the Tianchen group. It seems that the only thing we can count on now is the hate of the stars. Turning her eyes to the 1548 containment room on the game screen again, Wuxia couldn't help but take a deep breath. After playing for a long time, he discovered. This game can only be saved automatically when exiting. In other words, if you can't beat the celestial group who came to avenge you, you will probably be game over. At this moment, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. After receiving the warning from the Watcher of the Star Sea, various terrifying visions began to appear on the Earth. Facing this terrifying unknown situation, the Containment Council finally decided to launch an unmanned exploration spacecraft outside the solar system. This spaceship was built by the most powerful engineer of the Containment Society, O5-06, that is, Tony Stark. The Containment Society wants to know what happened outside the solar system. After the successful launch, it took a long time, and the exploration spacecraft finally flew to the border of the solar system. Until then, the High-Level Containment Council on Earth saw the unbelievable truth through the monitor on the spacecraft. What is that? O5-06 Stark looked at the big screen in the central control room, his mouth opened uncontrollably. I saw that the entire solar system has been firmly wrapped by some kind of high-energy radiation cloud barrier similar to solar flares. On the barrier, you can also see thousands of complicated thaumaturgic symbols. Identified by the thaumaturgy rune experts inside the containment organization, some of these symbols are used to disguise and conceal, and some are used to guard and defend. It seems that the Sun manufactured this huge amounts of thaumaturgic barrier to protect the entire galaxy from the outside world. Camartage. As expected. The Ancient One magician's eyes shone with excitement, staring at the strange symbols on the screen, as if he wanted to memorize them all. Exactly the same as his previous conjecture, this barrier that envelopes the entire solar system is an enchantment created by magic. It's amazing. It's incredible. Seeing the earth-shattering solar system enchantment on the screen, including Wang and Motu, all the magicians in Kamatage were dazzled and breathless with excitement. This is the power of magic. Hi. It seems that I have to continue to live. While memorizing the thaumaturgy symbols that appeared on the screen like swallowing a jujube, Ancient One in his heart laughed wryly like self-deprecating. After using Dormammu's dark power for hundreds of years, Ancient One has long been tired. But the scene in front of her gave her the motivation to survive. There is no limit to learning. Since there is still so much magical knowledge that can be learned in the world, why is she in such a hurry to die? At the moment, a new image also appeared in the light curtain. It took some time, and the unmanned exploration spacecraft rushed into the solar system thaumaturgy barrier from the inside. Surprisingly, a breach appeared in the barrier, allowing the spaceship to successfully break through. It seems that this barrier is for defense from the outside rather than defense from the inside. Just after the unmanned exploration ship broke through the solar system, its monitor immediately sent back a terrifying image to the Earth. Beyond the solar system barrier, there are countless cosmic monsters. The bodies of these monsters are covered with ugly tentacles, and they are extremely large in size. The file size ranges from 10 kilometers to tens of thousands of kilometers. The largest monster among them even exceeds the size of the Earth. Bang! 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 All these monsters are hitting the solar system barrier crazily. Every time they collide, hundreds of thaumaturgic symbols will appear on the barrier, and huge amounts of solar flares. It turns out that the reason why the Sun created such a huge amounts of barrier is to prevent these monsters from entering the solar system. Chilla. Unfortunately, when the unmanned exploration spacecraft broke through the barrier from the inside, it also left a big hole behind it. Call. In an instant, 2 cosmic monsters rushed into this big hole and invaded the interior of the solar system. Chapter 36. Seeing this, the entire network on MCU Earth was inexplicably quiet for a while. Then it exploded with a bang. OMG. What did I see? Oh. Tens of thousands of kilometers long. The Earth is not that big. If this kind of monster breaks into the solar system, it will be fine. No wonder, the Sun wants to release such a protective shield, so it is to stop this kind of monster. Damn it, what is the Containment Society doing? Such a strong barrier was actually hit by their flight device. It's over, the monster has broken in. That world is over. At the moment, in Sakar planet like huge amounts of monsters? There are so many. Gao Tianzun's face was shocked, his eyes were full of surprise, and a faint trace of fear could be seen faintly. In his long memory, such a monster does exist in the universe. That is the alien in the celestial group, the living planet Ego. If Ego goes crazy, ordinary planets will be destroyed by him in minutes. And in that parallel universe, there are so many Ego-level monsters. It's horrible, the Earth in that universe, no, the entire galaxy is finished. Shaking his head in horror, Gao Tianzun was pale, as if he wanted to shake the fear out of his mind. Even as the elder of the universe, he doesn't have much chance of winning against Ego. If he had to face so many monsters at the planet level, Gao Tianzun felt that he would be bitten to pieces. At the moment, a new image also appeared on the screen. The 2 cosmic monsters passed by the unmanned probe spacecraft of the shelter, and they happened to be captured by the probe, and their shapes were clearly photographed. One of the monsters looks like some kind of enlarged eel, with 5 arms and a mouth that is geometrically impossible. The other monster is a tetrahedron that is constantly twisting and vibrating. Buzz. Just as the 2 monsters rushed into the barrier hole, the thaumaturgy symbol on the solar system barrier suddenly lit up and released a strong shockwave. Ka. After being hit by shockwave, the speed of both monsters slowed down. But one of the eel monsters still broke out of the hole and broke into the inner solar system. At this moment, the hole in the barrier finally closed. At the same time, an extremely powerful thaumaturgic beam was shot from the solar system barrier. Facing the monster's direct attack, Sun finally turned from defense to offense. Boom! The tetrahedron-like cosmic monster that was blocked from the barrier was hit head-on by the thaumaturgic beam, and was completely vaporized in an instant. Camartage! What a powerful spell! Seeing the thaumaturgic beam on the screen that was enough to wipe out the monster tens of thousands of kilometers completely, Ancient One Magician blushed with excitement, and clenched his fist unconsciously with his right hand. The size of this monster can be compared with the Earth, and it can be evaporated in an instant. This is literally the power of Starburst. Not only can it open the shield that protects the entire solar system, but it can also cast a beam of light that can disintegrate the planet. The power of magic is so powerful. Recalling all the thaumaturgical runes that he memorized just now, Ancient One secretly made up his mind. No matter how many years it takes, I have to decipher this mysterious power of thaumaturgy. If this power can be passed on, the Earth will no longer have to worry about the invasion of Mephisto from another dimension. At the moment, within the light curtain. On the Earth, the containment committees who learned the real situation of the front line were also shocked. They never dreamed that the Sun set up a barrier to defend against such a terrifying monster. Moreover, the exploration spacecraft sent by the Containment Society itself indirectly caused the monsters to invade the solar system. This is simply self-defeating and self-defeating. In order to fight against the eel monsters that have successfully invaded and defend the Earth, the Containment Committee decided to launch a space battleship equipped with anti-abnormal weapons. This warship, named Sword of Mercy, built by O5-06 Tony Stark, is the crystallization of the top technology and thaumaturgy on the Earth. It is the strongest combat power that humans can create. At the same time as the Sword of Mercy was launched into space, information from the edge of the solar system was also transmitted back to Earth through other probes. The situation is frightening. The eel monster with 5 arms broke into the solar system, and first destroyed Pluto on the edge. This terrifying monster actually possesses the power of a starburst level. MCU Earth, SHIELD. Oh, God! What did we all see? All the agents, including Black Braised Egg, held their breath, opened their mouths wide, and stared at the computer screen in horror. At this moment, they were all sluggish, even stupid, their brains were blank. With a flick of your finger, you can shatter the stars. These cosmic monsters are really so terrifying. This is outrageous. Black Braised Dan sat down on his chair weakly, his black face had turned pale at this moment. For many years, he has been confident that no matter what kind of threat he encounters, S.H.I.E.L.D will definitely be able to protect the Earth. But in the face of the monster on the screen that could easily burst into stars, the confidence of the black marinated egg suddenly collapsed. Instead, there is only bottomless fear. Chapter 37. On screen. After destroying Pluto, huge amounts of eel monster began to continue to march deep into the solar system, destroying all celestial bodies encountered along the way. After learning of this situation, the High-Level Containment Council on Earth immediately made a decision. We must send out the Sword of Mercy to meet this monster head-on. In the conference room, O5-06 Stark yells. I personally supervised the production of this warship, and integrated all kinds of magic and thaumaturgy. The power is infinite. Even in the face of monsters with explosive stars, they still have the power to fight. I agree. Seconded. Seconded. Under the order of the O5 Council, the battleship Sword of Mercy accelerated, and finally intercepted that terrifying eel monster near Jupiter. The terrifying cosmic war begins here. Boom. 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 Humanity's highest technological crystallization, the battle with alien monsters lasted for 10 minutes. Then, all communication was interrupted. After a period of time, other probes from the Earth finally captured the Sword of Mercy spacecraft. But the eel monster has disappeared. Yet, we won. The headquarters of the containment organization on Earth was full of jubilation, everyone applauded and celebrated, thinking that they had won the final victory. Ha ha ha. Let me just say, the weapon I made is definitely the strongest in the universe. O5-06 Stark stroked his mustache and smiled smugly. But in the next second, the smile on his face froze. Without any warning, the Sword of Mercy suddenly lost control and accelerated again, accelerating to close to the speed of light in a very short time. Shua! It only took a very short time for the spaceship to fly over Mars. Boom! Through the space probe, the high-level members of the containment organization watched in horror. Sword of Mercy hit Mars head-on, leaving a huge crater with a radius of 100 miles on the surface of the planet. Snoring. Subsequently, an extremely viscous black substance overflowed from the crater, spreading wildly like black silt, covering most of the surface of Mars in a short time. The eel monster is not dead, it took control of our spaceship. Mars was assimilated by that monster. Now how to do? It's over, everything is over. O5-06 Stark paled and slumped on the seat like a deflated ball. MCU Earth California Mansion. How so? Tony gasped, only to feel the cold in his vest, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. The super weapon built by he in another universe is actually controlled by the enemy. And that terrifying alien monster can not only control human spaceships, but can even assimilate the entire Mars. If such a monster came to the Earth, wouldn't everything be over? Asgard. What is this? Loki's face turned pale, and even his body trembled uncontrollably. The earth-shattering scene on the screen completely shocked him. Standing next to Loki, Odin took a deep breath, cold sweat forming on his brow. An unspeakable sense of helplessness arises spontaneously. Just a monster can easily destroy or assimilate planets in the solar system. And how many monsters like this exist outside the solar system? Just imagine. The scene where countless planetary monsters swept over made Odin's scalp tingle, and his whole body was horrified. Even if he is the god king of the 9 realms, in the face of such a catastrophe, what else can he do except sit and wait to die? Immediately afterwards, on the light screen. Just when the O5 Council was in panic and chaos, the sun finally made another move. Shuala. At this moment, the sun erupted with the most powerful solar flare ever recorded. Incomparably intense solar energy, shining with thaumaturgic light, cut through the space of the solar system, and shot straight at Mars, which has mostly turned black. Boom. The moment this solar thaumaturgic flare hit Mars, the planet exploded, releasing unimaginable energy. On the Earth, the dark night sky was instantly dispelled by the strong light released by the explosion of Mars. The night immediately turned into day. Clatter. Mars was shattered into pieces by the thaumaturgic flare emitted by the sun. The alien monster attached to Mars also disappeared, completely dead. The sun, once again defended the entire solar system. Kamartaj. God of magic. Emperor Weixin, am I right? Sun. The sun shattered Mars. All of Kamataj's magician's eyes were wide open, his mouth was slightly opened, and even his body was trembling. Good. There was deep shock in Ancient One's eyes, and his cheeks were flushed with extreme excitement. Solar flares plus thaumaturgy. It can really shatter stars. This is not just magic power, but mixing magic power with the original energy of nature. Only then can such earth-shattering damage be created. At this moment, in front of Ancient One, it seemed as if a brand new door had opened. It turns out that this is how magic works. Chapter 38. Shoo. After being shattered by the sun, the remains of Mars were scattered all over the solar system at an alarming speed. Under the influence of the sun's gravity, most of the debris remains in the original orbit of Mars and will turn into a small planet belt. The monster was wiped out. We are saved. At the headquarters of the Containment Society on Earth, the members of the O5 Council first looked at each other in blank dismay, and then let out a sigh of relief in unison. I was scared to death just now. O5-06 Stark, still pale, sat on a chair and lit a cigar with trembling hands. According to the observation of the Containment Society's Intelligence Department, the ionizing radiation cloud barrier released by the sun still perfectly wraps the entire solar system, keeping countless planet monsters out. After smoking the cigar, O5-06 Stark returned to his office alone and turned on the computer. Through the encrypted channel of the O5 Council, he opened the file of Containment 1548 Sun. By now, O5-06 is certain that the sun is protecting the Earth, or the solar system. But, why does it do this? At this moment, O5-06 suddenly discovered that the file of Containment 1548 had been updated by O5-03. Opening the new entry in the file, O5-06 only takes one look, and the pupil's contract. There is only one photo in the entry. This is the last photo of the unmanned exploration spacecraft that accidentally broke through the solar system barrier, triggered a monster invasion, and caused Pluto and Mars to shatter. On the photo, the universe outside the solar system was captured. Originally, the universe should be full of endless galaxies and fixed stars. But in this photo, there are only 2 bright spots, and everything else is pitch black. Looking at the photo with dumbstruck eyes, O5-06 Stark's face was ashen, and he couldn't recover for a long time. It turns out that those terrifying cosmic monsters have been destroyed and devoured everything in the universe. All that remains are the 2 solitary fixed stars, and the solar system. The reason why the solar system can survive is entirely due to the protection of Containment 1548 Hate of the Star. It's just that this kind of protection, how long can it last? MCU Earth. Los Angeles, Malibu Mansion. The monster ate up the universe. Stark stared straight at the computer screen, and involuntarily stretched out his hand to cover his forehead, feeling confused and blank for a while. After disclosing the identity of Iron Man, Stark also thought about using his steel battlesuit to do some good deeds to benefit the public. But in the face of this kind of crisis that can destroy even the universe, his battlesuits are just a joke. SHIELD. After watching the live broadcast on the screen, S.H.I.E.L.D. was suddenly in chaos. The universe is gone. This is really scary. No wonder you can't see the stars from the Earth in that universe, so there are no stars outside. Well, at least the solar system was saved in the end. This is still thanks to the containment sun, or, the hatred of the stars. Containment. Hearing the term mentioned by his subordinates, Dan's expression froze suddenly, and there was a strong warning in his eyes. He remembered the god who appeared before, Amanda Shesha, and that weird little peanut statue, but behind them were the shadows of the Asylum Council. Different from other universes, Black Braised Egg feels that, the containment society of his universe may have the ability to manipulate the contained objects. If this is the case. As soon as he thought of this, Dan suddenly felt his vest was cold, and his hair stood on end. If someone can really control the hatred of the heart, which is the sun, wouldn't it be possible to release a thaumaturgic solar flare with one command? That is a big killer enough to destroy the planet. Am I thinking too much? But this threat does exist. Just when the black marinated egg was suspicious, he suddenly heard a series of noisy calls from around him. It's not good. There are alarms from observatories all over the world. Some kind of ionizing radiation cloud barrier has appeared outside the solar system. Barrier? Are you kidding me? Don't you? That's it. The entire solar system is almost wrapped up. What? Turning his head to look at the panicked agents around him, Odin's mouth opened wider and wider, and there was only one thought left in his mind. The solar system barrier has really come. Then, the end of the universe, will it be far behind? At the moment, around the world, at least half of the people are staring at the night sky in awe. My God! The stars are starting to disappear. Under the gaze of countless people, the bright stars in the night sky began to go out one by one. After a few hours, almost all the stars disappeared from human vision. The night became pitch black. Boundless fear descended on the whole world in an instant. Billions of people around the world are almost in a state of extreme panic. What's going on? Are those galaxy monsters coming? How can this be done? The universe is going to perish. Calm down. At least, the sun will protect us. Damn. I haven't even held a girl's hand, I don't want to die yet. Oh. X-Men universe. I don't know how much shock my mouse click just now had on the Earth in another universe. At the moment, Wu Xia was looking at the computer screen in front of him, thinking about the next strategy. Fortunately, the hate of the stars was activated in time, otherwise, this guy would have broken into the solar system long ago. After receiving the warning from Xingai Watch, Wu Xia guessed that the celestial group might attack. And activated the solar system defense device. In the picture-in-picture on the edge of the computer screen, a huge giant was being blocked from a large cloud of electromagnetic radiation. This giant is exactly the strongest group of gods, Judger Elizim. Bang! 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 Through the computer screen, Wu Xia can clearly see that Arizim is swinging huge amounts of fists, and is constantly bombarding the solar system barrier in front of him. It seems that he still wants to break in. And at this moment, a notification popped up on Wu Xia's computer game screen. You have obtained a new mission. Mission objective, contain or nullify the celestial group Judger Arizim. Chapter 39. Want me to contain or nullify this celestial group? Looking at the game notification on the screen, Wu Xia hesitated. According to his original meaning, he was actually preparing to activate the solar system protective barrier of hate of the stars to keep this seemingly strong celestial group from the solar system. It seems that you can't just defend, but confront the enemy head-on. Moving the mouse to the horizontal layout of Site 17, Wu Xia lightly clicked on Containment Room 1548. Hate of the Stars, kill him. MCU Earth, Containment Society Site 17. The order is down. Hurry up and activate Containment 1548. Remove the solar system barrier. Prepare to launch an attack. Jane Foster stood in the corridor of the underground site, looking at the colleagues who were busy and working hard, her beautiful eyes widened. Remove the barrier outside the solar system? Can manipulate the sun? It looks, you are surprised. A cold voice sounded from behind, and Jane Foster turned around, only to see Dr. Gears holding a folder, looking at herself calmly. You can really activate the hatred of the stars. Hearing Jane Foster's trembling voice, Dr. Gears stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses, and said calmly. Definitely. The Containment Society of another universe cannot control this containment object, but we can. Gilu. Hearing this astonishing declaration, Jane Foster swallowed instinctively, only to feel her heart beating wildly uncontrollably. At this moment, Jane suddenly heard another commotion from a distance. Look, that's the giant blocked by the barrier. Is this the object we must contain this time? Containment? It's possible. It's neutralization. Giant. Stretching out her hands to cover her chest, Jane Foster suppressed her beating heart and rushed all the way to the hall at the end of the corridor. Soon, she saw an amazing image on the screen in the hall. A gigantic giant is punching the barrier of the solar system. And at the next moment, something incredible happened. That majestic barrier of the solar system began to gradually disappear. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling glare instantly illuminated the entire screen. Boom! There is no air in space, so the explosion cannot be heard. However, seeing the giant suddenly engulfed by the sudden flash of light on the screen, the staff of the Containment Society in the hall, all cheered suddenly. Beautiful, hits the mark. This is solar flare bombing. It's so cool. This is a blow that can destroy the stars. Even if it was an order from the guy who was lucky enough to press the button himself, what luck. Ha ha ha, I think that giant must have been completely vaporized. This. Looking at the joyful colleagues around her, Jane Foster opened her eyes wide in horror, feeling in a trance for a moment, as if in a dream. Push the button? Start solar flare bombing? Is this something humans can do? And that one, who is it? At the moment, the MCU Earth's network has already turned upside down. God! The sun really launched a flare bombing. Oh! But this time it's not a monster, but a giant. Eunuch Sun, go, blast and kill this alien giant. And just when countless people on Earth were cheering, a new image suddenly appeared on the screen. Hateful. Standing on the edge of the solar system, the 6 eyes on the face of Judge Arisem shot out angry rays of light. And on his huge body, traces of scorching could be faintly seen. Obviously, the solar flare strike that integrated the thaumaturgic energy just now also caused him considerable damage. However, such an injury can't kill the strongest god group. Combine the sun and magic to attack me, whose method is this? Backward people on Earth will never be able to do this kind of thing. The 6 eyes on his face flickered, and Arisem suddenly raised huge amounts of his right hand. Hula la! The strong energy formed a huge amounts of shield along his right hand, covering Arizem's whole body. Boom! In the next second, the second round of solar flare bombing also blasted up. However, when the glare faded, Arisem, who was standing in the center of the shield, was unharmed. Stupid enemy, do you know who I am? Arisem did not speak, but the powerful sound waves penetrated the entire solar system and reached the ears of all human beings. I am Arisem who created the first light in the universe. More than half of the suns in the universe were created by me. Want to use the power of the sun to hurt me? Too naive. Earth. How could it be possible? Seeing the judge of the celestial race still standing on the screen and hearing the loud noise roaring in their ears, countless people on the Earth were terrified. Even the solar flare bombardment enough to shatter Mars can't kill this giant. So what should we do next? At the same time, ignorantly. Actually offending the strongest person in this god group, it seems, everything is over. Collector sighed regretfully, and then looked at the screen in front of him with greedy eyes. Being targeted by Arisem, this shelter society must be over. However, this kind of technology that can span the universe and create a light screen is very strange. I really want to collect it. X-Men universe. Even the hatred of the stars can't kill him? This is still a bit troublesome. Stretching out his hand to scratch his head, Wu Xia felt a little embarrassed. Now, he is almost out of containment on hand. And people like Peanut and Abel are obviously useless. At this moment of anxiety, another notification popped up on Wu Xia's computer screen. Time Anomaly Department reports that the containment weapons of the past and future, the once and future gun, has been activated. The target is set to the celestial god group Judger, Arisem. Launch a hyperspace strike. Erase the opponent from the timeline. What? Seeing this notice, Wu Xia was completely stunned. Department of Time Anomalies? Site 17, there is no such department at all. And, what is that weapon of the past and future? Chapter 40. Time Anomaly Department? What kind of department is this? Just when Wu Xia was full of doubts and couldn't figure it out. There are also amazing changes in the outer solar system of MCU Earth. Shua. 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 Without any warning, hundreds of strange symbols appeared around the body of Judge Arisem. In the center of the symbol, is a triangle surrounded by a circle. And in the very center of the triangle, this is a weird letter. This is. As if aware of something strange, the 6 eyes on Judge Arizem's face all emitted dangerous light. At this moment, he even felt a stronger sense of crisis than when he was hit by the solar flare bombardment before. Damn, where did these things come from? The ominous feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. Arizem condensed powerful energy in his hands, trying to erase these symbols. But just then. Swoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh. From those hundreds of strange symbols, extremely strong energy fluctuations were released, completely covering Arisem in it. No, it's impossible. This giant god with a height of hundreds of thousands of meters trembled crazily, his huge face began to distort, and he stretched out his hands helplessly in space, as if he wanted to grab something. And in the next second, the huge body of Arisem began to disintegrate. Smash! Gone at last. Like graffiti erased by an eraser, the strongest celestial group in the world was gradually erased from space. Asgard. What? How could this be? Seeing the scene where Elves was completely erased, Odin was so frightened that his whole body trembled, his only remaining eye completely protruded from the eye socket, and his heart almost stopped beating. Just now, seeing Elves carry out the solar flare bombardment, Odin was already in a cold sweat, and the horrible memories of the past flooded his mind. Thousands of years ago, he wore the destroyer armor and received the blessings of the Lord Gods of all the gods on the earth, and went to face the celestial group with confidence. As a result, one of the gods just threw a punch and knocked Odin out of his mind. Fainted on the ground. And the celestial group who made the move was none other than Arisem the judge. This strong man who was once beyond Odin's reach is now wiped clean before his eyes, without leaving even a trace. How can this not make him tremble with fear? What kind of attack is that strange symbol, what exactly is it? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, Odin felt a turmoil in his heart, and a creepy feeling emerged spontaneously. Even the ancestors of the gods can be wiped out at will, how strong is the upper limit of this kind of attack? Could it be? Even the true god can be killed? Camartage. This is a timeline attack. Tightly holding the eye of Agamotto hanging on his chest, Ancient One gasped in horror, feeling like he was on a roller coaster, unable to calm down no matter what. Even across a solar system, with the time gem in his hand, Ancient One can feel the power of time that erased Arisem. Hearing Ancient One's self-talk, a magic apprentice next to him quickly asked. Timeline attack? Magician, what are you talking about? Ancient One took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then said slowly. I can feel that the attack we witnessed just now does not come from the time we are currently in. It's from the future. Having said that, Ancient One's voice trembled slightly. Someone launched an attack from the future to the past we are in, and wiped out that celestial group. What? From the future, to attack the past? How can this be? Upon hearing this, countless disciples held their breath, their eyes widened, and they exclaimed in disbelief. And at the same time that Judger Elizem completely disappeared, in the depths of the universe, a giant that seemed to be composed of galaxies slowly turned its face away. Arisem, dead? No. Eternal, the head of the 5 creation gods, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spit out a sentence. The power of time from the future. Is this a newly born god of time? Unlike the other 4 creator gods, the eternity of the MCU universe is actually just an incarnation of the ontology. But even so, eternity can clearly feel that the power of time that just wiped out Arisem is definitely no less than his current incarnation. Moreover, this power does not come from now, but from future. At some point in the future, a god of time will be born in this universe. On the face of Eternal, there was also a look of confusion and solemnity at the same time. He can't figure it out. Why did this future god of time spend his divine power to go back to the past just to destroy one of his apostles? Wait. I ordered Arisem to investigate the projection of that high-dimensional being. Could it be? At this point, Eternal's face made up of galaxies also showed a hint of shock. Could it be that the god of future time was instigated by that high-dimensional existence? Did it just start? My actions actually angered him. Chapter 41. MCU Earth. What happened? That giant, why did it disappear all of a sudden? Looking at the celestial group that was instantly wiped out by countless symbols on the screen, the first reaction of countless people on Earth was not shock, but confusion. They can't even understand what happened just now. SHIELD. What just happened? The one-eyed black stewed egg also widened, and his face was full of astonishment. Not long ago, when seeing that even the solar flare bombing of Hate of the Stars couldn't do anything to the celestial group, Lodan really panicked to the extreme. That was an attack that was powerful enough to crush Mars. Such a terrifying alien giant, even if Captain Marvel came, he might not be able to defeat him. But no one expected that in the blink of an eye, that terrifying alien giant would be obliterated to nothing left. Meanwhile, all over the universe. Sakar. How can it be? The smile on Gao Tianzun's face dissipated in an instant, his expression froze, his eyes were fixed on the light screen on the arena, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That is the strongest judge in the Tenjin group. Why did he die so easily, without even a trace left? Dark Planet. Ha ha ha. Looking at the judger who disappeared without a trace on the screen, God of Symbiosis Nar was stunned for a while, and then suddenly burst into laughter. It's a pity, it's a pity. Nar shook his head regretfully. In the future, when he breaks through the seal, there will be one less enemy who needs to be killed. However, to be able to kill the hateful god, what kind of attack is that? In addition to joy, in Nar's eyes, it also brought a lot of doubts. At the moment, the X-Men universe. Ding! The celestial group Arisem has been neutralized. The task has been completed. You have received a reward, Global Causal Reconstruction Ring. Ah! Another strange thing. Wu Xia moved the mouse and opened the horizontal floor plan of Site 17. Soon, he saw a large 1968 containment room. Inside the containment room, there is a huge metal ring that looks like an enlarged donut. After carefully reading the description about this containment object, Wu Xia's expression was first surprised, and then turned into joy. Hehe, so that's the case, no wonder there is no save point in this game. With this thing, no matter how terrible a disaster happens, even if it's the end of the world, you can start over at any time. Got an unexpected prize. Wu Xia was in a good mood, and began to review her own Site 17 again. Soon, he discovered 2 more changes. First of all, there is an extra containment room number 3797 in the site, but it is empty, with nothing in it. Secondly, in the working area, there is an extra time anomaly department. It's a pity that although this department has been established, it doesn't even have a single employee, it's just an empty shell. Just when Wu Xia was confused, a new system notification appeared again. Oh! This time, the world destruction containment object is actually this. Looking at the notification in the game, Wu Xia's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out and clicked the mouse. Immediately afterwards, new images instantly appeared on countless light curtains across the universe. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. 6th place, Containment Weapons of the Past and Future. Comatage. This is, a weapon to attack the past from the future. As the owner of the Time Gem, the Ancient One magician instantly recognized the meaning contained in the name of the contained object. But then, her face also became serious. This time weapon that just destroyed the Tianshan group actually implies the danger of destroying the world? How is this going? Under Ancient One's astonished gaze, new information appeared on the light screen again. Project title, Weapons of the Past and Future. Object class, Thou Meal. The weapon of the past and future, also known as Containment 3797, is considered to be a weapon that can be used to attack the past. However, at this stage, 3797 has not yet been manufactured. MCU Earth. California Mansion. A weapon that has not yet been manufactured, what does this mean? Stark stroked the mustache on his mouth, a look of curiosity on his face. As the largest former weapons manufacturer on Earth, Stark's attention snaps at the word weapon. However, Stark couldn't figure it out just yet. Why is a weapon that has not been manufactured yet judged to be powerful enough to destroy the world? At this time, the data on the light screen continued to play. At 7:39 on June 13, 2015, a reality bender known as the Scarlet Witch appeared. The Scarlet Witch said no more magicians, and completely wiped out the magician group including Doctor Strange from the universe. The Containment Committee believes that the Scarlet Witch has triggered a CK-class reality reconstruction scenario that caused the reality to be completely distorted. As judged by Dr. Clef, the Scarlet Witch's reality distortion ability not only wiped out all the magic powers in the current universe, but even surpassed the level single universe, which is enough to affect other multi-universes. Dr. Clef believes that the Scarlet Witch should be completely neutralized as soon as possible at all costs. In order to prevent the Scarlet Witch from causing a comprehensive reality collapse, the Containment Committee dispatched all forces including the Mobile Task Force, and many contained objects. But all attempts were blocked by Scarlet Witch's reality distortion ability. Comatage. The magic has been erased. How is this possible? What is that Scarlet Witch? Staring blankly at the light screen above their heads, the eyes of the magicians were full of shock and horror, and almost all of them turned pale with fright. Just one sentence wiped out all the spells in the universe, what a horror! Scarlet Witch. Wang the magician gasped, unable to confidently turn his head to look at Ancient One, and asked in a trembling voice. Magician, could this be the female devil recorded in ancient books? Ancient One nodded slightly, his face was not very good looking. In the future she observed through the Time Gem, there is no such expansion as Scarlet Witch's elimination spell. Could it be that she overlooked it? With doubts in his arms, Ancient One raised his head again and looked at the light screen. Just after all attempts at the Containment Society failed. At 7:42 on June 14, countless signs of the Department of Time Anomalies suddenly appeared above Scarlet Witch's head. A few seconds later, the existence of the Scarlet Witch was completely obliterated by the powerful flow of time. At the same time, the sensor of the Time Anomaly Department detected the high-energy time displacement from the future. For this incident, the Time Anomaly Department of the Containment Society believes that, at a certain point in the future, the Time Anomaly Department will obtain a timeline weapon that attacks from the future to the past. This weapon can modify the timeline and completely erase the opponent. Even if the enemy is a multi-universe level reality bender, it cannot be spared. After understanding the situation, the Containment Committee named this timeline weapon Containment 3797. Because 3797 has not yet been developed, so there is no need to contain it. However, in order to avoid time paradox and trigger PT-level paradoxical time collapse scenario, the Time Anomaly Department of the Containment Society is working overtime to research 3797, trying to invent it as soon as possible. California Mansion. What? From the future. A weapon that attacks the past. Tony Stark gasped in disbelief, his eyes revealed an extremely shocking expression. At this moment, the shock brought by the information on the light screen was comparable to a thunderbolt, and Stark was stunned. Chapter 42. Seeing the information on the light screens in various places, the internet on the Earth was silent for a while, and then completely boiled. Timeline attack. What is this? Oh. Although I don't understand what the above is saying, it seems to be very powerful. No wonder, I said that the giant died inexplicably. It turned out that he was killed by the Future Containment Society. The Asylum Council is really amazing, I love it. I love it. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _ mathematical intersection symbol, oh haha. California Mansion. Use the high-tech weapons of the future, to attack the current enemy. Is there such an operation? Stark's eyes were wide open, and he swallowed hard, feeling his throat was dry and unable to speak for a while. With his high IQ, Tony understood quickly the mode of operation of this temporal weapon. But because this fact was too terrifying, it made him unbelievable. If future containment organizations have such weapons, wouldn't those who are their enemies be obliterated anytime and anywhere? You don't even know how you died. Thinking of this terrifying scene, Stark couldn't help shivering slightly. Asgard. It turns out that the Judger was killed by the Future Containment Society. Odin's one-eyed eyes showed a look of shock, and even a trace of fear. Fortunately, when the Containment Society was taking in the shy people, it was Angel and God who dispatched them, and he quickly gave up resistance. If it was a different situation, I might have been obliterated by this future weapon long ago. You know, Odin himself is just a level godfather, not even a level single universe. And in the video, the erased Scarlet Witch may even be a multi-universe level powerhouse. I don't know how many times stronger than him Odin. At the moment, those who were shocked by the live video were far more than people on Earth or the Nine Realms. In the deep space of the universe, many people were also stunned by this scene. Sakar. A timeline blow from the future. The smug smile on Gao Tianzun's face disappeared, replaced by unspeakable panic and fear. Earth? What kind of place is that? He lowered his head and whispered to himself. The more Gao Tianzun thought, the more dignified his expression became. In his arena, there are strong men and fighters from all over the universe, but none from the Earth. So Gao Tianzun has always looked down on the Earth, thinking that it is a place full of weak people. But now it seems that there is an unimaginable horror hidden near that small planet in the corner of the universe. Ignorantly. An abnormal sun that can unleash the power to destroy stars. A future weapon that can completely wipe out multi-universe level powerhouses. This is really so enviable. Collector licked his lips, his eyes were already full of greed and desire. Such a treasure, even looking at the entire universe, even the multi-universe, may be unique. It's a pity that it's not his collector who grasps the existence of these treasures, but the mysterious shelter. From Collector's point of view, after Heart's hatred's attack fails, future weapons keeps up immediately. This connection is so perfectly coordinated, it can never be a coincidence. That abnormal sun named Hate of the Star must have fallen into the hands of the Income Association. Earth, Camartage. Attack the past from the future? No. No. After thinking for a while, the Ancient One magician was startled, and even his expression changed. Magician? Are you? Seeing that something was wrong, Wang the magician hurriedly asked, only to see Ancient One smiled bitterly and said. Do you know why this amazingly powerful weapon is defined as enough to destroy the world? This is because, by launching an attack from the future and killing the Celestial Group, the Containment Society has created an absolute time point in the past. Ancient One's expression was very heavy, even a little gloomy. If in the future, the containment encounters a crisis of overturning, or there is a problem with the research and development of the time anomaly department, and this weapon is still unable to be produced, do you know what will happen? The weapon that attacked the past from the future no longer exists. Also, that absolute time point will collapse. Ancient One said word by word. What happened obviously didn't happen. This is the time paradox. Once this paradox appears, not to mention the Earth, the entire reality we live in will collapse and collapse into nothingness. What? Hearing this appalling conclusion, all the magicians in Camartage froze in place, their minds were buzzing, and they could hardly think for a while. MCU Earth, Site 17. PT Class Paradoxical Time Collapse Scenario. Looking at Dr. Gears in front of her, Jane Foster's complexion became extremely pale. That's right. Dr. Gears stretched out his hand to adjust his glasses, and said coldly. If the Department of Time Anomalies fails to develop that kind of future weapon, then the entire universe we live in may be destroyed. That's the logic of how time works. You. Jane Foster's pupils trembled when he heard it, and he was covered in cold sweat. Solar flare bombing. Timeline strike. The real universe collapses. These horrific concepts turned into reality one by one in front of her, almost shutting down Jane's brain. I said this not to scare you. Dr. Gears said calmly. Currently, the Department of Time Anomalies has just been established, and there is still a shortage of manpower. In order to develop future weapons as soon as possible, are you interested in joining? Ah! Jane Foster stood there in a daze, her body was extremely stiff, and she was speechless for a long time. At this moment, new images instantly appeared on countless light curtains all over the universe. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. 5th place, Containment, Global Causal Reconstruction Ring. X-Men Universe. Looking at the huge metal donut that had been put into the containment room, Usse scratched his head with his hand and laughed softly. This thing, after use, can indeed destroy the world, or even the entire universe. But, it can also save the irreparable reality. It was so much fun. Chapter 43. Comatage. Global Causal Restructuring Loop. Chewing on the name, there was a hint of worry in Ancient One's eyes. The so-called causal reset easily reminded him of the timeline change. And add the prefix global. Ancient One speculates that this contained object is likely to affect the timeline of the whole world. There really is such a function, no wonder it is listed as an item capable of destroying the world. Just as Ancient One thought of this, a figure appeared in the light curtain above his head. Shield. How? That's me. Looking at the familiar one-eyed black man on the computer screen, Midden's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gritted his teeth suddenly. Parallel universe, this must have happened in another world. On screen, Nick Fury arrives on an ice field in a thick fur coat. Widow, is this what the report says? Yes. Black Widow pointed to the cave above the ice layer, his tone full of emotion. If it's true, that man has been frozen under the ice for so many years. It was a group of prospectors who discovered this ice cave at that time. I heard from them that besides the plane that was frozen at that time, there were other things frozen in ice. Something else. Nick Fury was non-committal, but ordered Black Widow to stay outside alone. I used the soft ladder I carried with me to descend into the ice cave. Snapped. After entering the ice cave, Nick Fury turned on the flashlight and scanned it, and found something incredible. It was a frozen shield with a very obvious star symbol on it. Captain the United States. Is that really you? Reaching out to wipe off the ice and snow on the star shield, Nick Fury's face also showed excitement. Next, he was not in a hurry to explore the things under the star shield, but turned around and walked to the other side of the ice cave. This is... All the way to the depths of the ice cave, looking at the huge object frozen in ice, Nick Fury couldn't help taking a deep breath. It was a huge amounts of metal ring that looked exactly like a donut. Finding something strange, Neil Fury approached with a flashlight, put his hand into the crack in the solid ice, and wiped away the ice slag on the metal ring. All kinds of odd-shaped runes were scattered all over the huge amounts of metal ring, which looked like some kind of characters and patterns. Interesting, this time the harvest is not small. After carefully groping on the metal ring, but found nothing special, Nick Fury turned around, came to the bottom of the ice cave, and climbed up with the soft ladder. As before, Black Widow still stood guard in front of the ice cave. Seeing Nick Fury appear, Natasha Romanoff snapped to attention, then raised her right hand to him and shouted. Hydra hail! Sir, have you completed your mission? What? Seeing Black Widow, whose appearance was the same as before, but who spoke the words of tiger and wolf, Nick Fury was so shocked that his one-eyed stared out. Widow, you are... Nick Fury took a deep breath, and was about to ask if this was some kind of malicious joke. But at this moment, he glanced with one eye and suddenly discovered. Not far away, there is actually a military helicopter parked. And on the helicopter, there is a huge amounts of Hydra logo printed impressively. Hateful. Feeling that he might have been ambushed, Nick Fury threw himself at Black Widow without any hesitation. Wait, sir, what are you doing? Widow, are you being controlled? Stop. Come here quickly, the officer is crazy. Hold him quickly. Let me go. After being completely subdued by a group of soldiers, and then tied up and sent to the Hydra helicopter, Nick Fury's heart suddenly became cold. Black Widow is either a traitor or has been controlled by Hydra mind. Now, even himself falls into the hands of Hydra. Just when Nick Fury was feeling sorry for himself, his one eye suddenly glanced away and accidentally saw a leaflet posted in the helicopter cabin. This is impossible. His eyes froze on the flyer. Nick Fury felt a buzz in the head of the man wearing the Hydra battlesuit and holding the Hydra shield in his hand, as if he had been hit with a stick. In addition to the image of the man, there is a line of text on the leaflet. Please vote for Steve Rogers, the best president of the Hydra United States. President Rogers deserves another term. MCU, Earth SHIELD. Here, what's going on here? Staring at the computer screen in front of him, Midden opened his mouth wide in shock. On the screen, the unfortunate Nick Fury was transported all the way back to the other side of the ocean. But on the North American continent at the moment, the flag of Hydra has been hung all over. It seems that this Nick Fury just went down the ice cave and entered a world ruled by Hydra. And in this world, the supreme leader of Hydra is Captain America. Steve Rogers. Chapter 44. MCU Universe. That's Captain America? Isn't he dead long ago? Hydra. Hydra has ruled the world, how is this possible? Captain America joined Hydra and became president. What is this, Captain Hydra? Even Agent Natasha Romanoff joined Hydra, has she been undercover all along? From black stewed eggs to grassroots agents, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D is up and down, the expression at this moment is like seeing a ghost. The deep shock hit the hearts of the agents. Let them doubt life on the spot. Impossible. Black Widow's pretty face turned pale. Feeling the gazes of countless people staring at her, Natasha Romanoff's body tensed up, and for a moment she had the idea of running away. The self on the screen really shouted the slogan Hydra hail. How should I wash it? Hydra. Didn't the organization die with the Red Skull? Black Braised Egg's eyes were wide open, his brows were furrowed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. By the way, it must be a parallel universe. After I entered that ice cave, I must have entered some other universe by mistake, so I encountered so many strange things. Seeing now, Black Braised Egg has quite accepted the concept of parallel universe. And in the video, I just went down into the ice cave for 10 minutes. Even if Hydra really existed, it would be impossible to conquer North America, or even the whole world in such a short period of time. That donut ring. There must be something wrong with this thing. Turning around, facing the S.H.I.E.L.D agent behind him, and the trembling Black Widow uttered a sentence firmly. It must be because of touching this metal ring that the eye on the screen was transported to another universe. Meanwhile, Kamatage. Not a parallel universe. The Ancient One magician shook his head slowly, and said to the apprentices beside him. Although on the surface, this is the most likely, but have you forgotten the name of the containment of this live broadcast? Global Causal Restructuring Loop. Wongda magician rejected the name for a moment, suddenly startled, and exclaimed involuntarily. Magician. Are you trying to say, this thing can reset time? That's right. Ancient One's face sank like water, and he said slowly. Although it sounds unbelievable, this may be the only possibility. In the past, due to a series of events, the organization Hydra disappeared from history. But it's just a branch in the torrent of time. If some of the causes in the past have changed, it will lead to a large-scale change in the current effect. Having said that, Ancient One suddenly sighed softly. If I'm not mistaken, this is called a karmic reset. That Mr. Nick Fury just touched the metal ring, which caused the timeline of the entire Earth to be reset. The power of time like this is really terrifying. What? Is there really such a thing? Countless people on Kamatage all looked blankly at Ancient One, their hairs stood on end, and their bodies felt cold. With just one touch, the history and destiny of all mankind has been changed. It was horrible. At the same time that Ancient One said this explanation, in a certain crystal wall space outside the multi-universe, a big bald head with a somewhat sluggish expression also widened his eyes, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Before, the observer, Uatu, accidentally peeped into a certain existence in Peanut's body, so his eyes were severely damaged. But he is a multi-universe level powerhouse after all, and he recovered in a short time. There is a saying that eat a fall, gain a wisdom, but as a family of observers, Uatu has almost infinite curiosity about the abnormalities that occur in the multi-universe. So, even though he was uneasy, Uatu mustered up his courage and looked again, to the MCU universe that bred infinite dangers. The first thing he saw was the light curtain covering the entire Earth and the content played within it. Unbelievable, such a powerful time-space reset power. Who is it that has such power? Taking a deep breath, Uatu was amazed, but also felt a strong curiosity and an unspeakable excitement. At this moment, new images and information appeared on the light curtain. When Nick Fury was caught, because he often said all kinds of nonsense and was emotional, he was eventually locked up in a mental hospital. However, it didn't take long for the Containment Society of this universe to notice Nick Fury, and used relationships and means to transfer him to the Containment Society and become a containment object. After many interrogations, the Containment Committee learned from Nick Fury, the bronze ring sealed under the ice, and finally contained it, numbered Containment 1968. According to the detection of the Containment Committee, this metal ring has a history of at least 31 million years. It is certain that it is definitely not made by humans. In the actual test, as long as someone touches this metal ring, it will undergo a strange change. And eventually return to its original state. But whenever this happens, the experiment subject who touches the metal ring will experience irreversible memory changes. The memory of the experimental subject will have huge amounts of conflict with the reality. Some people will not know all the relatives and friends around them. There are also people who forget all the events in history, and recall a new history that is completely inconsistent with reality. After more than 10 experiments, the researchers of the Containment Society finally discovered something was wrong. The earliest suspicion came from a test subject. After touching the metal ring for the third time, the Class D personnel began to claim that this was not the third experiment. He has touched this object 19 times. But, none of the researchers remember this. After noticing the abnormality, the scientific researchers of the Containment Society finally discovered the working principle of this bronze ring after many verifications. This metal ring will not change anyone's memory of the past. It will only change the past originally. Every time a human touches it, it will trigger the inflation of virtual particles in the vacuum, which is the so-called Casimir effect. According to the space probes of the Containment Society, similar effects also appeared on Mars and Jupiter, and the effects spread almost instantaneously, with a speed comparable to the cosmic inflation that occurred shortly after the Big Bang. The only place where the Casimir effect does not appear is the vicinity of this metal ring. That is to say, this item can instantly affect the entire universe in a way similar to the Big Bang. And this kind of virtual particle anomaly that spreads almost instantaneously may mean a global reverse causality event. That is, rewriting history and restarting the past. Every time someone touches the metal ring, the past of the entire universe will be reset. The only one who can survive is the person near the ring. For this situation of drastically modifying the past, the Containment Committee will define it as a CK-class reality reconstruction doomsday scenario. The original timeline that was overwritten by the restart is equivalent to being destroyed. Camartage. What? Ancient One magician stared blankly at the light screen with eyes full of horror, his lips trembled slightly, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At this moment, a creepy feeling swept over her whole body instantly, making Ancient One's hands and feet cold. Just before, Ancient One also speculates that this ring may affect the past of the whole world. But now it seems that she is still too naive. What the so-called global causal reconstruction ring can reset is not the Earth, but the history of the entire universe. Instantly restart the whole universe. What a horror! Chapter 45. What? In the crystal wall space, even with the experience of an observer, Uette couldn't help gasping, his eyes full of wonder. An artifact capable of restarting the history of the entire universe. Even from the perspective of the observer family, this is shocking enough. You know, even a multi-universe powerhouse may not have the ability to restart a single universe. Those who can do this are already close to the level of Eternal Numenon or a Life Tribunal. Just thinking of this, Uette suddenly frowned again. In the video just now, the Containment Society of another universe, in order to conduct an experiment on the global causal reconstruction ring, asked someone to touch it dozens of times. This means that, unintentionally, this Containment Society has restarted the universe dozens of times. This is too scary. Such a powerful artifact is actually in the hands of such a lawless organization. Uette sighed softly, with a hint of worry in his brows. He could tell. The Containment Society is not the kind of organization that considers means in order to achieve its goals. Having obtained such an artifact, they will definitely use it if given the chance. Shield. The universe? That ring, restarted the universe. The black stewed egg's complexion gradually turned pale, his breathing became urgent, and even his hands were trembling slightly. In another universe, I accidentally restarted the history of the entire universe in the process of looking for Captain America. Transform the original normal world into an alternative history ruled by Hydra. And all of this is the fault of Black Braised Eggs himself. Such a shocking fact simply overturned his cognition and surpassed his imagination. Hey, not bad. Standing behind Black Widow heaved a sigh of relief and reached out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. I can finally get rid of the suspicion of Hydra undercover. Etc. Just as Black Widow relaxed, he suddenly heard an exclamation. When she looked up, she saw the black stewed egg, with a serious face, saying word by word. The contained items in the previous live broadcast more or less ended up in the hands of the Containment Society. Then this circle will be an exception. If not. Upon hearing this, the surrounding agents also reacted, and there were endless exclamations. No way, if they really mastered this ring, wouldn't they be able to restart the universe at any time? How is it possible? The Containment Society is actually so powerful. It's unbelievable. Among us humans, such an organization still exists. At the beginning, the exclamation was full of shock and horror. But in the end, there was even a bit of amazing and respect. With the power of human beings, it can affect the entire universe. This is the shelter. X-Men universe. Well, this ring is indeed very useful. If you encounter any serious crisis in the future, you can only rely on it. Looking at Containment Room 1968 in Site 17, Wu Xia nodded slightly. Before crossing, he once played a game. In the game, he also plays the director of an underground base, responsible for containing various anomalies called abnormalities. Once a large-scale containment failure occurs in the game and the situation deteriorates beyond recovery, the supervisor can activate the tool Abnormality, Bell of Backtracking to backtrack time to the state before the disaster. And this bronze ring can also have a similar effect. The only problem is that it costs a bit to activate it. At this moment, a game notification popped up on the computer screen in front of Wu Xia. Containment popularization points have exceeded 100 million. You get a reward, Asylum Society employee, Dr. Bright. As a manager, you can give any order to Dr. Bright. Brilliant. Seeing this notice, Wu Xiao's eyes lit up all of a sudden. MCU Universe, Site 17. What did you say? We might activate that circle. Looking at Dr. Gears in front of her, Jane Foster's breath froze instantly, and she could hardly believe her ears. You heard nothing wrong. Dr. Gears said with a cold expression. According to the order of the administrator, in the event of an irreparable containment breach, or an end of the world scenario, we must activate the global causal reconstruction loop to reset human history in order to save the mortal perdition. Save. Jane Foster didn't seem to be able to react for a while. Dr. Gears showed no expression on his face, and continued. When this ring is activated, everything in the world will change except for the user himself. All the relatives and friends of his, and all the history and memory will be overturned. And the human beings that would have been destroyed in the first place will survive in another timeline. For the sake of containment, and protection, sometimes, we have to take responsibility like that. Dr. Gears stared at Jane Foster, and asked softly. Maybe one day in the future, this responsibility will fall on you. Do you think you can do it? Jane Foster was speechless. But after a while, she suddenly thought of something, and instinctively exclaimed. Wait. As long as you encounter a crisis, you can reset history. Then, how many times has our history been reset by you? Facing Jane's question, Dr. Gears fell into a strange silence. He just adjusted his glasses without making any answer. In this awkward silence, a voice suddenly came from the side. Ha ha ha. If there is really a mission to restart the universe, then the executor can only be me. Jane Foster turned her head. I saw a blonde man in a white coat with a gemstone necklace hanging around his neck, with a small smile on his lips, walking over in a hurry. Yo, Gears, long time no see. The blonde man waved his hand at Dr. Gears. Then he stared at Jane Foster, bent over and bowed exaggeratedly. Pretty lady, nice to meet you, you can call me Bright from now on. Let's get along well, .. Underscore. Looking at the weird man in front of her, Jane Foster frowned and took 2 steps back slightly. Unexpectedly, Dr. Gears, who was always expressionless, sighed secretly. Jack Bright. The price of restarting the universe is to stay alone in the strange new world and become a complete lonely person. This kind of responsibility may only be borne by you. At this moment, new images instantly appeared on countless light curtains all over the universe. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. 4th place, Containment, King of Seal. Chapter 46. MCU Earth California Mansion. Just touching it, can restart the whole universe, which is really too magical. Stark picked up another bottle of chlorophyll juice and took a sip, his eyes full of astonishment and disbelief. As a scientist, Stark felt, his worldview had been reshaped several times by the live images on the screen. The sun can unleash magic. From the future you can strike at the past. These. He can barely believe it. But can a metal donut affect the history of the entire universe? This is too incredible. Just when Stark was doubtful, a new image suddenly appeared on the computer screen. This live broadcast does not contain any cognitohazard or infohazard elements, please rest assured to watch. Project name, King of Seals. Object class, Keter. In the perception of the Containment Society, there are many dimensions in the universe. In the dimension higher than the reality of human beings, there are some malicious divine entities. The Containment Committee collectively calls them Eldritch, Abomination. That is high-dimensional evil god. As a high-dimensional existence, Eldritch, Abomination can ignore all physical laws of the real universe. The King of Seals is such a high-dimensional evil god located in the upper plane. From an unknown source of information, he is a giant of light covered with tentacles. The Containment Committee, the reason why this high-dimensional existence is listed as a Keter-level containment object is mainly because the King of Seals has the ability to transcend dimensions, control and influence the thinking of humans on Earth. Kamataj. Jiaoyei evil god. Ancient One magician frowned and said nothing, his eyes full of doubts. As the supreme law-time Earth Asgardian, his greatest duty is to defend the Earth from the harm of high-dimensional Mephisto. Looking at the description on the light screen, this King of Sealing is obviously such a Mephisto, but if this is the case, why has Ancient One never heard of him? Control people's hearts? Ancient One muttered to himself, is this sealed king developing believers by spreading beliefs like Dormammu? On MCU Earth, many magicians have been corrupted by Dormammu. Among them, even the former disciple of Ancient One. Caecilius. Crystal Wall Space. Eldritch, Abomination. The bald-headed Yueta's face changed suddenly, and his eyes suddenly became extremely serious. As an observer, when he observed the multi-universe, he had also seen many high-dimensional existences. Beholder Shamagoraz, Crimson Mephisto Sedarak, god of the underworld Sithon. The power of these existences is enough to cross the multi-universe. Even just coming, it is enough to cause great damage to the single universe. If the king of seal in the image is also an evil god of this level, then usse really can't think of it. The containment society, how should we deal with such a high-dimensional existence? At the moment, in the light screen, the king of seals uses memes to spread his influence, thereby controlling more and more humans. In the terminology of the containment society, meme refers to the basic unit of information transmission. Harmful memes, with supernatural powers, can have harmful effects on the human brain. As long as human beings receive harmful memes, the thinking and even memory of the brain will change. The King of Seals has a meme effect that can be inserted into any source of information, including text, images, spoken phrases, and auditory stimuli. For example, if someone sees a delicious snack on a TV advertisement, they will have an urge to place an order to buy it. And the memes spread by the Sealed King will have a similar effect. Whether watching TV, listening to music, or reading newspapers, as long as they receive the meme information of the King of Sealing, human beings will be addicted to it irresistibly, and actively spread related memes to expand the influence of the King of Sealing. The influence in human society is the source of the Seal King's power in reality. With the further spread of the Sealed King meme, his interference in the real world will also become stronger. The more people who know the stronger he will be in the real world. According to the research of the Containment Society, if there are more than 200 human beings infected by the meme of the Sealed King on the Earth, then the Sealed King can project his own power onto the Earth and control a single infected person for 30 minutes. This is possessing others' body. And, this person who is possessing others' body will gain the ability to create memes of the Sealed King to infect more people. By coincidence, a shelter in a parallel universe once housed an infected person who was sealed by the king possessing others' body, and had a conversation with him. This possessing others' body named Bruce Banner has clearly shown malice towards humans, and frankly told the Containment Committee about his purpose. What I want is to continue to spread my influence and expand my power in this world. One day, I will be able to penetrate the dimensional barrier, directly land on your planet with my real body, and then destroy everything. What? Seeing this, countless people on Earth were shocked. Chapter 47. Bruce Banner. In a certain military base, the grey-haired but still hale and hearty General Ross slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. I knew that this monster would one day become a scourge to mankind. Controlled by an alien evil god? Humph. Bronsky, who was standing aside, snorted coldly, with a look of disdain on his face. Hulk. I wanted to beat you myself. I didn't expect you to be so weak and become a controlled puppet. In a small hotel on the outskirts of New York, I was possessed by the evil god possessing others' body. Sitting on a hotel bed with his girlfriend Betty Ross, Bruce Banner stared dumbfounded at the old TV in front of him, his mouth twitching. The two of them rushed back to New York regardless of the danger, just to contact a certain Dr. Blue in New York University, so that they could use the other party's serum to turn Bruce Banner back into an ordinary person. But Banner and Betty never imagined that they would see such a terrifying scene on TV. Containment Society, Site 17. Possessing others' body? Isn't that just possession? Jane Foster was terrified, and there was some chills behind her intuition. In the West, possession is the exclusive method of demons. As long as a mortal is possessed by a demon, his soul will be taken away, and he will be reduced to a container for the power of the demon. If he dies, he can only go to hell. Oh, this is really scary. Dr. Bright looked at the LCD screen in the lobby of the base, shook his head, and said with a sigh. Forcibly taking and controlling other people's bodies, this is really evil and shameless. Whoever does such a thing, whether it is a human or an evil god, should be completely wiped out, completely nullified. Seeing Dr. Bright's upright expression and the gemstone necklace hanging on his chest, Dr. Gears standing aside couldn't maintain his iceberg face, and couldn't help frowning slightly. You guys, are you serious? At the moment, a new image also appeared on the light curtain. According to the estimates of the Containment Society, when the number of infected people affected by the meme of the King of Sealing reaches 1,500, the King of Sealing can unlimitedly possessing others' body one of the infected people. There is another 30-minute time limit. Not only that, this possessing others' body can also communicate with all infected people on the Earth through telepathy, and give them orders. In this case, the possessing others' body will obtain a large amount of high-dimensional energy of the Sealed King, and display the power of distorting reality on the Earth. As the number of infected people increases, the blocking of the dimensional barrier to the Sealed King will also become weaker. When the number of infected people exceeds 10,000, the King of Seals will be able to directly break through the dimension barrier and bring his true body to the Earth for a short time. Once the real body of the Sealed King arrives, he can not only display the unimaginable power to distort reality, but also directly possessing thousands of others' bodies, turning them into his own puppet army. At this point, if the number of infected or possessed others' bodies cannot be reduced in a short period of time, the permanent arrival of the Sealed King will become a foregone conclusion, and everything will be irreversible. Camartage. What? There is such a monster. Seeing this, countless magicians gasped, their complexions gradually turned pale, and even their breathing became short of breath. Just knowing originally will be infected, and may even be possessing others' body, becoming a puppet of an evil god of another dimension. Those little magicians who are still in the apprenticeship stage, have they ever come into contact with such a terrifying enemy? The Ancient One magician pondered for a while, then suddenly let out a long sigh. I see, I see. No wonder, I have never heard of this high-dimensional divine existence. It turns out that just hearing about him can cause harm. Magician. Moda Magician's black face turned pale, and he asked in a trembling voice. If this is the case, countless billions of people on the earth already know the existence of the King of Sealing, will it be? Don't worry. Ancient One said calmly. Since the Containment Council dared to publicly broadcast information about him, it must have filtered out the relevant cognito hazards. Otherwise, wouldn't they be tying themselves up and bringing their own destruction? But, such an enemy, how should we deal with it? Hearing Moda's questioning, Ancient One gave a rare wry smile and did not respond. In fact, she had already thought of it. Since knowing originally will make the enemy stronger, it is enough to eliminate the known objects. The Containment Society seems to have some kind of amnestic drug, but the amount of this drug should be limited. Ancient One looked up at the sky, his face full of helplessness. If it really came to a critical point, even she would have to kill her. As long as all the humans who know the King of Sealing are killed, the problem will naturally be solved. Although the Ancient One magician was absolutely unwilling to do such a thing, thinking about the claim in the video, that the King of Seals has the power to distort reality gave her a chill. The last reality bender was a multi-universe Scarlet Witch. How strong should the body of the King of Sealing be? At this time, a new image also appeared in the light curtain. Relying on the amnestic potion extracted from Amando Sesha, the Containment Council has repeatedly defeated the conspiracy of the Sealed King to descend on the Earth. However, the quantity of this medicine is limited, and if there is a large-scale mimetic infection, there is nothing that can be done. According to expert estimates, once the number of meme-infected people exceeds 100,000, not only will the power of the Sealed King be greatly enhanced, but he can even open the door to other dimensions on the Earth, bringing all kinds of alien dimensional monster is summoned. The most frightening thing is that according to estimates, if the number of infected people exceeds 1 million, then the worst will happen. The King of Seals will completely smash the dimensional barrier and bring his own body to the Earth without any restrictions. At this point, the coming of his will be complete and thorough. And the ultimate arrival of a high-dimensional evil god will also trigger a real XK level end of the world scenario. Just after playing here, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed again. I saw a huge green giant standing proudly in a ruined city. The raging flames all around seemed to be unable to hurt him at all. At this moment, a huge amounts of steel mecha suddenly flew over in the sky. Soon, a familiar voice resounded throughout the sky. Banner. Surrender, you can't win. Shut up. The Hulk on the surface raised its head to the sky and roared like thunder. Stupid human beings, no matter how many followers you kill, my coming is doomed. Hey. If that's the case, I can only kill you. With a sigh, Iron Man wearing anti-Hulk armor fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. Boom. The next second, accompanied by a thunderbolt falling from the sky, a blonde man holding a hammer also appeared on the battlefield. Soon, several aircraft carriers flew over in the sky. The one standing on the bow of one of the motherships is Captain America holding a shield. In order to kill the Hulk who has been possessing others' body by the Sealed King, the strongest superhero on Earth, all have arrived. This will be a Hulk versus the world battle. Chapter 48. MCU Earth. SHIELD. What? Looking at the aircraft carriers on the screen that could almost block the sun, Lu Dan was shocked, his mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. I saw a huge amounts of logo printed on all these motherships. That's a black circle with 3 arrows pointing inside. At the moment, the S.H.I.E.L.D employees near the marinated eggs were also in an uproar. Aircraft carrier, isn't this the latest warship of our S.H.I.E.L.D? Damn it, why is the logo of the Asylum Society printed on it? Wait. Look. I saw Black Widow slightly exclaimed, pointing to the computer screen. Everyone followed the reputation, and suddenly gasped. How can it be? On the bow of one of the aircraft carriers, Captain America was still wearing his traditional tights. But the center of the shield in his hand is no longer the traditional white star, but the black circle, 3 arrows of the Asylum Council. This is... Black Braised Egg took a deep breath, the muscles on his face trembled, and a terrible guess suddenly popped up in his heart. The Earth in this parallel universe must have been ruled by the Containment Society, right? Los Angeles Mansion. That's me. Looking at the huge amounts of anti-Hulk armor on the screen, Stark's eyes lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. Now, his steel battlesuit barely developed to Mark III. And the steel behemoth armor in front of him almost surpassed Stark's imagination. At the moment, a brand new image appeared on the light screen. Has the cognitive shielding device been activated? Standing at the bow of the ship, Captain America reached out and pressed the communication device on his ear, and asked seriously. Soon, he got a reply. The cognitohazard shielding device and the infohazard blocking device have been activated. Everything is working fine and the crew is not suffering any symptoms of the mimetic hazard. Good. Captain America nodded, remained silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said coldly. All the gun doors of the mothership are fully opened. As long as there are any humans in the city below, they will immediately attack indiscriminately. Ming, understand? MCU Earth. Seeing this, the Earth network suddenly exploded. What's going on? How can this Captain America issue such an order? Damn it, is he also the captain of Hydra? Idiot, Captain America is destroying the infected of the Sealed King. If you don't do this, when the Sealed King comes, everyone will die. Is there no other better way? What can you do? If you don't have one, don't just pretend to be a keyboard warrior on the internet. At the moment, in the light screen, the battle between Iron Man and Hulk has started on the ground. Stupid mortal! Facing me, how dare you resist? Hulk's eyes released a strange light, and pointed to the anti-Hulk armor in front of him. Turn me to ashes. Accompanied by the fierce curse, it seems that the next moment, the Hulk will unleash a terrifying attack, crushing the anti-Hulk armor. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. You seems to have noticed something strange. The light in the Hulk's eyes flickered, and there was a look of despair on his face. Mortal! How dare you resist divine power? Ha ha ha! From inside the anti-Hulk armor came Tony Stark's triumphant laughter. Didn't expect it, evil god, this is the power of mortals. Pointing to the sky, the anti-Hulk Iron Man chuckled and said. In addition to my battle suit, all the aircraft carriers in the sky are also equipped with devices to shield cognitohazards and information hazards, as well as devices specially used to restrain the reality distortion ability. Scranton Reality Anchor. A voice from the anti-Hulk armor thundered over the ruins of the city. Thulhu, unless you can descend in person and show the power of a reality bender above level 5. Otherwise, the current you will not be able to distort reality at all. So what? The Hulk roared, and his huge body shot at Iron Man like a cannonball, and he punched hard. Small human, watch me crush you. Boom. The collision between the Hulk and the anti-Hulk Iron Man caused a huge earthquake that nearly shook half the city. Monsters of different dimensions. Midgard is guarded by me. Immediately afterwards, with a roar like thunder, Thor leaped into the sky, held up Mjolnir, and struck down with a hammer. Boom, boom. At the same time, large-scale artillery fire was released from the aircraft carrier in the sky, washing the entire city indiscriminately. It looks like a real world war is about to break out. MCU Earth, Comatage. Scranton Reality Anchor. Hearing this term, Ancient One Magician's pupils shrank suddenly, and the horror in the depths of his eyes was unstoppable. In another universe, the Containment Council actually developed a technological device capable of restraining reality benders. Even the divine power of a high-dimensional evil god like the King of Seals seems to be suppressed by this device. With the power of science alone, human beings can contain the Mephisto of different dimensions. This fact is so shocking that it almost shakes the solid world view of Ancient One Magician. And at this moment, the screen suddenly changed on the light screen, and they came to the internal facilities of a shelter. I saw a half-bald middle-aged man wearing glasses and wearing a white coat walking into a containment room. In a deep corner of the containment room, curled up was a man in an orange prison uniform. This man has an unshaven face and a strange smell from his body. He hasn't showered for an unknown number of days. Seeing this, Dr. Gears frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice. Containment, or Robert Reynolds, the O5 Council has just decided to terminate your containment. What? The sloppy man suddenly raised his head and shouted nervously. No, only by staying here can I control nothingness. Otherwise, it will destroy the world. Robert. Dr. Gears said expressionlessly. This world needs you. In order to fight against the upcoming high-dimensional evil god, we need a sentry that explodes with millions of suns. Chapter 49. Need me. Robert Reynolds was in a daze, as if he couldn't understand what Dr. Gears said. Seeing this, Dr. Gears frowned slightly, but finally took a breath, and explained in a deep voice. Just last month, Containment 990, the Dream Omen, reappeared. This containment object will only appear in the dreams of the personnel of the Containment Society, and it will predict a series of events related to the end of the world. This time, what 990 predicted is the complete arrival of the Sealed King. And you are the only one who can resist him head-on. Sentry. Hearing this, Robert Reynolds opened his mouth and stopped talking, and it took a long time before he could say. I'm afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing Robert's timid look, Dr. Gears showed amazing patience. Instead of directly trying to convince the other party, he opened a folder on his body and explained to Robert. According to the information we got from the infected, the so-called King of Seals may be an ancient god born when the universe was created. It is said that these ancient gods possessed the power to distort reality when they were born, and they were even able to create life out of nothing. As time went by, wars broke out between the ancient gods. Among all the ancient gods, the Sealed King is not the strongest, but he possesses an ability that other ancient gods do not have. That is to control the power of creatures through memes. Use this ability. The King of Seals controls the countless powerful creatures created by the other ancient gods, and then lets these creatures fight against their creator. In ancient times, this battle of the ancient gods lasted for countless billions of years, turning countless planets into dust, and even almost destroying the entire universe. But the one who wins in the end is still the Sealed King with an infinite army. Listening to Dr. Gear's eloquence, the fear on Robert's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Then, the King of the Seal, does he rule the universe? No. Dr. Gears gently closed the document in his hand. Before being killed by the Sealed King, the strongest among the ancient gods cast a curse on him and sealed him to a different dimensional world outside the universe. That's why he got the title of King of Sealing. And for hundreds of millions of years, he has always wanted only one thing. That is to break free from the seal and return to the reality we are in. Staring at Robert, Dr. Gears looked serious. According to the previous records of the Containment Society, you once fought against the 6th level reality bender Molecule Man Owen Rees, and defeated him. Level 6 reality bender can reshape the world at the flick of a finger, and subvert the laws of the universe with just one thought. Dr. Gear's tone suddenly softened. Being able to defeat such a strong person, your strength, may be stronger than you imagined. The King of Sealing, I will leave it to you. Well. Robert seemed to want to shirk, but he finally nodded lightly in the face of Dr. Gear's burning eyes. MCU Universe. On the Earth's network, at the moment is also boiling. It turns out that this Seal King is an ancient god that existed when the universe was born. Oh, my god! The battle of the ancient gods almost destroyed the universe. How can humans beat this kind of thing? Damn it, the ancient gods are about to come, and they actually handed over the task of saving the world to that tramp. It's over, it seems that the world is hopeless. Comatage. A level 6 reality bender. Ancient One's heart trembled violently, and his expression changed. With just a flick of your finger, you can subvert the universe and reshape the world. How powerful this is! But according to what Dr. Gears said, such a terrifying reality bender Molecule Man was actually defeated by the tramp like Robert in front of him. Then how strong should this guy be? And such a powerful strongman was taken in by the Containment Society. It can also be driven at will. Sure enough, no matter which universe you are in, the Containment Society is unfathomable. Thinking of the god that appeared before, Ancient One sighed lightly, and his expression became a little complicated. At this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. Standing in the corridor of the shelter site, Dr. Gears and another beautiful woman in a white coat watched Robert leave. Suddenly, Dr. Gears turned his head and said to the beautiful woman with a gemstone necklace around her neck. Bright, you have to be ready too. If the worst happens, you have to activate the global causal reconstruction loop to reset the history of the entire universe, so as to save the fate of human extinction. All right, I see. Female Dr. Bright waved her hand carelessly, and smiled softly. Just right, I'm tired of this world too, it's not bad to change to a new world. Looking at the female doctor's nonchalant, even somewhat knowledgeable attitude, Dr. Gears suddenly frowned. After pondering for a while, Dr. Gears took a deep breath and asked word by word. Bright, tell me the truth. How many times has this universe been reset by you? Oh. Listening to this straightforward question, the female Dr. Bright was taken aback for a moment, and then she actually winked at Gears. Ha ha ha. This is a secret. Smiley face, MCU Universe, ignorance. God of Eternity. Collector gasped, his face turned pale. Before, it was claimed in the live video, that the Karma Reset Ring can reset the history of the entire universe, but Collector is actually a little skeptical. But now it seems that not only is this true, the Containment Society may have even used it to reset the universe several times. In the ignorance, no matter how terrible power the Containment Council has, the Collector can actually ignore it. No matter what the sun bombing or the time weapon is, it is unlikely to hurt him. But the current situation is that maybe one day, the Containment Committee will want to reset everything, and the Collector will be restarted to override it. Who knows, in the new universe after the restart, is there someone like him? These Earthlings can destroy the current universe and reshape a new universe as long as they move their fingers. What kind of horror is this? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Collector felt that the cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, and he was almost frightened out of his wits. At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. Boom. 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 In the ruins of the city, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America, the three joined forces with all their strength to fight the Hulk of the Sealed King possessing others' body. For a moment, he had the upper hand. But at this moment, Iron Man suddenly heard the warning from Jarvis. Sir, I have detected a brand new meme virus, and it has started to attack the internet all over the world frantically. According to this speed, it won't take long for billions of internet users all over the world to be infected by it. The content of this meme virus is the King of Seals. What? Iron Man was shocked when he heard this, and broke out in a cold sweat. Once billions of netizens become infected, the real body of the sealed king may come to Earth immediately. Chapter 50. Site 17 of MCU Earth. Dr. Bright? Is that you? Jane Foster swallowed, looking at the beautiful woman in a white coat on the screen. She felt her mind was in chaos. Oh, you can say that too. Dr. Bright shrugged, and then began to look at the self on the screen with scrutiny. The figure is indeed good, but the smell of books is too strong, and I don't wear glasses, which reduces the charm a lot. At the end, Bright actually shook his head regretfully. It's a pity that such a good body was wasted. Body shell. Jane Foster's mouth was wide open, and she didn't know what to say for a while. At the moment, Dr. Gears, who was standing on the side, suddenly stared at Bright, and said seriously. You just arrived at this site today, so I have to make it clear to you first. The global causal reconstruction ring is specially used to save all human beings in times of crisis. So, without a special order, you are strictly prohibited from approaching its containment room. Oh. Gears. Is that why you don't believe in my character? Dr. Bright stretched out his hands to cover his chest, with a pained expression on his face. How could I be joking about something as important as resetting the universe? Dr. Gears' expression became indifferent again, and he simply repeated. Remember, you are not allowed to approach containment room 1968. At the same time, a new image appeared on the light screen. Another universe. It's not good, Captain, the meme virus of the Sealed King has been spread to the global internet. What? Hearing Iron Man's warning, Captain America was also shocked. At this time, the Hulk who was possessing others' body suddenly laughed wildly. Haha. Stupid mortal. You know, why I chose Bruce Banner to be a believer. Hateful. Iron Man's mind flashed instantly, and he immediately regretted it. Besides being able to transform into a Hulk, Bruce is a genius. This meme virus that infects the global internet must have been created by himself. Hula. Amidst the wild laughter, an extremely powerful energy frenzy began to be released from the Hulk. Crazy sweeping in all directions. As the number of infected with the meme virus increases, the reality-distorting power of his also becomes stronger. Crack. In the next second, Iron Man, who was closest to the Hulk, on the opposite Hulk battlesuit, also began to burst into a lot of sparks. Not good. The Scranton reality anchor is overloaded. The blood on Iron Man's face disappeared instantly, and the urge to retreat suddenly arose. Without the protection of a reality anchor, facing a super powerful reality bender, his anti-Hulk armor will not be able to protect him at all, and he will be torn to pieces in an instant. You foolish mortals who dare to resist the real God, you have no chance to regret it. I saw the Hulk's eyes burst into strange lights, and he stretched out his hand, pointing at Iron Man. Oh! Iron Man, who was hiding in the anti-Hulk armor, only had time to let out a scream, and his physical body began to change uncontrollably. Boom! The next moment, the anti-Hulk armor shattered, revealing a mouse inside. Squeak! I saw a little mouse crawling out of the wreckage of the armor in panic, and fled away like a smoke. Tony! Seeing this scene, Captain America's hair stood on end in shock, and his heart almost stopped beating. Next is you. The Hulk looked at Captain America with a smile, and gave him a deep look. Ah! Under the horrifying gaze of the Hulk, Captain America's body began to shrink crazily, and finally disappeared. Meow! Immediately afterwards, a mixed-haired cat crawled out of Captain America's tight battlesuit. Damn it! You damn magician! Thor looked shocked and angry, and frantically waved Mjolnir, about to release a fatal blow. But in the next moment... Ah! Being hit head-on by the Hulk's terrifying reality-distorting power, Thor's figure also shrunk crazily, and finally, turned into a frog. MCU Earth. California Mansion. Oh, my God! Stark stared at the screen with straight eyes, the blood on his face disappeared completely, his hairs stood up in horror, and his whole body trembled slightly. Mouse. He, the world's richest man, superhero, was turned into a mouse. This is simply more terrifying than death. Meanwhile, on MCU Earth, in a small town in South Texas. I turned into a frog. Thor, who was wearing a t-shirt and jeans, looked at the TV in the tavern stupidly, the muscles on his face twitched wildly, and he had the urge to vomit blood for a moment. Deprived of all divine power by Odin, decentralized to the mortal Midgard. Thor originally thought that he was already at the bottom of his life. But looking at the unlucky frog on the TV, Thor looked down at his still strong body, and suddenly felt a little lucky. At least, I am still a person now. Not a frog. Asgard. Pissed. Loki couldn't bear it anymore, he lowered his head and snickered, which drew glaring glances from the people around him. Ha ha ha. That big green guy really has a sense of humor. Hiding in the corner of the crowd with his head down, Loki tried his best to hold back his laughter, which made him tremble all over. Turn Thor into a frog. Such a great idea, why didn't I think of it before? If you get a chance, I really want to try it. And at the moment on the throne, Odin holding the gun of eternity, the muscles on his face twitched slightly. His complexion was extremely black. He could see very clearly that the Thor on the screen hadn't lost his powers. But even so, the other party just took a look and turned him into an animal. This is the force of reality distortion that can overturn the universe. Thinking of a possibility, Odin's body trembled slightly, and a look of horror appeared on his face. This kind of power, shouldn't it be effective for yourself? If he, the God King of the 9 realms, was turned into an animal, it would be better to die. At the moment, in the light screen, a new image appeared at the moment. Ha ha ha. Turning the 3 superheroes into animals, the Hulk looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. While laughing wildly, endless mysterious power began to gather behind him, forming a huge amounts of phantom of the giant of light in the air. Ka, ka, ka. Soon, cracks visible to the naked eye appeared in the space where the phantom was. Along with the expansion of the gap in space, the giant of light also began to gradually change from virtual to real. When the giant of light is completely transformed into a real body, the real body of the sealed king will also come to reality. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, there was a thunderous roar. Monster! Go back to your world! Boom! The sun-like golden light, carrying flames capable of burning everything, slammed into the giant of light fiercely. Sentry, the power of 1,000,000 sun explosions, has arrived. At the same time, in the shelter site of this world, the number of netizens infected by the sealed king meme has exceeded 1 billion. Hearing this terrible news, Dr. Gear's expression didn't change at all, but he nodded slightly. Everything is exactly the same as the trailer of Containment 990 Dream Walking Omen. Chapter 51. Boom. As the golden flames shot up into the sky in the center of the ruins, the entire earth trembled. And amidst the raging flames, a voice that shook the world resounded. A mere human. How dare you fight against the gods? Ka ka ka. Accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering glass, right at the core of the golden flame, the entire space began to shatter. Hoo. After the space was shattered, a huge black hole reaching the sky appeared. The first thing to emerge from the black hole are countless tentacles. Then, a giant of light who was emitting infinitely strong light, which was almost impossible to look at, finally appeared. Boom. This giant of light covered in tentacles just appeared, and the ruins of the city surrounded by flames suddenly disappeared without a trace. As if being erased by a giant eraser, the city that was originally endless at a glance, suddenly became a barren land like a desert. Ha ha ha. Standing in the middle of the blank wasteland, the giant of light let out a shocking laugh. With the help of billions of infected people on the earth, he, who has been imprisoned in a different dimension for countless years, has finally gained freedom. Beyond the multi-universe, the crystal wall space. Hiss, is this the ancient god? Seeing that the king of sealing just appeared and erased everything in sight, even with the experience of an observer, he couldn't help but gasp. Usse could tell at a glance. The king of seals did not eliminate or destroy everything in front of his vision, but simply wipe everything away. Just like a child, erasing his own graffiti. Is this the power of the reality gem? No. I'm afraid it's more than that. Usse's expression was solemn, and he had raised the strength level of the sealed king to another level. I'm afraid, unless someone can collect 6 infinite gems and fully control the power of these gems, then they can compare with this giant of light in front of them. This kind of monster that can destroy the universe actually appeared on the Earth in the solar system. It seems that the planet. As soon as he thought of this, the big bald head suddenly thought of something, his face suddenly changed in horror, and even his expression froze. Judging from the previous images, these Earthlings have in their hands the artifact that can restart the universe. Now that the King of Seals who has descended from his real body is already invincible, will they directly activate this artifact and open up a new timeline? And at this moment, the big bald man's sharp eyes also noticed 2 unusual things. The reality bender known as Robert Reynolds is not dead. And, staring at the crystal wall in front of him, a trace of doubt suddenly appeared in the eyes of the big bald head. On top of the real body of the sealed king, those flying warships were floating without incident. It's as if, the distorted reality power that was enough to destroy everything before could not affect them at all. And at this moment, in the light screens all over the universe. Monster, this is my world. Get back. Sentry released golden flames that were brighter than the sun. All the tentacles released by the Seal King are wrapped in it. Chilla. The fiery and violent golden flames are burning the heavens and the earth crazily. Although those tentacles are condensed with infinite high-dimensional divine power, they can't resist the power of this flame. As long as you get close, you will be burned to death. Ah. Human. Are you really human? Feeling the severe pain caused by the destruction of the tentacles, the King of Sealing was so radiant that people couldn't look directly at him, but there was also a faint hint of astonishment. Breaking free from the shackles that have bound him for countless billions of years, the King of Seals thought that he could easily kill all directions and destroy this tiny planet without wasting effort. But I didn't expect that this strange human being radiant with golden light would show a power not inferior to that of the ancient gods. I am a hero. Surrounded by the golden flames, Robert Reynolds' eyes were wide open, his face was full of heroism, and he was a completely different person from before. At the moment, he is no longer that cowardly mental patient, homeless vagabond, but the strongest superhero on Earth, sentry with the power of a million sun explosions. Boom! Two forces capable of destroying reality collided again, and the flames and strong light that came out burst out a big hole in the atmosphere in the sky. Endless starlight poured down from the big hole. It seems that even the sky has been pierced. At the same time, in the foundation site of this world. Wow! This is really incredible power. The bright female doctor stood in front of a huge amounts of bronze ring, looked at her mobile phone screen, and said with a sigh. Gears, I didn't expect you to still have such an ace. Before, why haven't I seen you use it before? Dr. Gears' indifferent voice came from the phone. Robert Reynolds was a severe schizophrenic. Before, he was always afraid of his own power, worried that he would destroy the world. It has to be said that he has a good reason to worry. Looking at the screen on the phone, the female doctor bright muttered. If this continues, I may have to restart the world soon. Don't be in such a hurry. Standing in the command center of the Containment Society site, Dr. Gears stared at the image transferred from the aircraft carrier in front of him, as if he was waiting for something. At the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the communicator of the command center. The antimimetic virus targeting the Sealed King has been developed and can be uploaded and distributed to the world at any time. Dr. Gears' expression didn't change at all, he just shouted flatly. Uploading is permitted, and the global anti-meme eradication operation begins. Obey. In the next second, TVs, computers, the internet, all media screens all over the world, the containment meeting logo of circle and 3 arrows appeared. At the same time, a voice that cannot be described in words also sounded in the sky all over the world. Buzz. Wow, what's that sound? AHH. My head hurts so much. As long as they see the sign of the Containment Society on the multimedia screen, or hear this strange sound, people all over the world will feel a splitting headache at first, and then their faces will show a look of bewilderment. What were we doing just now? It seems, to be worshipping a god. God? What kind of god is that? I forgot, What happened? During the fierce battle with Sentry, the Sealed King suddenly trembled, and the strong light released from his body dimmed visibly with the naked eye. Just now, he could clearly perceive that more than half of his billions of infected people on this planet disappeared in an instant. Moreover, it is still going down like crazy. My power. Having been imprisoned in a different dimension for countless billions of years, the energy of the Sealed King has already dropped to its lowest point. At this moment, he lost the infected person's power of faith supplement again, and he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of weakness. It was as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. Buzz. And in the next second, from above the sky, there was another burst of magnificent energy, which was suppressed like the sky falling apart. Ah! The giant of light covered with tentacles let out a desperate cry, its huge body shook, and it actually knelt on the ground on one knee. Containment Society Site Command Center. Castro Dunlap Reality Stabilization Field activated. Start virtual particle countermeasures. Neutralize the reality distorting power of the hostile divine creature. The Hume index around the hostile divine creature has recovered by 47%. Suppressed by the reality stability field, the subject king of the seal is no longer a level 6 reality bender. Don't stop. Go all out. Listening to the reports of his subordinates around, Dr. Gears gave the order coldly. Notify the aircraft carrier, and activate the Peter Rieckhoff-Fontaine Space Stabilization Array at the same time, prohibiting all local space movement. The Sealed King is absolutely not allowed to escape. We have planned for so long, made so many preparations, and paid so much price, just to completely slaughter this high-dimensional evil god. In any case, the task must be completed. Picking up a microphone, Dr. Gears yelled the final order. Containment, Sentry. In the name of the Overseer of the Containment Council, and the O5 Council, I give you the final order. Destroy the divine object in front of you until the opponent is completely destroyed. Chapter 52. MCU Earth. Seeing the earth-shattering battle on the screen, the Earth internet was silent for a while, and then it boiled. Wow! What's going on? The shelter in that world wants to kill God? Oh! By the way, the gods can really be killed. Didn't you listen to what Dr. Gears said? This king of seals killed all the other ancient gods. Hey, he's a god. The shelter is just a group of humans. What's wrong with humans, who stipulated that humans cannot kill gods? Los Angeles Mansion. Scranton Reality Anchor? Castro Dunlap Reality Stability Field. Whispering these two, the name of the device that appeared in the live video, Stark's face was unprecedentedly dignified, and his eyes still shone with a bit of excitement. Judging from the names, these two devices are 100% scientific products. The Asylum Council can actually use technological creations to suppress high-dimensional gods. This means that without any supernatural power, or magic, or thaumaturgy, human beings can overcome gods only by relying on technology originally. As a scientist and engineer, there is nothing more exciting to Stark than this fact. Oh, I'm so excited, I'm a little thirsty. Feeling a little dry in his throat, Stark stood up, ready to go to the workbench next to him, and pour himself another bottle of chlorophyll juice. But as soon as he walked to the workbench, he suddenly discovered a strange thing. I saw a somewhat old-fashioned laptop, which happened to be placed in the center of the workbench. But Stark remembers very clearly that he never bought any model of laptop at all. Where did this thing come from? Meanwhile, Kamatage. Slaughter the high-dimensional gods. The Containment Society is so bold. Ancient One took a deep breath, his whole body changed color in horror, and he managed to suppress the shock in his heart. As a Sorcerer Supreme, her greatest enemy is the alien Mephisto who is trying to invade the Earth. But what Ancient One can do is to thwart the conspiracy of these Mephistos to invade the Earth as much as possible. And trying to kill the high-dimensional god once and for all, like the Asylum Society, simply subverted her imagination in this life. Although extremely shocked, with the experience of living for hundreds of years, Ancient One guessed the means of the Containment Society just after thinking about it. In another universe, the Containment Committee should deliberately let the King of Sealing come down. What? Hearing what Ancient One said, almost all the magicians in Kamatage were taken aback. Let the Mephisto descend on purpose, so these containment societies don't care about casualties. That's right, when the Sealed King came before, the entire city was wiped out. Ancient One sighed slightly, his expression became very complicated, but he continued. If I'm not mistaken, since the Containment Society received the prophecy of the Dream Omen, it should have started planning the Sacred God project. That's why they let that meme virus spread on the internet, so that the real body of the Sealed King will descend on Earth. Because only by killing Mephisto's body can him be completely eliminated. Hiss, so unscrupulous. The most frightening thing is that they seem to be really going to succeed. Using the power of technology and adding a super ability can kill gods. Wait, what are we magicians? A technological device that can prohibit space movement, does that mean our teleportation spells can't be used? Listening to the arguing among the apprentices, Ancient One narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly many thoughts flashed through his mind. Transcend time, suppress reality distortion, and forbid space teleportation. There are also antomimetic attacks capable of wiping the memory of billions of people around the world. The scientific and technological power of the abnormal containment society can be so powerful. It's almost close. No, even the magic that I have mastered is probably far inferior. And just when the Ancient One magician was shaken and sighed, new images also appeared on the light screens around the world. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the golden torch soaring into the sky swept all directions. Ah! The whole body was surrounded by flames like the sun, and the giant of light covered with tentacles finally fell slowly to the ground. Losing billions of believers around the world, the power to distort reality is also suppressed by various reality stabilization devices, and they can't even open a space door to escape. The King of Sealing, whose strength has been greatly reduced, was finally defeated by the fully stretched sentry after a series of desperate struggles. At the moment, in the secret base of the Containment Society, Dr. Gears finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his iceberg-like face also loosened a little. When, the last prophecy of the 990 dream-walking omen finally failed to turn into reality. After calming down, Dr. Gears said to the communicator next to his mouth. Guards, immediately drag Dr. Bright out of 1968's containment room. Yes, immediately. She must not be allowed to touch the global karma reset ring. MCU Earth Network. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard, how dangerous is that Dr. Bright? Look, even in the face of the high-dimensional evil god, Dr. Gears still has the same iceberg face, but when he mentions Bright, his expression changes. Carrot. By the way, these two doctors should be a pair, I think they are very suitable. Smiley face, what are you talking about? The Containment Society slaughtered a god. Faced with such a big event, you are only talking about women here. Asgard. Tu Shen. These humans really killed the gods. Cold sweat continued to flow from Odin's forehead, and part of his white beard was wet. Odin knew in his heart that the Aesir Protoss living in Asgard, although they claimed to be gods, were just a relatively powerful alien race. But that King of Seals has existed since the birth of the universe, the almost omniscient and omnipotent true god. I'm afraid, it is already multi-universe level. But such a powerful god was killed by a group of Earthlings. Thinking of the significance of this incident, Odin felt his vest go cold, and his hands and feet became cold. Even true gods can be slaughtered, what else can't these shelters do? These Earthlings, how could they be so powerful? At this moment, new images instantly appeared on countless light curtains all over the universe. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. Third place, Containment, Old Computer. Ah. In the underground laboratory of the mansion in Los Angeles, Stark was working on the strange laptop when he suddenly heard a voice on his computer screen. Old computer? Destroy the world. Looking down, he saw the old notebook in his hand. Stark's expression suddenly became extremely weird. Chapter 53. Meanwhile, in the X-Men universe, containment popularization points have exceeded 200 million. You get a reward, 10 Scranton Reality Anchors. Castro Dunlap Reality Stabilization Field 3. Heh. There are so many rewards this time. Wu Xia clicked the mouse and began to carefully check the prizes she got. Reality anchors can be used to suppress reality benders below level 4. And once the Castro Dunlap Reality Stability Field is set up and deployed, it can even suppress the high-dimensional gods to a certain extent. This thing is used to contain God. Nodding slightly, Wu Xia also read the restrictions mentioned in the instructions. Although these two scientific devices are miraculously effective, they are not small in size. Although the reality stabilization anchor can be installed on anti-Hulk armor after miniaturization, if the reality stabilization field wants to move, it must be installed on a giant object such as an aircraft carrier. It seems that if I want to fight against the gods in the future, how many aircraft carriers do I have to have? Scratching his head lightly, Wu Xia put this matter behind him. I'll talk about the containment of the gods later. For now, install all the time-limited anchors near Site 17. In this way, even if a reality bender is taken in the future, you don't have to worry about it all day long. With a few clicks of the mouse, Wu Xia is installed. Next, there are new problems. Reality stability field suppresses reality benders far more than anchor. Even against level 5, or even level 6 reality benders, it works. However, if they are installed near the site, they cannot be used on field missions. And just when Wu Xia was having trouble making a decision, a new image appeared on the computer screen. A new piece of information suddenly emerged. Project name, Old Computer. Object class, Keter. Containment 1739 is an ordinary Dell laptop. This item seems to be resistant to any form of damage, and has the characteristic of indestructible. There is an executable file named gofetch.exe installed on the hard disk of the notebook. Once this program is executed, 3 windows will start up on the notebook screen. The first window requires input of date and time, which is only available from 2004 to the present. Dates before 2004 and future dates cannot be entered. The Containment Committee once tried to let a D-class personnel enter the time after 2004. After the experiment, this D-class personnel suddenly disappeared and could never be found again. The second window is displayed as a chat client. Anyone who logs in with a laptop will automatically get the username of the master branch on this client. Once someone uses the first window to enter the time, after disappearing immediately, a chat object prefixed with Stark and suffixed with a series of numbers will appear on the chat client. After Stark appears on the chat client, Containment tries to communicate with him. As a result, the other party claimed that I came from an asylum in a parallel universe. California Mansion. A Stark belonging to the asylum. Tony Stark's expression was stiff, his eyes were full of bewilderment, and even a hint of horror. From the computer screen, he could clearly recognize that the Keter-level containment object was the mysterious notebook he found on the workbench just now. Seeing now, Stark has long known that the so-called Keter class represents danger. Fear. Moreover, this notebook is said to be able to destroy the world. Thinking of this, Stark hurriedly threw the notebook in his hand away, even took out several alcohol tissues, and kept wiping his hands that had touched it. Hell, I also got involved with this notebook during the live broadcast. Is this a coincidence? Just when Stark was still in shock, a new image appeared on the screen. Stark in the parallel universe claimed that in their universe, a mysterious D-class personnel suddenly appeared, and then he gained the ability to enter this chat client. According to the research of the Containment Committee of the Parallel Universe, this laptop should have sent the Class D personnel back to the past, thus creating a new parallel universe. However, this method of going back to the past also has a limit, so it is impossible to go back to before 2004. Camartage. Go back in time? Create a parallel universe. Moda Magician was stunned, turned his head to look at Ancient One involuntarily, and asked repeatedly. Magician, can't rely on time gem to change the past. Ancient One frowned slightly, and nodded slightly. In theory, this is the case. I can travel back in time and kill a big villain who is still a baby. But this will not affect him now, it will only create a parallel universe without the big villain. Then, what is the meaning of this time travel notebook? Moda Magician was puzzled all over his face. Just sending people back to the past, how can we destroy the world? Ancient One frowned and said nothing, but he felt a deep sense of foreboding in his heart. Chapter 54. The image on the light curtain continues. Once the program is started, in the third window generated on the laptop, an animation of a dog will be displayed. This dog is chained to its kennel. And if someone uses the first program and disappears immediately, the dog in the animation will be unchained by a woman. Next, the woman in the animation will throw a ball out of the computer screen, and the unleashed dog will rush out and grab the ball back. Oddly enough, whenever the dog runs off the screen, the parallel Stark in the second web chat room disconnects. After a while, the dog will return to the doghouse in the animation with the broken ball in its mouth. Then, the woman in the animation will put an iron chain around the dog's neck again. Everything returns to normal again. And the next time, someone uses the first window to enter the time and then disappears, and in the chat room of the second window, there will be a brand new Stark. For a long time, the Containment Council couldn't figure out, what is the purpose of this laptop other than sending D-class personnel back to the past. Finally, after many experiments, a person named Stark-67 told the Containment Committee a terrible news through the chat room of the second window. The reason why those Starks suddenly disconnected before is because their universes were all destroyed. MCU, Earth SHIELD. What? Stark-67. Seeing this, the black marinated egg was shocked, and a terrifying thought suddenly flashed in his heart. Since this is Stark number 67, doesn't that mean? Before that, a total of 66 Stark universes were destroyed. 66 universes. How appalling this is. At the moment, the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. Across a crystal wall, the bald Uedo looked at the MCU universe from afar, his brows already furrowed. Every time a person is sent back in time, a parallel universe is created, but after a while, this newly created universe will be destroyed. The more he thought about it, the more dignified the big bald head's expression became. As a family of observers, Uedo has observed how many parallel universes. With his amazing experience, he seems to have guessed a terrifying truth. This notebook device in the hands of people on Earth will create a universe and then destroy it. And the dog in the animation. Just now thinking of this, the muscles on Ueda's face twitched, his eyelids kept trembling, and he didn't dare to think about it for a moment. It's terrible, how could such a thing happen in the world? At the moment, a new image also appeared on the light screen. In the chat room, Stark-67 expressed his speculation. Perhaps, this laptop will be specially used to send people to a ship that is about to sink. Not long after, Stark-67 also disconnected. According to the Containment Committee's speculation, the universe where number 67 is located may have been destroyed as well. MCU Earth California Mansion. What the hell are you doing? Tony Stark's eyes were wide open, filled with shock, horror, unimaginable and many other emotional waves. How many Starks died here? Or, how many universes were destroyed? Does this laptop have a grudge against me? At the moment, in the light screen. After another period of time, for testing, the containment will continue to send D-class personnel back to the past, and keep in touch with each new Stark. Finally one day, a chat partner named Stark-132 appeared in the chat room of the notebook. Facing the staff of the Containment Society, Stark-132 finally revealed the terrifying truth about this notebook. Listen well, I am a member of the O5 Council of my own universe, O5-06. I used my status and mobilized a lot of resources to finally figure out the truth. The universes that were destroyed before were actually destroyed by the monster in this laptop. What did you say? Hearing such astonishing words, the staff of the shelter were also stunned. Stark-132, you will understand after watching the animation of the third window. Stark-132, that is an unimaginable powerful malicious entity. Can travel through time and space. Stark-132, this monster feeds on the universe. And always hungry. Stark-132, the reason why your universe has not been swallowed by this monster is entirely because it has been fed. Asylum Society staff, are you full? You mean? Stark-132, every time you send a D-class personnel back to the past, a new parallel universe will be created. Stark-132, then, in the animation of the third window. That chained dog will be let out to chase a ball. Stark-132, that ball is the newly born parallel universe. Stark-132, whenever that dog comes back with pieces of the ball in its mouth, it means it is full. Stark-132, this laptop is a containment device that restrains the eater of the universe. Stark-132, it will use you to create a new parallel universe as dog food to feed that dog. What? Seeing this, audiences from all over the MCU universe were stunned. Chapter 55. MCU Universe, Earth. Seeing the astonishing image on the light path, the Earth network was silent for a while, and then completely boiled. Holy, St. That dog ate the universe, how is that possible? Oh. Is there any mistake, how can there be such a terrifying dog in the world? Wait a minute, that's an animation on the computer, it's not even a real dog. Why? Why is there such a thing? Who made this notebook? Due to excessive horror, countless people even began to speak incoherently. SHIELD. At this moment, the audience fell into a deathly silence. From Black Braised Egg, Natasha Romanoff, to the ordinary agent, all eyes were straightened, lips trembled, and it seemed that they had suffered an unimaginable heavy blow. Swallow the universe. Black Braised Dan was in a daze, and uttered a sentence in a sleepy tone. Hearing this, countless people around trembled, with trembling expressions on their faces. The animated dog in a mere notebook is actually a monster that can feed on the universe? Who would have thought of such an outrageous thing? What's even more frightening is, this dog has devoured an unknown number of universes. Camartage. How can it be? The Ancient One magician froze in place, and the blood on his face disappeared instantly. Even with her experience and city government, she couldn't digest this horrifying scene in a short period of time. As the owner of the Time Gem, Ancient One has long known that going back in time can create a new parallel universe. But she never dreamed that there would be people using this method to create the universe out of thin air, and then use them as dog food. Countless parallel universes are like this. Feed it to the dogs. Who has seen such appalling and terrifying things? It simply subverts the three views and disintegrates Ancient One's cognition of this world. Magician. Hearing this trembling voice, Ancient One turned around, only to see Wangda Magician's complexion was ashen, and even the fat on his face was trembling. You said, is that notebook really a containment device? This should be. Ancient One's face was still pale, but he managed to calm himself down and sighed helplessly. The parallel universe was created out of thin air to feed the bound malicious entity. Presumably as long as the dog in the notebook is fed enough, it won't struggle. Otherwise, it may be about to break free from the chain. Break the chains. Hearing this, let alone ordinary apprentices, even Wangda Magician trembled all over, with a frightened look on his face. Such a terrifying eater of universes, if it can't eat other universes, it will definitely eat its own universe. California Mansion. What the FK? Stark huddled in the corner of the underground laboratory, looking at the notebook on the ground in the distance in horror, with cold sweat on his forehead. His guts were almost out of fear. At this moment, Stark almost cried out. How did this monster notebook that literally feeds on the universe come to my home? Now, what should he do? Destroy it? No, this notebook doesn't seem to be destroyed. Stark thought desperately, trying to find a feasible solution. But his usually very smart head, at the moment, seemed to be frozen by fear, almost unable to turn. Or give this notebook to someone else and let them deal with it. As soon as this idea came up, Stark was taken aback. If we talk about others who are good at dealing with these weird anomalies, isn't there only anomaly containment clubs left? Damn it, Asylum Council. Where the hell are you? Take this notebook away. Sitting on the lab floor, Stark made a helpless cry for help. And at this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. After learning of the Stark 132 alarm, the O5 Council immediately held an emergency meeting to discuss how to dispose of this laptop. At the meeting, most of the O5 members believed that, once the malicious entity represented by the dog in the notebook could not eat the new universe, it would most likely break free from the chain due to hunger, and lead to a containment meeting the collapse of the universe in which it resides. However, even if the Containment Society is willing to keep sending D-class personnel back to the past, creating parallel universes to feed the dog, this may not be a long-term solution. We are facing a dangerous gamble. At the meeting, O5-01 seriously put forward his own opinion. Every time, when we send D-class personnel back to the past, we create a new forked timeline on the trunk of the timeline. This branch line is used to be devoured by dogs. But who is sure, every time the timeline forks, our universe will definitely stay on the main line. O5-01 looked extremely ugly, and said earnestly. If once, the separated new universe becomes the main line, that means, our universe becomes a branch line. When that dog is unchained, what it will devour is our own universe. What? Is there such a thing? Looking at O5-01 standing at the head of the conference table with a bare head and a monk's robe, the rest of the O5 council members are all stunned. If this is the case, whether they use or don't use the notebook, the results will be similar. The dog kept inside will break free one day, and then, it will be the end of the universe. Chapter 56. Then, what should we do? Standing in the conference room of the Containment Society, hearing the questions from colleagues, Ancient One Magician, or O5-01 casually drew a circle in the air. I can throw this notebook into other parallel universes, but, once it falls into the hands of other universes, it may not be a good thing. Yes. After hearing this, the rest of the O5 members also echoed. If our universe is treated as dog food by others and fed to dogs, then we may not even know how to die. Such a dangerous weapon of universe destruction must be in your own hands, otherwise you won't be able to sleep well. Seeing that everyone seems to have reached a consensus, Ancient One Magician nodded slightly. I order that the smoke screen procedure be implemented on the Containment 1739 from now on to prevent it from sending any future people into our timeline. At the same time, suspend the use of this computer by D-class personnel, and observe the animation in the third window for 24 hours. If you notice any changes in that dog, please notify me immediately. Approve. I agree too. Seconded. Soon, The O5 Council reached a consensus, and in this way, the old computer entered the containment procedure and was placed in an unmanned containment room. MCU Universe. SHIELD. Who is that bald woman wearing a strange monk's robe? Seeing the picture on the light screen gradually dimming, the black stewed egg also frowned deeply. Until now, he had never seen the appearance of the leader of the Containment Society with his own eyes. However, Lodan really did not expect that the leader of such an organization with ultra-high black technology was actually a woman in an ancient costume with a shaved head. The woman said that she could throw that laptop into another universe, referring to herself, not any technology. The more Braised Egg thought about it, the more dignified his expression became. This means, this woman has the ability to travel through the universe. Is the leader of the Containment Society also a super ability user? And at this moment, the screen on the light screen suddenly changed, and a familiar person appeared. Is this Stark? When Lodan looked up, the pupil of the one-eyed shrank suddenly. In the light screen, Stark stood in the corner of the laboratory in horror. And on the floor of the laboratory, lay a somewhat familiar old notebook. My God! I'm not mistaken. Damn it! This is the notebook that can swallow the universe. How did it get to Stark? Seeing this, the employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. jumped up one by one as if they had stepped on a poisonous snake. His eyes were even more frightened. If this notebook really appears in the hands of Tony Stark, it means the whole universe is in danger. Widow. Get on the helicopter now. No. It's too late. Beads of sweat flowed from the head of the black stewed egg. After thinking for a while, he quickly took out the special communicator from his arms. Notify the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in Los Angeles to strike immediately and go to Tony Stark's mansion, Black Braised Egg was giving an order when his voice suddenly froze and stopped. At this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. California Mansion. Damn it, maybe I should put this thing in a safe, but... Just when Stark was racking his brains, thinking about how to deal with the notebook, another strange thing suddenly appeared on the ground in the laboratory. What? Stark's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief, and he watched a children's version of the pink paddling pool appear in front of him. Wow! Immediately afterwards, a heavily armed soldier with live ammunition climbed out of the paddling pool. You are from the Asylum Council. Looking at the circle with 3 arrows logo worn by the soldier in front of him, Stark suddenly realized. Snapped. After the soldier appeared, he didn't even pay attention to Stark, but carefully picked up the old notebook on the ground, put it into a small box that he carried with him, and locked the box. Immediately afterwards, the soldier glanced at Stark and waved his finger in a tactical glove, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Then, under Stark's dumbfounded gaze, the asylum soldier slipped into the pink paddling pool again. Then, the cistern also disappeared. This. Stark stared dumbfounded, but secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, this terrifying thing is finally out of his hands. Meanwhile, the X-Men universe. Ding! Containment 1739 old computer has been contained, and the task has been completed. You have already received the reward, turn the stars. Hi, nothing unexpected at all. Seeing the extra storage room 1739 on the screen, Wu Xia was surprisingly relieved. Playing until now, he seems to have invested a lot of emotion in this game. For such a dangerous containment object like an old computer, once its containment fails, it will undoubtedly be the end of the entire universe. At that time, even the global karma reset ring may not be able to save it. This game is really exciting. This is only the 3rd place, and there is already this kind of containment that can destroy the universe. Picking up the cup next to her, Wu Xia took a sip of water and turned her attention to her new prize. Containment, turn the stars, hey! This is actually a Chinese, Shang Dynasty item. Wu Xia's eyes widened suddenly, revealing uncontrollable curiosity. He knew before that in the worldview of the Asylum Society, there was a so-called Huaxia branch. But the item in front of me obviously does not belong to Zhongfen, but the real 2070 containment item. At this time, the system notification suddenly popped up again, and Wu Xia only glanced at it, but was slightly taken aback. The next thing to be exposed is actually it. MCU Universe, Camartage. Ancient One Magician, you are actually O5-01 from the Containment Society. That's amazing, this O5 Council should be the leadership of the Containment Society. It turns out that you have been hiding it from us. Seeing the Ancient One Magician wearing a monk's robe and giving orders to the entire Containment Committee on the screen, the whole Camartage was boiling. Those magician apprentices surrounded Ancient One in the center, and their eyes were full of fanaticism when they looked at her. Everyone, calm down. Looking at the fanatical crowd in front of him, Ancient One was a little dumbfounded for a while. It never occurred to her that in another parallel universe, she would be in the leadership of the Shelter Society. Contain, protect. While comforting the hot-blooded apprentice in front of him, Ancient One also flashed 3 famous words from the Asylum Council in his heart. Although this organization acts somewhat unscrupulously, it is indeed protecting human beings. Moreover, they can even kill Mephisto of different dimensions, their strength must not be underestimated. And at this moment, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen above everyone's heads. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. Second place, Containment, Dozwan Xing Yi. Object Class, Keter. Containment 2070 is a box with a lid, made of materials including jade and some unknown alloy. The top of the box is engraved with some kind of symbol that does not match any known language, and a paragraph of oracle bone inscriptions from the Shang dynasty that seems to describe Hubble expansion. Chapter 57. Los Angeles Mansion. Shang dynasty? Oracle bone inscription. Seeing the information on the screen, Stark was a little confused. What are these? J.A.R.V.I.S, do you know? Soon, the calm electronic voice of J.A.R.V.I.S sounded beside Stark. Sir, according to my search in the database, the Shang dynasty is a dynasty in the history of eastern China, which existed 3,600 years ago. Oracle bone inscriptions are characters used for divination and recording in the Shang dynasty. The ancient dynasty thousands of years ago. Stark frowned. So far, all the containment objects that have appeared undoubtedly have the ability to destroy the world. Some of them are humanoid monsters, some are monsters devouring the planet, and even the supreme divinity, the high-dimensional Mephisto. In contrast, Stark couldn't understand, how could an ancient dynasty thousands of years ago create something that could destroy the world? Hubble expansion? Isn't that just the expansion of the universe? Thousands of years ago, the Easterners already had such an understanding of the universe. Rubbing his chin, Stark seemed to have completely forgotten about the world-destroying notebook before, and there was a curious light in his eyes. J.A.R.V.I.S, try to collect information related to the Shang dynasty for me. I want to know everything about this dynasty. Yes, sir. At the same time, the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. Human dynasties on Earth. The big bald Yueta just thought about this concept for a while, and then left it behind. For the big bald man who has observed countless parallel universes and experienced almost unlimited experience, the so-called human dynasties are not worth mentioning at all. As for the boxes made by the so-called Shang dynasty, let alone. In contrast, what the big bald man cared more about was how the Containment Society would deal with the World Destroyer notebook. A monster that feeds on the universe originally. It's appalling. And such a monster is actually bound in a computer device made by humans. Who actually contained it in? Etc. Thinking of this, the big bald head was startled suddenly, thinking of an incredible possibility. This notebook is obviously a product of humans on Earth, and among humans, it is possible to do such a thing. Only the Asylum Council. Even high-dimensional gods can be slaughtered. The strength of this organization is indeed unfathomable. In a parallel universe, will it be? The more he thought about it, the big bald head frowned and thought, as if he didn't even bother to watch the live broadcast. And at this moment, new images appeared on the light curtains all over the universe. Special containment procedures. Due to the fact that the phenomenon caused by the turning stars has a wide range of existence, the focus of the containment of containment objects 2070-1 and -2 will be on the blockade of the real situation. False intelligence dissemination operations will continue. If anyone reports the discovery of containment 2070-1 and -2, it must be ensured that their findings are not believed by the public or completely ignored. The dissemination operation consists of the following two parts. Spread a large number of seemingly correct, but actually false theoretical propositions. Initiate a wide-ranging debate against these claims, in which the authors of these theories are accused of fraud. Mobile Task Force ETA-121, Central Gazers, Naval Gazers, will be responsible for collecting and promptly destroying all cosmological data related to the object. Members of MTF ETA-121 must report their discovery to a latent agent of the Foundation pretending to be a theoretical authority in the world of cosmology. These latent agents will be responsible for formulating and distributing standard cover instructions for this type of discovery. Astronomers who persist in reporting findings that do not match the cover account are to be administered Class B amnestics and their findings altered to match the cover account. Extraterrestrial activities on Earth are to be monitored to see if they have discovered containment 2070-1 and -2. If it is confirmed that it has been discovered, the implementation of the 167 Tully Protocol is approved. SHIELD. Spread false information, delete the memory of astronomers. The one eye of the black stewed egg opened slightly, and the eyes were full of doubt and incomprehension. In his opinion, if that strange ancient box really has the ability to destroy the world, wouldn't it be over just to store the box? Why go to such great lengths, to deceive the public, even involving astronomers? Also, containment 2070-1? Containment 2070-2? What is this? It can make that supernatural containment meeting so tense. Could it be that there are some alien monsters hidden in this box? All the actions of the shelter are to guard against aliens. As soon as he thought of alien, his vigilance immediately went to the limit. Ever since he came into contact with the Kree and Captain Marvel many years ago, Heiji Dan has always believed that the greatest threat to the Earth must be the alien forces. In order to deal with the threat of aliens, he has always wanted to build a team of super ability. But when he thought of the various earth-shattering methods displayed by the Asylum, Black Braised Egg was a little depressed. In the face of this mysterious and powerful organization, his S.H.I.E.L.D seems to be nothing worth mentioning. At this moment, new news appeared in the light curtain. Description: Containment 2070 is a series of anomalies related to contemporary observational cosmology theories. Containment 2070-1 is a trend found in the observation results of the galaxies in the universe. That is, the galaxy branch begins to stretch and become sharp, pointing to the Earth where we are. This trend seems to be that the galaxies begin to form an arrow-like outline. Containment 2070-1 was known by the astronomy group Finger of God. In the public discussion related to Containment 2070-1, this phenomenon was explained as the result of the redshift of each galaxy on a cosmic scale. Seeing this, the network on MCU Earth suddenly boiled. Oh, my God, did I read it wrong? Galaxies form arrows in space. And they point to Earth. Galaxies are not toys. How is this possible? Oh, it's outrageous. According to the above description, there are even more than one galaxy that turns into an arrow. Unbelievable, why did this happen? Camartage. Turning galaxies into arrows pointing to Earth, it turns out. To be able to do this kind of thing to the universe originally, such a mighty force, can destroy the world. Ancient One magician lowered his eyes slightly, and a trace of horror suddenly flashed in his eyes. If her conjecture is true, then the Chinese people in the Shang dynasty are simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the universe originally can be smeared and modified by them at will, just like children playing with sand. But because this conjecture is so crazy, even Ancient One couldn't believe it. How could an ancient Oriental civilization with thousands of years possess such power? Crystal wall space. What? Modify the galaxy. The big bald head's eyes widened in an instant, and the original nonchalant attitude disappeared in an instant. Instead, it was a shock from the heart. For countless years, the bald Yuetu has observed countless parallel universes. But he has never seen a galaxy distorted into an arrowhead before. All these arrow galaxies point to the Earth. This is by no means a coincidence. Could it be that Gulu suddenly thought of something? The muscles on the big bald face twitched slightly, unable to hold back the uneasiness in his heart for a moment. He swallowed involuntarily. Impossible. It is impossible for those Earthlings to master such. And at this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen again. Containment 2070-2 is another anomalous phenomenon, that is, visible galaxies converge to form recognizable images or symbols. Containment 2070-2 instances include Stickman image similar to human. A miniature image of the solar system, including several larger Kuiper belt objects and two hitherto unobserved objects. In all three cases, Chinese Shang dynasty oracle bone inscriptions appeared, and several pieces of information were composed. To the effect that they are: we are kings. We are special. We are the center. Crystal wall space. Boom. Seeing this, the big bald head felt as if someone had slapped him with a stick, and he felt a buzz in the head, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. These people from the Shang dynasty actually. Panting involuntarily, Yuetu's face was full of trance, disbelief, and a little panic. By now, he has fully understood, what does the so-called Shang dynasty box mean? On the Earth thousands of years ago, the ancients in the East actually mastered the power enough to distort the entire universe. With the help of this box called Duzwangzingzi, they changed the universe originally, turning those galaxies into arrows pointing to the Earth. He even used these galaxies to compose his own words, and issued a declaration to the whole universe. The world where our merchants live is the center of the universe. Chapter 58. Seeing the image on the light curtain, the global network suddenly exploded. I'm not mistaken, those Chinese ancients thousands of years ago changed the universe. My God, they turned the galaxies into their own script for writing in space. This is crazy, I'm not dreaming. We are the center, what does that mean? Ha ha ha, this is the meaning of Middle Kingdom. I never dreamed that our ancestors could change the universe and turn the Earth into the center of the universe. Smiley face, impossible. How can humans have such power? MCU Earth, Los Angeles Mansion. Is there a mistake? Stark's eyes were as wide as copper bells, his mouth was so wide that he could almost stuff a duck's egg into it, and he fell into a state of doubting his life. Before that, no matter how terrifying alien monsters or cosmic evil gods appeared in the light curtain, Stark could barely accept it. After all, human beings still know very little about the universe today. In the unknown depths of space, beyond the universe, no matter how bizarre monsters appear, they are not too unusual. But, thousands of years ago in ancient China, someone could modify the entire universe? No matter from which angle you think about it, this is too outrageous. Although he has one of the best brains on the planet, Stark at the moment only feels that his three views have been greatly impacted, and even his thinking is frozen. At this time, a new image appeared on the light screen. Containment 2070-3 is a box with a lid, and the box can be opened by touching the symbol on the outside of the box. The box contains a layer of sand about 4.672 centimeters thick. Drawing traces on these sands, and then closing Containment 2070-3, will lead to the following three types of events. The box will start to emit a beam of tachyons, particles that can move at superluminal speed and travel through time and space. The pattern drawn on the sand will appear as Containment 2070-2 in a cosmic space region pointed in the direction of tachyon emission. Containment 2070-1 phenomenon will appear in the surrounding area and become more sharp. Containment 2070-2, located in the galaxy group, will change to the pattern drawn in Containment 2070-3. How Containment 2070-3 caused this causal reconstruction phenomenon is still unknown. And just after these messages appeared, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed to a bald woman in a monk's robe. It's incredible. Sitting in an office, 05-01 Ancient One magician put the report document of Turn the Stars in his hand on the table, and shook his head slightly, as if he still couldn't believe it. Thousands of years ago, the great power of ancient China had already deconstructed everything in the entire universe. They learned that the Earth is not the center of the universe. But, perhaps for the honor of the Middle Kingdom, they decided to manipulate the galaxy to correct this. The admiration on Ancient One's face suddenly turned into bitterness. Although we understand the greatness of the ancients, it has brought us a greater responsibility today. Now, the galaxy arrows and oracle bone inscriptions in those positions in the universe are all pointing to the Earth. This will definitely attract the attention of various cosmic races. In order to prevent our planet from becoming the target of public criticism, the stars must be sealed. Moreover, we must also find a way to restore the modified galaxies in the universe to normal. This is also the responsibility of our shelter. Having said that, the image of Ancient One gradually dimmed. X-Men Universe. This 05-01 is too cautious. Wu Xia pouted lightly, apparently not approving the judgment of 05-01 Ancient One. If aliens really find out that it is life on Earth that has changed countless galaxies at will, just to write and draw pictures in the universe, I'm afraid I will be scared to death. Such a powerful civilization, I am afraid that they can wipe out all their planets with just a simple move of a finger. How dare they harm the Earth? I'm afraid it's too late to escape. Thinking of this, Wu Xia suddenly revealed a smile, and opened the horizontal plan of Site 17. Looking at the Containment Room 2070 on the screen, Wu Xia moved the mouse over with curiosity in his eyes. Let me see, modify the universe with Turn the Stars. What will happen? Just after Wu Xia started to use Dozhuan Xingyi through the computer. In the MCU universe. In some remote galaxy, a girl wearing purple armor and a big hat on her head is flying in space. Hey! Those galactic Zerg are really unpalatable, and the quantity is not enough. The daughter of Galactus, Janata, puffed up her face and rubbed her belly with her hands, as if quite dissatisfied. If this continues, when will I be able to fill my stomach? Although she is the daughter of the planet Devourer, Janata hates her old father's style of devouring everything. In view of this, Janata set a principle for herself. That is, I will only devour those harmful cosmic monsters. Never eat innocent intelligent life. But in this way, the food Tunmi I can eat is quite limited. Just when Janata was worried about where to find the monster, she suddenly discovered that the galaxy she was in seemed to have changed. Boom boom boom. Right in front of Tunmi, one after another of incomparably huge planets began to teleport at high speed in the universe as if they had life. How is this going? Tunmi's eyes widened, and she was stunned for a moment. Chapter 59. The planet is teleporting. Seeing the incredible scene in front of her, Tunmi's eyes widened in disbelief, and even her small mouth opened wide. She saw countless stars looming in front of her eyes. Some planets, which were still within sight at first, disappeared without a trace the next moment. What the hell happened? Tunmi wiped her eyes first, then rubbed her stomach involuntarily. I'm overly hungry, so I'm hallucinating. Sakar, Cosmic Arena. My god. There's an earthquake. No, the whole planet. It's bad, the fence in the arena was knocked down, and all the monsters escaped. What? My monster escaped? Gao Tianzun, who was in the VIP room, suddenly changed color, wanting to stand up in anger. But the next moment... Oh! Due to the violent vibration, Gao Tianzun couldn't stand upright, fell to the ground fiercely, and gnawed on the mud with his mouth. Hateful! Leaning on the scepter in his hand, Gao Tianzun managed to stand up from the floor of the VIP room. But I don't know when, the vibration outside has stopped. Huh? What are you all looking at? As soon as he stood up, Gao Tianzun found that everyone in the VIP room opened their mouths wide open and looked up at the sky in a daze. Out of curiosity, he also looked up. MRIR. snapped. Gao Tianzun's face was extremely pale, he dropped the scepter to the ground by mistake, his body trembled uncontrollably, his heart almost stopped beating. This is, where? Ignorantly. Boom boom boom. What happened? Feeling the ground under his feet, and even everything in his field of vision trembling crazily, Collector's face turned pale from being far away. My favorite, don't. In the violent vibration, countless collection cabinets are breaking. Clatter. Those treasures that took billions of years to find across the universe were even dumped on the ground. Collector was so distressed that he almost screamed. Boom. As the vibration gradually stopped, Collector barely wiped off the cold sweat on his head, and looked out at the sky through the window. What the hell happened? With just one glance, Collector's pupils shrank sharply, and then he froze on the spot as if struck by a thunderbolt. How can this be? It can be seen that the unknown ground of nothingness formed by the heads of the Tianshan group has come to a completely strange star field at some time. Moreover, this star field is densely packed, up and down, left and right, and there are all kinds of planets everywhere. At first glance, the land of ignorance seems to be surrounded by countless planets. This, snap. With his mouth wide open, Collector froze on the spot stupidly, his hands loosened involuntarily, and he forced the treasure in his hand to the ground. In fact, similar things are happening all over the universe. The number of planets involved is too numerous to count. Asgard. Boom. What happened to Odin? Cody. Asgard, shaking. The sun is gone. Accompanied by an inexplicable shock, the whole of Asgard trembled violently. And including Odin, all the Aesir Protoss turned pale with shock, and countless people couldn't help but exclaimed. Accompanied by the violent shock, the sun above Aid's head actually disappeared. The entire god's domain was suddenly plunged into darkness. Calm down. Don't panic. Odin braced himself against the ground with the gun of eternity to maintain his balance. But in the face of this inexplicable shock enough to shake the entire Asgard, he is powerless. After a while, the sun came down again, illuminating Asgard. And that weird vibration gradually subsided. Hateful. Odin took a deep breath and quickly roared. Heimdall, what happened? Report the situation quickly. Heimdall. Odin yelled several times, but still couldn't wait for an answer. Puzzled, he turned his head and looked in the direction of Bifrost. I saw Heimdall in gorgeous golden armor, still standing in front of the Bifrost center. The patron saint of Asgard, at the moment, is frozen in place like a clay sculpture, but his golden pupils are wide enough to see through the 9 realms, looking at the sky with a blank face, and muttering to himself. No. Impossible. The Milky Way, the galaxy, the universe, how, became like this? Somewhere in the deep space of the universe, a strange planet is sleeping. That's right, this planet is currently sleeping. Unlike all the stars in the universe, it is alive. As an alien in the celestial group, the living planet Ego has existed in the universe for billions of years. However, he didn't care about the responsibilities of the celestial group. He just split into countless incarnations and multiplied his offspring on the major planets in the universe. After such a life for too long, Ego is also a little tired, and now, is the time for him to sleep. And at this moment, in the center of the planet, Yi Ji's core of consciousness suddenly sensed that something was wrong. What happened? Before he fully woke up from his sleep, Yi Ji felt that his body was shaking uncontrollably. Am I dreaming? In the deepest part of the planet, a brain with huge amounts began to vibrate at an accelerated rate. And from the inside of the brain, all kinds of strange lights are also released. Hula. In the next second, on the surface of the living planet Ego, countless soil, sand, and stones, as well as powerful energy condensed together, and finally formed a human form. This is the humanoid incarnation of Ego. And this incarnation just raised his head, looked at the sky, and immediately froze in place. Where is this place? How did I come here? Whoosh. Under the guidance of a silver figure, a giant whose body is bigger than a planet is speeding through the universe. He is one of the 5 creation gods, a planet devourer who has an endless appetite and never satisfies his hunger. And the silver figure leading him in front is the silver glider, one of the messengers of Galactus. As the messenger of Galactus, the duty of the silver glider is to find delicious planets in the universe for its master to devour. Is within your reach. Although Zai has a kind heart, but due to his duties, the silver glider can only choose those planets without intelligent creatures as much as possible. Now, the silver glider is leading his master to the planet he has chosen to satiate Galactus' appetite for a while. However, during the flight, the silver glider suddenly felt something was wrong. What's going on? This galaxy is wrong. The whole starry sky is wrong. The more flight, the more frightened the silver glider is. I saw the direction he was heading in, and there was not even a little starlight. It feels like I am rushing into a dark black hole. At this moment, the silver glider also heard a dull and loud voice behind him. Food, where is my food? The silver glider's heart trembled when he heard it, and he yelled in his head that it was not good. If the planet devourer can't eat in time, it will probably go crazy. Devour everything around without distinction. At that time, let alone a planet, maybe countless galaxies will suffer. But after a while, the speed of the silver glider flight became slower and slower, and finally stopped completely. Where am I? Where? Looking at the endless darkness around, not to mention the dumbfounded expression of the silver glider, even the starving planet devourer was stunned for a moment. The two looked forward, and within their field of vision, almost everything was pitch black. Not even a speck of starlight could be seen. It's as if an invisible hand wiped out billions of stars, all of them. Food. Who took my food? In the empty, pitch-black universe, the huge amounts of planet devourer raised his hands high and let out a depressing roar. In the dark corner of the frontier of the universe, there is a planet that has been completely banned by a powerful force. Here is where the god of symbiosis Nar is sealed. And just today, this sealed star suddenly changed. Boom and boom. What? Huo-Ran stood up from the chair formed by the symbiosis, and the eyes of the god of symbiosis Nar suddenly released a scarlet sharp light. I have already spent countless peaceful years here. Now, this peace that lasted for billions of years was actually broken by a. What does that mean? Could it be, the seal is loose? Ka ka ka. Just when Nar was feeling ups and downs, the ground under his feet suddenly roared violently. Then it cracked open. Boom. Thunderous roars resounded through the sky and the ground began to crack continuously. Terrifying magma spewed out from the crack crazily, and even rushed straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Nar's scarlet pupils suddenly contracted. The planet is cracked. What happened? Before Nar came back to his senses, he heard an extremely dull and loud noise. Boom. The entire dark planet collapsed into countless fragments in space. Hula la. And just after the planet completely collapsed, amidst the endless wreckage, a large pile of black liquid like mud suddenly gathered together again. Ha ha ha. I'm finally free. Nar, who once again gathered the human form of synthesis, laughed wildly under the countless planet fragments. The collapse of the planet is enough to kill any ordinary person. But he is the god of symbiosis that even the Tenjin group can't kill. The planet that had sealed him for countless years was shattered, and Nar was freed again. And here it is. In addition to joy, Nar looked around with some doubts. 513. This sealed star cannot be destroyed even with my strength. What on earth reduced it to crumbs? At the moment, in the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. This is crazy. Big. The bald Uete suddenly opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face, as if he saw the most absurd thing in the world. As an observer, it can observe the whole picture of the universe from outside the crystal wall system. It is also because of this that Uete can completely see the amazing scene that is currently being staged in the MCU universe. In the endless galaxy of the universe, hundreds of millions of stars are all gathered together by an invisible force. The endless stars, like the sand on the sand, form a series of mysterious symbols in space. Uete didn't know this kind of symbol. But with his rich knowledge and experience, he can quickly judge that this should be some kind of text. But contacting the information revealed in the live broadcast on the light screen before, Uete's body trembled slightly, and his heart seemed to have set off a huge wave, which could not be calmed down for a long time. Could it be that this is the Oracle Bone inscription of the Shang dynasty? To gather so many planets together, this is definitely not relying on external force, but similar to reality modification. Being able to modify hundreds of millions of planets in the universe at will means that, the person who does this kind of thing can also destroy all these planets. As soon as he thought of this, Uete's eyes were filled with shock, and an indescribable shock surged into his heart uncontrollably. Being able to modify the entire universe at will like playing with sand, such a power, even among the 5 creation gods, I am afraid that few people can do it. No. I'm afraid there is only eternity alone. But those businessmen did it with just one box. Asgard. Heimdall. After receiving no response for a long time, the irritable Odin jumped, his body spanned 1,000 meters in an instant, and landed straight on Bifrost's head. And at the moment of landing, Odin inadvertently looked down Bifrost, his expression froze. Below Bifrost, there was originally an endless galaxy. If you fall into it, you may fall into a black hole and be lost forever. But now, what Odin sees are countless huge planets. The planets are so close that it almost seems to Odin that they are about to collide the next moment. What's the matter? Where did so many stars come from? Odin looked at Heimdall angrily, hoping that the patron saint with almost endless sight could give him an answer. Facing Odin's gaze, Heimdall's face just twitched, and finally showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Majesty, our Asgard has been moved to the other side of the universe by people. Right now, we are, with countless other planets, in the universe forming some kind of literature. What? Make up words. The terrified expression on Odin's face froze immediately, his pupils dilated outwards in an instant, his whole body was like falling into a cellar of ice, and he almost fainted in an instant. Asgard. The hometown of Odin, the god king of the 9 realms. The ancestral home of the Aesir Protoss. Actually, it was used as a toy? In the universe, spelling? Is this a nightmare? Meanwhile, MCU Earth, SHIELD. God. What happened? The stars in the sky are all gathered together. I'm not mistaken, isn't this a hallucination? A cry of exclamation, like a fuse, instantly ignited the panic in everyone's hearts. Countless agents rushed to the window, some even opened the door directly, rushed to the balcony, and looked up at the night sky foolishly. Impossible. Black-braced Dan also stood by the window, staring blankly at the sky with one eye, trembling uncontrollably. On the night sky, the usual dots of stars have disappeared, and almost all the stars have condensed into the center of the sky, forming a row of text symbols. All these stars are actually gathered together. This must be someone who activated the double star shift. The black marinated egg's expression was filled with shock and horror, and it was only with the help of the city government of the agent for many years that he managed to calm down. Hurry up! Find an expert on the Oracle Bone inscriptions of the Shang dynasty, and identify what these writings are about. Director, no need. What? Black-braced egg suddenly turned around, and saw Black Widow Natasha Romanoff standing behind him, with a sickly blush on his face, obviously very excited, but still barely opened his mouth and said, I studied Chinese in the Red House before, so I can recognize. Looking up at the sky, the corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched slightly, saying word by word. This is not the Oracle Bone inscriptions of the Shang dynasty, but modern Chinese characters. The Chinese characters seen when in the sky have 2 sentences in total, which are, We are the center. We are kings. Chapter 60. What? As if hit by a thunderbolt, the black stewed egg involuntarily took 2 steps back, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. At the moment, his face was full of trance and disbelief, and even a little fear. Modern Chinese characters. Could it be that the person who controls the shifting of stars is a modern Huaxia person? As soon as this thought came to him, Black-braced egg could have shook his head. Wrong. From the previous live broadcast, no matter where the contained object appears, the Abnormal Containment Society will immediately take action and bring it under its own control. From the shy white monster, to the laptop in Stark's hands. In order to seize the contained objects, the Containment Society even did not hesitate to dispatch God. From the perspective of black-braced eggs, how could an organization that is so obsessed with its contents allow Dozwan Xingyi to fall into the hands of outsiders? What happened to such a major event that affected the entire universe? But, if so? Thinking of another possibility, the dark face of the black stewed egg turned white in a flash. If Dozwan Xing has not fallen into the hands of outsiders, it means that, the person who activated it and used billions of stars to write these 2 lines of Chinese characters in the universe is a modern Chinese. And this Chinese man is likely to be the head of the Asylum Society. No. It's impossible. Black-braced egg felt like his scalp was going to burst, and the cold sweat poured out uncontrollably, soaking his underwear. So far, the means shown by the shelter are absolutely earth-shattering. Whether it is the stars, the sun, the universe, time, all are under their control. Such a powerful organization is indeed controlled by a Chinese person. What does that mean? As the spy chief, the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. At the same time, the world's internet is also boiling. Oh my god! Did you see it? The stars in the sky are all gathered together. 000. As the battles turn and the stars move, it is fixed that the artifact of the Shang dynasty has been activated. Then, are these Shang dynasty Oracle Bone inscriptions? Idiot, these are not Oracle Bone inscriptions, but Chinese characters used by modern Chinese. How is that possible? Chinese characters? Could it be that, the one who mastered that artifact of the Shang dynasty, is a Han Chinese? Ha ha ha. The ancient artifacts are indeed home to the virtuous, and they have returned to the hands of our Chinese children. ****. We are the center. We are the kings. That's very well said, absolutely true. Let the whole universe take a good look. The Middle Kingdom is here. Oh. At the moment, Site 17 of the MCU Containment Society. How? Who activated that Shang dynasty box? Jane Foster, wearing a researcher's white coat, stood in front of Dr. Bears with a horrified face and asked. Such a dangerous containment, isn't it already locked in the containment room? Who is it? Dr. Gear's gaze sank slightly, and he said in a cold voice. Apprentice Researcher Foster, this is not something you should be asking. If you inquire about the actions of the higher UPS, you will face punishment. Upper layer. Hearing this, the clever Jane Foster's eyes lit up, and she continued to ask regardless. You said you meant that gathering hundreds of millions of stars together and writing those 2 lines, is it the decision of the upper echelons of the Containment Council? But why would they do that? Making such a declaration to the whole universe will only expose the position of our Earth. And attract all kinds of aliens. Facing the fierce Jane Foster, Dr. Gears regained his composure, and just left a sentence indifferently. The judgment of that one cannot be wrong. California mansion, underground laboratory. In just a few seconds, so many planets have been moved. They have also been used to form words. Stark's face was flushed, and he walked around the laboratory like a caged animal, even waving his arms non-stop to vent his inner excitement. What method is this? Can science do this kind of thing? No. It's just magic. Listening to Stark's incoherent voice, the calm electronic voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly rang out in the laboratory. Sir, based on the astronomical data I have obtained, I have made a corresponding analysis. There are hundreds of millions of planets that have been moved, and the distance before and after they are moved is tens of thousands of light years. 1. There is no physical method that can simultaneously move so many planets over such a long distance. So, I can't draw conclusions. This is amazing. Hearing J.A.R.V.I.S analysis, Stark's eyes lit up with excitement, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Whether it is science or magic, such an astonishing miracle has appeared before my eyes. As a scientist, if I could get that Shang Dynasty box and study the hidden secrets inside, how great would it be? Meanwhile, Kamartaj. Amazing. The Ancient One magician looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with deep shock, and his voice was full of wonder. As a sorcerer supreme who has lived for hundreds of years, Ancient One definitely knows Chinese characters. Therefore, when she saw the words composed of billions of stars in the sky, she suddenly understood a lot of things. The person in charge of the Asylum Society is not only a Chinese, but also possesses amazing self-confidence. Not only does he not care about exposing the existence of the Containment Society, he even made an undisguised declaration to the entire universe. He wants to tell the whole universe, the Earth, or the Middle Kingdom is the center of the universe, even the master of the universe. Ancient One took a deep breath, lowered his head slowly, and suddenly there was a trace of bitterness in his eyes. No matter who this master of the Asylum Society is, his behavior will inevitably attract the attention of countless cosmic beings to Earth. Did he really think about the consequences? At the moment, in the deep space of the universe thousands of light years away from the Earth, countless planets are arranged together to form two lines of Chinese characters. And among these hundreds of millions of planets, all kinds of aliens are experiencing unprecedented panic and shock. Star God. What happened? Our star has been moved to another universe. Ha 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 ha, how is this possible? We must be dreaming. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _n, oh. It's over. This guy is crazy, lock him up. Run, get on the spaceship and leave this ghost place. Are you crazy too? How can we have so many spaceships? Go away. If you want to die, die. Get out of my way. F.O. Creepy. The creepy, bone-chilling feeling will instantly attack countless aliens. Fatal panic pervades all of them. Soon, a large number of aliens escaped from their home planet in various spaceships. Among them, there is even a cosmic elder. Gao Tianzun. Damn it. Sitting on the escape ship with huge amounts of money, Gao Tianzun looked at Sakar, who gradually disappeared from sight through the porthole, and his heart was bleeding. In order to escape for his life, he abandoned almost all the gladiators and most of the treasures. The current Gao Tianzun is almost going back to hundreds of millions of years ago overnight. But after a while, Gao Tianzun sighed again, like a deflated ball, limp on the sofa in the driver's cab. In any case, in the face of that power that can move hundreds of millions of planets in an instant, it is already a miracle that I can escape alive. Gathering so many planets together, what does that powerful want to do? Gao Tianzun just changed his mind and thought of the most terrifying possibility. He must be trying to bring us alien races together and let us kill each other for fun. It's like my cosmic arena. At this thought, Gao Tianzun was so frightened that he trembled all over, jumped up from the sofa, and shouted loudly. Speed up! Get the engine on top speed! Get out of here ASAP! At the moment, Gao Tianzun still didn't know that someone who was also an elder of the universe with him was on the land of ignorance not far from him. Help, what should I do? 6. Huddled in the deepest part of the collection room, Collector's head is covered with dust, holding a few favorite treasures in his arms, his face is full of tears, almost sobbing. He has too many collections, and it is impossible to escape with them all. However, if all these collections are discarded, then the collector feels there is no point in living. And among all the planets that have been moved over, a most special existence is sneaking away at this moment. The huge body of the living planet Ego drifted across the galaxy, and in an extremely clumsy posture, flew to the distance. Horrible. At this moment, in the core of the planet, Ego huge amounts of brain is flickering with light, and seems to be extremely panicked. Just now, when Ego found out that he had been moved countless light years to a strange place, he was completely stunned. Next, I watched countless planets appear beside me, almost squeezing myself in the center. The shock in Ego's heart suddenly turned into panic. To be able to move I and so many planets beyond countless light years, what kind of method is this? Even though it has existed since the birth of the universe, Ego has never seen such a terrifying thing in his life. Facing that unknown big power, this living planet that can easily explode into stars, at this moment, I only feel that I am as weak as an ant, pitiful and helpless. Flee, flee. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled in Yi Ji's mind, and finally turned into a concept, filling his brain. The biological instinct tells it, if you don't run, you will die. Not even daring to think of getting angry, Egg could only desperately run away into the distance. Asking for flowers. Whoosh. From an inconspicuous planet, a spaceship with a file size almost as large as a city suddenly flew out. This is the flagship of Thanos. Number 1 Holy Place. Sitting on the throne on the bridge of Holy Place 1, Thanos' face was extremely ugly. And the 5 black generals who stood beside him were also silent, bowing their heads in silence. Definitely infinite gems. After being silent for a long time, Thanos suddenly clenched his right fist and said a sentence through his teeth. To be able to modify the universe at this level, only those who have obtained 6 infinite gems can do it. Damn it! Who is it that grabbed all the gems before me? Through the porthole, Thanos gritted his teeth and stared at the 2 rows of Chinese characters in the distant star field, feeling an unprecedented sense of frustration in his heart. Just 10 minutes ago, Thanos was fighting on a planet, killing half of the creatures on that planet, so as to complete his grand plan of balancing the universe. But in the next second, everything changed. Faced with the unimaginable galaxy reorganization, even Thanos was so frightened that his whole body turned cold, so he had to give up his plan and go back to Holy Place 1 to escape desperately. And when he thought that his plan of collecting gems and balancing the universe might have been preempted by others, Thanos almost gritted his teeth with hatred. Write down these 2 lines for me. Pointing to the Chinese characters outside the hanging window, Thanos turned his head and roared loudly at General Black Day. No matter how long it takes, you have to find out these words for me. What do they mean? Whoosh. On one of the transferred planets, a dazzling light suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure that could hardly be seen directly broke through the atmosphere of that planet and flew into the universe. Hiss, unbelievable. After flying out for several light years, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers turned around and looked at the countless billions of planets arranged in Chinese characters in front of him from a distance. His muscles twitched. Even his eyes were dull. Since leaving the Earth, Captain Marvel has been fighting for justice in the universe, and has seen countless powerful people. But looking at the incredible scene in front of her, she, who is not even afraid of death, also felt an unprecedented sense of fear and powerlessness. To be able to play and gather so many planets together like sand is simply unimaginable and unimaginable. Regardless of who did all this, Captain Marvel feels, not even worthy of comparison. God. Does God really exist in the universe? Captain Marvel's face was grey and defeated, like a defeated hen. At this moment, she felt her inferiority like never before. Carol took a deep look at the universe Chinese characters in front of him, as if he wanted to firmly remember the appearance of these characters in his mind. Then, she turned around and flew away without looking back. Across the universe, the arrogance and self-confidence cultivated by Captain Marvel, who has never met an opponent, was first shattered by the terrifying reality, and then discarded by herself. On the other side, in the depths of the universe. Who on earth has transferred so many planets away? Tunmi Igonita's eyes were shining, she seemed to have forgotten about her hunger, she just speeded up and flew forward non-stop. Daughter of Galactus, she can tell just by looking at it. No matter who created this star character, if you want to see these characters correctly, the location of the other party must be in this direction. The person who can do this kind of thing is a cosmic god like Dad. My heart is full of curiosity. Nada still doesn't know that the direction she is heading towards is the solar system. At the moment, in the X-Men universe. Ha ha ha. It's really interesting, it seems that my handwriting is not bad. Through the computer screen, Wu Xia looked at the 2 lines of Chinese characters that appeared on the starry sky of the MCU universe and smiled triumphantly. After playing the shelter games for so long, it was only at this moment that Wu Xia felt the joy in the true sense. Able to adjust and modify the entire universe according to one's own will. Even if it's a game, it's cool. Just now, when I was manipulating Dozwan Xingzhan, it seemed that some sand fell out of the box. Wu Xia checked the containment room 2070, and suddenly frowned. If these sands represent planets, and I lost them, does that mean? Hey, forget it. Putting this thought behind her, Wu Xia moved the mouse and opened the notification bar of the game. Finally. It's the turn of the number 1 in this world-destroying inventory. In the next second, new images instantly appeared on countless light curtains all over the MCU universe. Inventory of the top 10 containment objects enough to cause the end of the world scenario, Part 1. First place, Content 001. Chapter 61. 001. Seeing this ranking number, countless people from all over the MCU universe were shocked. And the network on the Earth is boiling again. Wow! It's incredible. This time the live broadcast is actually the number 1 containment object. Hiss, how amazing it must be to be ranked first among so many dangerous containment objects. Could it be possible to destroy the universe with one click, and create the universe with another click? You're talking about God, and he's one of the shelters. I'll go. Will it be God who appears this time? Well, hearing what you said, I also think it's possible. And under the expectant eyes of countless people, new information and images finally appeared on the light screen. Containment 001. Project name, you are the abnormality, the redundancy of the world. Object class, Apollyon. Apollyon is a brand new classification other than Safe, Euclid, and Keter. Its name comes from the demon Apollyon in the Bible Revelation. Containment named Apollyon class cannot be contained at all, or is expected to break through containment in the near future, and without exception, will be extremely active to trigger XK class end of the world scenarios. Earth, SHIELD. Uncontainable? Actively causing the end of the world. My God! What is this thing? Impossible, even the Containment Society. Seeing the information appearing on the light curtain, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. first showed shocked expressions, and then transformed into panic visible to the naked eye. Even the black marinated eggs are unbelievable gasps, with disbelief all over their faces. Seeing now, S.H.I.E.L.D. has acknowledged a reality up and down. That is, the strength of the Containment Society is not only far above them, but also extremely powerful. 150 goes from time to space, from stars to the universe, from superhumans to gods. There's almost nothing that Containment Society can't do. No matter how dangerous or powerful anomalies are, the Containment Society can perfectly solve them. But now, this belief in everyone's hearts has been shattered. How powerful is the world-destroying containment object that even the Containment Council can't handle? The black stewed egg swallowed hard, and felt his heart beating faster like a drum. At the same time, the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. Destroy the world's containment. The bald-headed Uete pondered for a moment, with an unpredictable look in his eyes. If this world means just a planet, then it's really not that big of a deal. Within this crystal wall space alone, Uete can observe almost countless parallel universes. As for the number of planets, it is impossible to calculate the numbers in the world. This organization called the Shelter Society should have originated from Earth in a parallel universe. Uete thought carefully. If this number 1 container possesses the undoubted ability to destroy the Earth, it's no wonder that these Earthlings value it so much. At the same time, new information appeared on the light curtain. On August 10, 2026. The Containment Committee received a series of residual messages from a parallel universe R421 that has been completely destroyed. In the message, an anomaly that threatens all human beings in all real worlds is depicted. And before receiving this residual message, the Containment Committee also detected a special signal from the R42 parallel universe. After testing, this signal contains a highly penetrating cognitohazard, which is enough to break through all the cognitive filters of the Containment Committee. But unexpectedly, the danger level of this cognitohazard is 0, which means that it will not cause harm to any human beings. After multiple tests and confirmation that it was harmless, the residual information from the R42 parallel universe was finally sent to the head of the $5 Council, 0501. Crystal Wall Space. Destroyed parallel universe. Seeing this, Uete was startled in horror, his originally relaxed expression immediately became tense. Even if it has reached the multi-universe level, for Uete, destroying parallel universes is still an astonishing event. And those who can do this, whether they are people or things, are worthy of the highest level of vigilance. MCU Earth California Mansion. Strangeness. Stark fumbled for his chin, a strange light in his eyes. If the universe called R42 has been destroyed, why is there a residual message emerging from it? There are even cognitohazards with 0 risk but extremely strong penetrating power. If you regard this as a war, these two signals are more like some kind of warning or show of strength. Someone wants to let the Containment Council of the main universe know. I am very powerful, but there is no threat to them. Thinking of this, Stark clapped his hands together, and suddenly laughed. Even if the universe is destroyed, the information left behind is not destroyed. Stark thought about it, and there is only one organization that can do this kind of thing. The Shelter Party. The one who sent this video and the warning is the Containment Committee of the R42 universe. Feeling that he had guessed the truth, Stark picked up a glass of chlorophyll juice with a smile, and drank what was left in the glass. While drinking water, another question popped up in Stark's mind. Since the containment of the R42 universe is so powerful, why haven't they been able to prevent their own universe from being destroyed? At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. 05-01 Ancient One magician sat in his office, and slowly opened the folder that recorded the residual information. On page 1 of the folder, Ancient One saw a letter. Hello. Currently, you should be reading this file in the extra dimension of the destroyed R42 universe. 1. Because the address of your world is extremely lengthy, for your convenience, here we call your world PD. Super Dimension. 05-01 Ancient One Magician frowned, as if thinking of something. From this description, the R42 universe that has been destroyed seems to have a certain connection with the PD universe he is in. And since the opponent has been destroyed, can this be considered, the PD universe is also in danger? 05-01 Ancient One suppressed the suspicion in his heart and continued reading. The following information was constructed by the Containment Society of the Remnant Universe R42, and sent to the Containment Society in the Super Dimension PD. In it, you will find information about the Multi-Universe Threat Containment-001. MCU Universe. Multi-Universe Threat Containment. Seeing this, Yueta's pupils shrank, his scalp felt numb, and the blood on his face disappeared. He never dreamed that the contents broadcast live this time would be so dangerous. It could threaten the entire multi-universe. What is this thing? Could it be the existence of the almighty universe level above the multi-universe level? Or, higher? Thinking of this possibility, the bald man's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat fell from his forehead, and endless tremors instantly swept through his whole body. Those who can destroy a multi-universe level, no matter what level they belong to, are not comparable to their observers. In the face of such powers, except for existences beyond the standard such as eternal body or life court, even gods are no different from ants and dust. No wonder, the shelter of the destroyed universe couldn't cope with such an existence. The big bald man suddenly let out a long sigh, his eyes showing pity. Facing such a powerful enemy, if only one single universe is destroyed, it would be a blessing in misfortune. Earth, Camartage. Uncontainable. Enough to threaten the entire multi-universe. The Ancient One Magician looked extremely solemn, staring at the light screen above his head without blinking his eyes, tightly clutching the folded fan with his right hand, cold sweat dripping from his palm. In her mind, the biggest threat the Earth can face is the alien Mephisto-like Dormammu. But even Dormammu is absolutely impossible to threaten the entire multi-universe. Such a terrifying existence, no wonder it is listed as the first place in the world-destroying containment. Ancient One took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. No matter how high her opinion of the Containment Society is, she has no hope at all now that the Containment Society can successfully contain this terrifying anomaly. I just hope that, this multi-universe threat can be confined to that R42 universe and not spread to other dimensions. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, Ancient One suddenly let out a wry smile inwardly. If the matter is really that simple, why did the Containment Society that has already destroyed the universe spend so much effort to leave a death message? Isn't it just to warn people from other universes? Threaten. Definitely still exists. At this time, on the light screen. Is this the last message left in that dead universe? 05-01 Ancient One frowned, and slowly turned over a page of the document, while making several assumptions in his mind. Perhaps, the R42 universe was destroyed because of this 001 anomaly. This message is the final warning sent to us by the Containment Council of this universe. They don't want their tragic experience to happen to us again. On the second page of the document, 05-01 read new content. You may have discovered that this information was preceded by a signal containing a non-dangerous cognito hazard. The original version of this signal can cause indiscriminate damage to all residents of your universe. But we modified it before sending it to make it harmless. As you can see, our R42 universe has the ability to wipe out most of the inhabitants of your universe, but we didn't do it. In the context of the above, we ask you not to regard this move as an offensive act, but just to show that the R42 universe does not have any intention of conquering or invading your universe in any other form. Also, please be sure to take our message seriously. 1. Seeing this, the expression on 05-01 Ancient One's face suddenly became even weirder. Is this shelter in the destroyed universe showing us its strength? But what's the point? And, if they have already determined, have the ability to destroy us, then why do you want to pass this piece of information related to the multi-universe threat to us? To put it bluntly, they are much stronger than us. But in the end they were not destroyed by 001. In the face of such a terrorist threat, what can we do? Holding such doubts, 05-01 Ancient One continued to read. When she turned to the next page, 05-01's expression changed drastically, and even the hand holding the document trembled. Written in the document. Special containment procedures, the only way to guarantee the eradication of Apollyon-level anomaly 001 and avoid the ZK-level inter-reality collapse event is to completely eliminate, destroy, or fundamentally change, all human beings. The possible methods to delay, or completely avoid, the coming of the 001 ZK incident are listed below. Problem description: Containment 001 is a living member of all H. sapiens species, without exception. This currently includes humans living in the remnant universe R42 and the PD superdimension. This anomaly first appeared and developed in the residual dimension R42, and then was accidentally activated in PD uncontrolled growth of Containment 001. Will cause the entire multivariate Destruction of the universe. MCU Earth. SHIELD. What? It is human beings that can destroy the multi-universe. How can this be? This must be a mistake. How can human beings have such great abilities? Accompanied by exclamations one after another, almost all the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. stood stiffly in place, their eyes were almost dull, and the expressions on their faces were extremely ugly. It is black stewed eggs, without exception. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, suddenly, almost everyone shivered in unison. Horror, horror, unbelievable. A creepy, bone-chilling feeling attacked everyone's body in an instant. Even Black Widow, at the moment, who has experienced many battles, has an ashen complexion, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Horrible. The existence of human beings as a group is actually enough to destroy the entire multi-universe. In order to save the multi-universe, the only way is to completely destroy the human beings in a certain dimension. Not even one left. Who has seen such unimaginable and terrifying things? It simply subverts the 4.53 views and disintegrates people's cognition of this world. Camartage. It turns out, that's how it is. The Ancient One magician closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, letting out a helpless sigh. If I'm not mistaken, the parallel universe named R42 was not destroyed by this anomaly called 001. Her voice was not high, but like a heavy hammer, it shook the hearts of all magicians. The reason why that universe was wiped out may be because of the hands of the Abnormal Containment Society. When I found that I couldn't contain this 001 anomaly, and I couldn't let the other party destroy the multi-universe. Under such circumstances, the R42 Containment Committee chose the most difficult, most painful, and most terrifying path. Ancient One's voice is full of pain, and it seems that she can also feel the difficulties and helplessness of the R42 Containment Society. That is to destroy yourself, and even the entire universe, to prevent 001 from destroying everything. What? Hearing this, all the magicians on Comitage were like thunder, and they were so stunned that they couldn't say a word. Destroy your universe with your own hands. What a horror! At the same time, the network on MCU Earth is also boiling. Are you kidding me? Wait, did you see that? No matter what the 001 anomaly is, it seems to be infected from the destroyed universe to the PD universe. My god, what's going on here? Will that universe be destroyed too? If the PD universe is not destroyed, then the entire multi-universe will be destroyed along with it. God! Could this thing be contagious to our universe? What should we do? Asylum Society, protect us, we can't live without you. Chapter 62. At the moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. The so-called ZK-level reality collapse scenario refers to the fundamental collapse or erasure of reality. Usually due to physical reasons, or some kind of containment that can annihilate things. Ordinary ZK-class reality collapse will only cause the collapse of a single universe. But once the so-called ZK-class inter-reality collapse event is formed, the number of universes destroyed will be too many to measure. What happened? NPD Universe, 05-01 Ancient One's face is extremely solemn. No matter what 001 is, that is enough to destroy the multi-universe, it is obvious that this thing is contagious. According to the description in the document, 001 first appeared in the R42 universe. But somehow, from that universe, infected to the PD universe again. Thinking of this, 05-01 Ancient One felt his head ache, and his heart was extremely bitter. She has lived for countless years, and the time she has spent in charge of the Asylum Council is even more incalculable. So, 05-01 quickly judged that the R42 universe was probably destroyed by its own containment committee. But what is even more frightening is that even though the R42 Containment Society has paid such a heavy price, the 001 that is enough to cause the destruction of the multi-universe has spread to other places. Why is this happening? What is the relationship between our dimension and the R42 universe? In order to find the truth, 05-01 turned the file in his hand to the next page again. On this page, the Containment Committee of the R42 universe introduced in detail their understanding of the multi-universe N001. According to the research made by our scientific researchers, a limited number of parallel universes, a total of 57, were formed at the moment of the Big Bang in an event called Alpha. Under natural conditions, without intervention, it is impossible to create new parallel universes. Due to unknown reasons, only one of the 57 parallel universes has humans, that is, the parallel universe R42. The crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. What 18? Originally there were only 57 parallel universes. Seeing this piece of information, the big bald Uete couldn't help but look at the sides around him, full of doubts and incomprehensions in his heart. In this space, the endless crystal walls extend from both sides to the end that can't be seen at a glance. And each crystal wall represents a parallel universe. The exact number of multi-universes, even I don't know. But definitely more than 57. Moreover, according to this document, R42 is actually the primordial universe where human beings were first born. The big bald man frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more dignified his expression became. He faintly felt that what was recorded in this document might involve the most profound secret of creation. As soon as he thought of this, a hidden excitement flashed in Uate's eyes. As a family of observers, what the big bald head pursues all his life is all kinds of events and truths. And the truth at the beginning of the creation of the multi-universe is the top one. In order to pursue this truth, Uate even sacrificed his own life. Camartage. Among all the original universes, there is only one universe where human beings exist. The Ancient One magician chewed on these words, as if he had caught something in his heart. As far as he knows, in the multi-universe, there are countless parallel universes where human beings exist. Could it be that the birth of all these human universes has something to do with the R42 universe? At this thought, Ancient One was suddenly taken aback, and secretly gasped. If his guess is correct, doesn't that mean, the 001 who infected the R42 universe and the PD universe, may also infect this world? And all of this may be related to human beings. At the moment, in the light screen, 05-01 Ancient One has turned over the next page of the document. Containment 001's threat to reality is reflected in the abnormal wide area replication ability of the extra dimension. The so-called superdimension refers to a parallel reality with extremely small differences from its other parent parallel universe. 1. So, the expensive universe, that is, the PD universe is the superdimension of our R42 universe. The gap between our two universes is so small that it can almost be ignored. And hyperdimensions were created solely because of the tiny decisions made by humans in our R42 universe. 1. No matter how insignificant these decisions are, even if you choose which foot to step first when you go out, it is possible to give birth to an ultradimensional in the multi-universe. Because of this, due to the existence and decision-making of the human beings in our universe due to the containment object 001, countless parallel universes are moving uncontrollably every minute and every second born. These parallel universes are very small from our universe, and can be regarded as sub-universes of our universe. Or, superdimension. The reason why we can confirm that all this is caused by us humans is because the researchers of our containment society have observed the existence of the remaining 56 primordial universes through scientific and technological means. Our containment organization does not know whether there are other forms of intelligent life in other primordial universes. Even if it really exists, there is no sign of superdimensional replication in these dimensions. Obviously, the reason for this is that there are no human beings in these universes. Because of the existence of human beings in our R42 universe, it seems that there have been born extra dimensions counting billions, that is, sub-parallel universes. Moreover, this number is constantly skyrocketing. The worst thing is that in these superdimensions, as long as there are human beings, this may also give birth to further sub-parallel universes. Children beget grandchildren, grandchildren beget sons, sons and grandchildren are endless. In this way, the continuous value added of the ultradimension will accelerate at an exponential speed. According to the analysis of our containment society researchers, the multi-universe has a limit to the number of superdimensional existence. As long as this limit is exceeded, the ZK-class inter-reality collapse event will begin and directly lead to the destruction of the entire multi-universe. Beyond the multi-universe, crystal wall space. It turns out that all the universes in which humans exist come from this R42 universe. Observer Ueda took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. But the horror and excitement deep in his eyes still persisted for a long time. Ueda never dreamed that he would inadvertently see through the mystery of the birth of the multi-universe. It turned out that the original multi-universe only had 57 of them. And 56 of them have not had any derivation and changes until now. The reason why there are countless parallel universes now is because there are human beings in the R42 universe. The existence of human beings, as well as human decision-making, have led to the birth of countless sub-universes. Moreover, these sub-universes are constantly increasing in value, and may even explode the entire multi-universe one day in the future. If you put it this way, wouldn't human beings become the father of the multi-universe? At this thought, Ueda first gave a wry smile, then his body trembled suddenly, and he couldn't help raising his eyes again to look at the endless crystal walls on the left and right sides. So that's how it is. After scrutinizing it carefully for a long time, Ueda's face became solemn again, with a trace of obvious worry in it. No wonder. I have stayed in this space for countless years, but I always feel that the crystal wall here will never end. Turns out, they are increasing constantly. If this continues, the multi-universe will one day be unable to hold on. At the same time, the internet on MCU Earth is also boiling. Oh my god! It turns out that this is a genetic disease, inherited from father to son, and then from son to grandson. Hell, even universe can suffer from genetic diseases. My head is dizzy. Are you kidding me? I will step on that leg first. We'll create parallel universes, how can there be such a reason? Is the multi-universe going to blow up for a reason like this? It's crazy. Because there are too many births in the universe, the multi-universe is overstretched. This is really black humor. Damn, I don't want to die for such a nonsense reason. Convex, F. SHIELD. Director, this. Facing the astonished gazes of the subordinates around him, Black Braised Egg closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then stretched out 2 fingers. If everything that's being said on the screen is true, then we can be sure of 2 things. First, humans in certain universes, as long as they exist, are a hazard to the multi-universe. Second, not all humans in the universe are 001. Looking at his own 2 fingers, Hey Dan's tone suddenly turned cold. Once these 2 assumptions of mine are all true, there is only one solution left. Find and destroy those universes that will increase crazily. Only in this way, the regiment can protect all sides. Just after finishing speaking, Hey Me Dan suddenly gave a bitter smile and put away his fingers. Anyway, I'm just talking about it, after all, who can do something like destroy the universe? Suddenly, the sound of black marinated eggs stopped abruptly. Boss, wouldn't you? Looking at the black marinated egg whose muscles were constantly trembling in front of him, Black Widow seemed to have thought of something, and hopeful light appeared in his eyes. In the next second, the 2 shouted almost simultaneously. That old laptop! The dog that eats the universe! Black Braised Dan was so excited that the veins on his forehead were bulging, he clenched his fists and shouted. No wonder, this old computer will be broadcast live before the containment meeting. It turns out, this thing can save the multi-universe. California Mansion. Sir, according to my calculations, if the Abnormal Containment Society can accurately locate those universes that will infinitely increase in value, and then call the Cosmic Devouring Dog to destroy them, it will be able to effectively prevent the ZK-level inter-reality collapse event. Yet, hearing the report from J.A.R.V.I.S., Stark sighed leisurely, but his face was not pretty. Even if it is to save countless universes, is it really necessary to kill those other innocent universes? Also, even if the Containment Society can do this, they still have a lot of technical problems to overcome. Thinking of the difficulty of saving the multi-universe, Stark couldn't help shaking his head again. First of all, just positioning the universe is already incomparable. Also, manipulating that dog to destroy a particular universe, is too much trouble. However, fortunately, there is this last resort, otherwise, A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind, and Tony Duck suddenly straightened up from his chair. I saw his complexion constantly changing, the more he thought about it, the more unbelievable his expression became. That notebook seems to have appeared suddenly. Could it be that the person who bound the Cosmic Devouring Dog in his notebook, just hoped that someone could use it like this? Will such an extremely dangerous malicious entity capable of devouring the universe be used in turn to save the multi-universe? Meanwhile, Kamartaj. Ancient One raised his head slightly, looked at the light curtain in the sky with a compassionate look, and murmured. Master of the Asylum Society, did you plan all of this? You want all of us 213 to see what you did to save the multi-universe. Even if you have to destroy other universes, you want us to understand your difficulties. At the end, Ancient One lowered his head and let out a long sigh. This is the responsibility brought about by control, containment, and protection. X-Men Universe. Wuxia rubbed her nose with suspicion in her eyes. This feeling, is someone talking bad about me behind my back? At this time, new images and information also appeared on the light screen. According to the analysis of the scientific and technical personnel in RR42 universe, the death of the multi-universe, also known as the ZK-class inter-reality collapse event, is expected to occur 4 to 2 months after your universe receives this information. We discovered the existence of 001 or human beings 17 years earlier than your universe, which is enough to destroy the multi-universe. So, this also gave us time to research and develop containment procedures to contain the anomaly human and save the multi-universe. The Containment Society in RR42 universe has also considered using other means. Slow down or stop 001's process of destroying the multi-universe. Including 1. Use containment items or other techniques to destroy derived dimensions. The proposal is rejected. Considering the remaining contained items held, this proposal cannot be implemented due to the slow speed of implementation, and cannot catch up with the approaching death of the multi-universe. 1. 2. Send some humans into hibernation, and wake up after finding a solution to the problem. The proposal has been adopted. The Containment Society has used Area 49 as a hibernation storage facility for 15,000 humans awaiting permission from Council 15 to awaken. 3. Develop nanorobots that can control human decision-making ability, and eliminate human ability to create extra dimensions. Estimated probability of successful use, high. Potential impacts on social institutional functioning range from minimal to extremely high. The proposal is rejected. Rationale: under current conditions, R42 personnel cannot complete development before a ZK-class event occurs. 4. Replace all human beings with bioelectronic synthesis people who only act within standard behavior patterns. The proposal is rejected. Rationale: under current conditions, R42 personnel cannot complete development before a ZK class event occurs. 5. Merge humans into an integrate neural network intersect a central AI control unit control. Estimated probability of successful use, high. The proposal is rejected. Rationale: under current conditions, R42 personnel cannot complete development before a ZK class event occurs. 6. Destroy the Earth and / or all its inhabitants. Proposal rejected. The proposal is rejected. Rationale: the extra dimensions derived from this scenario would be preserved, as would the risk of anomalous reactivation should an existing or possible future life form open a portal to any extra dimension. 7. Use containment 0000. Development is complete. Chapter 63. MCU Universe. Asgard. To destroy oneself, or to destroy everything else. Odin stood on the Bifrost, staring blankly at the light screen in the sky, his expression fluctuating. Obviously his heart was extremely disturbed. Before, when he discovered that Asgard was actually moved by Dozwan Xingyi and was used to spell, he was indeed filled with grief and indignation. But in the face of the shocking power displayed by the Containment Society, he really couldn't even muster up the courage to resist. People just sprinkle a handful of sand and move your planet tens of millions of light years in the universe. Such a gap is like an ant vs a god. And just when Odin completely gave up resistance, the light screen in the sky of Asgard suddenly played the content of Destroy the Multi-Universe. Odin, who was almost disheartened when he saw the death struggle of the R42 Universe's Containment Committee on the screen, unexpectedly changed his mentality again. It turns out that even the nearly omnipotent Asylum Council has problems it cannot handle. No matter how powerful they are, if the object of containment is myself, then there is nothing to do. Slightly substituting himself into the position of the R42 Universe containment meeting, Odin also only felt a chill hit his upper body, and he was a little shivering for a while. Putting himself in his shoes, if he had to destroy all of Asgard in order to save the multi-universe, Odin wouldn't be sure, would he be able to do it? It turns out that the Containment Committee of the R42 Universe also thought about destroying other universes. Standing not far from Odin, Loki lowered his head slightly, his eyes constantly rolling. According to his clever mind, Loki quickly judged that facing this multi-universe extinction mortal dilemma, the only way out is to destroy all parallel universes that can self-generate. It's a pity that the Containment Society of R42 Universe doesn't have suitable containment objects to achieve this goal. In contrast, the Containment Society of our universe has that old computer in its hands. It can directly devour other universes. Loki took a deep breath, glanced at the countless stars in the sky that seemed to be close at hand, and his heart suddenly beat faster. With just one containment object, hundreds of millions of stars in the universe can be gathered together. And another computer made by humans can swallow countless parallel universes. All this proves that in the countless multi-universes, the most powerful thing is not Mjolnir, but those unfathomable containments. If only I, Loki, could get some powerful containment too, by then. MCU Earth California Mansion. It's a pity, it's really a pity. Stark shook his head helplessly, with a look of regret on his face. According to his clever mind and J.A.R.V.I.S calculations, the backup plans of the R42 Universe Containment Society are actually very feasible. Since only humans in their universe have the ability to create parallel universes through decisions. Then, just find a way to eliminate this ability. It's just, they didn't have time to develop it, the end of time is too close. Thinking of this, Stark suddenly regained his spirits. In other words, the direction of the Containment Society is not wrong, it's just that the efficiency is not enough, and the time is too short. There is a limit to human scientific research, calculation, and development ability. It's like discovering a new continent. Stark's eyes are getting brighter and brighter. If we want to solve the ultimate problem like 001, what we need is artificial intelligence that surpasses human beings. Meanwhile, in Helheim, the most mysterious of the 9 realms. Containment 0000. Is this the final plan chosen by the R42 Universe Containment Club? Sitting upright on the throne of bones, Hel rested her cheek with one hand, and her eyes shone with unpredictable light. Are these human beings using this thing to destroy the universe they are in? But is it necessary? Even if these containment societies are really altruistic and decide to destroy themselves to save the multi-universe, then just blow up the Earth. Why, they want to destroy the entire universe. The more Hela thought about it, the more she felt a tingling sensation in her scalp. It turns out that destruction originally can bring such excitement to people. What if I get out of here and destroy all of Asgard? So, what will happen? And at this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. Before making any further explanations, we must apologize to your universe. In the document, the R42 Universe Containment Society revealed a terrible truth. It turns out that when they just discovered super dimension and containment 001, they didn't immediately connect these two things. In order to study the so-called extra-dimensional phenomena, the R42 Containment Society has opened up a cross-latitude space-time channel for other parallel universes. And this is the source of all disasters. According to our research, the superdimension derived from the human decision-making will be named as undetermined existence. Although it indirectly affects the stability of the multi-universe, and has been objectively shaped by SCP-001's influence, all of these extra dimensions show no trace of existence, and lack any physical processes within. This state will be broken after opening the space-time channel into the dimension. At the moment existence is undetermined will end, and the superdimension will begin to exist in a complete sense. All physical processes begin to flow as they have existed from the moment of the Big Bang to the formation of dimensions. Since the new existence, human, SCP-001, began to exist after the end of existence in termination, this dimension originally will also be the source of extra-dimensional replication. Unfortunately, the space-time channel developed by our experts has been proven to be highly unstable. We can't choose a specific superdimension to enter, so it directly leads to the randomness of your universe as the purpose of the space-time channel. The space-time channel was maintained in an unstable situation for 2 days, and then it closed spontaneously. Subsequently, our experts discovered that your universe originally became the ultradimensional source from which new parallel universes were derived. We infected you. Considering that when the PD was created, it happened to be in the same state as the R42 at that time, and the existence is undetermined was established as a hypothesis. R42 has lost any time or hope of being rescued since the PD began to create extra dimensions and accelerate the multi-universe approaching ZK-class events. What? Seeing this, the 05-01 Ancient One of the PD universe suddenly turned pale, and his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. Because of this scientific experiment of the R42 Universe Containment Society, my own universe has encountered an indiscriminate disaster. Seeing this, the network on the MCU Earth is also boiling. Miserable, this is really too miserable. It's true that people are sitting at home, and the disaster comes from heaven. Trademark the income of the R42 universe is really too outrageous. How can you do this kind of experiment at will? Isn't this harmful? They didn't know it at the time. It was only later that they discovered the true face of 1001. Hey. Now I just hope that those dangerous derivative dimensions will never have anything to do with us. Otherwise. Yet. This is simply the most dangerous infectious disease in all universes. Once infected, a universe, even a multi-universe may be destroyed. Camartage. Is that so? An unintentional dimensional experiment opened the door to disaster. Ancient One sighed slightly, and immediately frowned deeply. It turns out that even though countless parallel universes can be derived through human decisions, most of these universes are in a state of undetermined existence, which will not have too much impact on the survival of the multi-universe. Big impact. However, once the parallel universe of 001 is infected and the portal is opened to other universes, then everything is over. According to Ancient One's guess, the universe he lives in should not have been infected with this deadly 001 infection. But whether this situation can continue depends on whether other infection dimensions will infect 1001. Even after figuring it all out, Ancient One was helpless. Even if magic is cultivated to the extreme, at best it can only open portals to other parallel universes. However, if you want to block the entire single universe and prevent other universes from entering, it's probably too big. From the looks of it now, we can only hope that the omnipotent shelter can do something. Ancient One shook his head regretfully, as if he felt ashamed of his incompetence. Even as a sorcerer supreme and an Asgardian on Earth, she can't do anything in the face of such a catastrophe that could destroy the multi-universe. Even if you want to prevent it, there is no way to start. At the moment, in the light screen. With trembling hands, 105-011 Ancient One finally opened the last page of the file. Unfortunately, R42's containment committee was unable to open the passage to your dimension, and personally wiped out the residents of your universe. Because the Containment Society personnel in your universe survive in the underground bunker, they can also come into contact with multiple Thaumiel level items that are enough to make our destruction operation futile. And there is not much time left before the death of the multi-universe, plus the lack of ability to maintain the research. For the above reasons, we use this information to contact you, providing information on how to save the multi-universe under the current conditions the only way. The world existed before us, and must exist after us. Our multi-universe suffers from a disease, and the name of this disease is human beings, Containment 001. The only way out is to contain 0000. With its help we will no longer be a threat. We have the ability to leave opportunities for other intelligent species, perhaps not to be affected by the same anomaly, or to be able to find a way out of it. We, the O5 Council and the other survivors of R42, have chosen our fate. We want you to make the same choice. O5 Council from Dimension R42. To the O5 Council of Dimension PD. Just below this text, 105-01 Ancient One saw a picture. It depicts an indescribable scientific device, which seems to contain endless energy. Item number, Containment 0000. Object class, Paradox Thel 2. Description, Containment 0000 is a device, developed by the Containment Society of the remaining parallel universe R42, capable of destroying entire dimensions when activated. After destroying the target dimension, all subdimensions in the state of existence is uncertain will slowly self-destruct. Other blueprints. The core of Containment 0000 is a 4-element device, and the components are redacted and Euclid-level items. Containment 1, Containment. There are also 2 parallel Containment 1. You actually told me all the manufacturing blueprints. 05-01 Ancient One closed the folder with a wry smile, and cold sweat was already dripping on his forehead. Obviously, the R42 cosmic containment organization that has been destroyed hopes that she can also create this ultimate dimension destruction weapon, and then... Hateful. 05-01 punched the desk angrily, his face full of struggles. Even if you have lived for countless years, you have mastered the resources and containment that can turn the universe upside down. But at this moment, 05-011 can only feel deeply helpless. Containment popularization points have exceeded 300 million. You get a reward, Containment 0000 Dimension Destruction Weapon. Hey, what do I need this for? Looking at the 0000 containment room that suddenly appeared on the horizontal floor plan of Site 17, Wu Xia only slightly raised her eyebrows. The face didn't change at all. On the surface, this dimension destruction weapon has a more powerful efficiency than the dog in the old computer. As long as it is used to destroy a certain parallel universe, all the derived super dimensions will also destroy themselves. But most importantly, Wu Xia has no idea how to find those dangerous self-derived super dimensions. Isn't it the same as having nothing if you have a weapon but no target? Wu Xia pondered for a while, then suddenly moved her hand to the keyboard, and began to beat Chen. Since there are still many employees and researchers in this site, let's find something for them to do. A few minutes later, the MCU universe, Site 17. What? Let me recruit some scientists. Looking at the blonde Dr. Bright in front of her, Jane Foster's mouth opened slightly, and she was stunned. I can't help it either. Bright spread his hands lightly, and pointed with his chin, to the screen in the hall. As you have seen, in order to avoid the multi-universe catastrophe spreading to our world, the easiest way is to find the dimension where 001 exists, and then annihilate them completely. Completely ignoring Jane Foster, whose face was gradually turning pale, Bright continued on nonchalantly as if discussing grocery shopping in a supermarket. As you can probably guess, we already have weapons to destroy dimensions. The only problem is, how to locate those dangerous dimensions. So, you want me to find a genius scientist for you, just to... In the middle of speaking, Jane Foster only felt her throat was dry, and she couldn't speak for a while. You just need to entrust a few names, the task of recruiting agents, and hand it over to the employees below. Having said this, Bright's face became surprisingly serious. You should also know how dangerous 001 is, right? Whatever we do, it's for containment, protection, and containment. If you don't want to see, one day, we have to destroy our own world, then do what you should do. Seeing that Bright changed back to his original foolish look, turned around and walked away, Jane Foster's face suddenly showed a tangled look of embarrassment. Is this also an order from that one? After a while, she took out a pen and paper and wrote a few names on it. Eric Sevig, Bruce Banner. Meanwhile, the X-Men universe. This is the new exposure list. Looking at the notification that popped up on the game screen, Wu Xia read along the list line by line, his eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. Proposal 001. There are still so many. So funny. Wu Xia smiled lightly and clicked the mouse. In the next second, new images appeared on all the light curtains in the MCU universe. Containment 001 Inventory, Part 1. 7th place, 001 The Twins of God. Chapter 64. The Crystal Wall Space Outside the Multi-Universe. The Containment 0000 that can completely destroy all derivative dimensions. Those humans actually made such a terrifying weapon. The bald-headed Uete took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, but his hands still trembled slightly. Judging from the information revealed in the previous light screen, what this 0000 can destroy is not just one dimension. Instead, in the case of destroying the apparent universe, all the derivative dimensions whose existence is undetermined can be wiped out. It's no wonder that the Containment Committee of the R42 universe did not hesitate to drag down the entire universe it was in to be buried with it. This is because only by destroying this main dimension can all problems be solved once and for all. These humans are so ruthless. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, at this moment. The big bald man felt astonished and shocked from the bottom of his heart. In order to eliminate the disaster for the multi-universe, they even did not hesitate to use the universe they are in as a sacrifice. How cruel and decisive is this? Before associating with the power of slaying gods displayed by another cosmic shelter, the bald head felt a little tingling in his scalp. If these humans are regarded as enemies, whether it is the universe or the gods, they can destroy it without any hesitation. Is this the asylum? Just when Uate sighed in a low voice, he swept his eyes and found something strange again. This is the new inventory? Proposal 001. Seeing this familiar number, Uate was startled. The last 001 was enough to destroy the existence of the entire multi-universe. And how many such dangerous containment objects are there? This is too exaggerated. Just as the observer's mind was shaking, a new change appeared in the MCU universe. Number 1 Holy Place. Huh? Have you checked out the source of those strange words? Looking at the leader of the 5 generals of Obsidian who came before him, Corvus Glaive, Thanos' tone suddenly became serious. Yes, my lord. Facing the angry Thanos, Corvus Glaive bowed his head deeply, his tone full of humility. According to our investigation, this text originates from Galactic Frontier, a small planet called Earth. Earth. Hearing the name, Thanos' expression moved slightly, and he actually calmed down. Others don't know, but he knows very well that the Earth is one of the 9 realms. It belongs to the territory of Odin, the god king of the 9 realms. And Odin is now old, but not dead yet. 460. Moreover, the previous method of gathering billions of stars is very similar to the power of infinite gems. Thanos' complexion kept changing, but in the end it gradually darkened. Odin alone may not be able to beat him now, if he meets the power of the level universe who has infinite power. I'm afraid there won't even be scum left. Just when Thanos was full of a grieved heart and was about to put aside the matter of the Earth, on the bridge of number 1 Holy Place store, a huge amounts of light screen suddenly appeared. What? What's going on here? Looking at the dazzling light screen in front of him, Thanos was taken aback for a moment, and then flew into a rage. Who dare to play this trick on my flagship? Meanwhile, MCU Earth. Wow, this planet is very interesting, and there are not many aliens. Tunmi Inata, who has changed into a civilian outfit, is wearing a purple dress, bouncing around on the streets of the Earth, her eyes are full of curiosity. Following the direction of those cosmic Chinese characters, Tunmi came all the way to the Earth. Before that, she was even mentally prepared to meet someone of the uncle generation. Such as annihilation, infinity, eternity. After all, gathering hundreds of millions of stars with a raised hand. This kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. But after arriving, Tunmi discovered that this place is just an ordinary planet. If there's anything unusual about it, it's that. Proposal 001, what is this? Holding the food she just bought from the fast food restaurant, Tunmi stuffed the French fries into her mouth, and looked up curiously at the huge light screen in the sky. SHIELD. Damn it! How many 001s are there? He clenched his fists a little irritably, and the black stewed egg roared, but soon sighed dejectedly. And the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents standing beside him also looked grey and defeated, and the fear in their eyes was clearly visible. Before, the 001 that was enough to destroy the multi-universe almost caused them psychological trauma, scaring countless agents into sweat. Now, the information on the light screen actually claims that there are at least 7 more such terrifying anomalies. How is this not scary? Under the trembling eyes of all the agents, a new image appeared on the computer screen of SHIELD. Project Proposal, Twins of God. Research Team, Omega 5. Purpose Description: this project aims to create an anomalous entity that can remotely destroy hostile anomalous individuals that pose a threat to the Containment Society, and global security under the necessary control of the Containment Society's senior management. Research Team Director, Dr. Ph.D., 05-1, writing brutal Shuang novels, Go to Fila Novel Network. Deputy Director, 05-2, 05-3. Project Requirements: obtain and use the Object, Subatomic Acceleration System. Obtain and use Object 1, Harkins Gate. Obtain and use the Object Multiple Syringes. Materials capable of manufacturing necessary containment measures and research facilities. No less than 50 adult human subjects, Class D, are used for testing purposes. At the moment, MCU Earth, Site 17. What? Using humans as test subjects. Looking at the computer screen in front of her, Jane Foster suddenly changed color. The reason why she is willing to join the Asylum Society is mainly because she believes that this organization is protecting the Earth and Huang. But now it seems that they have carried out a horribly evil experiment. For Jane Foster, this is absolutely intolerable. And just when she was very angry and was considering whether to resign, Jane suddenly heard other employees near the hall whispering. It's really incredible. In other parallel universes, would other containment be played so wildly? Does it need to be said? Do you think that the strength of the containment councils in every universe is the same? Let me tell you, the difference is far away. Those containment associations that are not strong enough and don't have powerful containment objects to call them, will inevitably go to crooked paths in the end. Listening to what you said, it seems that this is indeed the case. That one can even manipulate God and restart the universe. Where is the need to use this method to develop weapons? Jane Foster pricked up her ears, dumbfounded, and felt the anger in her chest gradually disappear. So, is that so? Other containment societies need to use this method to become stronger because they are too weak. At the moment, in a certain military base. Oh, by strengthening human beings, can we obtain the ability to wipe out enemies from a long distance? General Ross took a deep puff of his cigar, his wrinkled face was full of excitement. As an outlier in the military, General Ross has always believed that the future of war is super soldiers. But super soldiers like Steve Rogers, who can only perform to the limit of human beings, are outdated. The future belongs to superpowers like Hulk. However, Hulk's emotions are too unstable and out of control at all. So General Ross has always wanted to capture Bruce Banner, and then conduct various experiments and scientific research on him. Only in this way can we develop a Hulk army that can be controlled and has infinite strength. But now it seems that in some universe, the Containment Society seems to have gone with General Ross as well. How are these strengthening people created? Can they be controlled and replicated? And under General Ross's expectant eyes, a new image appeared on the laptop screen in front of him. But after only one glance, General Ross's pupils suddenly shrank, and he exclaimed in a low voice in disbelief. Isn't this me? In the light screen. In a circular office, a white-haired old man opened the folder in his hand. On the MCU Earth, many people can recognize that this old man looks exactly like General Ross. He is the Q5-01 in this parallel universe. But unlike other universes, although O5-01 Rose is a member of the O5 Council, he is not the leader of the council, but a very capable scientist. 1. And this scientist is currently encountering a dilemma. Containment 990 Dreamwalker Omen. Looking at the content recorded on page 1 of the folder, O5-01 Ross frowned deeply. Just a few days ago, one of his employees had a dream. In that dream, the employee of the Asylum Society met a mysterious man wearing a windbreaker. He is Containment Object 990. Also known as the Dream Omen. From many years ago, among the internal staff of the shelter, some people began to have this kind of strange dream. This Dream Omen will appear in the dream and inform the staff of the shelter, the future. The upcoming disaster and doomsday. These disasters will happen without exception in the future. Through these future predictive dreams, the Containment Society has eliminated many end-of-the-world scenarios in advance and saved countless human lives. This time, the prophecy spoken by the Dream Omen is extraordinarily horrifying. After 4 years, a titan named Thanos will come to Earth in order to collect 6 infinite gems. Once he successfully captures the last mind gem and embeds it on the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos will snap his fingers and eliminate half of the intelligent life in the universe. The death toll, 2. Titans. Thanos. O5-01 Rose slowly closed the folder. His face became extremely serious. For him, the elimination of half of the global population is a terrible disaster. However, compared to the real end of the world or even the extinction of the universe, it is already considered a relatively not bad result. However, what Ross O5-01 is really worried about is this kind of reality distortion power enough to affect the entire universe actually fell into the hands of a mentally abnormal alien. This is the scariest thing. Infinite gems. Infinity Gauntlet. Such a dangerous item should be contained by our containment committee. And in order to do this, O5-01 Ross took out a new document from the drawer. On the cover, it says, The Twins of God Project. In order to contain the so-called infinite gems Thanos, our containment society must create the Twins of God. MCU Universe. Number 1 Holy Place. What? I managed to collect 6 infinite gems. Thanos' eyes widened, his face twitched slightly, an unexpected ecstasy shot from his eyes. Just now, he thought. Infinite gems had fallen into the hands of the powerful who used star writing. But now it seems that I still have a chance. Wait, parallel universe. Although he was ecstatic, but as a person cursed by knowledge, Thanos quickly calmed down and discovered the information hidden in the image. What he sees may not be happening in his own universe, but another world. Well, even if it is another universe. This can also be used as a reference for my future actions. Thanos calmly leaned back on the throne and began to think. Still, it's weird to go to Earth for the mind gem. Spiritual scepter, didn't I get it a long time ago? Could things be different in this parallel universe? And at the moment, there was already an uproar on the Earth network of the MCU universe. What kind of horse? An alien who wants to destroy half of the creatures in the universe? Am I right? Infinite gems? What's that? You can erase half of the universe with a snap of your fingers, what kind of joke is this? Carrot carrot. Idiot. You can restart the universe by touching a metal donut, do you believe it? Damn it. Containment Society. Don't lose to the evil aliens. Get rid of that ugly purple potato monster. Hey, aren't you? This shelter uses human beings as experiments, and you support that. Nose picking, as long as I'm not caught doing experiments. Oh, asterisk oh. And meanwhile, Asgard. Thanos. This titan is so brave. Odin's beard and hair were all stretched out, his one eye was wide open, and he was obviously very angry. In any case, deep in his heart, he always regards the Earth as one of the 9 worlds that needs to be sheltered as his turf. This guy Thanos dared to attack his Austrian territory. It's really daring. Years ago, Odin fought Thanos and beat him back. So, he doesn't care about this crazy titan at all. However, collect infinite gems and wipe out half the universe. This guy is even crazier than I thought. Just when Odin was angry, a voice suddenly sounded beside him. Father. When Odin turned around, he saw Loki standing behind him, lowered his head slightly, and asked very respectfully. Is the Infinity Gauntlet mentioned in the light curtain, the one you put in the vault? Facing Loki's question, Odin narrowed his one-eyed eyes, and did not answer for a while. Meanwhile the streets of MCU Earth. Huh? That lunatic on Titan, wants to collect infinite gems, and then erase half the universe. Tunmi was still holding a piece of French fries in her hand, but she forgot to put it in her mouth, her little face was full of bewilderment. Originally, it was only out of curiosity that I came to this planet to explore. Who would have thought that such an astonishing secret would be discovered? Father told me that infinite gems are treasures transformed from 6 basic elements when the universe was born. If someone can fully grasp the power of these 6 gems, the entire universe can be controlled by him. Just thinking of this, Tunmi's expression suddenly changed again. Wait, the guy who condensed countless stars together to form words, couldn't use the power of infinite gems. If that's the case, would the one who made the shot be Thanos? The more she thought about it, the more outrageous she became. Tunmi stuffed all the French fries into her mouth, thinking while chewing, her cheeks bulged up like a hamster. At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen above the street. Chapter 65. God Twins Project Details. By analyzing the information recently obtained from anomalous objects and experiments on anomalous objects, an opportunity that was impossible before was presented to the containment meeting. 1. An ability that can change the quantum composition of an object across a long distance, thus causing the object to disappear. So far, we believe that greater manipulation of this effect by using anomalous objects to alter the properties of the human body is possible. 1. In order to achieve our ultimate goal, anomalous object and anomalous object have been erased from the records of the containment meeting, and they will be contained individually in the project's original research facility. Under the guise of a national nuclear test facility, we will build a site in northern Colombia, away from the crowds, also for the sake of safety testing this theory. 1. In order to minimize the potential impact of the experiment on nature, we will take the highest protective measures for this project. Several contingency insurances have also been established in the event of a catastrophic containment breach. These insurances are listed below. 1. If this project is ultimately successful, the entities created by these experiments, tentatively designated as the control of Object 001, will be transferred to the control of the Foundation Administrator to counteract our designation as GOI 003. Infinite Gems Thanos Anomalous Hostile Entity. A series of mind-killing agents will be implanted in these experimental entities, and the right to use these killing agents is only open to the manager alone. This is to ensure that these individuals will not fall into the control of hostile organizations' insurance measures. MCU Universe. SHIELD. General Ross. There was a sneer on Black Braised Egg's face, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. As a spy chief, he couldn't be more clear about what General Ross did. In a sense, this old guy is a psycho. His obsession with super soldiers is almost crazy. Implant abnormal objects into the human body to create super ability people. I didn't expect that even in another universe, you still haven't changed at all. Looking at the frightening descriptions on the screen, Hey Braised Egg was quite calm about it. He can be sure that General Ross has done similar and even worse human experiments. But implanting psychological kill agent in the body of the experimental subjects, once something goes wrong, they will be completely wiped out. This method is novel. If Ross, an old boy, had already mastered similar means, his daughter's boyfriend Bruce Banner might be cold to the bone. As soon as he thought of this, a light flashed in the one-eyed black stewed egg. Manager. From the description, this person seems to have authority over 05-01. Could it be that he is the legendary, mysterious Lord of the Asylum Society? In a military base. Psycho killer. It turns out there is this trick. General Ross's face suddenly realized, and suddenly turned into remorse. It's a pity that I didn't think of this when I did the gamma ray experiment for Bruce Banner. Otherwise, it is entirely possible to implant a miniature bomb in Banner's brain through surgery. At that time, no matter what monster it becomes, just press a button and it will be over. Why is it so troublesome now? implanting anomalous objects into human bodies, to obtain super abilities. Repeatedly chanting this concept, General Ross's eyes suddenly lit up again, and he turned his head to look at Bronski involuntarily. In terms of abnormal objects, does the flesh and blood of the Hulk monster count? If these things were implanted in Bronski's body, what would be created? But Ross lowered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, revealing a sneer. Before that, he had to find a way to control this unstable soldier. One disobedient dog is too much. California Mansion. Changing the quantum composition of an object. Stark frowned, a look of surprise in his eyes. This concept has already involved quantum mechanics. By changing the quantum, the object can be completely eliminated, which sounds a bit like Hank Pym's theory. Thinking of this, Stark shook his head with some annoyance. Hank Pym has a feud with his father, Howard Stark, and doesn't even think much of himself. Otherwise, Stark really wants to ask this old scientist. See if he can understand this concept of quantum elimination more thoroughly. At the same time, a new picture appeared on the computer screen in front of Stark. After deciding to implement the God Twins project, 05-01 Ross gathered a research team named Omega 5 and started researching in Brother's secret base. However, their research did not go smoothly at the beginning. In the experiment, the researchers discovered that injecting abnormal objects into the body of the experiment can indeed make the other party produce incredible power. But at the same time, it will also cause the experiment to release unusually strong radiation. A large number of staff members in the entire experimental base were infected with radiation sickness and died miserably. At the same time, 05-01 Ross also received a call from the manager. According to the information obtained by the manager, the abnormal entity named Gem Thanos has collected several infinite gems in the universe. The situation is very serious. The manager strictly ordered 05-01 Ross to complete the experiment as soon as possible and develop a weapon that could save the situation. Facing a bad situation, 05-01 Ross felt huge amounts of pressure. MCU Universe. Number 1 Holy Place. Humph. Foolish Earthlings, everything you have done is in vain. Sitting on the throne, a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of Thanos' mouth, and his heart was even more excited. Obviously, in another parallel universe, my plan went very smoothly. One after another infinite gems fell into the hands of myself. As for the so-called shelter society on this small Earth, in the eyes of Thanos, they are like ants, not worth mentioning at all. No matter how desperate your research is, in the face of the power of infinite gems, it is equal to zero. At the moment, in the light screen, 05-01 Ross was conducting new research day and night, but one after another new problems began to emerge again. Even though the researchers all put on protective clothing against radiation, the experiment still went very unsmoothly. Each time, when 05-01 Rose tried to activate the experimental body and drive the opponent to use super abilities, the experimental body was directly paralyzed and suffered severe cerebral hemorrhage at the same time. This directly causes the experimental body to be replaced frequently. What's more troublesome is that abnormal objects are injected into the experimental body every time. Around the experimental base, mysterious dissociation phenomena will appear. In the beginning, it was just objects disappearing inexplicably, and then it was the turn of people. In the end, the researchers of the Containment Society discovered by observing the surveillance video that as long as the experiment is carried out, random people or objects will disappear. As if they never existed. After the discovery of this indiscriminate erasure incident, whenever an experiment is carried out, 05-01 Ross will order his subordinates to monitor every corner of the base without any dead ends. As soon as he finds that an erasing event occurs, he will immediately activate the mind-erasing mechanism implanted in the subject's brain, turning the subject into a vegetable. This approach, although it did reduce the disappearance of researchers, it caused the consumption speed of the experimental subjects to become faster. Although a large number of experimental subjects were consumed, 05-01 Ross also sprouted an idea during the uninterrupted experiments. Perhaps, the abnormal energy injected into these experimental bodies is still too much for a human being. If these energies can be distributed among multiple individuals, the burden on them can be reduced, allowing these experimental subjects to control their own energy output. After careful research, 05-01 Ross decided to continue his experiment. But this time, for unknown reasons, he changed his experimental subject from an adult to a child. Even though the manager of the Containment Society had repeatedly told him to limit the experimental subjects to D-class personnel, especially adults. However, 05-01 Ross still decided to risk the world's disgrace. MCU Universe, Site 17. Damn. This guy is really crazy. Seeing that the screen was completely insane, in order to study the desperate 05-01 Ross, Jane Foster clenched her fists angrily. At this moment, if General Ross appeared in front of his eyes, she would raise her glass and smash it at him. At this time, Jane Foster heard the discussion of her colleagues from the table next to her. He doesn't even listen to the manager's words. This old guy is indeed drifting away. D-level personnel are dead when they die, and they are not worthy of sympathy, but he dares to attack the child. He really deserves to die. Look, this Rose is bound to die in the end. Needless to say? But, those children are really unlucky. Ah. Jane Foster's eyes widened once again, and question marks appeared on her head. D-class personnel? What's this? Why do these people sympathize with children, but don't care about the life and death of D-class personnel at all? Jane Foster suddenly felt that although she had joined the Asylum Society, she seemed to know nothing about the operation of this organization. At this time, in the light screen, unexpectedly, 05-01 Ross finally achieved unprecedented success in 9 children. Ask for flowers. After the experiment is successful, these 9 children will share a hive mind that can process information. That is to say, only one of them needs to give orders to 9 children at the same time. What's even more amazing is that by dividing the pressure into 1 into 9, these 9 children can finally unleash the full potential of the God Twins project. They can guide all the previous terrifying energy from an unknown source. Relying on this energy, the 9 children can transcend time and space, and turn all opponents into nothingness. 05-01 Ross believes that these energies come from an unknown superdimension, which can dissociate all objects into elementary particles at the quantum level. In other words, as long as you give orders to these children, everything in the universe can be erased. This success also includes a terrible price. Except for 05-01 Ross, everyone in the Omega-5 research team has been condemned by their conscience for what they have done. But these did not prevent 10501 Ross brand 9 children named Object, Item, -001. Now, they are the most powerful weapons in the Containment Society. Next, 05-01 Ross began to test the killing range and attack effect of the children. First, he issued an order to the children who were placed in the dormant cabin, asking them to destroy a steel pillar 5 kilometers away. Result, the test object was destroyed shortly after Object 001 received the command and executed it. The target did not have any mass retention compared to before the test. 0. In the second experiment, he placed the steel column 8,000 kilometers away from the 9 children. The result this time is the same. When 05-01 Ross gave the order, the steel pillar 8,000 kilometers away turned into elementary particles and disappeared without a trace. After many tests, 05-01 Rose did something that no one expected. He ordered the children to destroy a broken god church on another continent. The so-called Broken God cult is a sect that worships the supreme divinity Broken God. The relationship between this organization and the Abnormal Containment Society is not good, and they have even fought against each other many times. So this time, 05-01 Ross decided to get rid of them once and for all. Shortly after giving the children order, he got a report from the forward intelligence personnel. The Church of the Broken God, together with the believers in it. It has been evaporated completely, not even a trace left. The most bizarre thing is that just near the church, other houses have not suffered any damage. The attack of the children is so precise. Ha 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 ha. After getting the report, 05-01 Ross looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Next, in a report to managers, he wrote, "These children, as designed, carry out the order. I have no doubts that they will succeed in their mission when the time comes. They are unwavering, emotionless, and also indestructible. Before they cross the universe and die, they only need one order. Indeed, this is a weapon designed for the most resolute among human beings." After getting the report, the manager was dissatisfied with 05-01 Ross, who violated his order and used the child as an experiment. But considering that Thanos is about to come to the Earth, I can only endure it temporarily. That's all. On the day predicted by Containment 990, the Dream Omen, the manager brought his entourage to the place where 05-01 Ross' secret base, the abnormal hostile entity, Infinite Gems Thanos, will come to Earth today. The Abnormal Containment Committee will use the Twins of God to deal a head-on blow to Thanos. MCU Universe. Number 1 Holy Place. What are these human children? Looking at the actions of those children on the screen, even Thanos, who is not afraid of anything, gasps inconceivably, and the expression on his face changes. A bone-chilling feeling permeated his heart for no reason, making Thanos feel a chill in his heart and a chill in his back. Dissociate each other at the quantum level. This is not a great theory. Similar weapons, Thanos has seen before. But these children are really abnormal. Even if it is separated by thousands of kilometers, half of the Earth has been circumvented, only one command is needed, and their enemies will evaporate. Even magic, it's not that far off the mark. Facing such a monster, even if he has collected all 6 infinite gems, me feels, it seems a little unsafe. Chapter 66. Seeing this, the Earth's network immediately boiled again. Damn, this damn Ross, what does he think of human life? He actually treats children as experimental products. This old man deserves to be killed. Wait a minute, how do I feel? This 05-01 looks like General Ross of our country. Don't talk about it, it's not like it, it's exactly the same. Hey, in this way, General Ross, could it be 05-01 of our Space Containment Society? No, our shelter is to protect the world, don't get involved with this kind of lunatic. At the same time, in a certain military base, a super ability weapon completely controlled by I. Still so powerful. General Ross's eyes lit up, and his face flushed with excitement. If I can control such power in reality, let alone a general, I can even control the power of the whole world. Whoever dares to stop him will be wiped out. And at this time, in the depths of the universe. Humph. When did an evil organization like the Containment Society appear on Earth? On a remote planet, a woman emitting golden light looked at the light screen above her head and suddenly frowned. She is none other than Captain Marvel. Not long ago, Captain Marvel was shocked by the spectacle of painting and writing by stars, and fled to this planet without looking back. Not long after, a screen of light appeared above the planet. After only watching for a while, Captain Marvel flew into a rage. She has only been away from the Earth for more than 10 years, but she never expected. There are mad scientists who experiment with children and make super weapons. Nick Fury, this guy, he didn't even notify me when something so big happened. Or is his espionage all for nothing? He took out an old-fashioned pager from his pocket, but found that there was no signal. Captain Marvel frowned, and put 370 on the pager again. In the next second, the figure of Captain Marvel turned into a golden light that was difficult to see directly, rushing straight into the dark universe. Surprised by the star text, Carol was already suffocating in his heart. Now, there is just someone to vent. Category. You just wait and see, when I return to the Earth, that's when you will be wiped out. At this moment, the pictures on the light curtains around the universe changed. Hula. A beautiful woman in a red and black leather jacket released scarlet magic power, and fell from the sky to the ground lightly, like a feather. Although she did such an unbelievable thing, the expression of the woman in red was extremely panicked. It seems that something terrible is about to happen. How are you? The woman in red came to a forest, and saw a strange robot, half leaning against a broken tree, panting with difficulty. Ah! At the next moment, a yellow gemstone on the top of the robot's head suddenly burst into a strange light. What's wrong? Watching the robot lower its head in pain while clutching its head, the woman in red hurriedly asked about the situation nervously. He is coming. The robot raised its head in panic, its eyes full of horror. Thanos is coming. Camartage. Seeing this scene, Ancient One Magician's expression changed slightly, and he murmured in a low voice. Mind Gem, an origin magic power. Is this woman the Scarlet Witch? Scarlet Witch? Hearing this name, most of the magicians of Camartage exclaimed. You mean, could it be that, level 6 reality bender that appeared in the previous live broadcast? She wiped out all magic power in the universe with the words no more magician. How did this terrifying female devil get mixed up with a robot? The chubby Wangda magician looked dignified, staring at the robot on the light screen and said word by word. That's not an ordinary robot, what's inlaid on its head is the mind gem from Infinite Gems. Oops. Hearing this, Modu magician's black face seemed to become even darker. To claim this infinite gem, Thanos will definitely come. At the moment, within the light curtain. Call. Suddenly a strange cold wind blew in the forest. Feeling the abnormal atmosphere, Captain America hastily pressed the communicator next to his ear, and said in a deep voice. Everyone approach me, prepare to fight. Hearing this, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Falcon Sam Wilson immediately leaned to the captain's side. In addition, even a battered anti-Hulk armor rushed over. Los Angeles Mansion. That's, a battlesuit I made. Looking at the clearly visible arc reactor on the chest of the anti-Hulk armor, Stark straightened up on the seat with some excitement. Sure enough, no matter which universe I am in, I can create such a powerful armor. But where did Russia go? Looking left and right, Stark didn't find his trace on the screen, and at the same time, he was a little curious. This guy, Steve Rogers, actually lived into modern times. How did he do that? Can super soldier serum make you immortal? At the moment, in the picture of the light curtain, a blue vortex suddenly appeared. Hula. In the vortex, a burly purple figure slowly appeared. This huge amounts of alien not only has a strong figure, but also wears a gorgeous glove on his left hand, which is inlaid with 5 shining gems. Asgard. That's Infinity Gauntlet. And infinite gems. Looking at the scene in the light curtain, Odin clenched his teeth, and his one-eyed eyes shot out uncontrollable astonishment and horror. As far as he knows, the only one in the universe that can build an Infinity Gauntlet is the dwarf of Nidai Star. The right-hand Infinity Gauntlet stored in Odin's own treasury was fought by King Dwarf himself. But, Thanos, where did he get the gloves? Add 5 gems to the glove. This has surpassed level Godfather and is close to level single universe. Thinking of the terrifying power contained in infinite gems, Odin shuddered for a moment. Under normal circumstances, he can suppress Thanos 100%. But as long as 1 infinite gems is added, Odin is no longer sure of victory. And if it's 5? Odin didn't even dare to think about it anymore. At the moment, number 1 holy place. Just complete the mind gem at the end and I'll be able to snap that finger. Thanos stared at the light screen in front of him with such a serious expression that he couldn't help but clenched his fists. If he hadn't seen the previous image, he would probably be ecstatic and relaxed waiting for the final victory. But, those creepy kids are just too scary. In order to complete his universal great balance plan, Thanos has already done in-depth research on infinite gems and infinity gauntlet. He knew that even if the gem was embedded in the glove, it didn't mean that he could use the power within it all the time. To use the power of gemstones, you need to close your palms or snap your fingers. But the power of dissociation of those children has no trace at all. Sitting on the throne, Thanos closed his eyes slightly, and suddenly felt his vest was cold, and there was cold sweat oozing out. If the category really intends to use this group of children to launch a conspiracy, even if he has 6 gems in his hands, it is very likely that he will be turned into nothingness without knowing it. Damn it! Asylum. The more he thought about it, the more he hated it. Thanos gritted his teeth secretly, and the expression on his face became ferocious. Why did such a supernatural organization pop up on the small Earth? At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. Facing the menacing 5 gems, Thanos, Captain America, and others immediately launched a desperate interception. It's a pity that facing infinite gems, their attack is like a child's play, and they can't catch Thanos' style at all. Ah! I saw Thanos clenched his left fist, and with a blue light shining, the anti-Hulk armor rushing over, was teleported to the nearby rock wall, and was firmly stuck. Bang! 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 Captain America, Black Panther, Falcon Sam, and others rushed forward desperately, but were easily knocked down by Thanos with one punch. Seeing this, Vision, the robot that fell on the ground, finally couldn't help it. Wanda. Vision grabbed Scarlet Wanda's hand and said seriously. They can't stop Thanos, but we can. You have the power to destroy infinite gems. As long as you destroy the mind gem on my forehead, Thanos will never be able to snap that finger. Tears appeared in the Scarlet Witch's eyes, obviously in great pain. However, seeing Captain America and others being defeated by Thanos, she finally, resignedly accepted Vision's request. Shuala. Crimson energy was released from Scarlet Witch's hand, and it hit the mind gem on Vision's forehead impartially. Finding that the situation is wrong, Thanos, who knocked down all the superheroes, took a step forward and accelerated towards the Scarlet Witch. Hula. I saw the Scarlet Witch spread out a hand and released a torrent of magic power at Thanos, unexpectedly blocking him abruptly. In the situation of 1 against 2, the Scarlet Witch was full of tears, and suddenly shouted loudly. The terrifying magic power shattered the mind gem on Vision's head. Asgard. Impossible. Seeing this scene, Odin's face twitched in shock. Odin is no stranger to infinite gems. After all, Tesseract has been stored in his hands for thousands of years. But, destroying an infinite gem? Creation of the universe, something that has never happened since the Big Bang. Scarlet Witch. What is this woman? Suddenly remembered another thing, Odin's expression became even more horrified. He remembered that in the previous live broadcast, a Scarlet Witch from a certain parallel universe was known as a level 6 reality bender. But in the end, she was wiped out across the timeline by the time-space retrospective weapon of the Containment Society. No matter how strong you are, containment will definitely be stronger than you. Unholy Place 1. How can it be? Seeing mind gem shattered under the magic power of the Scarlet Witch, Thanos couldn't bear it any longer, and suddenly stood up from the throne, with a hint of exasperation in his expression. If 1 infinite gems is destroyed, it means that he can no longer gather 6 gems, and he will never be able to snap the finger that changes the universe. Damn woman! Various thoughts in Thanos' mind kept changing, and murderous intent gradually appeared in his eyes. Whoever this Scarlet Witch is, as long as she can destroy infinite gems, she already qualifies as a must-kill for Thanos. But at this moment, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of Thanos. My child, I understand you. Destroyer stretched out his big hand, and patted Scarlet Witch's head comfortingly. What I lost today is far beyond your imagination. But now is not the time to mourn. After speaking, Thanos walked up to Vision's corpse and raised the Infinity Gauntlet in his left hand. Buzz. With the green light of Time Gem blooming, the dead Vision actually stood up again. And the shattered Mind Gem fragments on his forehead also began to gather together gradually. Kamatage. Oops. Ancient One Magician's complexion changed drastically, and even his voice trembled slightly. This is the power to reverse time. Even without magic, Thanos can use the Infinity Gauntlet to invoke the power of time and reverse what has already happened. What? How can this be? Seeing this astonishing scene and looking at the shocked Ancient One, the magicians of Camartage were all stunned. Since even what has happened can be rewinded. Infinite gems, are they so powerful? At the moment, on MCU Earth. Wow! This is amazing! Tunmi changed another kind of snack in her hand, and she was stuffing it into her mouth, while staring at the light screen in the sky with her big eyes without blinking. This display of the power of the infinite gems, even as he, daughter of Galactus, does not come to be seen every day. This big purple guy can use the power of infinite gems so easily. If you let him get the sixth gem, tisk tisk. After eating the last bite of snacks, Sister Tun sucked her fingers a little bit unsatisfactorily. By then, I'm afraid even Dad won't be a match for this purple potato monster. And at this moment, the picture on the light screen suddenly changed. I saw that the manager of the Containment Society has arrived at the secret base where 05-01 Ross and the Omega-5 research team are located. Due to the urgency of time, the two sides exchanged a few simple greetings, and then came to the exhibition room of Twins of God Plan 2.5 together. Under the gaze of everyone, 05-01 Rose walked to the dormant cabin where 9 children were placed, and uttered a name in the ear of one of the children. Character. Thanos, Thanos. In the next second, the 9 children all released a bright light, which made people dare not look directly at them. At this moment, the manager noticed that 05-01 Ross did not straighten up, but continued to say 2 more words in that child's ear. At this moment, the screen turned back again. Crack. Thanos took off the mind gem from the revived Vision's head. Afterwards, he directly threw away the cold corpse in his hand, and embedded the mind gem on the glove of his left hand. Terrifying energy, like countless thunderbolts, spread from the glove to Thanos' body, causing him to scream. After the energy rage passed, Thanos opened his eyes and looked at the complete infinity gauntlet in his hand, with a joyful smile on his face. Now, he has gathered all 6 infinite gems, and he is only 1 finger away from balancing the entire universe. And at this moment, clatter! Accompanied by a strange sound, the expression on Thanos' face suddenly froze, and even the light of the gems on the infinity gauntlet dimmed. Boom! Thanos, and the infinity gauntlet in his left hand, and the 6 gems on the gauntlet. It exploded at the same time, turned into elementary particles invisible to the naked eye, and dissipated in the air. What? Seeing this scene, the entire MCU universe was shocked. Chapter 67. Crack. Just after Thanos and infinite gems were reduced to ashes, a thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and hit the ground. Boom. The hard ground was hit by a thunderbolt with a big hole. However, the figure of Thanos has disappeared without a trace. What happened? Seeing this scene, Thor in the air widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment and surprise. He got the storm axe with great difficulty, just wanting to seek revenge from Thanos. But why did this hateful purple potato monster suddenly disappear? Meanwhile, the MCU universe. Asgard. Odin's one eye almost popped out of the eye socket, he was frozen in place, his breathing was almost stagnant, and he stared blankly at the image on the light screen, completely dazed. Before, the astonishing scene in the light curtain brought him an unprecedented impact. As the God King of the 9 realms, Odin knows very well the nature of infinite gems. These 6 stones represent the 6 original attributes in the universe. If you want to destroy them, you must use energy that surpasses the origin of the universe. That woman in red, and those few human children, actually have, that's impossible. Odin felt dizzy at the thought of what this meant. How can there be so many level universe powerhouses in such a small place like the Earth? At the moment, some tavern on Earth. Is this me? Seeing the flashing Thor on the screen, with a cropped hair and an axe in his hand, Thornton was dumbfounded. Impossible. How did I cut my hair like this? Also, where's my Mjolnir? Thinking of Mjolnir, Thor's face suddenly collapsed, and his whole body became extremely decadent. After being exiled to the Earth by Odin, Thor also spent a lot of effort, and finally found his old weapon. However, he has become immortal, no matter how hard he tries, he can't lift Mjolnir in the wasteland. It seems that not only was he abandoned by Odin, but even Mjolnir has despised him too. Damn it! Boom boom boom! Boss! One more drink at 18. WW. Lying on the bar table, Thor yelled loudly. Universe, holy place number 1. Master Thanos! How could that be? Those are 6 infinite gems. Impossible. This must be a fake, an illusion. Looking at the astonishing scene in front of him, Black Yao Wu was so shocked that his face turned pale. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Due to the excessive panic, like Proxima Midnight. Even the sound was so frightened that it was deformed. The body trembled like a dead leaf in the wind. In the last second, Thanos on the screen was still holding 6 infinite gems, full of ambition, to the extreme. But after only a second, their master was wiped out by the terrifying power, including the gems and gloves, and died cleanly. This horrifying scene shocked the hearts of the 5 generals of Obsidian, almost making them think that they were in a nightmare. This, hateful. The muscles on Thanos' face twitched wildly, his purple face turned pale for a moment, and his strong body trembled slightly. At this moment, he was sluggish, even stupid, and his brain cursed by knowledge was almost short-circuited. Endless panic, like a tide, submerged Thanos' whole body in an instant. The scene on the screen in front of him finally confirmed the deepest nightmare in Thanos' heart. Even with 6 infinite gems, he still couldn't resist the quantum dissociation of the twins of God. Not to mention him, these transformed human children can even turn infinite gems into nothingness. Horror. Sitting on the throne, Thanos couldn't help shivering, and a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If it is said that the Containment Society can create such a powerful god twins, can they also create similar weapons? With this thought, Thanos only felt dizzy, and felt that the 3 views he had formed for a long time were about to collapse. Even the most powerful artifact in the universe is so vulnerable in front of these humans. So what is the meaning of what I have been looking for all this time? Why is the place called Earth so terrifying? Camartage. Ancient One looked solemn, and whispered. These children, I'm afraid you already have the reality distortion ability similar to the Scarlet Witch. Moreover, the strength of their power is definitely not below infinite gems, and may even be above it. What? The apprentices next to him hadn't reacted yet, but Wangda Magician and Moda Magician looked at each other in horror, and gasped at the same time. The Containment Society has artificially created super weapons that are even stronger than infinite gems by artificial means. Wangda Magician's face was pale, and he asked with a frightening face. Then, doesn't that mean that the Containment Society only needs one order to wipe out half of the population in the universe? I have no idea. The Ancient One Magician shook his head helplessly, and forcibly suppressed a thought that just popped up in his heart, without saying it. You know, those children were created by the Containment Society out of ordinary human children. Having mastered such a technology, will they make gods in batches in the future? Earth, in a certain military base. Bravo! General Ross jumped up from his chair excitedly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he almost popped out of his sockets. The Shelter Society is just a non-governmental organization, why does it have such a powerful force? This kind of ultimate force should be held by the American Army, or I myself. The Containment Society, see how I find you. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. General Ross swallowed, and turned around to pick up the phone on the table. Hello? Is it the Intelligence Department? And at the moment, in a certain commercial street on Earth? No. Impossible. Tunmi stood there blankly, her face was full of surprise, her mouth was wide open, and her whole body was shocked. This is infinite gems. Combining 6 gemstones, the power that can erupt, even his foodie dad can't resist. How could it be so simple that it was wiped out by a group of human children? Not even dust left. Call. After a long time, Tunmi let out a long breath, and seemed to have regained part of her sanity. It seems that I have found the right place. Looking at the streets and crowds around her with a complicated expression, Tunmi firmly believed in a belief in her heart. The person who gathered hundreds of millions of planets to form characters in the universe must be on this planet. And very likely, writing about the Containment Conference. This organization composed of people from Earth probably possesses a power comparable to that of the 5 gods of creation. Just then, a new image appeared on the screen. Huh? What is he talking about? Through the strengthening glass screen in the observation room, the manager can see at a glance that 05-01 Ross seems to have issued other orders to the Twins of God. This should not be. Wait for me. This idea was just born, and the manager suddenly realized that something was wrong. In the next second, hula! Under the terrified eyes of a group of personal bodyguards, the body of the highest leader of the shelter, the manager, instantly collapsed and disappeared into nothingness on the spot. The quantum erasure power of the Twins of God disintegrated the elementary particles that make up his body. Administrator, die! My God! What happened? It's 05-01. This BD has betrayed. Shoot him. No, catch him and make him pay for what he did. F. Countless bodyguards pulled out their weapons and frantically rushed into the room where the Twins of God were stored not far away. However, 05-01 Rose has disappeared without a trace, and only the dormant cabin where the 9 children are stored is quietly placed in the room. Since then, no one has seen 05-01 Ross, as if he has completely evaporated from this world. In the shelter, some people suspected that 05-01 had defected to hostile forces. If he kills the manager, it is some kind of certificate of honor. 1. Some people also suspect that 05-01 lost his mind during the experiment and became a lunatic. The last command he gave to the Twins of God is to make them dissociate from their self. No one knows what the real truth is. Due to the improper use of the God Twins, it directly led to the death of the highest leader of the Containment Society. Because of this, the O5 Council made a decision to scrap this too dangerous Twins of God plan. The dormant cabin of the 9 children is hidden underground in the Sahara Desert, and it is forbidden to take it out forever. Seeing this, the Earth's network was silent for a while, and then it exploded completely. Wow! That purple potato monster has also turned into ashes. Worthy of being the Twins of God, really amazing. Isn't it? Thanos can even turn back time, and it's so easy to die. What are you doing? Why is that 05-01 going crazy after mastering such a powerful weapon? I think he was a lunatic from the beginning, a normal person. How could he use a child for human experiments? Such a powerful destructive weapon, why should the Containment Council seal it up? It feels so wasteful. Are you crazy too? Using children as weapons. This kind of thing is wrong from the beginning. At the moment, how California? Weaponizing the abnormal. Stark stroked his chin, seemingly in deep thought, but finally shook his head. In any case, human experimentation or even treating children as experimental objects has long gone far beyond his bottom line. However, if the Earth is facing the threat of aliens, it is also necessary to develop similar abnormal weapons. At the same time, X-Men Universe. Containment popularization points have exceeded 500 million. You get a reward, Mobile Task Force Resh 1, Seat of Consciousness. 5 Strayer Density Matrix. Strayer Density Matrix? What is this? Looking at the notification that popped up on the computer screen, Wu Xiao's eyes froze. Doubt flashed. Although he knew about the Mobile Task Force, but this brand new scientific device was indeed unheard of. After clicking on the notification introduction, Wu Xiao's eyes widened, and finally she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Containment concept. A few minutes later, new images appeared on the countless light screens in the MCU universe. Containment 001 Inventory, Part 1. 6th place, 001 Dead Man. Heim, the Underworld. Dead Man? What does that mean? Sitting on the throne of bones, Hela rested her cheek with one hand, her face full of curiosity. In this cold and dark underworld, there is no entertainment at all, and the only ones who can be with Hela are some undead creatures. For this goddess who has been banned for thousands of years, the light curtain in front of her is already the only thing that can be called entertainment. In the next second, new information and images appeared on the screen. The highest leader of the Asylum Council is called the Manager. However, it is indeed a group of high-level codders known as the O5 Council who actually operate this organization. There are 13 members of O5 in total. As a person who manages a organization that houses countless abnormalities in actual operation, O5 members have benefits that ordinary people can't imagine. The most enviable thing is that they will use various abnormalities to prolong their lifespan, and even achieve immortality. Secret Military Base 433. What? The Containment Council still has this kind of means. Staring closely at the computer screen in front of him, General Ross couldn't help swallowing. The envy in his eyes was completely beyond words. Just from the white hair on his head, it can be seen that he is already very old. As an old man, what Ross desires most is to live longer. To stay in power longer. It's a pity that no matter how much power he has, Ross can't clearly feel his own aging. In contrast, these unidentified O5 members can live forever. This is too enviable. Damn it. Asylum Council, I must dig out all your secrets. At the moment, King Kwang Ha. But the trouble is, among all 13 O5 members, there is always one outlier. 05-11 Roger, is such an outlier. For unknown reasons, Roger rejects any use of abnormalities or containment to prolong life. Although the other O members offered him more than a dozen ways to prolong life, Roger rejected them all. Besides, he also has a quirk, that is, he likes to go on vacation alone without a bodyguard. In the O5 Council, some people even suspected that this guy may have a tendency to self-destruct. Unfortunately, because Roger is so not serious about his life, finally one day, disaster strikes. On this day, 05-11 Roger ran to the wild to camp alone. But on that night, he suffered a stroke and died in his camping tent. Because Luoji didn't tell anyone his destination before he set off, and he didn't bring any bodyguards or positioning equipment, so no one knows what happened to him. According to common sense, if an 05 personnel disappears for too long, he will be automatically replaced by someone else, and then he will be forgotten. But until his death, Roger always kept a crucial key in his hands. Confidential information that is irreplaceable to the shelter is sealed inside. In order to retrieve the information in the key, the Containment Society spent more than 10 years, and finally found Roger's body. At the moment, his corpse was eaten by beasts and bugs long ago, leaving only broken bones. Although the Containment Committee found the key from the wreckage, but due to the lack of the necessary password, no one can open it. This key is an artificial anomaly created by the Containment Council using various containment items. There is no way to break it. If you want to retrieve the information inside, you only need to get the password. But the only person who remembered the password died more than 10 years ago, and now there are only a pile of broken bones left. Facing this almost impossible task, the Containment Society, which has mastered countless anomalies and contained objects, finally came up with an amazing solution. That is to use abnormal technology to revive 05-11 Roger, who has been dead for 14 years. Chapter 68. MCU Earth, Camartage. What? Resurrect a corpse that has been dead for more than 10 years with only bones left. How can this be? The magic apprentice's eyes widened in astonishment, and their mouths opened so suspiciously. Are their jaws about to dislocate? It took a long time before someone came back to their senses, unable to look back at the magician confidently. Well. Seeing this, Ancient One magician shook his head, and without waiting for the other party to ask questions, he said frankly. Don't ask, I can't do it, and I have never heard of similar magic. And just as he was speaking, Ancient One's eyes showed not only horror, but also a trace of awe. Manipulate time and space, control the universe, now, even life and death can be mastered. Is there really no limit to the means of this asylum society? At the moment, a certain street on Earth. Wow! People who have been dead for so long can be resurrected. Isn't this really a divine power? While eating a big hamburger, Tunmi smiled in amazement. If they can really do it, I doubt whether these human beings are the voters of death. In the entire MCU universe, the one who holds the ultimate concept of death is the goddess of death, one of the 5 gods of creation. In Tunmi's view, to revive a person with only bones left, apart from the eternal god, maybe only the goddess of death can do it. If human beings can really achieve such a miracle, that is almost like a mortal, standing shoulder to shoulder with a god. At the moment, a new image appeared in the light curtain. What the O5 Council wants is not only a body of Roger with life, but also the soul of his life in the body. If you only want the former, simple cloning technology can do it. But if you want to get the memory of Roger's life, it must involve advanced soul technology. Even in the Shelter Society, this technique is taboo, and it cannot be used casually. But in order to obtain that vital information, breaking a taboo once in a while is nothing. In short, using amazing abnormal means, the Containment Committee perfectly reproduced Roger's physical body, and then stuffed his soul into it. 05-11 Roger, after 14 years of death, finally opened his eyes again. As expected in advance, after being completely resurrected, Roger immediately recovered all the memories of his life, and told the password of the key. The original members of the O5 Council all welcomed this old man who had been away for more than 10 years. Among them, someone asked him a question out of curiosity. Do you remember what happened after you died? Roger shook his head without hesitation. I can't remember anything. In this way, Roger returned to the work of the Asylum Council again. This death journey does not seem to have had much impact on him. If anything, after the resurrection, Roger seems to be more in awe of life than before. Roger became very concerned about his own safety, and he couldn't wait to accept the life extension procedure that he was disgusted with before his death. Not only that, he also greatly strengthened his own security, and even brought a considerable number of medical staff with him. In the beginning, other Q5 members felt that it might be the experience of resurrecting the dead that gave Roger a new attitude towards life. But the real situation is much more terrifying than this. MCU Earth, SHIELD. It's not right, this Roger is definitely lying. As the head of the Secret Service, Black Braised Egg could see the strangeness in Roger's words and deeds at a glance. Before being resurrected, he obviously didn't care about life and death at all. As a result, he has now turned into a guy who cherishes his life like gold. Frowning slightly, the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Suddenly became so afraid of death. Could it be that what happened to him after his death? Hearing the muttering of the black stewed egg, the Phil Coulson agent with a semi-transparent forehead suddenly interjected. Maybe, this Roger did a lot of bad things during his lifetime, and he went to hell after his death, where he suffered all kinds of suffering. So, after being resurrected, he didn't want to go for the second time. It sounds reasonable. Black Braised Egg laughed when he heard it, and his laughter was full of self-deprecation. Having been an agent and a spy for decades, if you want to say something bad enough to go to hell, Black Braised Egg has done it hundreds or thousands of times. If there is a hell in this world, if you think about it, I will definitely go into it after I die. Director, it's not just you. Black Widow, who had been silent all this time, also gave a wry smile when he heard this. When you go to hell, I may have been there waiting for you. At the moment, a new image also appeared on the light screen. In the beginning, Roger just asked other O5 members, is there any technology that can achieve immortality? After getting a negative answer, he did an unbelievable thing. Relying on his own authority, Roger broke into the containment room of the Containment Object 106 and Scary Old Man. The Scary Old Man is a terrifying humanoid creature as its name suggests. At first glance, it looks a bit like a rotting corpse of an old man. Although it looks similar to a corpse, the terrifying old man is actually a powerful and dangerous monster. The most powerful thing about him is that he has a pocket dimension of his own. Once an unlucky person is caught in this pocket dimension by the Scary Old Man, he will be immersed in a highly corrosive liquid. Victims who are contaminated with this liquid will slowly corrode their bones and flesh. They will suffer unimaginable pain. Worst of all, for reasons beyond comprehension, as long as the victim is still in that pocket dimension. No matter how terrible the injury you encounter, you will never die. As if, In this pocket dimension, the concept of death does not exist. Beyond the multi-universe, crystal wall space, there is no pocket dimension of death. The expression of the observer suddenly changed, and a little astonishment appeared in his eyes. The so-called pocket dimension, to put it mildly, may be a different space. If it is bigger, it is likely to be an independent small universe. Judging from the performance in the video, the pocket dimension of the scary old man is very likely to be the latter. A person who can control the dimension at will is called the Master of Dimension in the multi-universe. For example, Sidorak, Lord of the Crimson Universe, Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension. Any random object can control an independent dimension. The Asylum Council, it really is unfathomable. No matter how badly you are hurt, you will never die. This means, this dimension has not been affected by the god of death. The more the observer thinks, the more dignified his eyes become. In all the universes he observes, as long as there are a lot of intelligent life, there is a death god. They are duplications of the goddess of death located on the multi-universe. It is precisely because of the existence of death god that there is the concept of death in the universe, and creatures have obtained the cycle of birth, old age, sickness, and death. A dimension without death. That can only mean pure pain, and torture. While the observer was thinking, in the light curtain. Stop. Roger. What do you want to do? When the former 05-11 Roger was arrested, he was talking with the scary old man in the containment room, as if he wanted to reach an agreement with the other party. After being caught in the cell, Roger finally told the other 05 members the terrible secret that he had concealed. Actually, he has always remembered what happened after his death. Actually, the answer is very simple. In human history, others must have guessed it. Roger said with a wry smile. It's just that this concept is too scary, so everyone instinctively hopes that it's not true. You. What the hell are you talking about? Roger's voice takes a breath. 14 years ago, after my death, my consciousness still stays in my body. I know and can clearly feel everything that happened to me. I can feel that my corpse is rotting. It is decomposing, and finally, it is eaten by beasts and bugs. Even if there are only bones left, I can clearly feel every cell in my body, even if they have long since ceased to exist. What did you say? Hearing Roger's horrifying statement, all the members of the O5 Council were shocked and sweated, and they froze in their seats, unable to speak. If this person's words are true, doesn't that mean, when they die, will they also experience what Roger has experienced? Also, if no one revives them, it means that, this pain will be eternal. It will continue until the end of time. Wow. No. Roger's extremely horrifying statement scared all the 05 members crazy. Although the various abnormal methods of the containment society can prolong the lives of these people, all life extension methods have limits. As the previous member said to Roger. In this world, there is no such thing as immortality. No. No. This must be fake, you are lying. My God, what should I do? I don't want to die. Stupid. Calm down. Just when almost all 05 members were scared out of their wits, a female 05 suddenly stood up. Have you forgotten the purpose of our shelter? We control, we protect. We contain. 05-08's calm voice gradually calmed down the panicked colleagues. Then, she continued with an unwavering voice. If what Roger said is true, then in this case, we have only one solution. That is to regard death originally as the containment of Keter. We must concentrate all the power of the containment society to completely nullify death. What? Hearing such outrageous words, even Roger was stunned. Until then, the other 05s realized that the 05-08 in front of them had gone completely crazy. Well, facing this terrible situation, as well as his nearly crazy colleagues, 05-01 performed his duties. 1. Pissed. She activated the emergency response protocol, locked all 05 members in the conference room, and administered amnestics to them. However, 05-07 and Roger still took the opportunity to escape from the meeting room. Then, Roger was never seen again. According to the conjectures of Foundation researchers, Roger may have entered 106's containment room again, and then took the initiative to offer himself. In Roger's view, even if he enters the pocket dimension of the terrifying old man and suffers eternal pain there is at least one benefit. In the dimension of the scary old man, he will never die. In order to avoid dying again, this is the choice Roger made. Seeing this, the network on the MCU Earth was completely boiling. Oh my God! Isn't this true? 0. After we die, our consciousness will remain forever? So what's the difference between this and going to hell? Don't panic, this may be something that happened in another universe, we have nothing to do with it. Who can prove it? Can you? Nonsense. I'm not dead yet, how do I know what the world will be like after death? God, Buddha, please help me, I don't want to die, let alone enter that terrible afterlife world. It's too bad. What's going on? He obviously didn't commit any crime. Why should he be tortured like hell after death? Death God. Could it be that Death God has gone mad? In the universe, holy place number 1. God of darkness. This is not true. General Black Yao Wu stared straight at the light curtain in front of him, trembling all over his body. As Thanos' loyal subordinates, these 5 aliens are all experienced and fearless predators who are not afraid of death. But, facing the horrific truth on the screen, even they were terrified. After a creature dies, its consciousness will remain forever, and it can still feel everything that happened to its body. This is countless times more terrifying than the legendary hell. What? It's impossible. The muscles on Thanos' face kept twitching, his heart was beating wildly, and there was a rare look of panic in his eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he considered himself a warrior who was not afraid of death. And Thanos' ultimate dream is to implement some kind of rebalancing by killing half of the creatures in the universe. But if what is shown on the light screen is true, then his so-called rebalancing is simply the biggest, for money, sin in the history of the universe. All the creatures killed by him will stay in the state of death forever and suffer eternal torture. And he, Thanos himself, will be no exception in the future. Damn it! If so, what on earth am I living for? Thanos yelled like a collapse, and then punched the throne, smashing the handle of the throne to pieces. At this moment, Thanos only felt that his life, the goal of living, and even the meaning of living, all collapsed. On a street somewhere on Earth. Pfft! No way! Squirting all the drink out of her mouth in one gulp, Tunmi froze in embarrassment. The drink kept dripping from her mouth, but she even forgot to reach out to wipe it. Death, is it so scary? If it's true, why didn't Dad ever tell me? Tunmi turned her head and suddenly remembered something. Many years ago, Planet Eater does seem to have mentioned it to her. Death is terrible, so no matter how hungry you are, you have to live on and so on. For a long time, Tunmi has regarded this as some kind of old father's chicken soup be. Eternal God, this is too bad. Tunmi froze in place, as if struck by lightning. As the daughter of the devourer of planets, she has a near-infinite lifespan, and may even live to the next iteration of the universe. But if the consciousness of life can last forever, then those creatures that were eaten by themselves before. Thinking of this, Tunmi only felt that her stomach was overwhelmed. Kamartajto. What? Is this death? Ancient One gasped, with an unbelievable look on his face. For many years, Gai has been secretly absorbing Dormammu's dark magic to prolong his life. She has always been ashamed of it, and recently, she even has the urge to give up. But now it seems. Chapter 69. Beyond the multi-universe, crystal wall space. What's going on? This is so strange. Through the crystal wall, the observer looks straight into the MCU universe with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. Having lived for countless years, the big bald head is not unfamiliar with the concept of death, so much so that the world after death is no stranger. As far as he knows, in most universes, the afterlife is not what you see on the light screen. Could it be that this particular universe in the image is different? Still, the big bald head fell into deep thought. Underworld Heim. Oh? Once human beings die, will they encounter such a tragedy? Hela sat on the throne of bones nonchalantly, with a light wave of her right hand, a green flame ignited in her palm. Under the light of the fire, the surroundings of the throne were illuminated. Skeletons, zombies, bone dragons. Countless undead monsters are all around Hela, but none of them dare to approach. Here is the kingdom of Hela, the goddess of death. Globe California Mansion. Oh my god, this is too cruel. Stark's eyes were round and round, his face was pale as paper, staring at the computer screen in despair. He suddenly let out a long sigh, and collapsed on the chair behind him like a deflated ball. Because of the elemental poisoning caused by the arc reactor, Stark knew that he was dying, and even made corresponding preparations. However, everything in front of him shattered his entire will. After human death, no matter what happens in the physical body, the consciousness can clearly feel it. And this pain will last forever. Stark felt that this might be the most terrible torture in the world. And he, at least a few weeks, at most a few months, will experience it himself. Damn, what did I do wrong? Why? Just about to vent his anger, Stark changed his mind, and suddenly remembered what he saw with his own eyes in Afghanistan. Those people who died tragically due to Stark weapons, suddenly laughed miserably. Hee, is this my retribution? Tot. But at this moment, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen. Item number, Containment 3448. Object class, Thou Meal. Description, Containment 3448 is a communication method developed and used in Project Damarung. By using nuclear magnetic resonance, particle accelerators, and anomalous ritual technology, Containment 3448 enables someone to remain connected to the world of the living after death. SCP-3448 resembles an MRI machine in appearance, however, its additional anomalous components are externally connected via jumper wires and custom circuit boards. Containment 3448-100 is the main tool used by the Doomsday Twilight Project to complete its mission. Purpose: to contain death, a Doomsday Dusk-level cognito hazard. Subject can enter containment 3448 through the main opening. After the subject has fully entered, relying on anomaly rituals and particle accelerators, the subject will be transformed into a state of being out of between life and death. Their bodily functions will be stopped, but their consciousness can leave the body and exist in the form of a certain concept. The object that enters this conceptual state is called containment 3448A. The individual subject that exists in the form of this concept is even somewhat similar to the soul in myths and legends. According to the research of the Asylum Society, when the human consciousness is transformed into this concept of the soul, an abnormal electronic signal will be produced. Even if the human brain has ceased activity, this electronic signal transmitted by the soul will still continue to exist in the subject's brain. And by interpreting this electronic signal and converting it into an image, the Containment Council will be able to observe the subject's soul in the real world. In another dead world something happened. It's like some kind of camera extending into the world of death. Through this method, the Containment Society wants to understand as much as possible what the world after death is like. If everything is really as what Roger said in the previous 05-11, after death, human beings can still clearly feel what happened to them, and this consciousness can continue indefinitely. B. The Containment Society will do everything possible to end this state of infinite pain after death. In the 05 Council no one wants to experience the pain of 05-11. So, they want to contain death. Seeing this, the internet around the world is all boiling up. Well done, Asylum. I knew that I could always count on you. Death in containment? What does this mean? Oh, could it be that the Containment Council wants to lock up Death God? Who knows, maybe lock it up first, then threaten it. Make the afterlife a little more normal. Please. I don't want to suffer eternal torture after death. TMD. At first, I thought that life was meaningless, but now it seems that I have to live desperately. Yet. At least until containment fails. I must not die. Why do I feel there is something wrong with your words? Universe, holy place number 1. Containment, death. Thanos' face was still ugly, but staring at the image on the light screen in front of him, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his heart. If those crazy people on Earth really caught death by some means. Is this really a good thing? At the moment, in the light screen. Under normal circumstances, the Containment Council will allow D-class personnel to engage in such dangerous experiments. But this time, the experiment originally will separate the subject's soul from the body, and put the subject's body in a half-dead state. In this case, the Containment Council can't restrain the D-class personnel whose physical body is dead, and only the soul remains. So, the Containment Society had to send a loyal agent to participate in the experiment. The selected agent is named Anthony. However, neither the Containment Committee nor Agent Anthony expected that this experiment of containing death would lead to an extremely terrifying and catastrophic ending in the end. Before performing the experiment, the Containment Committee pulled a data cable from Containment 3448 and connected it to a display screen. This screen. It is used to interpret the electronic signals released by Anthony's brain after he entered a half-dead state. The images that appear on the screen, in addition to everything seen by Anthony Agent's soul, are occasionally accompanied by some text. On the first day of the experiment, the images that appeared on the screen were all fragmented pictures, which seemed to be taken directly from a dream, without any practical significance. The first image that appears is a human figure surrounded by a large number of insects. After 40 minutes, new images showed that the figure had a large number of swellings, which seemed to be bitten by insects. Next, terrains such as desert caves appeared on the screen, and the figure curled up on the ground, as if fainted. In the end, the figure on the picture seemed to appear in a garden. In addition to there is another mysterious girl in the garden who seems to be planting something. It's a pity that as soon as the man's figure gets close to the girl, he will be attacked by a large number of insects, so that he can't continue. The researchers of the Containment Society have various interpretations for these weird images. Some people think that the figure on the image represents Anthony Agent. Some people also believe that all the images are the dreams of Agent Anthony and have no practical significance. In this situation of no clue, a researcher made an astonishing suggestion. He believes that all the images that appear on the screen are completely different from the afterlife in the conventional sense. There is neither heaven nor hell, nor angel demons here. What appears on the image should be some kind of more abstract death concept. Here, it is a conceptualized kingdom of death. That's why Anthony Agent, who was transformed into a half-dead state by the death MRI instrument, can enter this death concept kingdom. Then, since human beings can be transformed into the concept of half-dead, can objects other than human beings be able to? The researchers of the Shelter Society all have extremely strong mobility. When someone made this suggestion, someone immediately found a lighter, disassembled it into parts, and put it into the death MRI apparatus. Shockingly, soon, the black figure on the screen had a lighter in his hand. By J. It seems that, no matter what the principle is, this nuclear magnetic resonance instrument transformed by a particle accelerator and abnormal ritual already has the ability to transform items into conceptual existence and upload them to the kingdom of death. Earth Street. The conceptual world? That's the kingdom of God. Tunmi gasped when she saw it, her eyes widened in shock. She learned from her father that those powerful cosmic gods all have their own high-dimensional domains. It is called the kingdom of God. If it is the kingdom of gods in the realm of death, it is the kingdom of death. Tunmi never dreamed that a group of human beings with mortal bodies combined science and magic to create some kind of instrument that could forcibly break into the kingdom of God. Uploading the lighter into the kingdom of God is to force it to conceptualize and upgrade it. How did these humans do it? The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. Tunmi couldn't help showing a look of horror on her face. Human weapons are not even dust to real cosmic gods. However, once it is conceptualized and upgraded to the same level as the gods, then it can hurt the gods. This is the god-killing weapon. At the moment, in the picture of the light curtain. On the computer screen, the black figure was very confused about the lighter that suddenly appeared in his hand, as if he didn't understand where it came from. Next, the black figure who is believed to be Anthony Agent took out a lighter and burned many insects that attacked him. But not long after, the mysterious little girl suddenly appeared and attacked him with a sharp animal bone. In the picture, Anthony Agent fell to the ground miserably, and was attacked many times by the little girl again. The situation is very critical. Oops. What is this girl? Maybe, she is the one we want to contain. What? Death God is a woman? Stop joking. This is the kingdom of death, is there any other possibility? Then, what should we do? Leave Anthony alone. In that case, the mission will fail. Wait, I have an idea. During the discussion among the researchers, someone suddenly came up with an idea that was later considered to be extremely bad. He took out a pistol, dismantled it into pieces like the lighter last time, and put it into the death MRI apparatus. Shuala. Accompanied by the startup of the nuclear magnetic resonance apparatus. This pile of pistol fragments has also been transformed into the concept of half-dead and uploaded to the kingdom of death. Soon, the researchers of the Containment Society discovered excitedly that on the computer screen, there was an extra pistol in the hand of the black shadow lying on the ground. Boom. Although they couldn't hear the gunshots, they could all clearly see that the black figure raised the pistol, opened the safety, and pulled the trigger at the little girl who was considered to be dead. Under the gaze of all researchers. In the newly emerged images, the girl's head was pierced by a bullet and she fell to the ground. After a few minutes, a new image appeared on the screen. This time, there is no figure of the girl, but the figure of the man stands in the middle of the garden, and all the flowers are open. Countless insects are like rain, falling from the sky, falling to the ground and never moving again. And at the foot of the figure, a dead crow can be clearly seen with a bullet hole in its head. The situation looks very strange. 13 minutes later, the following text appeared at the bottom of the computer screen connected to the death MRI apparatus. I hope you enjoy your hike, Dad. Facing this weird scene, all the researchers in the laboratory were at a loss, and they couldn't figure out what happened. It took some time for these researchers to realize what a terrible mistake they had made. Their task was originally to contain the dead. But now, all journalists around the world are frantically reporting the same thing. Human. No. It seems that all creatures can't die. No matter how terrible injuries they have suffered, they can still live even if their heads are cut off and their bodies are severed. Through the high-dimensional pistol that was conceptualized and uploaded to the kingdom of death, Anthony Agent shot and killed the goddess of death. Death was not contained, but neutralized. Earth, SHIELD. What kind of horse? Killed the goddess of death with a pistol. All the agents, including Black Braised Egg, were staring at the screen in a trance, feeling their brains were blank, as if they had lost even the ability to think. Death God died in the bullet headshot factory. How could this scene be so unreal? Are we all dreaming? Just when everyone was in a dream, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Beep beep. Soon, the mobile phones on the agents rang one after another. The first to bear the brunt is the black stewed egg. What happened? After recovering from the horror, Lu Dan's face suddenly became serious, and he quickly took out his mobile phone to answer. Out of instinct, he could feel that something big must have happened. Not good. Director. The voice from the mobile phone was the voice of Maria Hill, who was on the field. Now all over the world, the news that dead man is not dead. It's as if everyone has lost the ability to die. No matter how badly they are injured, they will not die. What? The black stewed egg took a deep breath in horror, and the heartbreaker twitched. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The images played on the light screen did not appear in other universes, but in the world they are in. In this universe of theirs, the goddess of death was killed. Chapter 70. At the moment when the goddess of death was headshot, voices of doubt came from all over the Marvel MCU universe. What's going on? Death, fallen. Someone broke into her divine kingdom, killed her, and then disappeared. How is it possible? Who did it? Death, he was killed so easily, what method did the other party use? Have no idea. In a certain high-dimensional field, a stalwart figure formed like a river of stars frowned deeply. He is the head of the 5 Marvel gods, eternal. To be able to break into the divine kingdom of death, kill him, and retreat without leaving a trace. This kind of thing. Even if I have lived for countless years, I have never heard of it. The eternal eyes became serious. No matter who the murderer is, it is definitely a strength and personality, no less than their level universe power. How could such a character suddenly appear? Moreover, since the other party has killed a creation god, then, will he attack other gods? Eternal thought more and more deeply, but in the end he was shocked to find that he had no clue at all. Hey, without death, this universe wants it. In his own kingdom of God, Eternity let out a sigh. At the moment, deep in the universe. Stardust. Emperor Yan. Tyrant. Glider. The voice of the devourer of the planet resounded in the universe, and it spread countless light years in an instant. As soon as possible, find more, planets full of more powerful stars for me. I need to replenish my strength. Obey. Master. Hearing Galactus' order, the 4 envoys under his command felt awe-inspiring while accepting the order. For years, the Eater of Planets would only eat at a fixed pace to satisfy his insatiable hunger. But this time, from the tone of Galactus, the 4 ambassadors all heard a trace of anxiety. It seems that the planet devourer feels some kind of threat, so he wants to devour more planets to replenish energy. In order to find a suitable planet, the silver glider pushed his speed to the limit, surpassing the speed of light in an instant. But at the same time, a strange idea finally popped up in his heart. What the hell happened? Who could make Planet Eater so nervous? At the moment, the master of space creation. Goddess of death. These humans actually killed the goddess of death. The observer's expression froze, his eyes widened in an instant, his gaze was filled with horror, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. The goddess of death, who controls all the deaths in a certain dimension, was originally an aggregate of the concept of death. If you want to kill her in a frontal battle, even among the 5 gods, maybe only Eternal can do it. But just in the memory of just now, the observers saw with their own eyes, that human being who existed in the state of soul actually held up a concept pistol and blew the head of the goddess of death, killing her. Totally killed it. This scene simply overturned the observer's cognition and impacted his worldview. For countless years, Uatu has seen countless cosmic scenes, and also witnessed the death of the creation god. But such an outrageous death, such a grieved, is really unheard of. And just after the initial panic passed, the observer forcibly suppressed the agitation in his heart, and sighed slightly. This group of stupid humans, they don't even know what they have done. Without the concept god of death, all life in the universe in front of my eyes will live forever. No matter how you kill it, you can't kill it. If this continues, it won't be long before all the resources of intelligent life in the universe will be exhausted, and their social system will also collapse. The real hell on Earth will descend equally in the universe. The underworld. What? Death was killed. Hela shivered fiercely, the original teasing and indifference on his face disappeared instantly. Instead, there is only bottomless fear. Although also known as the goddess of death, Hela's realm of death is limited to Helm and Asgard. Relative to the death of the entire universe. At best, she is just a small snake. But just now, the goddess who usually made Hela feel, not even qualified to look up to, died so lightly at the hands of a human being. And that human being didn't even know what he did from the beginning to the end. It's like stepping on an ant by mistake. What a horror. As soon as he thought about it, the panic on Hela's face suddenly turned into extreme anger. Damn it, if there is no death, wouldn't that fellow Odin be able to live forever? Then how long do I have to be locked up here? At the moment, holy place number 1. It's over, this universe is over. Thanos sits on his own throne. There was a calm look on his face. But if you observe him carefully, you can see a trace of despair in his eyes. Thanos' lifelong dream is to maintain as much balance as possible by reducing the population of the universe. But now, no matter how hard he tries, he can't even trample an ant to death. Just now, Thanos already knew the status quo through inter-universe communication. As a concept, death has completely disappeared from the universe. Grown-ups. Seeing Thanos' unusual appearance, Corvus Glaive stepped forward cautiously and asked. Now, you already have an eternal lifespan, then. Ah. Thanos sneered at his subordinates' fearful expressions. Do you think this longevity is a good thing? If intelligent life doesn't die, the rate at which they consume resources will only increase exponentially. If the original resources in the universe can sustain intelligent life for 100 million years, then now, it may not even be enough for 10,000 years. Seeing that General Obsidian's face turned pale, Thanos closed his eyes on the chair tiredly. Even if all resources are exhausted, even water and food no longer exist. But those lives still won't die, only can continue to suffer in this living hell. Ha! Thanos suddenly laughed. Anomalous Containment Society, you really created a unprecedented anomaly. At the moment S.H.I.E.L.D on Earth. Director. Maria Hill's face was pale, and she rushed into heaven in cold sweat. Outside now. You don't need to tell me, I already know. Black Braised Egg, like all agents, is looking extremely ugly, looking at the computer screen in front of him. The picture on the screen has changed from live broadcast to news. There is no need for any intelligence analysis at all, everyone can see at a glance that what is appearing on the screen now is the hell in the legends of the major religions. Countless people who are seriously ill or fatally injured cannot die, and the hospitals are overwhelmed. Access to normal patients has been terminated. In Millikan, some politicians have already proposed that those mortals should be thrown into the crematorium and burned to ashes, so as not to waste resources. But soon, some politicians from the opposing parties pointed out that this would only destroy the decedent's body, but the decedent's soul can still feel all the pain. This is fundamentally inhumane torture. Slaughterhouses find it impossible to kill animals, and soon, the world will face huge amounts of food shortages. Even if they are extremely hungry, they cannot die, and a terrible hell has descended on Africa. My God! Seeing the horrific scene on the screen, Haji Dan closed his remaining eyes in pain. This situation has completely exceeded his most terrifying imagination. Now, even if he pushes the button and summons Captain Marvel, it won't solve anything. At this moment, Black Widow suddenly spoke in a weary voice. Director, at this point, all we can do, maybe pray. Pray that containment will continue to work miracles. Asylum. As soon as he heard this term, Black Braised Egg suddenly became angry. I saw him pointing at the computer screen and shouting hoarsely. Why do you think we have fallen to this point? Isn't it just because those members of the asylum don't want to die? These bastards wanted to avoid suffering after death, but instead created such a hell on Earth. Meanwhile, Site 17. My God! What the hell happened? Looking at the busy colleagues around her, all of them with gloomy faces, as if they were in imminent disaster, Jane Foster felt some kind of extreme panic for the first time. Judging by their expressions, this time the situation seems to be beyond the reach of the Containment Committee. After all, it was the head of the Shelter Society who caused the trouble this time. Oh, beauty, don't pull your face down, it won't look good. Just when Jane Foster was in a daze, an idle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. It's you. As soon as Jane turned her head, she saw Dr. Bright. Oh, let me tell you so. Bright shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. You can't die no matter what. This feeling is really bad, but after a long time, you will gradually get used to it. Ah? You can get used to this too. Thinking that the other party was joking with her, Jane frowned and took a step back instinctively. Seeing this, Dr. Bright restrained his frivolous smile, and said with a bit of seriousness. What's happening now? It's the QK class scenario, end of death scenario. In this scenario, all life is forced to obtain immortality. But aging, decay and other processes still continue. You guys, actually have classified this kind of thing in advance. Thinking of the meaning behind this incident, Jane Foster took a deep breath, but still asked cautiously. I saw from the live broadcast that it is the leadership of the Asylum Council, the 05 Council, that caused the current situation. Asking for flowers, 0. You're better informed than I am. Do you know, what decision did they make about this? Nothing worth mentioning. Dr. Bright said coldly. Those idiots have undergone major changes, and they are all out of order. They just ordered the staff of all other sites to experiment with D-class personnel and find out how to kill them. To crack the end of death. A bunch of FG insects. Seeing Dr. Bright scolding members, Jane Foster was also a little surprised while venting her anger. You mean, all the other sites? Without us? Hee. Bright laughed unexpectedly, and then said with a bit of pride. This site is not affiliated with the 05 Council, they can't control us. The only leader of our Site 17 is the Administrator of the Containment Society. Administrator. Jane Foster's eyes lit up, and she instinctively shouted. That one you mentioned earlier refers to him. At the same time. X-Men Universe. I didn't expect that. Enlarging the game map as much as possible, Wu Xia looked at the entire Earth on the screen and let out a slight breath. It turns out that in this game, there is not only one site no 17. On the Earth that occupies the entire screen, there are dozens of red dots flashing, and these are all Foundation sites. But at present, it seems that Wu Xia can directly control only Site 17. What's going on here? Could it be, my task is not only to develop Site 17, but also to take down all the other sites? 0. Scratching his head, Yuan Xia suddenly felt some reason. At this time, a notification suddenly lit up on the game screen. Wu Xia clicked on it, and after just one glance, her eyes widened. You have obtained 2 new tasks. 1. Purge the already incompetent 05 Council. 2. Replace all 05 members with newcomers. Is it a big joke for me to start a war with the 05 Council? Wu Xia frowned deeply, and suddenly felt that there might be a bug in this game. At present, he only has one site and 2 mobile task forces. With this little strength, how could it be possible to fight against the O5 Council that is in charge of the entire containment society? But at this moment, Wu Xiao's eyes flashed, and suddenly he discovered that a brand new image appeared on the live screen. Sitting in his office, 05-01 opened a folder with a bitter face. Item number, 2935. Containment level, Keter. Warn. Just below the title of the folder, there is a line of bright red characters printed on it. Once this containment breaks through containment, it will trigger an XK-class doomsday scenario. Death comes first. Under this scenario, all life in the universe will die without exception, causing the entire universe to wither. I really didn't expect. Look at the glaring red characters on page 1, 05-01 has a smile uglier than crying. I actually hope that a death god can come to my universe. But until now, only death comes first can stop the end of death. In order to fill the void of death, we need to accommodate the death of another universe. Earth. Camartage. What? These shelter people are crazy. Looking at the folder on the screen, the blood on Ancient One Magician's face disappeared instantly, and he felt cold hands and feet for a moment. These O5 members, unintentionally killed death, causing people all over the world to die. Now, in order to make up for their own mess, they actually want to bring in the death god from another universe. From the description of the document, it can be seen that once this matter goes wrong, all people in the universe will die. This is no joke. Just as the Ancient One Magician was terrified, new information appeared on the screen. Special containment procedures. The entrance to Containment 2935 has been sealed with concrete, and entry into Containment 2935 is prohibited. Description: Containment 2935 is a temporal anomaly located in a limestone cave beneath a cemetery near the state. The cemetery's last interred decedent died in 1908, and Foundation personnel discovered the site after detecting a signal from Containment 2935. Containment 2935 anomaly is originally a parallel reality, which is almost completely consistent with the modern Earth in 2016. The main difference is that all life activities, no matter biological or non-biological, include all sentient entities, machines, computers, etc. phenomenon, all within Containment 2935 ceased on April 20, 2016. From the information gathered by the mobile task force that initially entered Containment 2935 for detection, all life forms in Containment 2935 died without warning between 03000400 EST, and the reason for this is still unknown. End. Chapter 71. Seeing the image on the screen, the internet all over the world is also boiling. What's going on? Are all the people in this parallel universe dead? Could it be a plague? Stop talking nonsense, haven't you seen it? Even machines and computers are dead. How can there be such a plague? Yeah, this is really weird. It's almost like Death God in a mirror. Damn it, what is that 05-01 thinking? He wants to bring this kind of Death God here. Does he want to kill us? In contrast, although our world cannot die, it is better than dying completely. Calm down, the Containment Society has great powers, and there must be a way to control this Death God. By then, our world will be able to recover from death. Stop talking. You haven't seen what the world has become now, isn't it all harmed by containment? MCU Earth California Mansion. A death that even computers can't escape. Stark looked a little gloomy, but there was still a hint of curiosity in his eyes. As a scientist, even though his life is not long, he still has a strong interest in exploring new knowledge. It seems that the shelter wants to use this death god from another world to replace the headshot goddess of death in our world. But would it be too risky to do so? Glancing at his computer, Stark sighed. J.A.R.V.I.S. Once that alien death god loses control, maybe you'll die too. Sir, if I can die with you, I have no objection. Ha. J.A.R.V.I.S. I think you can pass the Turing test. Sir, I actually passed it a long time ago. Huh? Why didn't I know? Surprised face, the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. The death god who kills all creatures, even machines. The observer with a big bald head frowned slightly. May 17th, and his eyes were full of doubts. Contrary to ordinary people's understanding, the responsibility of the death of the cosmic gods is not just killing, but the balance of life and death. If there is no life in a universe, then the existence of death will lose its meaning. Why would this goddess of death from another universe do such a thing? Is she crazy? The more I thought about it, the more confused I became, because my bald head felt like my head was hurting. First, there is a death that makes the world after death miserable, and then, there is another death that goes crazy and kills all life. After observing countless parallel universes, the big bald head feels that this is the first time he has seen so many abnormal creation gods. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. on Earth. Have you not found the location of that burrow? No, there is too little information, and there is no way to find it. That's right, there are tens of thousands of such burrows on the earth, and they may have been sealed up by the Containment Society long ago and disguised. Hateful. Black Braised Egg punched the desk in front of him, and he couldn't help panting heavily. Unacceptable. This containment group first killed the Death God by dropping the chain itself. Now, at the risk of extinction of all life in the universe, a new Death God is introduced. What did they take their lives for? And at this moment, Black Widow, who was standing beside him, suddenly asked in a low voice. Director, I'm just thinking about it. But do you think, is there such a possibility? Ah. When Black Widow looked up, he saw Black Widow lowered his eyes, and continued. Whether it's death ends or death supremacy, these terrible doomsday scenarios seem to be, not unfamiliar to the Shelter Society at all. If that's the case, is it possible that they reserved the burrow leading to the other world just for the end of death? What? Black Braised Egg was terrified at first, and then asked back in disbelief. You mean, the goddess of death in our universe? Has she been killed once before? But if there is such a thing, how is it possible that no one in the world remembers it? Just after saying this, Black Braised Egg and Black Widow fell silent immediately. The two looked into each other's eyes, their expressions gradually became terrified, and their hearts almost stopped beating. Could it be, amnestics? Asylum, erase the memory of people all over the world. How can this be? At this time, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. At approximately 5 o'clock EST on April 28, 2016, communications personnel at nearby Site 81 detected a radio signal. In accordance with Containment Society policy, personnel from Site 81 were dispatched to confirm the source of the signal. Containment 2935 was discovered during a search of the area. The content of the radio signal is as follows. This is an automatic emergency broadcast from the Containment Council and the government of your country. One or more of our sites experienced a loss of communication, possibly caused by a containment breach of unknown scale. All people should stay at home according to the instructions, waiting for the containment team to deal with the breakthrough. This information has been broadcast since April 20, 2016 to, the information suddenly stopped here, and then began to repeat the cycle. Soon, the Containment Committee discovered that this wireless signal actually came from Site 81. However, it is not Site 81 of their universe. The Containment Society has received an emergency distress signal from another parallel universe Containment Society. Even the staff of the Asylum Society were terrified by this unprecedented strange event. Subsequently, the staff at Site 81 urgently notified the upper management. O5 Council dispatched the Elite Mobile Task Force Epsilon 13 Manifest Destiny after learning of the situation. The mission of this task force is to go through the cave, inspect and explore Containment 2935. The first batch to enter the cave was a group of 4 equipped with fully armed protective suits, high-performance telephones, and video communication devices. After a 15-minute trek, the group of 4 successfully passed the cave and entered another parallel universe. Here, they saw a terrifying scene that was almost exactly the same as their hometown, but completely different. Looking around, the group of 4 didn't see any green, flowers, grass, trees, wood, and all pigs. And in the endless wasteland, whether it is birds, insects, or the sound of people and cars, there is nothing. After trekking for a while, the group of 4 finally found a house where humans lived, but in the house, they could only see dead man. And besides the corpse, they also found something even more terrifying. These corpses have been dead for an unknown time, but there is no sign of decay. Moreover, on the dining table near the corpse, there are various kinds of food. Although these foods are completely cold, they are not spoiled at all. It seems that someone has carried out the most extreme sterilization treatment on them, eliminating all the microorganisms that may cause corruption. MCU Earth. Seeing this, the internet suddenly boiled up. Holy's tea, what did I see? Not only the corpses, but even the food didn't rot. Could it be that? My God, in that world, even the germs are killed by death. Impossible, how can there be such a crazy death? Asterisk. It's over, the Containment Committee still wants to introduce such a crazy death god, to our world. Damn, first you can't die, but now you have to kill bacteria. No, if the death god in that world is so powerful, why didn't the 4 members of the expedition die? This. SHIELD. Yeah, why didn't they die? Black Braised Egg looked stern, lowered his head slightly, and fell into deep thought. At this time, AS.H.I.E.L.D employee behind him tentatively asked. Perhaps, it's because of the protective suits they wore that stopped Death God. Just halfway through the speech, even the employees themselves felt that it was too outrageous and couldn't continue. That is the god in charge of the concept of death. How could 10 protective suits be able to block it? Perhaps, the death god of that world is dead too. After he uttered this guess, Black Braised Egg instinctively shook his head. One is the death god who doesn't spare even germs, and then kills himself again? Even if he is really crazy, it is impossible to reach this point. Comatage. This death god of otherworld is definitely not dead. The Ancient One magician shook his head lightly, and said to the apprentices unhurriedly. What we are seeing now is clearly a report from the Containment Council when it first discovered the cave. In other words, this is something that happened in the past. If the alien death god is dead, why would the Containment Committee want to contain him to replace the dead death in our universe? It's true. The chubby Wangda magician nodded sincerely, but I suddenly thought of something, and my expression changed immediately. Magician. Death god kept those 4 people alive, could it be because he needs these people? Receiving the reminder from Wangda magician, Ancient One's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. That's right. So that's how it is. It's like a demon. This death god may not be able to come to reality. So, he needs humans as hosts. I saw that Ancient One looked serious, and said word by word. If those 4 expedition members return to our world from that cave, Death God will attach to them, to travel to our universe together. This is actually like this. It's terrible, if you are not careful. Our universe may be completely destroyed. Hearing the possibility proposed by Ancient One, including Wangda magician, all the magicians in Camartage are all shocked. An inexplicable chill spreads in my heart. If in the past, the Containment Society's actions were a little bit wrong, humans may have long since become extinct. And at this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. After confirming that there is no threat in the other world, the Mobile Task Force Epsilon 13 Manifest Destiny in this world also dispatched more members, through the cave, entered the other world. After entering the other world, some team members immediately went directly to the nearby number 81 site. Just like a mirror image, the location of the other world 81 site is no different from this world. Soon, this group of team members entered Site 81 and began to investigate the interior of the site. They want to know what happened in this world? And the results of the investigation are frightening. In Site 81, these members of the Mobile Task Force found the body of myself. Like looking in a mirror, these mirror version Mobile Task Forces located in other world all died in their own sites. And by detecting these decedent body cells, the team members discovered something even more terrifying. These people have been dead for a long time, but their corpses are still very well preserved. This is because the bacteria that usually decompose the cells of the corpse are all dead. Death in this world is absolutely equal. While continuing to explore the interior of the site, the expedition team found more corpses. One of the corpses is wearing a necklace of huge amounts of gemstones. Moreover, in the containment room underground at Site 81, the team members also saw an unbelievable sight. A huge amount of lizard lay quietly in a tank full of acid, with no signs of life on its body. Indestructible lizard, the monster that the Containment Society tried countless times to execute and couldn't kill, was also killed by the sudden death. MCU Earth, Site 1710. Wow! I and the big lizard are both dead, what a spectacle! Dr. Bright's eyes widened slightly, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. You! Jane first looked at the decedent wearing a white coat on the screen, and then looked back at Bright, with doubts written all over her face. What exactly is he talking about? These two people don't look alike at all, do they? After all, she is a highly educated scientist. Jane observed carefully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. That gemstone necklace! Could it be? Looking back at Bright suddenly, Jane asked in disbelief. Are you, a jewel monster? Ha 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 ha! Bright covered his forehead, laughed heartily and played the disc. Well said, you said so well. I'm a jewel monster, ****. At the moment, in the light screen. While some team members were exploring the number 81 site of the different universe, another 0.6 part of the team members began to explore the outside, trying to find more clues to explain the ubiquitous horror of death. In the process, they sensed something that didn't seem to belong on Earth. First, at the edge of the wilderness, the team members found a silver humanoid corpse on a skateboard. The body of this corpse is extremely hard, and the exploration team exhausted all means, but they were unable to remove even a little bit of body tissue as a sample. MCU Earth, on the streets. What? Silver glider? Looking at the familiar silver figure on the screen, Tunmi's eyes widened in astonishment. These are his father's 4 ambassadors, helping Galactus find a suitable planet to eat every day. How could he die on the Earth? Thinking of this just now, Tunmi suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She hardly dared to think about it anymore. Impossible, even if it is a parallel universe, Dad is also a majestic creation god, it is impossible. Just as Tunmi was desperately trying to cheer herself up, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the screen. Ah! Just glanced at the light screen, Tunmi turned pale with fright, stretched out her hand involuntarily to cover her eyes, and screamed loudly at the same time. Dad, don't! I saw that what appeared on the huge light screen was a giant lying on the wilderness. In the MCU universe, there are many people who are screaming in disbelief at this moment. Ignorantly. Galactus Devourer, how is this possible? Staring dumbfounded at the huge corpse on the screen, Collector's face turned pale with fright, and even his body trembled. Galactus, one of the 5 great gods, unexpectedly, died on that ghostly earth. This unknown death god can kill even the supreme god of the Marvel Universe. Chapter 72. In the universe, holy place number 1. Even the planet eater is dead. Thanos' eyes were wide open, staring at the screen, only to feel his heart beating wildly. Even such a cosmic god can be killed, at least 2 things can be proved. First, the death incarnation of Otherworld may be the real death god. Personality is by no means under the goddess of death. Second, the complete disappearance of life is probably not just one Earth, but the whole universe. Even the god of creation is dead, how can other life in the universe survive? And the plan of the Containment Society is to introduce such a death god who killed the entire universe to his own world, and then contain him. To replace the goddess of death who was accidentally killed by them. These Earthlings are crazier than me. Thinking of the possible terrible consequences of this containment death experiment, even Thanos was so horrified that his hairs stood on end and his scalp would explode. Thanos is called the Mad Titan because he wants to kill half the population of the universe in order to rebalance. But what the Containment Society is doing now is very likely to bring the total extinction of the entire universe. Not even the bacteria are there anymore. How crazy is this? And at this moment, new images appeared in the light curtains all over the universe. The exploration team sent to Otherworld by the Containment Society spent a long time, but failed to find out the truth about the death of the world. However, they also collected a lot of documents and information, and sent these materials back to their own universe through drones. All of this information proves one thing. That is, this sudden death happened to everyone at the same time. There is no sign, no one is making preparations. Death came swiftly and silently, killing all life forms, even microbes. After another period of time, the command center of the Containment Society suddenly received a radio communication from in the cave. I don't have an answer, and I don't think there is one. I'm going to do this, and hopefully fix it. Seal the cave. You will seal it here with us. I'm very sorry. The command center quickly identified that this communication came from an exploration team member they sent. His name is Keller. After receiving the communication from Keller Team 18, the drone sent by the Containment Council detected a huge amounts of nuclear explosion in Otherworld. It is very likely that this is from the nuclear device placed in the containment site. It appears that, for unknown reasons, Team Keller voluntarily detonated the nuclear device, killing himself, and most of the MTF members of Manifest Destiny. The higher UPS of the Containment Society in the back are very puzzled. Why did the Keller team do this? What does the it mentioned in Keller's newsletter refer to? At time X, the Containment Council deciphered a document sent by drone. From the file, they finally unlocked this terrible secret of World Destroyer. In the file, it is a voice log from the Keller agent of the shelter. However, this Keller is not the expedition member sent by the Containment Society, but the LE in the Death Parallel Universe. It turns out that not long ago, the Containment Society of the Parallel Universe, or the Second Universe, also received a radio distress call from a cave that was exactly the same as that of the First Universe Containment Society. And this communication is from Site 81 of the Third Universe. After receiving the distress signal, the Containment Committee of the Second Universe sent an expedition team according to the procedure, and entered the Third Universe through the cave. There, they saw dead man everywhere, and even the bacteria were dead. After the exploration, all the expedition members left the Third Universe of Death and returned to their Second Universe. Then, death came. All people, all life forms, died almost at the same time. For unknown reasons, the Keller agent of the Second Universe survived for the time being. Looking helplessly at his own world, which is also completely extinct like the Third Universe, Agent Keller finally understood everything. It's death. When these expedition members entered the Third Universe and returned, they brought back the death that killed a universe. So, the historical group will repeat itself before his eyes. Through that cave, an unknown incarnation of death will constantly go to parallel universes one after another, and then kill all the creatures inside. Before being killed by death, Agent Keller recorded everything in the voice log. How could such a thing happen? Through the voice log of Keller of the Death Second Universe, the Containment Committee of the First Universe finally learned the terrible truth. In panic, the high-level officials of the Containment Committee immediately sealed the cave. And set up a sentry point nearby, strictly prohibiting anyone from approaching. Camartage. The death god who travels through multiple parallel universes will destroy universes one after another. Neither gods nor microorganisms will be spared. This is really horrible. Ancient One Magician's complexion became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of fear. Compared with this monster who destroys all creatures in the universe as his mission, even Thanos can be regarded as a great benevolent person. And trying to contain such a death god and bring it back to its own universe, the Containment Society, do they really know what they are doing? After all the dust settled, the shelter also played a trick. They played all the audio and video materials provided by the two Keller agents to the immortal lizard in containment. At first, the Lizard of the Undying expressed disgust at the presence of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 13. The Destiny manifested. However, with the continuous playback of videos and audios, the Indestructible Lizard became more and more disturbed, and even took the initiative to ask to know which universe these videos came from. And when the video showed another Indestructible Lizard corpse, Indestructible Lizard let out a tragic scream. Ah! The immortal lizard screamed for several hours, and between the screams, it waved its 4 legs and kept beating the floor, shouting at the same time. Humans, let me out quickly. Help! If I wait for that guy to come, I will die. Such screaming and shouting lasted for a long time before the immortal lizard finally calmed down. After a few weeks, the Indestructible Lizard, who had fully recovered, spoke again and asked what happened to the different universe. Knowing that Agent Keller has banned himself and the Mobile Task Force Destiny Man in Otherworld, Indestructible Lizard issued the following statement. 1. I express my sincerest thanks to them. At the moment, MCU Earth, Site 17. What the hell is this lizard? Jane Foster blinked, and turned her head involuntarily to look at Dr. Bright beside her. Unexpectedly, Bright, who is usually carefree, has a somewhat serious expression on at the moment. Even that lizard is so scared, the death god over there in the cave may be real. Slightly letting out a breath, Bright looked at Jane Foster and grinned slightly. Beauty, don't blame me for having a crow's mouth, but if you have anything to do, I suggest you do it right away. Ah! Jane Foster was shocked when she heard that, and asked quickly. What do you mean? Don't you think, the 05 Council they will fail? I have no idea. Dr. Bright shrugged. If the death god over there in the cave can kill even me and make that lizard afraid like this, there is no harm if you prepare early. You, hateful. Jane Foster gritted her teeth, and suddenly stomped her feet angrily. 05 Council. This is all their fault. Suddenly, Jane seemed to think of something again, and raised her head with some hope. These live broadcasts are directly facing the whole world, so, the 5 councils should also know about it. In the face of all the eyes of the world, will they reconsider the plan of containment death? It's hard to say. Dr. Bright stuffed his hands into the pockets of his white coat, and turned away nonchalantly. The 05 Council never cares what other people think when they do things. Anyway, they have amnestics too. Ah! And at this moment, a new picture appeared on the screen. I saw that near a barren mountain, the staff of the shelter were directing some construction machinery to dig holes in the mountain wall. Boom boom! Soon, the mountain wall made of solidified concrete collapsed under the action of the excavator, revealing a large cave. This is the cave that was once sealed by the Containment Society and can lead to another dead universe. Then, a group of people wearing black burqas entered the cave with all kinds of strange mechanical equipment. Seeing this, the internet all over the world is boiling. Oh my god! These guys really went in, they want to contain Death God in Otherworld. What are those people wearing black robes? Could it be magicians, but why are they still wearing various mechanical devices? Could it be science plus magic? The Asylum Council can really do anything. Crazy, crazy, these people are crazy. Now it's broadcast live all over the world, and they don't care at all. Wry smile, if you have the power to destroy everything and then rebuild everything, I guess, you wouldn't care what other people do to you. SHIELD. Damn it. Haven't you found out the exact location of this cave? The black stewed egg turned pale, pointed at the computer screen and roared loudly. If these lunatics fail, they will bring death into our world and everyone will die. Director, we are looking for it. But, there are too few clues. At the moment, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is mobilized. Including the field agent, everyone is frantically searching for information, comparing satellite images, trying to find the location of the burrow. It's just that, without any other reference, this kind of search is just like looking for a needle in a haystack. At the moment. Camartage. Magician. Can you rely on the eye of Agamotto to deduce where the burrow is? Looking at Moda Magician with a very ugly face, Ancient One shook his head slightly, with bitterness in his eyes. Since the appearance of this light screen, I have been unable to peek into the past and future through the eye of Agamotto. So, I don't know whether the Containment Society's move was a success or a failure. What? Even the time gem doesn't work. Then what should we do? Can we just watch? Hearing the yelling of the apprentices, Ancient One's face was full of helplessness, and his brows were tightly knit together. She could vaguely guess that if something went wrong in this containment and death operation, it would not only be the Earth that would suffer, but the entire universe would probably be affected. But without intelligence, even Sorcerer Supreme can't do it. Finally, Ancient One sighed full of worry. Anomalous Containment Society. Are you the savior who protects the Earth, or the sinner who destroys the universe? It depends on this time. And at the moment, in the universe. Ignorantly. Hey! Are you Earthlings crazy? Wait! You want to kill the whole universe? Watching the group of men in black walking deeper and deeper on the screen, finally, came out from the other side of the cave. Collector's hairs stood on end in shock. His whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and even his hands and feet became cold. Even the devourer of the planet can be killed, such a terrifying death god from another world, once manifested in the reality where you are, the consequences will be unimaginable. 570. I am a majestic elder of the universe. To actually die because of the crazy behavior of a group of Earth humans, is there anything more outrageous than this in the world? No. Stop it. Collector yelled at the light screen in vain, but it had no effect. At the moment, new images also appeared in the light screens around the universe. After entering the parallel universe of death, the group of people in black robes. With a large number of strange machines, he came to a wasteland. There used to be a lot of trees and flowers on this land, but now they are completely dead, and even the mosquitoes no longer exist. What a terrible death! The leader in the black burqa stretched out his hands and lifted the burqa off his head, revealing his face. She is a member of the 05-member council, 05-07. This ritual had better be able to work, otherwise. 05-07 looked at the others coldly and received an affirmative answer soon. Don't worry, these devices are constructed by the concept engineering of the ancient Arakeshan civilization. And the thaumaturgy we cooperate with is also obtained from the serpent's hand, all of which have thousands of years of inheritance, absolutely authentic. Then let's start. Soon, all kinds of thaumaturgy devices were installed on the ground. More than a dozen people in black robes also formed a circle around these devices on the ground. Led by 0507, all the men in black began to chant inexplicable spells. And all the thaumaturgical devices were activated. Buzz. The next moment, a strange vibration occurred in the space area surrounded by men in black. It's as if the space was originally distorted. Spatial distortion detected. Essential physical activity confirmed. Divine objects begin to descend. Start chanting the number 37 spell. Bind the divine object. Damn it, the intensity of this concept manifestation is too high. What happened? Don't panic, open the stage to realize the object. Boom boom boom. Under the joint effect of various strange machines and thaumaturgy, the space surrounded by the black-robed man seemed to be pinched together by an invisible hand, and a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared. Wow! The next second, an old man with white hair fell from the vortex. The object has been materialized, and the divine bondage has been confirmed. Ah! Let me out! At this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly opened his mouth and let out a scream like a woman. What? What's going on? The nature of the object is suspected to be a woman. Guys, congratulations, you caught another goddess of death. Chapter 73. Beyond the multi-universe, crystal wall space. What? Another goddess of death. The big bald Uata's eyes were wide open, an inconceivable look flashed in his eyes, and his brows were tightly wrinkled. In that mysterious parallel world, the cross-universe death monster that killed all creatures is actually the goddess of death? No. This is definitely not right. The big bald head shook his head slightly, his expression became firm. He has observed countless parallel universes, and in his impression, there are those goddesses of death who are obsessed with death and even wish to kill all living things in the universe. But even these crazy versions of death will not cross dimensions and go to other cosmic beings. Because each parallel universe is governed by its own independent version of death. Casually crossing dimensions is equivalent to stepping over the boundary, and will definitely be hit back by the local death. From the perspective of the big bald head, the goddess of death in the Death Otherworld is very likely to have been killed by the cross-universe death monster. It's like, he killed the planet devourer. But as soon as he thought of this, the big bald head suddenly shook slightly again, and his expression began to become puzzled. If this is the case, then what is the divine object of death contained by the Containment Council in this death universe? But at this moment, Uata seemed to have noticed something, suddenly raised his head and turned around, looking at the countless crystal walls around him. It's impossible. The more you look at it, the more frightened the big bald head's expression becomes, his face becomes pale, and cold sweat drips from his forehead. In the end, his body trembled crazily like a dead leaf in the wind. Death is gone. And at this moment, new images and information suddenly appeared on the light screens everywhere in the MCU universe. This is a whole new universe. On the Earth in this universe, there is a weirdo named Deadpool. This unlucky guy was once captured and genetically modified to obtain a powerful self-healing ability. But the side effects of self-healing ability also made his whole body fester, like a humanoid slime monster, ugly beyond description. 1. Although he has become neither human nor ghost, Deadpool named Wade Wilson has acquired another strange ability. That is to see the goddess of death with the naked eye. When I found out that this extremely ugly man could actually see me, the goddess of death also became interested in Deadpool. In the end, the two of them fell in love. However, Deadpool is not the only one who admires the goddess of death. He has another crazy suitor, and that is Thanos. In order to pursue the goddess of death, the crazy Titan Thanos killed his parents, and even everyone on the parent planet Titan. But I don't know why, but the goddess of death is always attached to Deadpool, and at the same time, she doesn't even look at him. In view of this situation, many people in the universe are full of malicious intent, calling Thanos the goddess of death's licking dog. However, even though he was favored by the goddess of death, on this day, Deadpool suddenly had a dream. Help, Wade. Help me. In the dream, Deadpool saw the goddess of death spread her hands in panic, and was dragged into the darkness by the power of the invisible. He has since disappeared. Baby. What happened? Deadpool quickly woke up from the nightmare, but soon, he discovered a terrifying fact. What he experienced just now may not be a dream. In all the TV news, the terrible news is being broadcast, that is, all creatures in the world cannot die. Whether it is a seriously injured human being or a pig or cow cut into pieces. They can only live in pain. Some people call this terrible situation the end of death. MCU Universe, Holy Place 1. What the hell? I will lick the goddess of death. Looking at the extremely weird image on the screen, even the vicious and brutal crazy titan Thanos was stunned on his throne for a moment, his breathing was completely stagnant, and his thoughts were almost interrupted. At this moment, the confusion and astonishment in Thanos' heart can hardly be described in words. His home planet, Titan Star, has indeed become extinct, but he didn't kill it. Many years ago, Thanos thought that the Titan Star was overpopulated, so he decided to kill half of them to reduce the burden and be stopped by others. As a result, Thanos could only leave his home star sadly and wander in the universe. But in the end, when he returned again, he found that the population explosion on Titan sparked a civil war, and almost everyone died. In this regard, Thanos is actually quite regretful, thinking that he still had a chance to save his mother planet. But, what exactly is the Thanos who looks exactly like himself on the screen? Just to please a goddess, he personally killed his parents, slaughtered the whole family, and killed none of the Titans left. This guy, is he crazy? After murmuring a few words in a low voice, Thanos shook his head suddenly, his gaze became sharp again. Another thing, in this other world, there is actually an end of death? Could it be that the one who was forced to contain in the previous shelter was the goddess of death in this world? Etc. Just thinking of this, Thanos' expression suddenly became a little stiff, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. Those guys in the shelter can actually cross dimensions and capture the god of death from another universe? This is too magical. How did they do that? At the moment, on the MCU Earth network, he was already in an uproar. Wow! I didn't expect that purple potato monster to be so evil, it's simply insane. To please a woman, she would kill her entire body, even her own parents. This is simply the ultimate in dog licking. Ha ha ha. The most interesting thing is, even if he licks so frantically, the goddess of death didn't like him, but fell in love with a muddy ugly monster. So, if you lick the dog to the end, you are doomed to have nothing. Wait a minute. Have you noticed? Now, death seems to be back. Those who have been fatally injured can already die. The Containment Society really succeeded. They contained the death of the other universe. Great, that terrible death is over, at last. Hey, I still hope they can make a deal with death and let her change the after-death to be normal. 17. Do you need to say that? They have arrested the goddess of death. What do you want? How can she have the ability to refuse? The Containment Society is awesome, you are YYDS. And meanwhile, Camartage. Death, has it come back? The Ancient One magician glanced at it, and the Moda magician, who was using a smartphone, quickly got an affirmative answer. Master. Now the death situation in the whole world has returned to what it was before the event. Moda magician's complexion was still a bit ugly, as if he was worried about the mess that the Containment Society made. Call. But at the same time, the rest of the magicians in Camartage let out a long breath, with joy on their faces. Great, this means that the group of people from the shelter have returned to our world from that universe of death in another world. Yeah, we are all still alive and not killed by death, which proves that they have indeed succeeded. Seeing the joyful expressions of the surrounding disciples, Ancient One magician still frowned strangely, and an ominous thought flashed in his heart. It's not right. If the containment will contain, it is the concept of death from another world. Why is the goddess of death from another universe also kidnapped in the video? Is there such a coincidence in the world? Or, just as the Ancient One magician was pondering, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen. This is a dark universe that is almost extinct. All life in the universe has almost been slaughtered by a crazy titan. He is Thanos. Thanos. Bewitched by the goddess of death, Thanos slaughtered all life in the universe in order to please his beloved woman. During his long killing career, Thanos also gained a name that countless people fear and hate, that is Emperor Thanos. After countless years of killing, Emperor Thanos built a temple for the goddess of death with the bones of the celestial group on a planet on the frontier of the universe. And inside the temple, the throne where the Emperor Thanos sat. Also made from the skull of the creator god planet Devourer. MCU Earth. What? Dad. Looking at the vaguely familiar skull on the screen, the blood on Tunmi's face disappeared instantly, and her whole body trembled. Damn it, Thanos, you bloody lunatic. After the sadness and shock at the beginning, Tunmi clenched her small fists, with a rare murderous look on her face. When I find my father, I will immediately ask him to kill you crazy purple potato monster. At the moment, the color of the screen. Even though he has killed almost everyone in the universe, Emperor Thanos is still a little bit unwilling. To win the favor of the goddess of death, he must kill the last living person in the universe. That is, Emperor Thanos himself. It's a pity that Thanos' strength and physical body are too strong, he can't commit suicide at all. So, in order to complete this courtship at all costs, Emperor Thanos did not hesitate to use the fragments of the time gem, and brought his young self to this dead future from countless years ago. Facing this young and strong self, Emperor Thanos even knelt down and made a request to the other party. Kill me, young man, and send me to my goddess. Bah! Shut up! You scum! Looking at the white-haired and wrinkled Emperor Thanos in front of him, the young Thanos was furious, his eyes full of contempt. For a woman, you don't even want the minimum dignity. Guys like you really don't have the right to live. Okay. Well said, then come and kill me. I will fulfill you. Driven by pride and anger, the young Thanos waved his fist and rushed towards the Emperor Thanos crazily. The most powerful creatures in these two universes fought to the death in this dead corner of the universe. At the moment, number one holy place. Well. After countless years of bloody life in the universe, Thanos' mind has been tempered to be as indestructible as steel. But now, the corner of the mouth of this murderous titan is constantly twitching, and veins are popping up on his forehead. Damn it! What's going on here? His mouth was crooked in anger. Thanos sat on the throne and gritted his teeth, wishing to kill someone immediately to relieve his anger. No matter which universe it is in, I am the licking dog of that goddess of death. And, the more you lick, the more outrageous it is. Just killing others is enough. In order to please the goddess, this old Thanos in front of him even wants his own life. Thanos even has some doubts, except that he is normal. Thanos in other universes are given mind control by the goddess of death. In the light screen. Bang! 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 And when the two sides were fighting, a woman wearing a long black dress and a veil also walked into the temple leisurely. She is the goddess of death in this universe. Now, Emperor Thanos has become the last living person in this dead universe. The goddess of death is here to witness the end of this admirer who killed the universe for herself. Goddess, you really appeared. Looking at the appearance of the goddess in my heart, although the Emperor Thanos has fallen into a disadvantage, he still laughed wildly. Come on, kill me, I can go to see the goddess. Damn it! I'll kill you right now. Pan equals. At this moment, an unbelievable thing happened. No, do not want. I was still leisurely, but the goddess of death, who stood watching the battle, suddenly changed her face. Afterwards, her body flew backward uncontrollably. It's as if an invisible chain is pulling him. Thanos, save me! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the goddess of death disappeared into the air in an instant, and she couldn't even see her shadow. Goddess! What's going on? Looking at the incredible scene in front of him, Emperor Thanos widened his blood-stained eyes and his wrinkled old face. Full of astonishment. How come? Who the hell? He actually snatched his goddess away on his most important day. Bah! You trash, bring it to me. Seizing this opportunity, the young Thanos punched Emperor Thanos to the ground, and then stretched out Zhao Zhao's hand from his neck. Tear off the pieces of that time gem. No. Don't go. Seeing the young Thanos, using the time gem fragments, to teleport back to his own timeline, the bruised Emperor Thanos was lying on the ground, and he was dumbfounded. The goddess is gone, the person who can kill me is gone, now, what should I do? MCU Earth, Camartage. Oops, this really isn't a coincidence. Seeing the second goddess of death being kidnapped by the human, Ancient One magician gasped, with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, a crazy idea had already formed in her mind. But because it was so outrageous, even Ancient One himself couldn't believe it. Could it be that the forced shelter in the shelter isn't the goddess of death from the monolithic universe? Is it, the multi-universe death body? As soon as he thought of this, Ancient One suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been slapped with a stick, and he became dizzy and almost couldn't stand still. All the goddesses of death in parallel universes are, strictly speaking, incarnations. And their body is the death body above the multi-universe. If this main body is really contained and given compulsory containment, it means, almost all the multi-universes have already entered the state of end of death. This is incredible. At the same time, in the high-dimensional kingdom of God outside the multi-universe. As the concretization of the concept of time in all multi-universes, the real eternal God slowly opened his eyes. The body of death was forcibly taken away. On the face of the eternal ontology composed of infinite galaxies, there was a rare look of curiosity. His eyes also instantly traversed an infinite distance, bringing the entire multi-universe into view. The vast majority of the avatars of death are gone. The order of the multi-universe is thrown into disarray. Who the hell caused this? Chapter 74. In the high-dimensional kingdom of God outside the multi-universe, the body of the eternal God fell into contemplation. The goddess of death who has the same personality as him was kidnapped, which directly caused chaos in the entire multi-universe. Now, in countless parallel universes, except for a very small number of death goddess incarnations who barely survive, the other incarnations have all disappeared like the main body. This directly led to almost all parallel universes falling into a state of end of death. All life forms cannot die. Facing such appalling reality, the eternal body was stunned, but suddenly felt a little bit of strangeness. For some unknown reason, he always faintly felt that the collapse of this order of death seemed not so strange. Strange, where does this feeling come from? As if countless universes were condensed together, the face of the eternal body was slightly distorted, and there was a trace of snow in his eyes. In the past, has the body of death ever disappeared? Wait, when did that happen? Eternal's almost infinite body was suddenly shocked, and the expression on his face finally changed from stunned to horrified. The death body has been missing for a long time. How could he have forgotten such a big thing? How long ago did it happen? Concentrating all the attention, the eternal Numenon began to frantically search his memory, trying to find a little bit of cobweb horse traces. But not long after, his eyes suddenly became stiff. This is 55555. A series of 5 numbers suddenly popped up in his memory, and Eternal's expression gradually changed from bewilderment to calmness, and he even closed his eyes. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The body of death was forcibly taken away. A curious look appeared on the face of Eternal Numenon. Who did this? Opening his eyes, the eternal body began to scan the entire multi-universe, observing the current status quo. After a while, his expression became bright again. The body of death, has it disappeared in the past? Why, I can't remember. Frowning and thinking for a while, the eternal expression became suspicious again. 5. Universe, starfish. He seemed to think of something, but in the next second, Eternal's expression turned calm again, and he closed his eyes. The body of death was forcibly taken away. Who did this? As soon as this thought came into my mind, the eternal body was shocked. The eyes finally showed unbelievable fear. He remembered. My memory has been reincarnated several times. Every time, as long as 423 eternally recalls something, his memory will be forcibly forgotten. Someone doesn't want him to think of something. Is this impossible? For countless years, the eternal Numenon has seen the birth and death of countless universes in its own kingdom of God. It can be said that nothing in the world can escape the eyes of him, and nothing is surprised by it. But now, the confidence in his expression has completely disappeared. The attitude of looking down on the universe and the common people from above is also gone. Instead, there is only extreme horror and fear. Someone manipulated my memory and deleted parts of it without stopping me from recalling it. Who is it? Who has such an ability? The more you think, the more chaotic the thoughts of the eternal ontology become. Life Tribunal. No. The personality of his is not so different from mine. To be able to delete his own memory lightly, the strength and character of the other party may have reached an unimaginable level. Suddenly thought of a name, the body of the eternal body was shocked. Uncontrollably exclaimed. Is it Od, above all things? It's impossible, why did he delete my memory? And just when the eternal body was inexplicably terrified and almost suspected that the god was born. MCU Earth. At the moment Earth's network is already full of excitement. What's going on? Why is there another goddess of death in the universe, gone? Ha ha ha, it's so interesting. Seeing the miserable face of the Emperor Thanos makes me feel so relieved. This is what dog licking deserves. TMD is really crazy. 1, 2, these purple potato monsters all look the same. They will slaughter the entire universe for the sake of women. I really hope that our containment committee will act quickly to kill that purple potato monster and restore the peace of the universe. Wait a minute, don't you think it's strange? The Containment Society just went to another world to contain a death god. How come the death gods from the 2 universes are gone? Who knows, maybe it's a coincidence. Impossible. If it's a coincidence, why are these 2 paragraphs played on the light screen? Then what do you say is going on? At the moment, in another of the 9 realms. Heim Ghost. Death. The death of other universes is also gone. The goddess of death, Hela, crouched on her throne, her face full of horror, her whole body trembling, her original haughty appearance, only the uncontrollable fear remained. Barely considered to have the priesthood of death, Hela quickly captured a terrifying fact from the image on the light screen. Not just one universe. Likely, in almost all universes, the goddess of death is gone. And all of this is because the Containment Society contained the concept of death. Those humans, do they know what they have done? Hela's face was extremely pale, and sweat flowed from her forehead all the way to her chin. They, actually contained or imprisoned the deaths of countless universes. How could they possibly do that? Thinking that she could barely be considered a goddess of death, Hela suddenly felt unprecedentedly weak, pitiful, and helpless. What's more, she felt a certain sense of crisis of being targeted by a giant beast. Don't. It's enough for you to contain one death, don't get me. At the moment, the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. It's so scary. The observer Uete took several steps back, his face was pale, his legs were a little weak, and he leaned against the crystal wall passage behind him involuntarily. At the moment when he saw the multi-universe, falling into the end of death, great fear suddenly swept the observer's body and mind crazily. At the moment, he even felt his soul trembling in a trance. Those humans on Earth originally wanted to house the death god of a different universe, but ended up kidnapping the death body located on the multi-universe. Are these human beings really not afraid of the consequences for such a big thing? Kidnapping the body of death will inevitably lead to chaos in the multi-universe, and the other creator gods will not stand idly by. Thinking of this, the bald man sighed leisurely, with pity and helplessness appearing on his face. When those gods of creation with an unbelievably high personality take action, not to mention a mere Earth, even the universe in front of me, may not survive. And at this moment, brand new images also appeared on the light screens located in various parts of the MCU universe. Sitting alone in the office, 05-01 let out a sigh of satisfaction, and opened a document with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Item number, Containment 001 Dead Man. Object Class, Thou Meal. Special Containment Procedures, Containment 001 is contained at Site 01. In order to avoid the risk of damage to the Containment 001, under no circumstances should other anomalous items be contained in Site 01. A cover story has been disseminated about the O5 Council not being allowed access to anomalous items in order to keep the existence of Containment 001 a secret. Containment 001 is contained in a standard humanoid containment room, guarded by all 6 security personnel. Containment 001 will be equipped with a medical team to take care of it around the clock to quickly deal with any sudden health problems. Similarly, a team of neurosurgeons will be stationed on site in case of a calibration failure in Containment 001. The cognitive catalyst in the consciousness of Containment 001 will be strengthened every 2 days. All researchers who directly deal with Containment 001 should be proficient in thaumaturgy and Arakeshan concept engineering. In order to avoid the occurrence of concept default rotation when Containment 001 is on the verge of death, it will be stored in Site 01's D-level personnel immediately implement Protocol LMA 17. Description: Containment 001 is an 84-year-old female, conceptually integrated with the generalized death process. More than that, with the catalyst contained in 001, the death process can originally be manipulated within a certain limit. Through a series of neurosurgery and cognitive therapy, Containment 001 has been successfully placed in a directed prosopagnosia. Specifically, it cannot recognize the face of any O5 Council member. Due to its conceptual state, its lack of ability will be extended to the original lack of ability of death. As a result, it is impossible for all C5 Council members to die or decay. It is planned to extend this death immunity status to other key personnel in the future. It is believed that Containment 001 was originally created by the subordinates led by 05-07 of the O5 Council, using thaumaturgy and Arakeshan conceptual engineering, to replace the death who was accidentally killed in the Doomsday Twilight plan originally. After discovering other potential uses for Containment 001, it was sent to the current Site 01 and classified as a Thaumiel class anomaly. Protocol LMA 17, if Containment 001 is on the verge of death, a suitable D-class personnel will be used as the basis to carry out the process of creating it again. Preferably select young D-class personnel as candidates to increase the potential lifespan of the new Containment 001. After the process is completed, the original Containment 001 will be executed to complete the complete transfer of the concept. The crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. O eternal great God! The big bald head stared at the crystal wall in front of him, the expression on his face was distorted to the extreme, and the horror tide in his heart was like a surge, and it was said that even his cells were trembling. These humans are crazy. Even if he has lived for countless years and observed countless parallel universes. The big bald Uete still only felt endless terror rising from his heart. He was almost scared out of his guts. The goddess of death is the same as Uete, both. Multi-universe level exists. But the personality of death is much higher than the big bald head. That is the god of creation that transcends countless single universes. It is not an existence that mere observers can contend with. Such a great cosmic god was not only forcibly restrained in a human body by the Containment Society, those people even transformed the body of his. To his. Various surgeries have been performed. All this is just to make the goddess of death not recognize the leadership of the Containment Society. As long as the goddess of death can't see them, they will never die. In order to keep themselves immortal, these human beings in the O5 Council dared to risk the world's displeasure by doing this to the multi-universe creation gods. What audacity! How crazy is it? Even if he has lived for countless billions of years, Uedu has never heard of such a shocking and terrifying thing. This simply overturned his cognition and shattered his worldview. It's outrageous. Covering his eyes with his hands, the big bald head staggered to the other side of the crystal wall space, not even daring to take another look at the MCU universe. At the moment his mind was in chaos, but there was one thought that lingered all the time. What will happen when the other creator gods find out the truth? At the same time, on a certain street on the earth. Dad. Tunmei opened her mouth wide, her legs went limp, and she collapsed so invisible in the middle of the street. Due to the extreme horror, Tunmei even forgot about her hunger, and her mind was blank. For a moment I couldn't even comprehend what was going on. The goddess of death, whose personality is higher than that of her father, not only fell into the hands of human beings, but was even body transformed? Is this a nightmare? If not, why does it feel so unreal? Due to the excessive shock, Tunmei completely lost the ability to think for a while, and just stayed in this sluggish state. At the same time, there was an uproar on the Earth network. Damn it! These O5 councils are too shameless. How dare they do something like this to an old woman? Let me remind you weakly, that is not a human being, but a goddess of death. So what? This is too inhuman, or too godless. TCH, I thought the high-level members of the Asylum Society were all high-level talents, but I didn't expect that they were also a group of people who were greedy for life and afraid of death. Hey, it's no wonder. After learning the truth about the afterlife, if there is a choice, who would want to die? Bah! These scum of the 05 Council have clearly controlled the goddess of death, why don't they let him improve the world after death, but they only want to live forever. Yeah, they don't have to worry about death anymore. What will we do after we die? What about the manager? Isn't he the highest leader of the Asylum Council? Why didn't he make a move from the beginning to the end? Who knows? At this moment, a new image appeared on the light curtain. This document comes from Q51's desk. Recently, I've noticed some concerns about the way the Containment Society is using Containment 001. I want to try to alleviate those concerns. There is an ethical ambiguity to what we are doing here. I'm making no secret of it. What we are doing is, in the eyes of most people, unforgivable. But we're no more than the unforgivable. No doubt, many of you working on this project have been forced to take similar actions in the past on behalf of the asylum. For this, I am eternally grateful. The means adopted by our 05 Council are not for our own benefit. It is just a kind of resource protection guaranteeing the lifetime experience and knowledge gained from anomalous research. Knowledge is safe and sound. Even if a member of the 05 Council dies, it will be an unacceptable loss of resources. Therefore, Containment 001 is an opportunity to preserve knowledge and experience. If we can finally find a less regrettable way, we will sincerely pursue it. But this is the best state we can do. I understand your concerns. Really. But we in the Containment Society must remember that morally, we don't operate in black and white. We don't have that luxury. Gray is our only way out. Control, contain, protect. This newsletter can only be viewed by the Containment 001 research team. If you read this communication by mistake, the anti-meme will take effect soon. Chapter 75. MCU Earth, Containment Site 17. The O5 Council, reformed the body of the Goddess of Death. Facing the information revealed on the light screen, Jane Foster frowned deeply, with obvious disgust on her face. Jane felt. She couldn't understand anyway, this kind of behavior of torturing others for the sake of longevity. Even if the target is a goddess who takes death as her priesthood. Looking at Dr. Bright beside her, she asked curiously. Exclude humanitarian factors. Do you believe the letter released by the 05 Council at the end? They said, they chose the path of immortality to better contain and protect anomalies. Ha! Looking at Jane Foster, Dr. Bright didn't answer the question directly, but laughed instead. You don't need to test me, my allegiance is to the Containment Committee, and to the manager. In fact, the candidates for the 05 Council will be changed every once in a while. Only managers are eternal. Manager. Hearing this somewhat mysterious supreme leader of the Asylum Council, Jane Foster took a breath, and seemed to want to continue asking. However, Dr. Bright seemed to have noticed something, he stretched out a finger in advance and shook it, and then said with a bit of mystery. Although many people don't remember it, I know that the members of the 5 Council have been replaced by managers many times. I suspect that events like today may have happened before. What? Jane Foster was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widened, and she wanted to ask again, but Dr. Bright had already turned and walked away. Heim Underworld. On the 9 realms, this is crazy. The goddess of death, Hela, who is usually aloof at the moment, huddled up on the throne of bones, her face was full of horror, and she couldn't stop trembling. Those crazy people on Earth not only captured the goddess of death, but also transformed her body. And this kind of capture is very likely to fall on Hela, who also has the clergy of death. Thinking of this possibility, Hela could only feel a sense of trembling that went deep into the bone marrow. She couldn't help shivering. At this moment, Hela didn't know how regretful she was. Why did she get involved in the priesthood of death in the first place? If he's just a normal seer, need to be so scared now? Earth, SHIELD. This is too scary. Those fellows from the Asylum Council, do you think God is a toy? Doing this kind of thing to Death God, they are really not afraid of retribution, no. It is retaliation. All the agents looked at each other, with fear growing in their hearts, and it was hard to hide the horror on their faces. From their point of view, the Containment Committee is only about capturing a Death God from another world. That's appalling enough. After all, this monster. But it killed several universes. Did not expect. These lunatics are still pushing an inch. After taking in Death God, they are still operating on Death God's body. Even the daring Black Braised Eggs and Black Widow were shocked by the brutal methods of the Asylum Council, their scalps were numb, and their hairs stood on end. Even gods dare to do this, let alone people. Odin's face was extremely gloomy, and suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he took out a pager from his hand, and pressed it wolfishly. Beep beep. After starting up, a strange winged logo appeared on the pager, and the red light was still flashing, as if it was transmitting a signal. Director, this is... Black Widow looked curiously at the side, but when he saw the ugly expression on his face, he immediately shut his mouth sensibly. Carol. After activating the pager, the black marinated egg let out a long breath, looked up at the sky through the window, and his face became a little worried. The rampant actions of the Asylum Council really gave him too much psychological burden. Therefore, Black Braised Egg decided to give it a go and prepare to recall Captain Marvel. In his opinion, even if Captain Marvel can't wipe out the Asylum Society, at least it can give the human side enough chips to compete with this terrifying inhuman organization. But Black Braised Egg didn't know. Long before he hit the pager, Carol Danvers was on his way back to Earth. And the only reason for Captain Marvel to go home is to deal with the Asylum Society. At the moment, in the X-Men universe. Ding! A game notification suddenly popped up on Wu Xiao's computer screen. He opened it and glanced at it, his eyes lit up immediately. My good fellow, I'm still worrying about not having a chance, and you guys are actually fighting. It just so happens that I can also take this opportunity to complete the tasks in the game. After thinking for a few seconds, Wu Xia picked up the mouse without any hesitation, and mobilized the reward she got last time. At the same time, MCU Earth, inside the secret military camp at Site 17. A heavily armed officer in military uniform activated the encrypted computer in front of him with a desolate expression. Mobile Task Force Resh 1 seat of consciousness is on standby. May I ask you, sir, what do you want us to do? There is only one order, to destroy the 05 Council and all those who stop you. Of order, sir. At the same time, new images and information also appeared on the light screens around the universe. Contrary to what most people think, the Asylum Council is not a cold-blooded organization that has no conscience and only knows how to do whatever it wants. All of this is because there is still a department inside the shelter. This department is called the Ethics Committee. Many people who know the inside story know that the Abnormal Containment Council is essentially above all laws and is not affected by any secular or non-secular authority on Earth. 1. At the same time, the 05 Council also possesses almost unlimited resources, force, powerful black technology, and terrifying abnormal containment at its disposal. Such an extremely powerful organization, once there is corruption inside it, it will have dire consequences. After all, once the Containment Council no longer contains anomalies, but turns to conquer the world with the power at hand, what should we do? Or, the 05 Council no longer controls the Asylum Council, but abuses its power, for its own benefit, what should I do? It is precisely in order to avoid such a situation that the manager of the shelter established a new department, which is the Ethics Committee. The existence of this department is to restrict the actions of the Containment Society as much as possible, so that they will not become dragon slayers who turn into evil dragons. At the moment, MCU Earth. In a military base. What arrogance to transcend all authority. General Ross snorted coldly, took off the cigar in his mouth, and crushed it fiercely in the ashtray. As long as you are an organization composed of Earthlings, then on this Earth, you have to obey us America. Even, there is a God in your organization. In fact, seeing the content involved in the message, General Ross started to use other crooked brains instead. Obviously, the leadership of the Containment Society, such as the 05 members, are all human beings with flesh and blood, and also, have human weaknesses. They will be greedy for life, they will be afraid of death, they will want to avoid death, and they will want to let themselves live forever. That being the case, the method used to deal with other humans should also be used to deal with them. As long as you can think of a way, intimidate, or lure some O members, maybe, you can control the Containment Society from the inside. The more he thought about it, and a smile appeared on the corner of General Ross's mouth. In a certain parallel universe, himself became 05-01. That being the case, can it work in this universe? California Mansion. Ethics Committee. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Stark shook his head slightly. This sounds like the senatorial questioning he experienced before. A group of bureaucrats and politicians who don't understand anything form a committee to consult those professionals who are really on the scene. This is simply a joke. However, what those 05 members did before is indeed too outrageous. Thinking of the end of death not long ago, a toothache-like expression suddenly appeared on Stark's face. He didn't want to experience such panic and confusion again. But on the other hand, Stark was still a little curious. Facing the 05 Council with unlimited resources, what can this so-called ethics committee do? It can't just be moral preaching, right? At the moment, within the light screen. Just in the 05 Council, after making a series of earth-shattering show operations in order to evade death, the Ethics Committee finally couldn't bear it anymore. On this day, the chairman of the Ethics Committee Odongo Tejani personally issued an order to the committee's exclusive mobile task force. The 05 Council used various means to distort the natural operation of death, destroying the natural law, and causing great hidden dangers to all human beings. They have to pay for it. I order to dispatch the Mobile Task Force Omega-1, left hand of the law, and in the next scheduled meeting of the 05 Council, all its members will be controlled and detained. Then, remove the current 05 Council members. Promote the appropriate high-level management personnel in the shelter to the 05 position, and replace those incompetent guys. In addition, we also need to neutralize the containment object 001 Deadman. Only in this way can this containment object be released, and the temptation for future 05 Council members will be avoided, lest they also go astray and try to use the containment object to make themselves immortal. 1. It is also regrettable for me to issue this order. But the Ethics Committee believes that, at the moment, there is no other choice. Ask for her flowers. The 05 Council metamorphosis has become a corrupt and powerful person who knows his own interests. Asylum Council must not become a tool for them to use power for personal gain. In this case, the Ethics Committee should perform the duties assigned by the administrator when we were created. This is not the first time that special confidential operation has been executed, nor will it be the last time. Just after the Moral Ethics Committee dispatched its mobile task force, unexpectedly, 05 Parliament is not sitting still. They seem to have learned about the coup d'état that took place inside the shelter, and have made preparations for it. As the management of the Containment Society, the 05 Council controls a mobile task force that claims to be the most sophisticated and powerful in the Containment Society. Alpha 1, Red Right Hand. Facing the left hand of the law who is fully armed and sweeping, the red right hand of the 05 Council is ready to attack it head-on. Da-da-da. Boom. Ah. That's all. 05 The corridor outside the meeting room of the Parliament instantly turned into a battlefield of flesh and blood. Countless sounds of guns, fighting, and screams can be heard endlessly. The civil war within the abnormal Containment Society has begun. Just as the melee was in full swing, and both sides suffered heavy casualties, the Third Army suddenly joined the battlefield. This third force. It is the seat of Cons of Mobile Task Force Resh 1 that belongs only to the manager of the Containment Society himself. Science. Different from ordinary mobile task forces, the seat of consciousness is said to be composed of synthesis people who have undergone concept engineering strengthening. Not only are they completely immune to ordinary weapons, but their will is as firm as a rock, and they are not afraid of pain at all. Wow. Help, don't. Boom. Facing the two groups of enemies who had already consumed each other, the seat of consciousness defeated the red right hand without spending much effort, and broke into the 05 Council all the way. Meeting room. Wait, don't. I'm 05. Da-da-da. Under the strict order of the manager, the seat of consciousness mercilessly emptied the magazines of the O members and knocked them all to the ground. However, due to the effect of 001 and Deadman, even if these members have been beaten into honeycombs, they still can't die. And see here. The world's internet suddenly exploded. Wow. I didn't expect that in my lifetime, I could actually see the civil war in the Asylum Society. This isn't a civil war, it's simply the administrator cleaning up the portal. Ha ha ha. These 05s are finally killed. Yet. We don't need to worry anymore, these bastards are doing some shit. It's too early for you to be happy, you see, those 05 members can't die at all. And when many netizens were extremely excited and discussing each other, in the X-Men universe. Huh? Is this me? Wu Xia looked at the computer screen in front of her and saw a man in black appearing in the containment room where 001 Deadman was without anyone noticing. Immediately afterwards, a text box was created below the image on the stand. Is this what? I said. Reading the dialogue that appeared in the text box, Wu Xia's expression became strange, and then, turned into shock. 001 Containment Room. Who are you? The grey-haired old woman stared at the man in black in front of her, and slowly opened her mouth. Oh, you really forgot about me. The man in black said calmly. I think, I need to apologize to you. Those people under me have done this stupid thing to you again. What are you talking about? I will never forget anything, and I have never seen you. The goddess of death, bound in a mortal body, suddenly became excited. I made you forget. The tone of the man in black remains unchanged. Many years ago, the then O5 Council did the same thing to you. They bound you with thaumaturgy, trapped you in a human body, and then modified your body. Just to live forever. Even, they also attracted eternity. Later, I used the power of cosmic starfish to delete the memories of both of you, and then released you. Speaking of this, the man in black suddenly sighed. Why, no matter how many times I change O5s, they always fail to learn. Delete me an eternal memory. You, who are you? The pupils of the goddess of death shrank suddenly, and the wrinkled old face showed extreme fear. Chapter 76. MCU, The Streets of the Earth. Delete, the memory of the eternal great god. Seeing this scene on the screen, Tunmi was completely shocked. I saw that her eyes were wide open, and her mouth was so big that she could directly put her fist in it. Due to the excessive shock, Tunmi almost lost her ability to think for a while and just stayed in the current sluggish state. That is the eternal god. The well-deserved number one among the founding 5 gods. Even his father Galactus can only look up to the existence. Such a great creator god, was actually erased by this human in black on the screen? Is this some popular joke on Earth? At the moment, the crystal wall space. Eternal. Could it be? The eternal body. The big bald Uata's complexion was as white as paper, his whole body was trembling like falling into a cellar of ice, his legs were so soft that he could hardly stand up, and he almost collapsed on the ground. As a multi-universe powerhouse, even an attack capable of destroying a universe may not necessarily be able to kill the observer. But even so, at this moment, the big bald head felt a horror that was more terrifying than death. From the words of the administrator and the goddess of death, he can almost be sure that the eternity they mentioned is not the eternal duplication of the level single universe, but the eternal ontology above the multi-universe. And to be able to understate, delete the memory of this kind of existence, what is this manager and the cosmic starfish in his mouth? Human? No. This guy can't be human. After several deep breaths, the big bald head managed to regain his senses. Although his eyes were still full of fear, as an observer, Uata's curious instinct still made him a little puzzled. Why? Why did such an existence appear on that little planet called Earth? Besides, why did he establish an organization like the Containment Society and become a manager? 360 Earth, Site 17. All this has happened before? What's going on here? Jane Foster stood there in a daze, her mind was in chaos, and she couldn't recover for a long time. She doesn't know who Eternal is, and she doesn't quite know the identity of the goddess of death on the screen. But just the information revealed in the words and phrases of the manager surprised Jane. In the past, the O5 Council once kidnapped that goddess, and also made physical changes to her. After all, she is a high-level physicist, and Jane's brain is very smart. After thinking about it carefully, she roughly sorted out her thoughts. Probably in order to save her, a person named Eternal descended. In the end, the administrator took action and released the goddess of death, but still used the cosmic starfish to delete all her and Eternal-related memories. Taking a deep breath, Jane's eyes showed doubts again. What is that cosmic starfish? Is it also a containment object? Just as Jane Foster lowered her head and muttered to herself, a cold voice suddenly sounded beside her. As for the so-called starfish, you'd better not get too deep into it. When Jane Foster turned her head, she saw Dr. Gears standing not far away, looking at herself with a cold face. Although the content broadcast live on the light screens in various places has undergone cognitive filtering, it does not contain any cognito-hazardous elements. But anything related to starfish is not something ordinary people should be exposed to. Dr. Gears looked very seriously. Since you have joined the Asylum Council, you should know. Here, sometimes just knowing originally may bring danger. Grunt. Looking at Dr. Gears with a serious face, Jane Foster swallowed slightly. But when the doctor turned away, she still dared to ask. Just knowing is dangerous, are you talking about memes? Dr. Gears didn't look back and went all the way. And at this moment, new images also appeared on the light screens in various places. Facing the distorted and horrified goddess of death, the man in black said calmly. I am the manager of this shelter. In the past, the 05 councils of all dynasties tried to kidnap you many times in order to live forever. Sometimes, what they kidnap is your duplication in this universe, and sometimes, they will kidnap your duplication in other universes. Speaking of this, there is a trace of helplessness in the manager's tone. These kidnapped you were finally released by me. However, the operations performed by the 05 Council on them all caused quite a few side effects. I learned later that one of the death duplications went completely insane after the operation and became a mad god who kills all living things in the universe, even bacteria. You still have a duplication. After being released by me, it stayed in this universe and became our concept of death here. But her function also went wrong, which directly led to the dysfunction of the after-death world in our universe. Even if a person dies, the consciousness still remains. 1. Yu. Facing the manager's expressionless narration, the goddess of death became more frightened the more she listened, and her body trembled, and she couldn't stop it no matter what. At this moment, it seems that what she is facing is not an ordinary human being, but a great god who has surpassed the realm of single, multiple, and even omnipotent. The gap is too big. Not an opponent at all. My heart was covered by huge amounts of fear. The goddess of death only felt cold all over her body, and it was only after a while that she realized that her clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Seeing this, the manager sighed slightly. 1. Every time, when the 05 Council successfully kidnaps your main body, it will always attract eternity. In order to eliminate future troubles, I have to delete you and the eternal memory again and again. This kind of thing happened too many times, so I got tired of it. Now, I can liberate you immediately, let you be free, but what do you want? The longing for freedom overwhelmed the goddess of death's fear of the administrator, causing the god to scream desperately. As long as you let me out, I can make you live forever. Or, do you want other conditions? No matter what it is, I can be satisfied. So please, let me go. Actually, I don't need those things. The manager said lightly. The duplication you left in this universe has been mistakenly killed by the group of 05. Our universe cannot live without death. So, I want you to divide another duplication over, remember, it should be normal. After speaking, the manager put his hand on the forehead of the goddess of death. Then, he said softly again. I'm so sorry, for making you go through all this again. On the streets of the earth, Tunmi stared blankly at the light screen in the air, her whole body was stiff and motionless, but her eyes became brighter and brighter. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. This human being called an administrator is so powerful, so powerful. I'm afraid that even my father is far inferior to him. At the moment, in another universe. Damn it, you scum! Why would my goddess ask you to save him? On a spaceship, Thanos' eyes were red, he swung huge amounts of fists, and frantically beat the pile of rotten flesh in front of him. That's right, this pile of things that have been beaten into meat sauce is exactly Deadpool, Wade Wilson. Since seeing the goddess of death calling for help in a dream, and waking up to find, the world has fallen into the end of death. Deadpool instinctively thought that the goddess of death must have been kidnapped by me. So he ran to the universe to find him. But as soon as he entered the universe, Deadpool was surprised to find that the end of death did not just appear on the earth. Everything in the universe, all creatures can't die now. As soon as he saw Deadpool, Thanos, who was so jealous, immediately beat him to death. Rubbish! Spit at the rotten meat on the ground. Thanos sneered. Currently, because of the disappearance of the goddess, all life forms in the universe cannot die, but you are an exception. Because, you are actually dead long ago. It is only my curse on you that makes you live till now. Now, I will take back the power of the curse, and you trash, just obediently send me to hell. After finishing speaking, Thanos didn't say a spell, but just waved his hand, and a purple gas turned into a poisonous snake, and floated out of the rotten flesh on the ground. Without the power of Thanos' curse, Deadpool's soul suddenly drifted away from his body and entered the kingdom of death. And right here, she was pleasantly surprised to see a person she had dreamed of. It was a skeleton in a black robe. Goddess, I really saw you again. Wait. My love, I have been free, and now we can be together. On the wasteland full of skeletons and bones, the goddess of death and Deadpool passionately kissed each other. As soon as the picture on the screen changed, it entered a brand new universe. Here is the dead universe where all life was killed by Emperor Thanos. At the frontier of the universe, the temple of the goddess of death on a desolate planet. Emperor Thanos, who was seriously injured, lay on the ground with blank eyes, as if waiting for the moment of death. In fact, due to the serious injuries caused by young Thanos, the blood of Emperor Thanos has already been shed. He should have died long ago. It's a pity that the goddess of death suddenly disappeared. Even if it is the final piece, Emperor Me cannot obtain it. And just as he was dying, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of the dim old eyes of Emperor Thanos. Goddess, is that you? Looking at the woman in black in front of him, Emperor Thanos slowly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to caress the other's face, and it seemed like a last prayer. Take me away, let me be with you. The goddess of death, who has regained her freedom, stares at the white-haired old titan in front of her, without any fluctuation in her eyes. Then, she turned around suddenly and left without looking back. Don't. Goddess. Why did you abandon me? Emperor Thanos screamed with the last of his strength, but got no response. Seeing this, the internet on Earth quickly became lively again. Ha ha ha. You don't know how happy I am to see Thanos so miserable. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _ mathematical intersection symbol, oh. What a pathetic lunatic. To be honest, I think this purple potato monster is quite pitiful. No matter which universe it is in, the goddess of death doesn't like him, and chose that slime monster instead. Didn't you see it? The body of the goddess of death is a skeleton. That's right. This kind of woman is only worthy of that slime monster. Most people would be scared to death just by looking at it. Hey, she is the goddess in charge of death. You are so outspoken, be careful that you will be thrown into hell after you die. Ha! What about the goddess of death? In front of the shelter and the administrators, the so-called goddess is just a joke. If you want to catch it, you can catch it, and you can kill it if you want. Wow, that sounds amazing. I just want to ask, are you a manager? Meanwhile, the Men of War universe. Ding! Since the goddess of death has been freed, the undead operation of the O5 Council has expired. All 1305 members have died of gunshot wounds, and the task has been completed. After assignment, 13 new members have replaced the former 05, and the task has been completed. You have received a reward, Quantum Resurrection Technology. Use quantum technology to restructure the body, and then use thaumaturgy to inject the soul. You have received the reward, Bag of Extinction. Can hold everything in the world, including the most serious natural disasters, even the doomsday that can destroy all reality. Oh? These two rewards are interesting. Wu Xiao's eyes lit up when he read the description attached to the reward. The so-called quantum resurrection technology is the method used by the 05 Council to resurrect the former 05-11 Roger. This set of technology uses quantum technology to perfectly replicate the decedent's body, and then uses necromancy to summon the decedent's soul and stuff it into the body. As for the Bag of Extinction, is this the treasure of one of the three brothers of Death God? Wu Xiao scratched her head, seeming to recall that she had read the story of Brothers of Death before time traveling. However, it's been so long that I seem to have forgotten it. At the same time, the eternal kingdom of God located outside the multi-universe. Shua. Accompanied by a clear sound, a woman in black appeared in the cause of the kingdom of God. Sitting in the center of the kingdom of God, the eternal body slowly opened his eyes. Death, are you free? Yes, the other party released me. Listening to the icy voice of the goddess of death, 4.2 still showed a wry smile on the face of the eternal body formed by the infinite galaxy. It seems that something happened to you before, but I don't remember it anymore. Or, even if I want to recall, I can't recall. Looking at the eternal bitterness, the goddess of death lowered her head, and said in a voice that was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Sorry. While apologizing, the goddess of death also felt a bone-chilling coldness in her heart. The two great gods, He and Eternity, are the creation gods above the multi-universe, and a single thought can determine the birth and death of countless universes. But in front of the mysterious administrator on Earth, not only are they high above the cosmic gods, they are not even able to fight back, and they can't even keep their own memories. If it wasn't for what she experienced just now, the goddess of death would even wonder if she had gone crazy, or had something wrong with her head. It turns out that in the past, He and Eternal were not only defeated by the administrator, but also had their memories deleted many times by him. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that this kind of thing may continue to happen in the future. When she thought that she would be arrested and reformed by the people on Earth again at some point, the goddess of death felt her scalp numb and her whole body chilled, and she wished she could scream aloud to be able to let go of your fears. Just when the goddess of death was so frightened that she almost cried, the thick voice of Eternal Numenon suddenly rang in the ears of she. I observed all the multi-universes just now. The place where you were taken is called Earth. The body of the goddess of death trembled slightly, and nodded silently. Good. Unexpectedly, the eternal body smiled naturally. Even if I can't recall what happened in the past, I can at least decide what to see in the future. Come on, Death. Come with me to see what's so special about that planet called Earth. Chapter 77. Earth, SHIELD. That crazy death god that doesn't even let go of bacteria was actually created by the experiments of the O5 Council. In addition, the retention of consciousness of human beings after death is also the sin of their experiments. The bastards of the O5 Council really deserve death. Black Braised Egg's expression was extremely gloomy, and his fists were clenched tightly, as if extremely angry. But deep down in his heart, he was already panicking to the extreme. Even Death God can be captured for human experimentation, and I don't know how many times it has been done. How appalling is this? Such an abnormal dangerous organization has been lurking on the Earth, but I have never discovered it. Just thinking of this, the muscles on Ludan's face twitched, and his expression became a little bitter. I'm afraid. It's not that I didn't discover it before, but after I discovered it, I was immediately contained and my memory was erased. Like death and the god named Eternal. Why? The more he thought about it, the more disheartened he became. Another thought suddenly popped up in Ludan's mind. Even if Captain Marvel came back, facing such a terrible organization of the asylum, and that unfathomable manager, what can she do alone? Meanwhile, Asgard. Even the memories of Young He and Death have been deleted by the Containment Committee. Moreover, this goddess of death can actually create an incarnation to replace the death of our universe. What is she? Odin stood at the head of the Bifrost Bridge, looking at the light screen above his head in disbelief, his one eye almost popped out of its socket. His eyes were full of trembling. As the God King of the Nine Realms, the level Godfather, Odin's knowledge surpasses almost everyone on Earth. So soon, he vaguely guessed the horrifying truth. This goddess of death who has been kidnapped many times by the Conservation Society and transformed her body may be of multi-universe level. Not daring to think about it anymore, Odin felt an inexplicable chill spreading in his heart, making his scalp numb and his hair stand on end. And at this moment, new information suddenly appeared on the countless light screens of the MCU universe. Containment 001 Inventory, Part 1. 5th place, 001 The Broken God. At the moment the eternal kingdom of God above the multi-universe. What is this light screen image? Eternal looked unmoved, but there was already a trace of surprise in his tone. While observing the Earth, he soon discovers the countless screens of light that permeate the MCU universe. It's just that even if Eternity exerts his divine power enough to see through the multi-universe, he can't see the details of these light screens at all. Not even, how they came to be. If even you can't see through it, you can basically be sure that this is what the manager did. The goddess of death sits not far from Eternity. Her face was covered with a veil, making it impossible to see her expression clearly. But from the tone of voice, it can be heard that the goddess is in a very bad mood. As soon as the name manager was mentioned, the goddess of death trembled, and she couldn't help but recalled the horrible experience of being locked in the containment room. Imprisoned in the body of an old and frail human woman, her divine power was completely deprived. She was even forced to undergo transformation surgery. And in order to get rid of such a tragic experience, the goddess of death even sacrificed her dignity and begged that manager. As long as she thinks about these dark histories, the goddess will feel ashamed and angry, wishing to hide in a corner outside the multi-universe. She doesn't even want the priesthood of death god. A manager? That's an amazing human being. The eternal body sighed, and suddenly another thought flashed through his mind. The lifespan of his can be compared with the multi-universe originally. The experience is so extensive that it is unimaginable. But even so, Eternity has never heard of Broken God. Thinking of what happened to him before, Eternal suddenly felt a little creepy. Why, I don't know the existence of the Broken God at all. Could it be, because I forgot? At this moment, in the light screen, a group of police detectives surrounded a mansion in California densely. Besides the isolation line, there are still a large number of reporters taking pictures, and it seems that something big has happened. And inside the mansion, a black marinated egg wearing a windbreaker is frowning to examine a corpse. When did this happen? Hearing this, the middle-aged bald man Phil Coulson standing behind the black-corned egg quickly took out a small notebook and replied. This morning, the worker who was in charge of pruning the garden outside noticed something unusual and called the police immediately. After the police entered, they found the house. Abnormity? What exactly do you mean? Well, Phil Coulson reads to the little book. The gardener claimed that, at that time, the entire mansion seemed to be surrounded by a metal mesh that came out of nowhere. Then, a mechanical giant snake emerged from the mansion and flew away along the cable. Snake. Black Braised Egg muttered a few words in a low voice, then turned his gaze to the corpse on the ground. I saw the richest man in the world, superhero, philanthropist, playboy, Iron Man Tony Stark fell to the ground, with a huge amount of wound on his chest, and he could even see the internal organs inside. MCU Earth California Mansion. What? I'm dead. Looking at his own corpse on the computer screen, Stark frowned, feeling a strange feeling in his heart. In this unknown parallel universe, he died at home inexplicably? Tang superhero Iron Man, how did he die so aggrieved? Metal mesh? Mechanical snake? Stark pondered for a moment, a hypothesis popping up in his mind. Perhaps, this parallel self was doing a dangerous scientific experiment at home, something went wrong, and that's why he died unexpectedly. At the moment, in the light screen. The screen turned and came to SHIELD. Director, we moved all the computers in Stark's mansion back to the bureau, and asked experts to crack them, hoping to find the cobweb horse trace. Phil Coulson took out a folder and put it on the desk of Black Braised Egg. This is a part of the hard disk file that was cracked. Just before the accident, Stark seemed to be reading these things. Oh. Hey Lou took the folder and only glanced at it, his expression became a little surprised. Is this a mythical story? I saw that it was written on the document. In ancient times, the multi-universe had not yet originated, and the law of everything had not been established. The gods gathered near the big abyss like insects attracted by the fire. 1. The so-called Great Abyss is the crack of reality located in the extraordinary domain. In the Great Abyss, there are countless behemoths, where they fight, bleed, and devour each other. Countless great gods have also been attracted to the vicinity of the Great Abyss. They are like parasites licking the wounds of the universe. But in the depths of the abyss, there is a powerful big dragon, known as the God Eater. She is the overlord of all beasts. She has been lurking in the abyss for countless billions of years. She is the divine beast among the divine beasts. She devoured countless divine beings, and everything that appeared before her eyes could not escape. The mechanical creator is also there, above the abyss of the universe, weaves the web of law and order, and mends the chaos in the universe. There are some small gods who will be entangled in the net of order and trapped on it. However, the mechanical creator is different from the God-eater dragon. He has no interest in devouring the flesh and blood of the gods, but only wants to pursue perfection and order. Because the machine creator has no flesh and blood, the God-eater dragon tolerates his existence, because she only wants to devour the flesh and blood of the gods and has no interest in machinery. In fact, God-eater is also very happy, because the network of order woven by the mechanical creator can be used to catch other prey, making it easier for her to obtain food. After countless billions of years, when human beings were born, they used various names to call these two supreme divinity representing machinery and flesh and blood in awe. The machine creator is called Father Snake Fuxi, also known as the God of Brokenness. God-eater dragon is called Dragon Mother Nuwa, also known as the God of Flesh and Flesh. The kingdom of God outside the multi-universe. Fuxi who mends the law of the universe? Nuwa who feeds on gods. Who are they? Why have I never heard of such a cosmic deity? And, this actually happened before the origin of the multi-universe. Eternal's expression changed drastically, and an unconcealable astonishment appeared on his face. Can't stay calm anymore. Even as a multi-universe level creator god, he doesn't remember what happened before the multi-universe appeared. If everything played on the light screen is true, then what does it mean? Could it be that Fuxi and Nuwa are the real multi-universe creation gods? Thinking of this, Eternal's mood was agitated, and he couldn't help moving his eyes, looking at the goddess of death, and found that the other party's expression was just as dazed. Suddenly, the goddess of death was shocked, and her face suddenly changed. Eternity. I don't remember these two gods, and I don't remember the past before multiple creation. But would it be, I used to remember, but then forgot. What? Hearing this, Eternal's face made up of galaxies froze suddenly. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Delete memory. Could it be that manager again? Is it he who erased our memory of these two supreme divinity and multiple creation? Meanwhile, MCU Earth, Camartage. Fuxi and Nuwa. On Wangda Magician's fat face, there was an incomparably shocked expression, and he couldn't help but shouted. Isn't this the god of creation in our Chinese mythology? What? The god in your Chinese mythology? How come? Do myths really exist? It's possible, haven't you seen, even God appeared before. The supreme divinity that repairs the universe and feeds on gods. It turns out that the gods of China are so powerful. Hearing Wangda Magician's exclamation, the magician apprentices in the Kawateji Square were also very surprised, and they started discussing in one go. Supreme divinity? Broken god? After chewing on these two sentences, Ancient One magician couldn't help sighing. I really didn't expect that these legendary myths turned into reality before our eyes. Yeah, but... Hearing Ancient One's exclamation, Wangda Magician suddenly hesitated again. In the legend, Nu Wa is a goddess of mercy. She not only created human beings out of clay, but even repaired the broken sky. But in the video, the one who repaired the law of the universe turned into Fuxi. And Nuwa turned into a god-eating dragon. How is this going? Ancient One magician pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly said. In the myths and legends, there may be a lot of attached elements of later generations. But even so, the Nuwa in the Chinese legend has the head of a man and the body of a snake, somewhat similar to the big dragon. Ah! Just when Wangda magician was dumbfounded when he heard this, another thought suddenly came to his mind. The god of ancient machines. Fuxi. What does this have to do with Stark who died inexplicably at the beginning of the video? What is that mechanical snake flying out of Stark's mansion? At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. With the passage of time, Fuxi, the machine creator, repaired countless disorders in the order of the universe, and built many magnificent machines that are perfect in every detail. 1. But even with his strength and skills, there is nothing he can do about a reality gap like the Great Abyss. Fuxi concluded that his actions were futile, but he was unwilling to give up. Because that's his only goal. As an existence representing order and rationality, Fuxi once despised Giant Beast and God-Eater with disgust, regarded them as diseases, and regarded the abyss as a plague. But with the passage of eternity, when his net of 773 principles broke again and again, Fuxi began to stare blankly. Fuxi began to think whether chaos is the real natural order, and whether he himself is the real disease. Is his behavior of repairing the web again and again like a tireless spider? Does it make sense to do so? As his hope turned into despair, then indifference, and passion creation turned into mechanical repetition, Fuxi began to wonder if he had fallen into a fallacy. At one point, he tried not to see the gods as stupid things, and the abyss as a wound, but simply as something different from him. Fuxi realized that his views on the perfect order of the universe were completely wrong. The universe is not a machine, and it is not born to follow a certain perfect order. Fuxi wondered whether he should make things other than machines. This will be something new. Not like those machines that planned every detail before they were created by him, nor like those gods who were created, chaotic and unconscious, but a mixture of the two body. But even with his new goals, Fuxi managed to build other kinds of machines. He couldn't break through the limitations of his own thinking, so he set his sights on Nuwa the God-Eater. Dragon Nuwa devoured millions of divine entities, and then spit out their remains with satisfaction. In the ashes of these past gods, Fuxi sees new hope. 1. Fuxi collected the ashes of these gods, combined with the flesh and blood spit out by Nuwa, came to a sphere, and scattered them in the sea. He boldly tried to imitate beasts' behavior, he injected his own essence and ideas into it. This is how life was created. The ashes of the gods exhaled by Nuwa integrated her own flesh and blood, and thrived in the water, and Fuxi endowed it with thoughts. Also started to sprout. Fuxi knew that these newborn creatures were not perfect, unlike anything else he had created before. But the machines he built had no potential, because they were so well planned in advance that all potential had already been realized. However, life is full of potential. Machine, Fuxi can predict, but life, he cannot predict. Eternal Kingdom of God. Earth. Humanity. Seeing this, the expression of Eternal Numenon suddenly changed. So it is. Ever since he discovered that both himself and the goddess of death had been defeated by the Containment Society and managers many times, the eternal body has been thinking about it. What is so special about that little planet called Earth and the humans on it? Why, containment will only appear on the Earth, but not on other planets in the universe. Now it seems that these human beings have extraordinary backgrounds from the very beginning. They are the products of the joint creation of the two supreme divinities in the ancient chaos period. Human beings are the true children of the gods. Chapter 78. No wonder. The eternal body sighed softly. I've always found it weird. It can easily kidnap your body, defeat you and me, and even delete our memories. Why does such a level universe power exist on that little Earth? But now it seems, those humans are not ordinary intelligent creatures at all. The goddess of death also widened her eyes when she heard this, and her face was full of surprise. Fuxi, the god of diversified creation, combined his own essence of thought to integrate the ashes of the gods, and part of Nuwa's flesh and blood to create human beings. The flesh and blood of these earthlings belonged to the Dragon Mother and Nuwa. The essence of thinking belongs to the Snake Father Fuxi. In their bones, the ashes of many ancient gods may be mixed. Dragon blood, snake spirit, bone. Such a combination is simply shocking. What is this multiple gods named Fuxi trying to create? At the same time, on the MCU Earth network, it is also very lively. Wow! What Fuxi, Nuwa, these gods, why have I never heard of them? This is our Huaxia creation god. You are not from Huaxia, and you have definitely never heard of it. Creator of China, how is this possible? Didn't Fuxi create all human beings on Earth? Who knows, maybe we Chinese people were created by Fuxi, and you were created by something else. Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? Do you despise me? So what if you look down on me? Didn't you see? Fuxi injected his soul into the human he created. So we are the descendants of Fuxi, the sons of God. God, son of God, winky face, at the moment, in a tavern somewhere on the North American continent. Earth people, are all descendants of ancient gods. Thor, who had lost all his divine power, held up the beer glass in his hand, opened his mouth wide, and froze by the bar, speechless for a long time. From small to large. Thor has always considered himself the god of thunder, the sole heir of Odin, and the future king of the Nine Realms. But also because of this, after losing all his powers and Mjolnir, and being banished to the earth, he is about to collapse. And in this extremely bad situation, Thor suddenly learned that all the people on earth around him, are essentially descendants of the ancient gods who created the world. These human beings are not only not mortals, but their bloodlines may even be nobler than Thor. Thinking of these, Thor only felt dizzy. The worldview that I have lived for thousands of years, is about to collapse. California Mansion. Sir, according to my search, Fuxi and Nuwa are indeed the creation myth figures in ancient China. In myths and legends, some people call them brothers and sisters, and some people think they are husband and wife. But no matter which version of the myth it is believed that Nuwa created human beings, and Fuxi gave human wisdom. Did Nuwa create man, Fu Yi enlightens wisdom. I see. After listening to J.A.R.V.I.'s report, Stark shook his head with some sighs, his eyes filled with envy. Just before taking inventory of the star's move, Stark's heart was full of doubts. Why, thousands of years ago, the Huaxia people of the Shang dynasty would have mastered this super technology capable of controlling the entire universe. This is too unscientific. But now, Stark feels, he's guessed the truth. The ancient Chinese people should have obtained the ancient technology left by Snake Father Fuxi. This mechanical creator claims to be able to repair even the laws of the universe. How strong is his knowledge and technology? It must be relying on Fuxi's mechanical technology that the people of the Shang dynasty could create the star shift. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Stark only felt his breath becoming short of breath. If there is a chance, he really wants to study China's ancient technological products and see if he can learn something from them. Just thinking of this, Stark suddenly frowned, pondered for a while, and then suddenly took a breath. In another parallel universe, I was inexplicably disemboweled and died. Could it be related to these ancient Fuxi technologies? And at this moment, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. After creating human beings, the Father continued to weave order in the universe. Because Fuxi forged all the physical laws and energy laws in the world, all things can run, and the multi-universe is gradually taking shape. At the same time, Dragon Mother and Nuwa also continued to stay in the abyss, feeding on the gods, and spit out the leftovers together with their own flesh and blood. These residues are gradually scattered in the multi-universe, evolving into various life forms. For this great God-eater, the so-called life is just a byproduct of his eating process. But in the entire multi-universe, human beings are different from all other beings. They are the only one in the multi-universe, a new life integrated from the soul of Fuxi and the flesh and blood of Nuwa. Fuxi watched the life on the earth gradually grow, and felt the great joy that he had never experienced in the eternity. A new view of the universe slowly unfolded before his eyes. 1. However, the basis of these new births is flesh and blood, which is tender and delicious, and is the delicacy that gods and evil beasts most want to grab. Thus, Fuxi once again wove a net to wrap the earth, so that those hungry gods and giant beasts could not touch human beings. At the same time, Fuxi also imparted his own wisdom and rationality to human beings, including language and writing, as well as the mechanical technique of gossip. Under the protection of Fuxi, human beings thrived on the earth and developed an astonishing civilization. California Mansion. That's it. I guessed right. Stark's eyes widened in excitement, and his face flushed with excitement. Fuxi really passed on his knowledge and wisdom, together with the so-called Bagua machine technique, to the ancient Huaxia people. Relying on the technology of the founder of the multi-universe to subvert the law of a mere single universe, and let hundreds of millions of stars gather, what is it? Bagua mech? J.A.R.V.I.S. What's that? Tell me. Sir, gossip involves the Book of Changes in ancient China, and it is an extremely complicated knowledge system. I can't explain it clearly in one sentence. Oops. Stark shook his head annoyedly, his eyes flashed with the light of I can't ask for it. This moment, he had the look of a little boy who yearns for a toy but can't get it. Book of Changes? What is that? Shouldn't I have to learn this in order to interpret ancient technology? Meanwhile, Kamartaj. What? All the laws in the multi-universe were cast by Fuxi. Doesn't that mean magic, even the working of Mephisto forces, all of it? The Ancient One magician took a deep breath, and the turbulent waves were unstoppable in his heart, which could not be calmed down for a long time. How great it is to lay down all the laws in the multi-universe with one hand. What is even more unbelievable is that such a powerful god actually represents machinery instead of divine power. This also means that maybe mechanical engineering is closer to God than magic. This is really incredible. At the same time, the eternal kingdom of God outside the multi-universe. Forging the order and law of the multi-universe. The eternal body slowly closed its eyes, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. Up to now, he is almost certain that his memory has definitely been deleted by the manager in more than one place. Otherwise, a creation god like Fuxi who laid the foundation of the multi-universe. Why can't he remember at all? It's no wonder that the countless parallel universes are all similar, with almost identical laws. The goddess of death was beside her, gasping in horror, while saying, "If all life is created by that dragon mother, then as death, will my existence also be related to her?" Holding her head in her hands, the goddess of death desperately tried to recall something, but finally she lowered her head in distress. "Why?" Seeing this, the eternal body exhaled lightly, and said gently, "The secret of the beginning of the world is too old, even for us. In contrast, now and later are more important." The goddess of death was silent when she heard this, but a strange idea suddenly popped up in her heart. The manager of the shelter has mastered such incredible power that he can even regard himself and eternity as nothing. Could it be that what he inherited was the power of Fuxi and Nuwa? Perhaps, this manager is a Chinese man with the blood of Nuwa and the wisdom of Fuxi? At the same time, a new image appeared on the light screen. Unfortunately, Fuxi's asylum is short-lived. This is because God-Eater, the biggest beast and Dragon Mother and Nuwa finally left the abyss. Perhaps in order to find more devoured by the gods, she began to wander in the multi-universe, devouring all the huge lives she encountered. Soon, Nuwa's figure approached the tiny planet where Fuxi created human beings. For these fragile flesh and blood lives, the arrival of Dragon Mother is a catastrophe. Actually, Dragon Mother doesn't want to devour humans, she only feeds on gods. The human body is not enough to fit the teeth of Dragon Mother. It's a pity that the personality of Dragon Mother is too huge. Just coming originally, it will destroy countless planets and all the creatures living on them. In order to prevent the extinction of the human beings he created and raised, Fuxi finally decided to stand up. At first, he was still unwilling to fight New WA. Although holding a machine hammer that can destroy thousands of dimensions, Fuxi doesn't like to fight. He is a caster, a creator. Moreover, it is thanks to Nuwa that Fuxi was able to gain inspiration and create such a rich and colorful life as human beings. Fu Yi tried to reason with New WA, even begging her to change the way and let this fragile new world go. But God Eater is always a dragon that devours everything. She neither understands nor cares about Fuxi's words, but is getting closer. In desperation, Fuxi had to sacrifice his life to protect his creation. These human beings are brand new lives with infinite possibilities. Preserving them is already. It has become the purpose and meaning of Fuxi's existence. I'm very sorry. Fuxi did not fight Nuwa, he just used his own body to create the last huge amounts of machine. That's a cage. Fuxi used himself as a cage to imprison the God-Eater dragon and Nuwa in it, so that she could never get close to the human beings he created. Roar. When the last grand machine was cast, Dragon screamed and cursed, but Fuxi couldn't feel it anymore. His only feeling is his own brokenness. Clatter. Endless Fuxi fragments are scattered in the multi-universe and manifested in various physical forms. Fuxi can no longer shelter human beings, his most proud creation, the crystallization of his integration with Nuwa. Machine creator Fuxi is very tired. He closes his eyes. This huge amount of prison cage was called Tai Sui by the ancestors of ancient China in awe. As for Fuxi's move to seal Nuwa and save the world, 2 sentences have been handed down. The broken ones will be whole. The prisoner is finally free. Beyond the multi-universe, crystal wall space. The hammer of mechanism that destroys thousands of dimensions. The observer's face was a little pale, and his expression was very dignified, but his eyes were full of regret. A creation god who is enough to lay the foundation for the multi-universe, and possesses such a terrifying artifact, how can his combat effectiveness be low? However, Fuxi did not choose to fight in the end, but sacrificed himself. Sealed New WA. Such an astonishing sacrifice moved the observers even more. However, the broken ones will be whole, and the sought ones will be free. These 2 sentences, are they some kind of prophecy? Thinking of this, the observer couldn't help shrinking his pupils, with a worried look on his face. Judging from the previously played video, the so-called Dragon Mother and Nuwa seem to be only interested in eating and will devour all divine creatures they encounter. However, her personality is too high, even just coming can destroy countless worlds. Once such an ancient god from the beginning of the creation breaks through Fuxi's seal, who knows how big a wave it will cause in the multi-universe. SHIELD. Fuxi, Nuwa, Taisui. With these completely unfamiliar words chanting, Hyazudin only felt his head hurt. An extremely terrifying ancient dragon is now being sealed on an unknown Taisui by a certain mechanical god. And once the dragon breaks through the seal, the earth will probably bear the brunt. It will be completely destroyed. This kind of thing, just thinking about it makes people feel cold and creepy. But in addition to the crisis, from the video played before, Black Braised Egg also noticed hope. The hammer of the machine god. 8 trigrams technology. The wisdom left by Fuxi. Black Braised Egg took a deep breath, and gave orders to the people around him without any hesitation. Investigate for me as much as possible, is there any similar information in the world? Or ancient relic, it must be related to ancient China. No matter how outrageous or incredible, report it to me. After his subordinates took the order to leave, Hyazudin swallowed, feeling a little guilty again. Just from Do's Wan Xin Yi, it can be seen that Fuxi's most favored human beings should be the ancient Chinese people. They should also impart the most knowledge to them. Huaxia people are the chosen ones. These ancients, just got some wisdom from the mechanical gods, they were able to create this kind of box that subverted the entire universe. How many artifacts like this are left? If I can get 1 or 2 pieces, can I fight against the Containment Society? At the same time. Asgard. What? Only human beings are the crystallization of Fuxi and Nuwa? All other lives are just byproducts after the Dragon Mother eats. That's impossible. 3. No, I wait for the Aesir Protoss, the real Protoss. Loki's face was flushed, and he roared angrily. That's right, we Asgardians are the descendants of the noble gods. Human beings can't compare with us. Why? Seeing Loki and a group of people yelling, their faces were full of disbelief. Odin slowly sat down on his throne and sighed. It seems that, not to mention the 2 sons, even the people of Asgard have not educated themselves well. Chapter 79. At the moment, the internet on Earth is already boiling. Wow. It turns out that Fuxi sacrificed himself and sealed Nuwa, so he disappeared from human eyes. It's strange, Fuxi is not a weak person, why didn't he fight Nuwa? If he can win, there is no need to bother. Stupid, these cosmic gods are so powerful. Fighting next to the Earth. I'm afraid that a little shockwave will smash the Earth to pieces. Oh, Fuxi is afraid of the extinction of human beings, so he is willing to sacrifice everything. 17. It's a pity. If this great god hadn't left, we humans would have conquered the universe long ago. Haha, if you want to say this, we Chinese people should have conquered all mankind long ago. Because we are the darlings of Fuxi and Nuwa. Carrot. At the moment, Camartage. The reason why Fuxi didn't fight Nuwa is probably because Nuwa is not dead at all. The Ancient One magician showed a pensive look, and said while thinking. If all life in the universe was born from Nuwa, then this great dragon that feeds on gods is probably the symbol of life. Just as the goddess of death symbolizes death, the dragon mother and Nuwa are life originally. Having said that, Gu Yi's tone became a little lower. That's why Fuxi didn't choose to fight Nuwa. Because he knew, he couldn't defeat an unkillable enemy. And in order to protect the earth from Envy, the only solution is to sacrifice myself and seal it. Oh, so it is. Represents all the life in the multi-universe. New WA is an unbelievable existence. It is also thanks to Fuxi's sacrifice that human beings can reproduce to this day. However, such a great goddess, why does she act as if she is irrational and only knows eating? Hear the discussions of the apprentices. Ancient One nodded slightly. Fuxi possesses extremely high intelligence, that's because he is the god of machinery and law, and his existence originally represented wisdom. What New WA has, may be only instinct. While explaining to the apprentices, Ancient One suddenly looked down at his own skin, and an idea flashed in his heart that he couldn't hold back. If the human beings on the earth are all descendants of Fuxi and Nuwa, inheriting the consciousness and flesh and blood of the gods, why, under normal circumstances, they can't be manifested at all. What suppresses these characteristics and turns us into ordinary people? Meanwhile, in the universe. Number 1 Holy Place. The hammer of mechanism capable of destroying thousands of dimensions. Fuxi's legacy that can subvert the law of the universe. Sitting on his own throne, Thanos rarely showed excitement on his calm face. As far as he knows, even 6 infinite gems have not destroyed the 950-degree ability of Wonkian dimension. It can be seen from this that the legendary broken god who laid the law for the multi-universe is definitely far beyond the strength of the single universe. If I can obtain Fuxi's legacy, I can even rebalance all universes except the one I'm currently in. Reduce their population. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Thanos' eyes suddenly lit up, and he waved his hand violently. Let's go, let's set off immediately and head to the land of nothingness. Perhaps in the hands of that collector, some relics left by Fuxi can be found. Yes, Lord Thanos. When issuing the order, Thanos never expected that the ignorant land was no longer in its original position, but moved into the universe together with other billions of stars, forming a pair of men. And in these 2 lines of huge amounts of Chinese characters, collector is getting into a huge amounts of collection room, frantically looking for something among the countless collections inside. Strange mechanical fragments. I remember, I have collected such things. Not this is a broken part, this is not. After searching for a long time, collector finally sat helplessly among a pile of collections. He didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his face, and his face was full of frustration. Damn. A fragment of the body of a multi-universe creator god. How wonderful it would be if I could have such a collection. At the moment, the eternal kingdom of God outside the multi-universe. Fuxi, the god of brokenness, sacrificed himself and sealed Nuwa, the god of flesh and blood, in the Tai Sui. The eternal body pondered for a while, then raised its eyes to look into the distance again, then shook its head slightly. In my memory, there is no such a mechanical god star anywhere in the multi-universe. Having said that, Eternal smiled wryly again. Maybe the successor of Fuxi and Nuwa, the administrator, deleted this memory of mine, and made me forget it again every time I think about it. What did you say? I had a new idea. The goddess of death was terrified when she heard this, and her eyes looking towards eternity changed. Just washing out the memory of a multi-universe creation god is already scary. It can go one step further, so that the other party will forget every time they think about it. At this thought, the goddess of death only felt a creepy feeling, which instantly swept through her whole body. With the appearance of the goddess of death, eternal eyes flickered for a while, and suddenly said, "But I think, my memory may not have been deleted that much. And I also have a premonition, since the god of brokenness is going to completely seal the god of flesh, so as not to damage the reality of the multi-universe, then, the place where he seals the other party may not be within the multi-universe." Ah! Hearing this, the goddess of death suddenly looked solemn. You mean, that Tai Sui, a dimension outside the multi-universe? And at this moment, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. Fuxi and Nuwa, broken and flesh. Tony Stark, where did he get such a strange fairy tale? After reading the file extracted from Stark's computer, Black Braised Egg frowned and threw the folder back on the desk. Although this mythical story is bizarre, it has nothing to do with the current murder case. At this moment, Phil Coulson entered the office of the Marinated Egg again, and handed him another document. The technical department cracked the internet chat records between Stark and another person, but this record seems to have been destroyed, and only a part of it remained. Oh. Let me see. Black Braised Egg cheered up slightly, took over the chat history, and began to look through it. When he saw an ID name above, the pupil of the one-eyed contracted suddenly. Dr. Green, Playboy, you really decided to join the Broken Way? Playboy, hehe, don't you think this is cool? Dr. Green, sigh, I can't understand the transformation of living flesh into clockwork and gears. Playboy, stop joking, do you think I'm a psychopath from the cogwheel orthodoxy? Playboy, transforming one's own body is fundamentally evil, even your sarcasm is the same. Dr. Green, cough, actually, I study sarcasm for purely scientific purposes. Playboy, okay, I know what you mean, don't need to explain to me. Playboy, my philosophy is simple. The human body is too fragile, it is easy to be injured, it will get sick, it will grow old, and its lifespan is limited. Playboy, however, if we convert all human consciousness and memory into data, we can live forever in the world of data. Playboy, this is eternal life. Dr. Green, digitize human beings and transform them into digital lives? Dr. Green, this sounds a bit like the concept of Maxwellianism. Playboy, I think their ideas are very reasonable. Playboy, once the broken god is really resurrected, maybe he can really compile all the streams of consciousness of all mankind together to form a unified and harmonious collective will. Dr. Green, I hope you are not referring to Hive Mind 1. Playboy, ha ha ha. At the moment, MCU Earth's California mansion. Playboy? Couldn't it be me? Stark straightened up abruptly in his chair, a look of bewilderment and uncertainty on his face. In fact, Tony not only likes to show mercy everywhere, but he is also quite proud of his reputation as a playboy. In addition, this chat file was obtained from the computer of that parallel universe Stark. So, Stark guessed the truth right away. If I is a playboy, who is that green doctor, and what is sarcasm? Frowning slightly, an ominous thought suddenly rose in Stark's heart. Could it be that the self in the parallel universe had joined some strange organization, which caused the disaster of killing people? What gear orthodoxy and Maxwell, bitch, teaching, all of them sound like good things. However, the idea of transforming human consciousness into digital life is quite avant-garde. Stark thought about it, his eyes suddenly became brighter and brighter. If, within a limited life, I can develop the technology of digital life, maybe you can get some kind of digital immortality before you die from poisoning. J.A.R.V.I.S. Quickly call up all the papers related to digital life in the world. Yes, sir. In the light screen. This guy Stark, is he tired of living and wants to transform himself into 0 and 1? After reading the chat history of the first few pages, Black Braised Egg slightly shook his head and snorted through his nostrils. From the bottom of his heart, he still looks down on Tony Duck, a playboy born with a golden spoon in his mouth. So, Black Braised Egg doesn't think that this guy would have the guts to save himself in the computer. When he opened the second page of the folder and looked at it for a while, the expression on his face suddenly changed. Is he crazy? What nonsense is this? Playboy, ha ha ha. This is so ridiculous, it turns out that everything we learned in college was all a joke. Dr. Green, what's the matter? What did you research? Such a big reaction. Playboy, by reading Net 1, I have gradually understood everything. Playboy, the laws of nature as we know them are not formed by nature at all, but forged by Fuxi. Playboy, that's why it's so regular. It's so precise that it fits perfectly. It's like a precision machine. Dr. Green, laws of nature? You mean? Playboy, from physics, chemistry, and even mathematics. Playboy, 1 + 1 = 2, 1 + 2 = 3, not equal to other numbers, these are all prescribed by Fuxi. Playboy, the so-called gossip is all here. Dr. Green, hey. This is really amazing, our universe, was actually designed. Playboy, our universe may not be the only one, most likely, all parallel universes are like this. Playboy, that god named Fuxi is really a terrible obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. Ha ha ha. Playboy, and? Do you know, why did Fuxi design the universe law as it is now? Dr. Green, what do you want to say? Playboy, he is protecting us. Protecting all human beings. Playboy, the soul and body of our human beings are made up of the fragments of Nuwa and Fuxi. We are the unique sons of the Creator in the universe. Playboy, for the gods at the beginning of creation, our soul and flesh are the top delicacies in the universe. Playboy, so, after creating us, Fuxi started from scratch again. Thoroughly modified, and designed the operation law of the entire universe, in order to suppress the gods. Let them can't hurt us. Playboy, therefore, human beings have been able to reproduce until now. Playboy, the god of brokenness redesigned the entire universe for us, the two-legged creatures on the little dirt bag on the frontier of the universe. Dr. Green, this is unbelievable. MCU Universe, Earth. Seeing this, the Earth's network suddenly exploded. Oh, my God, I read it right. God Fuxi, for us, restarted the entire universe. Woo, I am so touched, this great god has done too much for us humans. Tot. It's unbelievable, how did Fuxi do it? Is God Fuxi a programmer? Or, the universe is the program he wrote? 0. California Mansion. No way. Stark froze on the computer chair with a dazed expression, his mouth was so wide open that he could almost stuff a duck egg into it, his eyes were absent-minded, and even his mind became a little dazed. In order to protect human beings, redesign the law of the entire universe to suppress the gods. What is this operation? Did something so outrageous really happen? Sir, please allow me to say something. Just when Stark was staying in this sluggish and confused state, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly rang in his ears. Sir, according to my calculations, the various laws of the universe today are very clearly designed. However, I really cannot judge whether these laws have the effect of suppressing gods. Yet. Stark collapsed on the chair weakly, unable to recover for a long time. After watching the chat conversation just now, his worldview as a scientist has completely collapsed. At this moment, a look of enlightenment suddenly flashed in Stark's eyes. No wonder, another I wants to turn myself into a digital life. Maybe only that form can better understand this compiled universe. Also, if I can modify the program of the universe like Fuxi did, then... He felt his heart beating wildly. Stark fell into deep thought, and was stunned. Beyond the multi-universe, the eternal kingdom of God. No. No way. An unconcealable look of astonishment appeared on Eternal's face made up of galaxies, and even the huge amounts of body trembled slightly. That broken god actually reshaped the operation of the universe law? Moreover, in view of the fact that all parallel universes today operate according to the same logic, Fuxi, did you reshape the entire multi-universe? By making such a shocking move, Fuxi was only doing it to protect the human beings he created? What a crazy old father. I see. Just when Eternal was inexplicably astonished, the goddess of death nodded in a dazed expression. No wonder, that manager wants to wash away our memory of Fuxi and Nuwa. This section of the secret of the creation of the world is really terrifying and amazing. Chapter 80. The administrator of the shelter must have inherited Fuxi's power. So, he was able to modify the law of the multi-universe. No wonder we can't beat him. In the eternal kingdom of God, the goddess of death's cheeks twitched slightly, and she felt a deep sense of shock sweeping her whole body, almost making her heart jump. That's right, it's fixed. It is precisely because the administrator has mastered the power of law that he was able to defeat me and Eternal. Even lightly delete the memory of the two of us. At this moment, the eternal body seemed to see through the thoughts of death, and suddenly said, except for that administrator, other human beings on the earth should not be invading intelligent creatures. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to restrain you with just spell rituals. Definitely unusual. The goddess of death's eyes turned cold, as if she recalled the tragedy of being bound in a human body by the O5 Council and being forced to perform various surgeries. The machines created by these guys and the magic they cast are not particularly powerful when separated. But once put together, even I can't resist. The voice became lower and lower, and the goddess of death seemed to be lost in thought halfway through her speech. Then, she suddenly raised her head, and said with some astonishment. Mechanical plus magic, is this the same as breaking plus divine power? Apart from Fuxi, the god of brokenness, do these human beings have inherited Nuwa's divine power? There was a slight fluctuation on Eternal's face that flowed like a galaxy, and then he nodded suddenly. This should be the only reasonable explanation. They are descendants of Fuxi and Nuwa, the rarest sons of gods in the universe. At the moment, Asgard, that god named Fuxi, created the universe law. We are all living under his law now. And those humans on Earth are descendants of Fuxi. They may also have mastered Fuxi's wisdom. Could it be, our Asgard was moved here by this power of law? Impossible. How can a mere Midgard human have such power? Didn't you watch the previous video? Even the goddess of death and even the eternal god have been defeated by them. Even the memory has been deleted. Could it be that among the 9 realms, the one with the noblest god's blood, is Midgard instead? The members of the Aesir Protoss looked at each other and whispered to each other. The original proud look had disappeared, replaced by amazement and apprehension. How? There must be something wrong here. Loki stood with his head down, his face was already extremely pale, and his right hand was unconsciously holding the left arm, as if trying to hide something. Not long ago, he was thrown alone in Jotunheim and ran into a few ice giants. And in the midst of the melee, an ice giant grabbed his arm. However, Loki's hand was not frozen, but turned the same blue color as the ice giant. The blood of the earthlings, my blood. Since childhood, although Loki has never been favored by Odin, he has always been proud of his Asgardian blood, but now it seems Midgard, one of the billions of human beings randomly selected, may be nobler than him. Hateful. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he became. Loki's face was extremely gloomy, he suddenly turned his head away, and left without a sound. Although there is only one eye left, Odin's vision has not deteriorated at all, and he caught Loki's abnormal movement in a short time. What is he going to do? MCU Universe, Earth, on a certain street. Modify the laws of the universe, to suppress the gods. Tunmi took a deep breath, with a look of surprise and uncertainty on her small face. Able to edit the single universe, and even the operating logic of the multi-universe. This kind of means is probably not even comparable to eternity. As for her father Galactus, he is not even qualified to compare. But just as shocked, Tunmi felt something was wrong. Even if I'm a little weaker, I'm still a cosmic god. Tunmi looked at her body, then raised her hand tentatively. I'm on Earth now, but why don't I feel suppressed at all? Could it be? Tilting her little head, Tunmi started a brainstorm. Is it because Fuxi was broken, so, the law he laid down also loosened? Camartage. Broken way, cog orthodoxy, Maxwell's own end, sarcasm. Thinking over and over in his mind, the expression of Ancient One magician gradually became serious with the three names that appeared in the video. While other people are focusing on the law of the universe, Ancient One reads a hint of ominous from these names. Judging from the chat content of that playboy, it seems that there are many people in their universe, secretly worshipping the god of broken Fuxi. Furthermore, the teachings of these seem to be different. The cogwheel orthodoxy probably advocates body transformation, transforming human flesh and blood into machines. And Maxwell's own advocates transforming human consciousness into data and achieving immortality in the form of digital life. But the most dangerous one may still be the Sarkic cult. Ancient One frowned, although apart from the name, she didn't know what sarcasm was. But just relying on guesswork, Ancient One has come to a very bad conclusion. In another universe, some human beings began to imitate Fuxi and Nuwa and embarked on a similar path to them. But, how is this possible? How can human beings imitate the gods and walk on the road of gods? The essential gap between man and God is too. Shaking his head, Ancient One seemed to feel that his idea was too outrageous. On MCU Earth, although there are magicians who practice magic, they only borrow power from the gods in the universe. No one has ever imagined that they can incarnate gods. Etc. As soon as he thought of this, Ancient One's body suddenly shook, and his eyes showed disbelief. There is a connection between human beings and these two ancient gods. They were originally the flesh and soul of Nuwa Fuxi, the product of Integrate. Meanwhile, Earth, SHIELD. Modify the operation of the universe. The stars are moving. Containment. Repeatedly repeating these nouns, He Ludan's face was full of bewilderment, his whole body felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and his heart was completely shrouded in cold fear. Captain Marvel. Oops. After a long time, Odin woke up from his trance, and hurriedly took out the old-fashioned pager from his arms. Drib. Drib. He pressed several times in vain, but there was no response on the pager. It wasn't until then that the black marinated egg was sure. This thing is a one-time item. It can only be used to notify the other party, but it cannot be used to send a message. It's over. Carol, don't come back. Looking up at the sky in horror, the only thing left in Hyozwin's mind was a monstrous regret. He can already be sure that the Containment Society must have mastered the power to modify the universe similar to Fuxi's. In the face of such an unreasonable enemy who is so powerful, even Captain Marvel will give food when he comes back. And just when the black-corned egg was so regretful that it almost stomped its feet in remorse. New images appeared on the light screens all over the MCU universe. What's this? Sitting on his desk, Braised barely finished reading the chat records between the victim Stark and another Dr. Green, but still didn't catch any clues. What modifies the universe? Ridiculous. What organization did Stark join? Was he brainwashed? Shaking his head in disdain, Braised Dan suddenly felt something was wrong, and quickly called Phil Coulson up. Phil Coulson, what is on this chat log? Where did Stark see these weird myths before he was alive? Phil Coulson just glanced at the file, then shrugged with a wry smile. Director, the personnel from the technical department have told me a long time ago, and they don't understand. For some reason, our computer can't read the content of the chat history, and the displayed content is all garbled characters. Garbled characters. Just when the marinated egg was unclear, Phil Coulson handed over another document. Other chat records are still being deciphered, but the technical department has found these things from Stark's computer. Oh, let me see. After receiving the document, Braised Egg just glanced at it, then frowned. In ancient times, Fuxi and Nuwa had a dispute, and then Fuxi broke himself and imprisoned Nuwa in Taisui. The gods of the universe were all overjoyed when they learned that the God-Eater dragon was finally imprisoned, and the machine creator who had been protecting mankind had disappeared. Among the gods, there is a god called Kirin by the Chinese ancestors. He has the shape of a deer, but has a human face, and there are black and white lines on the two antlers. When this deer god heard about the battle between Fuxi and Nuwa, the two gods finally died together and turned into Taisui. Immediately abandoned his body and fled to Saturn. On the way to escape, the deer god met a faceless god. Hearing the reason for his escape, the god of face laughed loudly. Both Fuxi and Nuwa have disappeared, why are you still so afraid of them and run away in fright? Dear God shook his head and sighed. We gods are all savage, greedy, and stupid people. Fuxi left his dragon descendant on the earth, and his aunt also gave birth to a lion one. Because Fuxi has broken himself. There is also a loophole in the lawful net he used to suppress the gods. Combined with the disappearance of the god of cookery dragon Nuwa, the gods have no fear, and will definitely try to devour the Fuxi dragon descendant and Nuwa's 9 sons. To satisfy their own appetite. Ask for flowers. If they succeed, when Fuxi and Nuwa return, they will devour the gods to vent their hatred. The reason why I fled ahead of time was to avoid this catastrophe. Haha. You worry too much. The faceless god still shook his head, not agreeing with what the dear god did. 1. Fuxi and Nuwa fight each other, and the final outcome will be the end of both. No. Dear god shakes his head. When 2 gods fight, there must be. At that time, the gods of the universe will be destroyed. After finishing speaking, dear god didn't say any more, and went straight into Saturn without making a sound. Seeing this, the network on MCU Earth is boiling again. Wow. New WA actually has 9 children, what is that? Although I am also from China, I have never heard of this. Oh. A god with a human face and a deer body, isn't this a monster? What are these ancient gods? Ha. It's so interesting, that dear god even complained about himself, saying that all these gods are greedy, stupid, and barbaric. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol _ mathematical intersection symbol, oh. If he's right, it's no wonder new WA eats gods. These stupid guys, it's better to die. That's right. They still want to devour the human beings on Earth. These cosmic gods really deserve death. Hey, you speak so unscrupulously, aren't you afraid of God's retribution? Ha. What kind of god, dare to come to the earth to act wildly? Believe it or not, the containment committee will take them in within minutes. Oh. 00. Underworld, Hela. The dear god who abandoned his form? What does this mean? Could it be that this god threw away his own body? Hela sat on the throne of bones, her face looked a little better, but her face was still full of curiosity. For her, abandoning the physical body is equivalent to soul astral. Perhaps, the essence is powerful enough to keep the soul alive. But in that case, the body without the soul will rot. No matter how much that dear god is afraid of Fuxi and Nuwa, there is no need to throw away his body and escape in the form of a soul. At the moment. Camartage. Nuwa 9 sons. Ancient One took a deep breath, and countless thoughts passed through his mind. It turned out that the terrifying god of cookery dragon had already given birth to 9 offspring before being sealed. The descendants of Nuwa who feed on the gods of the universe are probably also extremely strong. But even so, the gods of the universe will still want to devour these offspring, along with Fuxi's offspring on Earth. The hostility of the cosmic gods towards the Earthlings can be said to be obvious. If these are true, then why? Why can't humans reproduce? Whether it is Nuwa 9 sons or gods of the universe, it is definitely not something ordinary humans can resist, unless... After thinking about every possibility, Ancient One's heart finally lighted up. His heart beat wildly. Resist the invasion of the gods and protect human civilization. Isn't that what the asylum does? At this moment, Ancient One heard Master Morta's surprised voice. Magician, what do you think of this video? The so-called invasion of the gods, did it really happen? Impossible. Upon hearing this question, the nearby magician apprentices were also in an uproar. If gods really invaded the earth in ancient times, human beings would have been devoured by them long ago. People at that time were probably similar to monkeys, how could they resist? Call. Ancient One let out a breath, tried to calm down his excited mood, and then said slowly. I have a guess, maybe it's not necessarily correct. But maybe the Shelter Society as we know it was born after Fuxi shattered himself. Ah! Under the stunned gaze of all the magicians, Ancient One's voice gradually increased. Although the broken god passed away, Fuxi also passed on his wisdom to his descendants during his lifetime. Among them, there must be many people who have mastered Fuxi's power. The hero who used these Fuxi powers to resist the invasion of the gods and defend the earth may be the one who first established the shelter. What? Hearing this unbelievable guess, Camartage was suddenly silent, and it seemed that everyone was too shocked to speak. If this is true, the history of the Asylum Society is so long. Wangda Magician's face was dull, and his expression was in a trance, but there was faint awe in his eyes. Was the Containment Society saving all of humanity that long ago? Maybe. Ancient One said seriously. Whoever they are, there must be heroes who defended humanity from the gods. It is precisely because of the hard work of these heroes that today's human civilization has existed. Chapter 81. Asgard. In the protection library deep in the palace, Loki and Odin are engaged in a tense confrontation. This ancient winter coffin is not the only thing you brought back from Jotunheim. Why? Looking at Loki, who was gnashing his teeth with a livid face, Odin sighed speechlessly. No. Originally, after fighting off Lauf, I found a baby in the temple. That's Lauf's son, that's you. So, I'm not Odinson but Lauf's son, Toffeson. Loki's complexion became even uglier, and finally he couldn't bear it any longer, and roared angrily. Why don't you let me die there, why? You. Odin wanted to explain, but suddenly felt a pain in his chest. It turned out that when he fought against the gatekeeper hard, even though he barely blocked the enemy, he was already seriously injured. In addition, seeing with his own eyes that Asgard was moved to the depths of the universe, Odin was emotionally agitated, and his injuries aggravated. And the rebellion with Loki became the last straw that broke the camel's back. No wonder, you have always preferred Thor since you were a child, so I am not your son at all. No matter how much you say you love me, there's no way you're going to let an ice giant sit on the throne of Asgard. Not me. Odin tried hard to explain, but he felt that everything in front of him began to spin, and finally, everything fell into darkness. Puff. Accompanied by a sound, the God King of the Nine Realms just fell on the steps of the treasure house. Father. Having just vented the anger in his chest, Loki was immediately stunned by what he saw. What's wrong with you? Odin's face was as pale as paper, and he fell to the ground motionless, as if he had stopped breathing. Guards. Come guards, your king has fallen. At the moment, new images appeared on the light screens in various places in the 887 universe of the MCU. Dear God, with a human face? It's getting more and more bizarre. Brian Dan murmured, and threw this document back on the desk. At this moment, the computer on his desk suddenly made a slight noise. Oh? It's an internal email from the technical department. Hayden quickly opened the email, only to see a part of the newly decrypted chat records inside. The chatting partners are still Playboy and Dr. Green. Playboy, haha. It's amazing. Playboy, I've completely cracked the secrets of that bronze computer. It's unbelievable. Dr. Green, bronze? I remember you said beryllium bronze alloy last time. Playboy, this is not the point. Playboy, I told you last time that for the ancient gods, we are the most delicious food in the world, do you know why? Dr. Green, because of our creator? Playboy, exactly. Playboy, our human body is derived from Nuwa, the god of flesh and blood, and our soul is derived from Fuxi, the god of brokenness. Playboy, integrating the bodies of the two creator gods in this way is also unique in the universe. That's why it attracts the covetousness of the gods. Dr. Green, well, you did say it before. Dr. Green, however, if human blood is so special, why do most people never feel that they are special? Playboy, good question. Playboy, if you think about it for a while, you will know that a creature with both Fuxi's soul and Nuwa's flesh and blood can be an ordinary person. Playboy, if I told you that when Fuxi created man, he precisely calculated the ratio of his soul and Nuwa's flesh and blood, so that the two reached a perfect balance, would you believe me? Do not believe? Dr. Green, 000. Playboy, he even calculated the law of the universe. For this mechanical creator, this level of proportional calculation is just a child's play. Playboy, it is precisely because of the precise balance between the soul and flesh of Fuxi and Nuwa that the abnormal power of the two cancel each other out. Playboy, that's what makes us appear to be a group of ordinary people. Dr. Green, so actually? Playboy, actual, hee, this is the funniest thing, do you remember Scarlet Witch? Lushy, is that woman Kavya? She is really a dangerous guy who can manipulate other people's minds just by command. Almost. Playboy, she is a reality bender. Playboy, but if I tell you, every human being has the power to distort reality, would you believe it or not? Dr. Green, what? Could it be, this is the function of God's spiritual flesh? Playboy, exactly. Playboy, this kind of distorting reality power is possessed by billions of human beings around the world. It is only because of the interaction between spirit and flesh that it offsets it. Playboy, billions of human beings are actually all super abnormal. It's just to different degrees. Dr. Green. I feel that my brain is not enough. Playboy, haha. It's amazing. When I learned this information from the beryllium bronze computer, I was almost scared to pee. Playboy, before, I always felt strange. Playboy, why do those people from the broken god cult gain super abilities as long as they transform themselves into a half-human, half-machine body covered in gears? Playboy, it turns out that they are not going crazy, but they are strengthening the Fuxi part of their body. Playboy, the disgusting method of sarcasm is the same, the difference is that what they grow is the Nuwa part of their body. Playboy, as long as you activate and continue to strengthen the god bloodline already in the human body, you can surpass the human body and become a half-god. Playboy, even one day, he will finally ascend to the god rank and ascend to become a god. Dr. Green, it's incredible, I feel like my worldview has been refreshed. Dr. Green, all supernatural powers are inherently determined. Playboy, what? Dr. Green, this is a sentence in the Eastern Buddhist thought that I learned to suppress anger. Dr. Green, it means that the ability you want, in fact, you already have. Playboy, ha ha ha. You are so right. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol underscore mathematical intersection symbol, oh haha. Beryllium bronze alloy computer. Seeing this, Lodan was shocked. There were many things that I couldn't see clearly, but now I understand them. Tony Stark, originally a rich man in armor, suddenly started to study what ancient myth? It turned out that it was because he got a strange computer and obtained some mysterious information from it, and the regiment became like this. There is also the Green Doctor, who knows about the Scarlet Witch in Sokovia, and also needs to control the anger. It was as if a bolt of lightning had passed through the brain, and Lu Dan's face changed suddenly, and he yelled as he pressed the communicator on the desk. Bruce Banner. He is the one communicating with Stark online. Quickly search for the location of Dr. Banner, and notify me as soon as you find it. At the same time, there was already an uproar on the Earth network of the MCU universe. What? Billions of human beings are superpowers, how is this possible? Oh. Reality distortion, what is that? I remember the super ability used by the King of Seals, it directly turned Iron Man into a mouse. Ha ha ha. This is crazy, if this is the case. Billions of people around the world are super abilities, there is no need for superheroes at all. Asterisk. Stop talking nonsense, if that's the case, there will be super ability battles everywhere. The world will be over. Strange, if we are really abnormal, why can't we use super abilities? Are you really that stupid? That playboy said it straight, it needs to trigger the power of Fuxi in the human body or the power of Nuwa. How did this happen? Could it be that the gears were really built into the body? Don't say this on the internet, someone in our country will believe it. They even drink detergent, eat laundry detergent balls. California mansion. Huh? Bronze alloy computer? Develop your own body and become a god. Stark stared at the computer screen in bewilderment, feeling for the first time in his life, that his brain was about to run out. Not to mention anything else, why would someone use bronze to make a computer? Stark shook his head, touched his chin, and suddenly showed a strange smile. If we say that replacing the body with a machine can stimulate the Fuxi power in the human body, then, will it be better if you directly transform yourself into a digital life? Sir? Do you want to be my kind? Hey, I'm just curious. Sir, if you really transform yourself into a digital life, although you don't have to worry about palladium poisoning anymore, you won't be able to enjoy the S**X between men and women anymore. Your words really pierced my heart. J.A.R.V.I.S. I now believe that you really did pass the Turing test. Surprised face, thank you, sir. Putting down the idea of transforming digital life for the time being, Stark thought about it again, and suddenly his eyes changed again. Dr. Green, N.A. Could it be that the person who killed me in another universe, is you? At the moment, suburban New York. Bruce, are we really going? Is there any danger now? Betty Ross looked nervously at the TV in the motel, wanting to say something, but stopped talking. Hey, never mind that. Bruce Banner said a little depressed. The most important thing now is to contact that Lanboran. Look at his serum, can it turn me back? Just after saying this, Banner secretly sighed. Broken, fleshy, twisted reality doesn't mean much to him. No matter how much it costs, what Bruce Banner wants is to be a normal person. Camartage. Sure enough. All humans are not ordinary people. Seeing the image on the screen, Ancient One Magician exhaled slightly, with a look of sadness and joy on his face. Long before, she had already guessed that, at the same time, she possessed the spirit of Fuxi and Nuwa. Flesh and blood human beings can never be idle people. However, the information revealed in the video still made Ancient One feel emotionally shaken, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. What a frightening fact that all human beings are distorted reality. From the images of the previous battle against the Sealed King, Ancient One has clearly realized the horror of distortion of reality. This kind of ability can falsify what happened in reality, and even directly wipe everything in the world. If billions of humans have awakened a similar ability, then I am afraid that there is no need for the arrival of Mephisto from another dimension, and the world will perish. Magician. Hearing the nervous inquiries from the apprentices all around, Ancient One reluctantly suppressed the anxiety in his heart, and raised his voice, "Don't worry too much, everyone. From the current point of view, unless someone masters a specific method, it is impossible to develop the reality distortion power in the body." And Ancient One shook his head lightly. Even if they know the method, not many people are willing to make such a sacrifice. Upon hearing this, many apprentices reacted. That's right, you have to give up your physical body and transform your body into mechanical parts, clockwork gears, who can do that? Unless, from the start, a madman. That Max Zong is even more outrageous, he actually wants to upload himself to the computer. Isn't that turning into a computer virus? Seeing the apprentices gradually calm down, Ancient One's face turned relaxed, but suddenly, she thought of another thing. Sokovia. Scarlet Witch. Ancient One turned his head slightly, looking west. Is the girl who will become the Scarlet Witch in the future in that country? At the same time, a small country in Eastern Europe, Sokovia. All, reality benders. A little girl in a shabby red dress stared blankly at the small TV at home, a light suddenly appeared in her eyes. So, me too. Beyond the multi-universe, the eternal kingdom of God. I see. The goddess of death's gaze became gloomy, but her voice suddenly increased. No wonder, those few O5 spells can actually bind my duplication, even myself. It turns out that these guys who claim to contain anomalies are themselves super anomalies. Although the Eternal Numenon's expression remained unchanged, countless thoughts had already passed through his mind. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "No wonder, the Containment Society was born on that planet. Such a powerful group of gods, even in the multi-universe, there is no second one. If the blood power of these human beings hadn't been cancelled out by the spirit and flesh hedge, I'm afraid even the multi-universe would have been conquered by them 1.5 years ago. Moreover, the most important thing to pay attention to is climbing to the rank of gods and ascending to become a god in the mouth of that Stark. Become a god." The goddess of death's mind was shaken suddenly, and a series of bad associations suddenly arose. If billions of human beings can develop the divine characteristics in their bodies through a certain method, and successfully ascend to the gods, what will happen? That is billions of descendants of Fuxi. Sons of Nuwa. Terrible. The body of the goddess of death trembled, a look of horror appeared on her face, and the whole person shuddered. Such a strong man, once there are billions more, no. Even if there are only a few 100,000 more. I'm afraid the multi-universe won't even be able to carry it, so it needs to be beaten and completely restarted. Seeing the terrified appearance of the goddess of death, the eternal body suddenly said again. You don't have to worry too much. That administrator will not allow all human beings to become gods. After all, his job is to control and contain those anomalies. Well. Hearing Eternity mentioned administrator again, goddess of death suddenly thought of the man in black who frightened her, and couldn't help laughing wryly. Hopefully, otherwise, the multi-universe as we know it may be over. Earth, Containment Society, Site 17. All humans are anomalies. Jane Foster opened her mouth wide, her face was full of horror, and she couldn't recover for a long time. Who? After adjusting for a long time, she finally reacted. Immediately afterwards, Jane saw a white coat not far away, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Dr. Gears, if all humans are anomalies then should we contain them all? Chapter 82. Contain all mankind. Hearing Jane Foster's question, Dr. Gears stretched out his hand to straighten his glasses. His cold face was expressionless, but his eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm. Why, are you suggesting to me that we should do this? You be. Facing Dr. Gears' burning eyes, Jane Foster hesitated slightly, but still said with courage, I just want to know, if all human beings really show abnormality, what should we do? What you said, should be the residual divinity in all human beings awakening, and then transformed into the followers of the broken god or flesh and blood god. Dr. Gears said in an unquestionable voice, once that happens, it is the so-called LK-level racial mutation scenario. That is the end of the world. At that time, we can only activate the global causal reset loop or use other means to restart human civilization. Restart human civilization. Jane Foster felt a little creepy, but also a little curious. Could it be that in addition to the causality reset ring containment, there are other means to restart human civilization? He wanted to ask again, but he saw that Dr. Gears had already taken a step and left only one sentence. However, if the situation really deteriorates to the point where we need to restart the Earth, it means, our work may be negligent. Universe. Unholy place number 1. Billions of reality twisters. All are descendants of the universe's creator gods. That Earth is too terrifying. Following Thanos across the universe and killing countless Black Orders, everyone held their breath, opened their mouths, and stared at the light screen on the bridge in horror. Invisible fear enveloped everyone's heart. Even Thanos himself was extremely ugly, with cold sweat on his forehead and his teeth clenching. Earth. Humans. In the process of searching for infinite gems, Thanos had also obtained some information, and believed that at least one gem was on Earth. However, he also had to take into account the existence of Odin, the king of the 9 realms, so he did not dare to act rashly against the Earth. But now it seems that even if Odin is still alive, even if the old man dies, Thanos dare not get close to the Earth. In addition to the unfathomable shelter and managers, this small planet is actually full of billions of descendants of the ancient gods. Moreover, among these descendants, countless people may ascend to the god level and become true gods in the future. How horrifying is this? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Thanos' scalp was numb, so he had to bite his teeth and close his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Forget it, if I can find the relics left by Fuxi, I don't necessarily have to look for infinite gems. At this moment, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. What? Bruce Banner is missing. After hearing the report from his deputy Maria Hill, He Lu Dan was immediately furious. I finally found a clue, but I didn't expect it to be broken immediately. Director, not only Bruce Banner, but also the Avengers, the psychic scepter that was recovered in Sokovia not long ago, is missing. Maria Hill's voice was a little low, and she was obviously in a bad mood. Psychic scepter? This is troublesome. He Lu Dan's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart immediately lifted. In Sokovia, Hydra used this psychic scepter to create two extremely powerful synths. After seizing the scepter, Stark and Banner have been studying the gems on the scepter. In the end, it seems that there is no progress, and Stark returns to his mansion. Why did Banner steal the scepter? Did he also want to use it to create synthetic humans and make them his subordinates? Just as He Lu Dan was thinking, someone suddenly knocked on the door of his office. Knock, knock. Then, Phil Coulson walked over nervously. Director. Trouble. Stark's secretary Pepper Potts and his bodyguard Happy Hogan are all dead. What? He Lu Dan was shocked again and his face became even uglier. The bodies of these two people were found in Stark Company and the garage respectively. Phil Coulson put a series of photos and autopsy documents on Black Egg's desk. The two died tragically, both of them were cut by some kind of high-energy beam. Because the temperature of the beam was extremely high, it even cut the ground, and the bodies didn't even bleed. High-energy beam. Looking at the miserable photos of the scene, Black Egg frowned tightly, and his doubts grew. If it was the Hulk who did it, the bodies of these two people should have been beaten into a meat paste, instead of being cut into pieces. Besides, what is the high-energy beam that killed them? Is it a new weapon invented by Stark? MCU Earth California Mansion. Damn. Who is so excessive? Looking at the image on the screen, Stark clenched his fists involuntarily, and for a moment, he was glaring, and even veins on his forehead bulged. To be honest, he was very upset about the parallel universe's self being killed. As the former boss of an arms company, and a superhero, he had countless enemies, and it was not surprising that he would die at any time. However, even Pepper and Happy were not spared, which was too cruel. Bruce Banner, that guy, just turned into a Hulk, has he lost his mind? It's not enough to just kill me, but you actually want to attack my relatives and friends around me. After thinking about it, Stark suddenly looked serious. J.A.R.V.I.S. Upgrade the security alert system around the mansion to the highest level for me. Also, make a phone call for me and call Pepper and Happy over. Yes, sir. At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. It took a lot of effort, but S.H.I.E.L.D still failed to lock and kill Stark, Pepper, and Happy's murderer. Suffering from a lack of clues, He Lu Dan had to put all the pressure on the technical department, forcing them to crack the files in Stark's computer as soon as possible. Perhaps God will reward those who work hard. After working overtime day and night for several days, the technical department finally cracked a series of information. Hearing the good news, Lu Dan hurriedly picked up the cracked file and read it carefully. But after just one glance, his face immediately fell again. What? Another ancient myth story, why is Stark so boring? Only a few lines of words were clearly written on the top of the first page of the file. Broken and Flesh. The Way of Dragons and Snakes. The Yellow Emperor fights Chi-Yu. At the moment MCU Earth, Camartage. The Yellow Emperor. Chi-Yu. Fat Wangda the magician took a deep breath, his face showing an unrestrained joy, and he shouted excitedly. This is our ancient Chinese mythology. After hearing this, the other magician apprentices also reacted. China? What does this have to do with the broken god? Have you forgotten? The broken god Fuxi is originally an ancient god in Chinese mythology. Oh. That's right. But who are Huangdi and Cho? Are they related to Fuxi? Hearing the apprentices' questions, Wang the magician raised his face slightly and said proudly. Huangdi and Cho are both tribal leaders in ancient China. In the ancient battle for hegemony, Huangdi finally defeated Cho, and became the first leader in history to unify China. Ancient hegemony battle. Ancient One narrowed his eyes and suddenly shook his head slightly. No, things may not be that simple. Pointing to the light screen in the air, Ancient One continued. You should all remember that after creating mankind, Fuxi also taught his creatures various wisdoms, including the art of 8 diagrams machinery. Speaking of this, Ancient One's tone has already added a hint of envy. I have reason to believe that the only people who received Fuxi's teachings should be the ancestors of the Chinese people. That is to say, Huangdi and Cho may have learned Fuxi's mechanical art. What? All magicians, including Wang the magician, were shocked. Mo Du magician couldn't help but blurt out. If that's the case, wouldn't the ancient hegemony in Chinese history be a mechanical war? It is very likely. Although he said so, looking at the amazed apprentices, Ancient One had another thought in his mind. Broken and Flesh and Blood, the Way of Dragons and Snakes. If snake refers to snake father Fuxi, is dragon mother Nuwa? Could it be? Although Fuxi used his body as a cage to trap Nuwa, did her flesh and blood way still survive? Recalling the disgust of dead Stark when he mentioned sarcasm in the previous chat record, Ancient One's expression became more solemn. At this moment, new information and images appeared on the screen. Roar! On a plain, a group of huge metal monsters with beast heads and human bodies, all made of fine steel, were roaring to the sky. Behind these monsters, there were also a large group of humans holding various weapons and wearing armor, lined up in battle formations, ready to fight. Obviously, this is a well-trained and well-equipped army. Under this video, lines of text appeared, as if explaining. Chi Yu gave up his body and hair and sacrificed them to the bronze dragon, that is, Fuxi. Chi Yu has 81 brothers, all with copper and iron heads. Oh my god! Seeing this, the network on MCU Earth exploded. What is that? Iron Orc monsters? And they are so tall. 000. Oh my god, how tall are these iron monsters? They look like a small mountain. Cho. Is this the Cho who fought with our Chinese ancestor, Huangdi thousands of years ago? It's unbelievable. What? Your ancestors actually fought against this kind of sci-fi monster? Impossible. How could the ancients defeat such a thing? I'm afraid they can only be killed with nuclear bombs. Sacrifice to Fuxi, what does this mean? After sacrificing yourself, will you turn into a steel monster? I don't know what sacrifice is, but in our Chinese tradition, Cho is regarded as a military god, that is, a god of war. At the moment, California Mansion. God of War. Good guy. Stark's eyes widened suddenly, his heart pounded wildly, and his eyes were full of shock. This must be the way to break the high technology passed down by Fuxi, the god of creation. As the MCU, the top scientist, engineer, and weapon developer on the planet, Stark only took a glance and could tell that these metal monsters are definitely first-class war weapons. Even if they are not equipped with any hot weapons, just with such a size and weight, charging and trampling on the battlefield, they can trample ordinary human soldiers into meat paste. With just a turn of the brain, Stark figured out a lot of things. The so-called sacrifice should be to give up one's own body, use the high technology left by Fuxi to transform the whole body, and transform it into a war weapon that can resist 10,000. Moreover, this size is simply a steel giant. No, a war monster. Staring at the terrifying metal giant roaring ferociously on the screen, Stark's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his face showed undisguised envy. But after a while, he was a little confused. Thousands of years ago, they could master such amazing war technology. Not to mention conquering China, it would be more than enough to occupy the whole world. If so, why didn't these ancient Chinese conquer the world? Just then, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice, 320, sounded in Stark's ears. Sir, according to the information I searched, in the historical records of China, there was indeed an ancient leader named Huangdi. This Huangdi defeated two other tribal leaders in the war, namely Yandi and Cho, and then became the master of China. How did he defeat Cho? Stark took a breath, and the curiosity in his eyes became more and more intense. Could it be that Huangdi mastered the Fuxi technology that was more powerful than Cho, so he could win the final victory? At this moment, new information appeared on the screen. Yandi prayed to Nuwa to obtain the way of flesh and blood, cultivate into an immortal body, not affected by diseases, and can live even if his head is cut off, and can also change his body into different shapes. Then, the screen turned and came to a square. A man in yellow clothes and a high crown stood on a high platform in the square and gave a speech to the countless people below. Everyone. Fuxi is our father of creation, and Nuwa is our mother of flesh and blood. But they have been trapped on Tai Sui for more than 100,000 years. Now the world is in chaos. The lords of various places launched feudal sacrifices and fought each other. What is the meaning? The Taoism taught by Fuxi and Nuwa still exists today. Why don't you come to practice it? In this way, we can understand the way of the snake and shape ourselves into the shape of a dragon. Camartage. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Ancient One was startled at first, then his mind raced and he quickly reacted. The way of the dragon. The way of the snake, this must be referring to the mother dragon of flesh and blood. And the mechanical snake father. The so-called way of flesh and blood. It must be what was mentioned in the Stark chat record before, strengthening the flesh and blood in one's body. The more Ancient One thought about it, the more solemn his expression became, and even his fists clenched slightly. Through this practice, the ancient Chinese can gain super abilities and have the opportunity to become demigods or even gods. The ancient leader named Yandi took the path of flesh and blood, while Cho took the opposite path, taking the path of machinery and completely replaced his body with machinery. But the Yellow Emperor in yellow is different from both of them. Ancient One nodded gently, with admiration in his eyes. Practicing the dragon and snake path at the same time. What a wise choice. California Mansion. So awesome. Stark touched his mustache and almost laughed out loud. Neither did he turn himself into a metal monster like Cho, nor did he completely give up machinery like Yandi. This leader named Huangdi actually chose the development paths of two creator gods at the same time, without neglecting either one. Fuxi in one hand, Nuwa in the other, machine on one side, flesh on the other. No wonder he won the final victory. At the end, Stark looked down at his chest. He fell into deep thought. If the mechanical way can't save him, then can the flesh and blood way work? Chapter 83. Earth, SHIELD. That huge amounts of steel beast, is it a human being? Too scary, how could the Chinese people thousands of years ago turn into such a monster? It's incredible, is this Fuxi's mechanical way? And that Yandi, he can't even die after his head is chopped off, is he still a human being? Incredible, what were our ancestors doing at that time? The thrilling and dazzling ancient China on the screen shocked the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents so much that their eyes almost popped out. China. Was ancient China really that powerful? Black Stewed Egg took a deep breath and quickly ordered. Go and collect all the information related to ancient Chinese mythology for me, the more detailed the better. After his subordinates took the order and left, Stewed Egg put the matter aside for the time being and turned his head to the other side. Did the Avengers appear in the video just now? Did I really establish this superhero organization in another world? Since Captain Marvel appeared in the world decades ago and strongly defeated the Kree Empire, Lu Dan had the idea of creating an Earth version of the superhero team. But he didn't expect that he could actually see the formed version of the Avengers Alliance in another universe in the video. In the other universe, the enemy of the Avengers is actually Hydra. After the destruction of Red Skull, did this evil organization not disappear? Or, is the timeline of other world different from ours? And Scarlet Witch. Lu Dan vaguely remembered that in another timeline, the Inclusion Society had encountered a 6th-level reality twister that was enough to affect the multi-universe. And her name is Scarlet Witch. This dangerous woman appeared in both timelines, and she will also appear in our world. Thinking of this, Lu Dan felt a little regretful in his heart while being vigilant. The name of the Scarlet Witch did not seem to be revealed in the video. Otherwise, he might be able to find her in advance with this future information and then capture her. At the same time, in the universe. Holy place number 1. Being able to control the machine while transforming the body. This human named Huangdi is so smart. As a person cursed by knowledge, Thanos guessed Huangdi's idea with just a thought. If you completely choose Fuxi and Nuwa, it is equivalent to completely abandoning the other party. Only by choosing both sides can we get the benefits of both sides at the same time, and even. Spirit and flesh hedge. Sitting on the throne, Thanos suddenly smiled. The creator god named Fuxi deliberately set the Earthlings to be what they are now, and there must be a deep meaning behind it. Those Earthlings who abandoned the other half in their bodies thought they were on the road to becoming gods, but in fact, they may have gone astray. Only Huangdi is different. Thinking of this, Thanos was amazed and had some questions at the same time. How did my mind scepter run to the earth? Did I give up looking for infinite gems in this parallel universe? At this moment, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. These ancient myths are not only weird and bizarre, but even the records are scattered. How can I understand them? Sitting in the office, Lu Dan looked at the documents sent by the technical department, frowning. The document was fragmented, with few complete sentences, mostly nouns that didn't make sense. Heavenly thunder, Shu, fire, Xing Tian, Xian Yuan sword. What does this mean? Just when Lu Dan was confused, the picture on the screen suddenly changed. On the plain, an incredibly huge metal city appeared. In this city, almost everything from buildings to transportation is made of metal. Moreover, the soldiers stationed around the city are not only equipped with glittering armor, but also holding strange mechanical weapons in their hands. In the center of this metal city, there stands a golden palace that is soaring into the sky that you can hardly see the end of it. The shape of this palace is not only extremely sci-fi, but it is also made entirely of some kind of yellow metal, which shines dazzlingly under the sun. Not only that, the architectural pattern of the entire city seems to follow some strange rules, forming a series of magical pictures on the plain. MCN Earth California Mansion. What? Metal City? Golden Hall? Stark stared at the computer screen in front of him in amazement, his mouth opened so wide that he could almost fit a duck egg in it. This scene was so bizarre that he almost suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. The area of the city in front of him was so large that he couldn't see the end of it at a glance, and he didn't know how wide it was. How much metal is needed to build such a large-scale steel city? Stark estimated that even if all the steel production in the world was added together, it would still be far from enough. And if the Golden Palace was really made of gold, then... Stark felt his head buzzing and didn't dare to think about it for a while. At this time, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded in his ears. Sir, according to the color difference after the reflection of sunlight, the Golden Palace should be made of some kind of brass alloy, not gold. Ah! Stark was shocked when he heard it, and then he exhaled a long breath. Fortunately, this palace is not pure gold, otherwise... Stark's face froze when he thought of this, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. even if it is brass alloy. Creating such a large-scale golden hall complex is definitely not something that humans can do now. First, the city was built with steel, and now the palace is built with brass alloy. Who are the people who built these buildings? Could they be aliens? Just when Stark was thinking about it, Wes suddenly spoke again. Sir, according to my identification, the architectural pattern of this metal city seems to follow the 8 diagrams pattern of ancient China. Add to that the Golden Palace, it is very likely that this is the residence of the ancient Chinese Yellow Emperor. Ha! Hearing this, Stark froze in his seat and was completely dumbfounded. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Chinese actually created such huge amounts of metal cities. How is this possible? At this moment, on the light screen, the picture has turned to the interior of the huge amounts of brass palace. In the core of the palace, a man in yellow clothes and a tall crown is standing on a huge amounts of in front of the mechanical furnace. Something seems to be operating. Ka. This mechanical furnace is more than 100 meters high, with a huge furnace body, and the 8 trigrams logo can be seen everywhere around it. Under the control of the man in yellow, the furnace mouth on the side of the mechanical furnace finally opened. Voila la! Like an assembly line, various mechanical devices flowed out of the furnace. Some of the devices are very obvious and can be recognized at a glance uses. For example, a knife made of machinery, a spear shining with dazzling golden light, and even a gear shield formed by countless parts. In the end, a bronze giant sword more than 30 meters long emerged from the mechanical furnace. After so much effort, the sword was finally cast successfully. Looking at this bronze giant sword, the yellow-clothed man Huangdi nodded with satisfaction and said with a sigh. Thank you, the father of snakes Fuxi, for passing down the art of Bagua machinery, so that we can cast this magic weapon. With this Xian Yuan sword, I am sure to defeat Sheneng, Cho, and unify the world. Seeing this, the network of MCU Earth is already boiling. Wow! I am not seeing things, such a big city is actually made of metal. And that palace, is actually made of gold. Oh! It's amazing. It turns out that ancient Huayuan was so rich. Also, what is that furnace? How can weapons come out of it? The furnace with the Bagua logo, isn't this the Bagua furnace? What did you say? What is the Bagua furnace? You don't understand this, right? In the myths and legends of our country, the Bagua furnace is used to make elixirs and cast magic weapons. Magic weapons? Those weapons that came out of the furnace, and that giant sword, are they the magic weapons you mentioned? Ha ha ha! Xian Yuan sword, this is really awesome. It turns out that Xian Yuan sword was made by Huangdi using the Bagua furnace. Carrot. I don't understand what you are saying, why are you so excited? Surprised face, Camartage. Snake Father Fuxi. Bagua machinery. Ancient One magician took a deep breath, his face kept changing, and he finally calmed down his pounding heart. Now, she is sure that the huge Bagua furnace on the screen is the military factory created by Huangdi using the Bagua mechanical technique passed down by Fuxi. As long as you operate the Bagua furnace, you can constantly produce technological magic weapons. This is simply a magical method. These treasures in ancient Chinese legends are actually real. What? Hearing the words of Ancient One, Wang De, the magician standing aside, was also shocked, and the flesh on his fat face trembled slightly. He never thought that the magic weapons in Chinese historical legends might actually exist. And they are not mythological products, but technological products. At the same time, SHIELD. What? The experts in the bureau said, that furnace can make artifacts. Hearing Phil Coulson's report, Black Sauce Egg's single eye almost popped out of its socket, his mouth opened wide, and his jaw almost dropped. It's called a divine weapon here, but in ancient China it's called a magic weapon. Phil Coulson's expression was not good either, but he still held up the document in his hand and said word by word. The historical experts in the bureau claimed that in ancient China, Huangdi was also called Xuan Yuanji. So, that bronze giant sword was named Xian Yuan sword by him. The strongest artifact, Xian Yuan sword. Black Braised Egg covered his forehead and felt a sticky wetness in his palm, which was obviously the cold sweat from his own sweat. Thousands of years ago in ancient times, the Chinese could actually mass-produce artifacts. How shocking and incredible! After a long time, the Braised Egg came back to his senses from the shock and asked hurriedly. Wait, did those experts say how powerful these artifacts and magic weapons are? Coulson put away the document, smiled bitterly and shrugged. I don't know, after all, this is no longer history, but a myth. DB. Black Braised Egg was stunned and speechless. And at this moment, the picture on the screen changed again. Roar! Across the plain, dozens of huge, golden metal beasts are leading a large army to charge forward. The leading beast has a bull's head and a human body, holding a huge axe, and is obviously Chi Yu. Fire! Boom boom boom! In order to counter Chi Yu's assault, the other side's human army in yellow armor, holding various mechanical weapons, continuously released extremely powerful fire power. Unfortunately. Boom boom! Thunder! fire, explosion. No matter what kind of attack hits Chi-Yu, it can't cause any damage to his metal body. Roar, roar. All of you weaklings who dare not follow the Snake Father wholeheartedly, die. Chi-Yu, with a bull's head and a human body, roared wildly, and a wave of the giant father in his hand could set off a bloody storm. Wow! Countless yellow-armored soldiers fell in front of him, and no one could stop Chi-Yu for even a second. No, this monster is too strong. What is its body made of? This is the top-level way of the Snake Father. Retreat quickly, we are not opponents. Seeing that the Yellow Army was about to be defeated under the attack of Chi-Yu's mechanical beast army, a long roar suddenly came from the back. Chi-Yu! Don't hurt my soldiers! Xian Yuan! You are finally willing to come out. The metal bull-headed Chi-Yu held a huge axe and faced the voice direction roared loudly. Come on! You two-faced idiot! With your half-baked Snake Father technique, you can never hurt me. Really? With this gentle question, suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color. Boom! A sword light that people dare not look directly at, from the distant horizon, swept down like from the Yangtze River. Ah! Chi-Yu was caught off guard and was hit head-on in an instant. Boom! La! The mighty sword light first submerged Cho, and then swept back, submerging dozens of metal beasts behind him, as well as tens of millions of human troops. Snake Father, what happened? Those people, the ones with good money, are all gone. It was like the sky was upside down, and a flood passed through. When the sword light completely disappeared, the army of Huangdi was all dumbfounded. The other side of the battlefield was clean, as if an invisible giant pen had smeared on the ground and erased everything. Cho's tens of thousands of troops, as well as the armor, weapons, equipment they wore, all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never existed. The power of Huangdi's sword was so terrifying. Devave! And in this shocking scene, a series of discordant groans suddenly rang in everyone's ears. It hurts so much. In the center of the battlefield that had been completely flattened, a huge amount of metal head slowly rose up. It was Chi-Yu. However, this Chi-Yu was already in a very bad state at the moment. Even his two huge horns were broken, and his body was covered with wounds. He only had one arm left. But he was still alive. Master Chi-Yu! Are you okay? Then, intermittent screams were heard on all sides of the battlefield. Then, dozens of metal giants also climbed up from the ground in a very bad state. At this time, the voice of the Yellow Emperor came from the distant horizon, raise. Chi-Yu, your understanding of the way of the Snake Father is really amazing. My Xian Yuan sword's full-strength attack is enough to reverse cause and effect and wipe out all forms in the world. It can't kill you. It seems that to fully exert the cause and effect power passed down by the Snake Father, a Xian Yuan sword is not enough. MCU Earth, Camartage. Reverse cause and effect, erase existence. Isn't this distorting reality? No wonder, this sword is called the strongest artifact. The Ancient One magician widened his eyes, his cheeks twitched slightly twice, and his expression became extremely wonderful. Thousands of years ago, the Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan had actually created a reality distortion weapon. Chapter 84. MCU Earth, Containment Site 17. Reverse Causality. Erase existence. This. Staring at the screen on the wall of the hall, Jane Foster swallowed her saliva, and a picture she had seen before suddenly appeared in her mind. In another parallel universe, the King of Seals shattered the dimensional barrier and descended to Earth. And at the moment when he descended, the entire city was wiped out by the terrifying reality distortion force, without even a trace of residue left. How similar are the methods of the King of Seals and the Xian Yuan sword attack of the Yellow Emperor on the screen now? With such terrible power, why didn't those iron minotaurs die? Jane Foster shook her head in confusion, as if she couldn't understand it at all. Wait a minute, let me think about it, could it be? After all, as a young genius scientist, Jane's brain is very useful and her memory is also first class. After a little recollection, she thought of one. Things. When fighting the King of Seals, those aircraft carriers flying in the air were not wiped out by her. It seems that it is because there is some kind of reality stabilization field installed on them. Just after figuring it out, Jane immediately looked at the screen in disbelief. No way, these iron minotaurs are equipped with such things. Hehe, you may be thinking too much. Ah. Hearing the frivolous voice coming from behind, Jane turned around and saw Dr. Bright in a white coat, with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with a smile. Let me tell you this. Dr. Bright walked to Jane's side and pointed at the minotaur on the screen. This monster gave up all the flesh and blood in his body and replaced it with the iron body of the broken god, and also developed his own reality distortion ability. Or, anti-reality distortion ability. Speaking of this, Bright's tone seemed to be a little emotional. I have a friend who also has a similar ability. Many people jokingly call him a living, walking Scranton reality anchor. In the research department, people like him are called reality sinks. I see. Jane Foster nodded while thinking. No wonder. With this anti-reality distortion ability, these iron orcs were not wiped out by that sword. I didn't expect that transforming myself into a robot would have such a benefit. And while sighing, Jane suddenly asked curiously. Dr. Bright, what's the name of your friend? I think. 017 Bright scratched his head and said as he walked into the corridor. I haven't seen you for a long time, I almost forgot. Oh, I remember it now. His name is Clef. At the moment, the internet on Earth was already in an uproar. Wow! What kind of attack is this? Did the Chinese named Huangdi fire a laser cannon? Too powerful, it turns out that Huangdi is an immortal cultivator. Is this a flying sword attack? Don't talk nonsense, this is clearly a technological magic weapon. It is the Xianyuan sword's causal destruction strike. Eliminate, what? I don't understand, _. Actually, I don't understand either, I just think it sounds awesome. Everyone. At the moment, California Mansion. Reality distortion weapon. Eliminate the law of causality. Stark's eyes were shining, staring at the screen, muttering, use technology to modify reality. From the level of law of causality, eliminate all existence of the opponent. This is the quantum strike weapon of concept nature. And the ancient Chinese thousands of years ago actually made it. As a top scientist and engineer, Stark has also been exposed to many production concepts about future next-generation weapons. Most of them are just gimmicks, and some are even similar to the ravings of a madman. But just a few minutes ago, a super weapon that only stayed in the science fiction field turned into reality in front of him. However, even this weapon can't kill them. What kind of defense devices are installed in these mechanical monsters? Looking at the screen, Chi-Yu trembling and standing up from the ground, Stark exhaled with envy. If he had a chance to study the internal structure of these mechanical monsters. Compared with them, his iron battle suits are just like children's toys. At this time, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice suddenly sounded. Sir, Miss Pepper Potts is already outside the door. Oh. Let her in quickly, and then lock the door, and don't let anyone get close. Yes, sir. And at this moment, new images also appeared on screens all over the universe. Ha ha ha. Although both horns were broken and one hand was lost, Chi-Yu still struggled to stand up and laughed. My 81 brothers and I have been blessed by the snake Fuxi. We have obtained indestructible copper and iron bodies. No matter what attack you use, you will never kill us. Really? Huangdi did not argue with Chi-Yu, but was silent for a while before saying. If I can forge 9 Xianyuan swords, it will be enough to wipe out your existence countless times. But now, this is the only way. What? Chi-Yu seemed to have sensed something ominous, his expression suddenly became horrified, and he looked up at the sky. Boom! In the next moment, countless dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the sky suddenly darkened. Crack! Accompanied by the earth-shaking thunder, countless lightning bolts seemed to have eyes, and they slammed down on Chi-Yu and the iron orcs around him. Ah! The ground where Chi-Yu was located was quickly turned into a sea of flames after being hit by thousands of lightning bolts in succession. ABAE. The high temperature caused by lightning and fire was gathered in a small area like a furnace, and everything inside Chu was dissolved. Shuala! Crack! The thunder and lightning kept hitting the ground. After a long time, heavy rain fell from the sky and extinguished the fire. At the moment, Chi-Yu and the dozens of iron orcs around him had been dissolved into molten iron by the strong lightning and high temperature flames. After being cooled by the rain, the molten iron solidified again. Staring at the strange-shaped huge metal block in front of him, which seemed to vaguely show Chi-Yu's appearance, Huangdi pondered for a moment, and then raised his voice. Dig a deep pit nearby, throw this pile of metal blocks in, and seal it up completely. Never allow outsiders to approach. Otherwise, Chi-Yu may be resurrected. Seeing this, the Earth network was boiling again. What's going on? That Huangdi can actually do magic? Can he summon thunder? Wait, didn't you say before that he was a scientist and used technology? How come he turned into magic again? Well, in fact, when technology develops to the extreme, it may be similar to magic. Forget it, I can't make it up anymore. I think this must be a magic war, otherwise, Cho would have been burned into a block of iron, and Huangdi actually said that he could be resurrected. Have you never seen Terminator? Maybe Cho is a liquid robot. But liquid robots die as soon as they are melted. That proves that its technological content is too low and it can't compare to Cho. At the same time, in a luxury house in California. Good guy. He's still alive. Looking at the screen excitedly, Stark couldn't help but lick his lips with his hand, his excitement was beyond words and he couldn't hide it at all. Pepper, who was still sitting on the side, looked at him like this and suddenly felt a little worried for no reason. Tony, whenever you show this expression, you usually do something dangerous. I hope I'm seeing it wrong. Ah, nothing, I just want to try if I can make a similar liquid robot, or a liquid battle suit. While perfunctorily answering Pepper, Stark thought. It is indeed a bit risky to turn yourself into a robot. But, leaving a backup for your consciousness and making a mechanical body insurance, this is still feasible. At the same time, new images and information appeared on the light screen. Black Braised Egg sat in his seat and continued to read the information on the computer. Relying on the power of Xuan Yuan's sword, Huangdi broke Yandi's immortal body and defeated him in the Battle of Bangkan. At this point, no one in China could compete with Emperor Xuan Yuan, and he became the ruler of the world who united all the tribes. But after that, there appeared another person who worshipped the Dragon Mother Nuwa and practiced the way of flesh and blood. Her name was Xingqian. Relying on his powerful body, Xingqian rebelled against Emperor Huangdi with a big axe and a big shield and fought with him. Although Emperor Huangdi used the Xuan Yuan sword to cut off Xingqian's head, his body's self-healing ability was so strong that he actually grew new facial features on his body and continued to fight. In the end, Emperor Huangdi still used fire to burn Xingqian to death. Good fellow. After reading this series of myths and legends, Lu Dan leaned back in his chair with an unhappy face. Stark, that BD, studies these weird oriental myths all day long, what's the point? However, the strange abilities of these mythical characters. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Dan's expression became solemn. Stark, and that Bruce Banner, are discussing the way of brokenness and the way of flesh and blood. Could it be that these two bastards really believe these things and are even ready to put them into practice? At this time, the alarm on Lu Dan's desk suddenly sounded sharply. What's going on? Director, it's bad. Banner. No, it's the Hulk. What? Where is he? In New York. Turn on the TV channel. Black Sauce Egg was stunned and quickly turned on the TV broadcast on the computer screen. Emergency report, this is Manhattan, New York. You can see that two monsters are fighting not far away, one of them is the famous superhero Hulk. Roar. Bang. 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 Accompanied by a roar full of pain, a huge amount of figure shot straight over like a meteor, penetrated an entire building, and then fell heavily to the ground, splashing smoke and dust all over the sky. Wow! It's the Hulk! He was knocked down. Look! What is that? Monster! Iron Monster! Amid the exclamations and screams of countless people, a huge amount of mechanical figures slowly descended from the sky. This mecha giant seemed to be taller than the Hulk. It was painted with bright golden red spray paint all over. It looked like it just walked out of a movie. Anti-Hulk, armor, cough cough cough. The Hulk stood up from the ruins of the building while choking. Ultron, I didn't expect that you could actually control. Before the Hulk could finish his words, a golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the center of the forehead of the mecha giant anti-Hulk armor. Shoo-la! This light passed straight through the Hulk from bottom to top. The Hulk's expression suddenly froze, and he opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But in the next second, his body snapped into two halves, falling to the left and right. This blow split the Hulk in half. At the moment, MCU Earth. No way. In a taxi on the streets of New York, Bruce Banner saw the scene on the light screen in the sky through the car window, and was immediately frightened and gasped. Although he hated the Hulk, he also knew how strong this monster was. What kind of super weapon is this beam that can easily kill the Hulk in seconds? Anti-Hulk armor. Muttering this term, Bruce Banner suddenly shuddered again. In the previous live broadcast of The King of Seals, he had seen Iron Man operate this armor. But, not right. In this parallel universe, Iron Man died as soon as he came up. The one who operated this armor was Ultron. At this thought, Bruce Banner's face was full of confusion. Ultron? Who is this? The universe, holy place. Mind Gem. That's Mind Gem. Thanos clenched his fists excitedly and couldn't help but stand up from the throne. It has been a long time since he got the Mind Scepter. But before that, Thanos always used this scepter as a tool to control other people's minds. He never thought that Mind Gem could release such a powerful attack. Quick! Bring my scepter. My lord. As you command. Proxima Midnight received the order and turned around and left. Thanos stood in front of the throne with excitement in his eyes. Although he didn't understand how the armored man could use the Mind Gem to such a powerful effect. But since others can do it, there is no reason why he can't do it. You know, he is a person cursed by knowledge. At this moment, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen. Damn it! Can't you find any clues? Sorry, director, the armor called Ultron flew too fast, Enough. Black Egg sat in a chair dejectedly. He couldn't help but reach out and scratch his bald head. Now, at least one mystery has been solved. The person who cut Stark's secretary Pepper and driver Happy into pieces must be that Ultron. The device he used to emit the yellow ray is very likely the gem on the stolen Mind Scepter. Mind Scepter. Avengers building. All this must be related to the Avengers. The thought came to mind. Black Egg directly ordered Deputy Director Maria Hill to take people to the Avengers building in New York for a comprehensive search, and not to let go of any cobweb traces. At this time, the technical department cracked another part. Stark's encrypted data was transferred to Lu Dan's computer. Alas, it's probably some Oriental mythology again. Thinking so, Lu Dan still turned on the computer and started reading. After the reign of Xian Yuan ended, China went through a period of turmoil. Finally, a man named Xia Yu established his own dynasty, which was the Xia dynasty in later generations. But just as De Yu had secured his throne, terrible floods and man-eating monsters followed. In the Xia dynasty, most people practiced Fuxi's mechanical snake path, but a few people also devoted themselves to the Dragon Mother's flesh and blood dragon path. Some strong men who practiced the way of flesh and blood integrated each other's flesh and blood together to form a 9-headed monster named Xiang Lu. Chapter 85. The image on the screen suddenly changed. A towering capital city stands on the earth. In this city, huge buildings made entirely of metal and gears can be seen everywhere. And in the center of the city, there are several high platforms and a magnificent palace. However, if this city is compared with the capital of Emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi, it is obviously inferior. In the center of the palace, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes is pacing in the hall with a frown on his face. He is the ruler of the Xia dynasty, Yu. Alas, Bo Yi. After walking for a while, Yu looked at a white-haired old man beside him and sighed. Now the world is flooded, and there are even evil beasts, dragons, and snakes, lurking in the water, harming people everywhere. Is it because I am not virtuous enough, and I came back to punish the gods? Your Majesty, you worry too much. As an important minister of the Xia dynasty, the old man called Bo Yi bowed. Now the 4 seas are unified, and the barbarians and foreign tribes all obey the king's rule. This is all due to your Majesty's efforts. When we first met the king's rule, there were even barbarians who suggested sacrificing the people to sacrifice to the gods. Your Majesty still remembers. What did you say at the beginning? Yu raised his head slightly, with a look of reminiscence on his face. Gods are the food of Dragon Mother Nuwa, and we humans are the descendants of Dragon Mother, and we are descendants of dragons. So, we have no reason to worship the gods. Gods should be afraid of us instead. The white-haired old man nodded slightly and said in a respectful tone. In order to intimidate the gods, Your Majesty, you collected the metals of Kyushu and built the royal platform according to the Bagua mechanical technique passed down by Fuxi and Huangdi. After the royal platform was built, all the gods in the world retreated because of fear, and in the night there are ghosts crying out of fear. And Your Majesty's reputation has spread far and wide. Speaking of this, the old man bowed deeply. Your Majesty, since ancient times, only Emperor Xian Yuan can be compared with a wise king like you. How could it be possible for God to punish you? Hearing the advice of the old man Boyi, Yu was slightly moved, but still shook his head and sighed. The frequency of floods recently is really strange, and no matter how to control it, it has no effect. What is this? Bo Yi pondered for a while and said slowly. Xiang Lu is the monster formed by the combination of countless people who practiced the way of flesh and blood is a man-made disaster, not a natural disaster. However, now in the rivers of the world, various flesh and blood dragons emerge in an endless stream, generated naturally. Speaking of this, Bo Yi's face suddenly became extremely serious. 80 million years have passed since Fuxi imprisoned Nuwa in Taisui. This is the first time that flesh and blood dragons have appeared on such a large scale. This matter is strange and inexplicable. I'm afraid it is related to Taisui. What? Taisui? Yu's face changed slightly when he heard it, and he fell into deep thought. Then, the picture on the screen changed again. Guan Tiantai. Did you really get such a result? Sitting on his throne, Yu's expression became very solemn, as if he had heard some bad news. Yes. The white-haired old man Bo Yi's face was not looking good either. According to the observation of the Guantian Terrace, the Taisui prison transformed by the snake father Fuxi has already had cracks. The flesh and blood of the Dragon Mother Nuwa has seeped into our world through the cracks. So, all kinds of dragons, snakes, and evil beasts appear in the water, and they constantly cause floods, causing the floods to last for a long time and cannot be controlled. What should we do about this? Yu's eyes opened wide, his expression changed slightly, and he was obviously shocked. Dragon Mother Nuwa is the mother of life that even the snake father Fuxi cannot kill. For thousands of years, only the Taisui incarnated by Fuxi can restrain her. And once Taisui has a problem, Nuwa's flesh and blood will continue to descend on the world, and all kinds of terrifying beasts will only increase. What's more terrifying is that if the cracks get bigger and bigger, I'm afraid that one day, Nuwa will break out of Taisui. By then, everything will be over. After closing his eyes and meditating for a long time, Yu finally opened his eyes and nodded seriously. Since the death of Emperor Xian Yuan, the snake Dao passed down by the snake father Fuxi has been lost a lot. In order to revitalize the human race and save the people, I decided to build a flying boat and go to Taisui alone. Ask the snake father for the way to govern the world. At the same time, repair the cracks in Taisui. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Hearing that you decided to go to Taisui alone, Bo Yi was shocked. I have made up my mind. Dao made his choice firmly. MCU Earth. Seeing this, the internet on Earth was immediately boiling. Oh my god! Dragon Mother Nuwa is about to break through the cage. This is the end of the world. What is Fuxi doing? Why did he let her escape? The broken god sacrificed everything, even turned himself into a cage, to protect the world from being destroyed by Nuwa. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Wait a minute, did you hear what the king named Shu said? He said he wanted to build a flying boat. Go to Taisui. Are you kidding? Is he going to build a spaceship? Oh. Thousands of years ago, China was able to build a spaceship? Impossible. What's impossible? They even built a reality distortion weapon. This kind of thing, build one for me in reality. Camartage. Use Bagua technology to build Yuwangtai to shock the gods. Ancient One the magician chewed on this sentence, and suddenly his eyes showed admiration. Just before, Ancient One had speculated that since humans are descendants of dragons and carry the blood of Fuxi and Nuwa, they must be coveted by the gods of the universe. They want to eat humans as a meal. And the reason why humans can continue to this day must be that there are many heroes like the Shelter Society who stand up to resist the gods. Now it seems that Huangdi is needless to say, and kings like you must be one of such heroes. At this time, the whispers of other magic apprentices also reached Ancient Ten's ears. What are these gods? I guess they may be like Mephisto in another dimension. They have powerful power, but they always want to invade our Earth. If that's the case, what is that Yuwangtai? Why can it shock the gods and make them afraid? I don't know either, but it would be great if we also had similar technology. Yes, in that case, in addition to Holy Place Barrier, we can also use Yuwangtai to deter those hateful Mephisto. Duh. Hearing these apprentices' unscrupulous conversations, the expressions of Wangda Magician and Mordo Magician became very embarrassed. As a disciple of Camartage, he went to envy the technology of another dimension. For these senior magicians, this is really a bit embarrassing. But unlike Mordo Magician, Wangda Magician's face remained unchanged on the surface, but he was a little embarrassed in his heart. Sure enough. The technology mastered by our Chinese king is the strongest. Even the gods are afraid. At the same time, in a hospital in New York. The Way of Flesh and Blood, it sounds quite interesting. Stephen Strange, wearing a white coat, sat on a chair in the corridor and yawned. Just last night, he performed a major operation all night and saved a patient. So now he has leisure time, sitting in the corridor and watching the live broadcast on the LCD screen. Stephen, you are not kidding, are you? Hearing Strange smuttering, Dr. Christine Palmer looked over with some concern. You didn't see the previous video, but after studying the Way of Flesh and Blood, people will become monsters. Besides, you are a surgeon, how can you indulge in such unscientific things? Ha, be a little more confident in me, okay? Strange raised his head proudly. How could someone like me make such a stupid mistake? Christine hesitated to speak, obviously tired of preaching to Stephen. Anyway, this overly arrogant guy will never change. At the moment, in the eternal kingdom of God outside the multi-universe. Repairing Taisui? That human king, really said something incredible. Eternal's face, which was as smooth as the stars, also showed a slight fluctuation. Taisui, should be the body left behind by Fuxi after he broke himself. Has human technology developed to the point where it can repair the body of a god? At the moment, the face of the goddess of death, who was not far from Eternal, was also vaguely surprised. In his and Eternal's hearts, the broken god Fui was already above the great god above the multi-universe. Even if the body of such a great god is damaged, how can ordinary humans repair it? It's just like using dust to repair the sun. But if humans can really do this, then... If you can repair the body of a god, conversely, you can harm the body of a god. The goddess of death gritted her teeth and said this. After she finished speaking, Yin's heart was also shocked. Hurt the gods. At the beginning, after she fell into the hands of the 05 Council, she really experienced, these humans are unscrupulous towards the gods. But I didn't expect that the means of humans could actually work on the great god Fuxi. It seems that we still underestimated these dragon descendants on Earth. Eternal said in a deep voice. Keep watching. No matter how we plan to get along with the Earthlings, the Shelter Association, and the Administrator in the future. It's always good to know more information and intelligence. 0. Listening to the solemn voice of eternity, the goddess of death remained silent, but smiled bitterly in her heart. They are the creation gods of the multi-universe level. Now, they have to be cautious to spy on the intelligence of the natives of a small planet. If it is told out, it will become a multi-universe joke. But who can laugh when it comes to the son of God of Fuxi and Nuwa? At the moment, new images appeared on the light screens in various parts of the universe. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, a spaceship with flying eaves and brackets on top, like a small palace, and a giant sea boat below, slowly rose into the sky. What is incredible is that this spaceship is made entirely of bronze. And inside the spaceship, the personnel responsible for control and driving, are not people, but bronze puppets. Target, the gap of Taisui on the edge of Mars. The Bagua energy furnace has been ignited. These bronze puppets were seen driving the spaceship while talking to each other in emotionless voices, almost like living people. And the only living person on the entire spaceship was the supreme ruler of the Xia dynasty, Yu. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and sat solemnly on the throne of the bridge. His face showed no sadness or joy, as if he was ready for anything that happened. MCU Earth California Mansion. No way, bronze puppets? This is artificial intelligence. Looking at the bronze spaceship pilots on the screen, Stark's eyes froze for a moment, then he took a deep breath and his eyes widened. Applying artificial intelligence to reality and creating robots that are similar to humans. This has always been one of his dreams. 0. But Stark never expected that someone in ancient China thousands of years ago actually did it. What's even more bizarre is that these Chinese people actually used these robots to operate spaceships. It's incredible, the ancient Chinese were really geniuses. Stark swallowed his saliva and suddenly felt his throat dry, and quickly winked at the little Pepper next to him. Got it, Chinese. Little Pepper rolled her eyes, but still obediently went to help Stark prepare chlorophyll juice. To be honest, she didn't know why Stark suddenly liked to drink this kind of drink. But since the boss has an order, he can only do it. Camartage. God of magic, this king. Dayu actually flew into space by himself. Seeing the image on the screen, the magic apprentices were all stunned and looked at each other, almost unable to believe their eyes. In their opinion, the supreme ruler like Dayu must be of very noble status. Even if he wanted to take risks in the universe, he could just assign his subordinates directly. Why take risks in person? I'm afraid, this mission is more dangerous than we thought. Ancient One sighed slightly, and suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. The cracks on Fuxi's body. The blood and flesh of Nuwa. If this matter is not handled properly, it may pose a terrible threat to our universe, no. To the entire multi-universe. Faced with such a terrible crisis, Yu actually went alone to deal with it. His courage is really far beyond that of ordinary people. But Ancient One seemed to have guessed something. Yu insisted on not taking others with him. Could it be because taking them would be more dangerous? At this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. The spaceship controlled by countless bronze puppets was so fast that it quickly left the Earth and flew to the orbit of Jupiter. And a terrifying phenomenon appeared in the space near Jupiter. Whoosh whoosh. The universe and the stars seemed to be chopped by a huge invisible blade, revealing a hideous crack. And from this crack, streams of blood and flesh were constantly oozing out. When the camera got closer, the situation became even more terrifying. Crash. Countless blood and flesh monsters were seen, with all kinds of strange shapes, some of which were even much larger than the spaceship that Yu was riding. After they rushed out of the crack, they began to struggle in the universe and spread in all directions. Eternal Kingdom. This is. Seeing the crack that appeared in the light curtain, Yang Hung first squinted his eyes and looked carefully, and then his body composed of galaxies actually shook. Dimension. I saw it. Behind the crack, there is a terrifying different dimension filled with endless flesh and blood. His face seemed to change. Yang Hung pondered for a while, and then said in an unbelievable tone. So, this is Tai Sui. Fuxi broke himself, and the cage he formed was not a planet, but a dimension that had never existed before. He locked Nuwa in another dimension. Chapter 86. Eternal Kingdom. Dimensions outside the multi-universe. The goddess of death frowned and asked with a little surprise. What is the difference between this dimension and our multi-universe? Although they can both watch the images, the goddess of death obviously does not have the observation power of eternity, so she can only ask. Eternity's main body shook his head slightly. There should be some kind of filter added to that light screen, filtering out almost all the information. Even I can only barely glimpse a little information, but... Speaking of this, Eternity suddenly fell silent, as if he was shocked by what he saw just now. Seeing this, the judgment of the goddess of death also became a little stunned. As a multi-level creator god, Eternity's vision is enough to penetrate the entire multi-universe, and no secret can escape his scrutiny. But who would have thought that such amazing insight would actually bring side effects to him? Even Eternity, just a glance through the light screen, has such a big reaction. What is in the crack? Blood Dragon Mother, Nuwa. Just as the goddess of death was thinking, Eternity's voice suddenly sounded in her ears again. In fact, what I am most worried about now is not this crack but... In which universe will the next crack appear? What? Hearing this, the goddess of death was stunned at first, and then she was shocked. Eternity, you mean, this is impossible? MCU Earth, Camartage. This is, a dimensional rift. As a sorcerer supreme whose mission is to resist Mephisto from another dimension, Ancient One recognized the origin of the starry sky rift on the light screen at a glance, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking slightly. At this time, Morty Magician next to him couldn't help but ask. 050 Master Ancient One, this looks a bit like the situation when the Dimension Lord invaded. If that data failed, the flesh and blood goddess would probably invade this dimension. Just like Dormammu. Dormammu. So Nuwa is so terrifying. Is she also a Mephisto from another dimension? Hearing the apprentice's whispering, Ancient One looked stern and suddenly shook his head slowly. No, this is not an invasion by the Dimension Lord. This is dimensional erosion. What? Hearing this unfamiliar term, the Fat Wangda magician and Mordo magician were stunned at first, then looked at each other, and both of them changed color at the same time. Dimensional erosion. That flesh and blood dragon mother wants to corrode our Vikang. Ancient One sighed softly. It may not be that she wants to do this, but her mere existence will lead to such an effect. No wonder. Fuxi was willing to sacrifice himself and turned himself into a cage to lock Nuwa in a new dimension. Otherwise, countless universes would be eroded by the power of this dragon mother, and then devoured by the blood and flesh fragments that fell from her body. The magicians were stunned and looked at each other. They could feel a creepy feeling, sweeping over their bodies. It's so scary. According to the words of Ancient One, even if this blood and flesh dragon mother does nothing and just exists there, it will automatically erode other universes. Create various dimensional cracks. And the blood and flesh residues that fall from her body may pass through these cracks and cause a catastrophe to other universes. Gurgle. Wangda magician swallowed his saliva subconsciously and shuddered involuntarily. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he exclaimed, wait, in the previous image of star hatred, those planet monsters that devoured a universe, could they be Nuwa? Ancient One did not answer directly, but looked at the picture on the light screen with a serious expression, and said softly, look, the dimensional rift that King Yu is facing now is not very big, not enough for monsters larger than the planet to escape. But once this rift continues to expand, not to mention planet monsters, even monsters larger than the sun may appear. God of Magic. Zero, how is this possible? Ancient One's words exploded in their minds like a bolt from the blue. All the magicians froze in place, their bodies petrified, their hairs standing on end and their scalps about to burst. At this moment, the same thought flashed through everyone's mind. In our universe, is there such a dimensional rift? As soon as this thought came to mind, an apprentice trembled and said, don't worry, the Containment Society has mastered the star hatred sun. Even if a planetary monster really appears, they will protect us and the solar system. After hearing this, the expressions of the magicians finally relaxed a little, and some patted their chests and breathed a sigh of relief. When Ancient One saw this, he just sighed in his heart. Perhaps, his title of Earth Protector is really going to be removed. And just at this moment, new images appeared on the light screens in various parts of the MCU universe. This is, the Gate of Taisui. In the bronze spaceship, Yu stared at the hideous crack in the space in a daze, and whispered to himself. The sky is collapsing and the earth is cracking, the Jade universe is about to fall, and Nuwa is driven out to the far sky. The Gate of Taisui, the unformed realm, has become a prison, and no one can escape. Father Snake, you paid such a great price, but the Taisui prison you cast only lasted for 80 million years. Just as Yu was sighing, another bronze puppet on Cambridge actually spoke. Your Majesty, I have detected an astonishing level of mental collapse. I suggest you abandon the ship immediately and hand over the flying boat to us to complete the sky repair ceremony. Yu shook his head slightly and said in an unquestionable voice. I must ask the Snake Father in person how to avoid similar sky collapse. Otherwise, if Taisui collapses again after tens of millions of years, future generations may not be able to repair it. At that time, the universe will collapse and everything will perish. Yes, sir. After hearing this, the bronze puppet said nothing, but just controlled the bronze spaceship to fly closer and closer to the crack in space. Seeing this, the network on MCU Earth became lively again. Wow! It turns out that Yu's world-saving journey has this meaning. He wants to save not only the current human beings, but also the future human beings. It's so touching, this is the real hero king. I wonder if this Yu exists in our world. If so, we are still alive now. We should thank him. In our Chinese history books, Deu is described as a hero who controls floods. Unexpectedly, his achievements are so much greater than water control. Deu saved not only China, but also the entire Earth, and even, our universe. California Mansion. The way to avoid the collapse of the sky? Could it be, to reinforce the Taisui? Stark's eyes lit up suddenly, as if he had caught something. This Taisui is actually the body of the broken god. If you want to repair this god of creation, you must have similar materials and related technology. If that Yu has obtained such technology, it is almost like a human being, on par with the gods. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and a blush appeared on Stark's face. As an engineer, he has repaired countless things in his life. But what could be more exciting than repairing a mechanical god? At this moment, a new image also appeared on the screen. As the spaceship got closer, Yu's face became more and more serious. Sweat was faintly visible on his forehead. He closed his eyes tightly and dared not open them again. And at this moment, a magnificent voice suddenly appeared in his mind, like the resonance of the universe. You shouldn't get close. Snake Father. Yu was refreshed and said instinctively. The Tai Sui has been broken, and the human world is in dire straits. I have come to you to seek your advice. The magnificent voice sighed slightly and lowered its tone a few points. The creature you are currently riding on is not enough to seal the rift caused by her. But, I can help you. Now, I will teach you as much knowledge as possible, and in the future, it depends on you. Yu understands. With cold sweat still oozing from his forehead, Yu signaled the bronze puppet to stop the spacecraft, and then listened to the teachings of the snake father Fuxi with a serious face. The more he listened, the more excited Yu's expression became. This is, the Bagua mechanical technique to repair the body of the snake father. There is also the technology to set up the cross-border gate, and the technology to erase the void and distort the cause. Since the death of Emperor Xian Yuan, most of these Bagua techniques have been lost. And there are void creations. Eternal energy. The wisdom of the snake father has reached such a level. The more he listened, the more excited Yu's expression became. He was willing to take risks and go to the Taisui crack alone. In addition to saving the world, there was another important reason. He wanted to get close to Fuxi, the father of creation who had passed away for a long time, and obtain technology that was beneficial to mankind from him. Now it seems that all the risks he took were worth it. MCU Earth California Mansion. This is really enviable. Stark swallowed hard, his eyes wide open, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. I just felt so hot and unbearable that I almost wanted to stand up and shout to vent my excitement. The Chinese king named Yu risked his life just to save the world and gain knowledge. And now it seems that he has achieved both goals. For Stark, this is no longer envy, but jealousy. He can listen to the teachings of a creator god in person and get all kinds of advanced knowledge and wisdom from this mechanical god. If he has a choice, Stark would rather give up everything, even his own life, just to get the same opportunity as you. DJ1 hashtag. After a long breath, Stark was full of regret and lay back in his chair. At this moment, a crazy idea suddenly popped up in his mind uncontrollably. I don't know if that dimensional rift still exists somewhere. SHIELD. So, that's it. Black Boiled Egg's face was as dark as water, his eyes were extremely solemn, and his heart was beating wildly. Just now, he had a terrible guess in his mind. Perhaps, the Shelter Society was founded by these Chinese who had obtained the Fuxi inheritance. Otherwise, how could this mysterious organization that was so powerful that it was unbelievable suddenly appear on Earth? It must be because the king named Yu obtained the technology of the creator god and then slowly passed it on, which created the Shelter Society. Damn it, why don't we S.H.I.E.L.D have this kind of black technology? Just when he thought of this, Black Boiled Egg's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered something. That thing was originally in the hands of Red Skull before the war, and was later obtained by SHIELD. It is said that this mysterious tesseract contains endless energy and unimaginable secrets. Maybe, I should find a few scientists to study the legacy of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Egg frowned and pondered. At the moment, in the light curtain. Just when Yu was extremely excited and madly memorized the knowledge taught by Snake Father Fuxi, a faint call suddenly came from the cracks in the galaxy in the distance. Oh. There is obviously no air in space, but this call can actually travel through countless distances and directly reach Wan Urja sitting in the spaceship. This is... No. His whole body was shaking, sweat was pouring down his face, and veins on his forehead were bulging, as if he was madly resisting something. But in the next second, a kind of happy and confused look suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, Yu's eyes immediately passed through the porthole of the spacecraft and looked straight into the dimensional crack in the starry sky. At the moment he stared at the crack, Yu's body suddenly solidified, and his eyes revealed an indescribable enthusiasm and yearning. He saw the true appearance of Nuwa, the blood dragon mother who was bound by Fuxi's body. So, this is the ultimate of the way of blood and flesh. The great existence of immortality. The starting point and end point of all life in the universe. Don't. Just when Yu was crazy, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he tried to see more frantically, Fuxi's voice sounded in his mind again. AHH. Yu seemed to be awakened by the 3.9 sounds, his whole body trembled, and he tried his best to close his eyes. After a long time, he closed his eyes and sat on the throne of the spaceship. He gave an order in a very weak voice. Return. Let's go back. At the moment. MCU Earth. Camartage. This is such a pity. Seeing that Yu finally failed to resist the temptation and opened his eyes, the Ancient One magician couldn't help but sighed and his face was full of regret. Don't look directly at God. The Ancient One shook his head and sighed. Existences like the flesh and blood dragon mother bones are not worthy of human beings to look at. The great monarch called Yu, I'm afraid, has been corrupted by the dragon mother. What? Hearing Ancient One's shocking speech, the magicians and apprentices around were all horrified and asked repeatedly. Corruption? What does this mean? Ancient One magician, what are you talking about? Ancient One took a deep breath and said slowly. In the multi-universe, various high-dimensional Mephisto, even if they just exist, can bring unimaginable terror to ordinary humans. Facing them, ordinary people will collapse due to information overload even if they just take a look. Even their own bodies can't be preserved. That you, obviously practiced the way of the snake and the way of the dragon at the same time. His will and physical strength far exceed those of ordinary people. B. At this point, Ancient One's voice was already full of compassion. Human power is still not comparable to that of Dragon Mother Nuwa. I suspect that the reason why you took the flying boat alone to Taisui was because he was worried that others would be affected by Dragon Mother. But now it seems that what he feared the most has become a reality. Yu's fate is probably doomed. Chapter 87. At the moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. Since Yu returned on the flying boat, he has passed on a large amount of long-lost Fuxi knowledge to his subjects. Soon, the Snake Father's way that was lost due to the war was revived again. Not only that, Yu also secretly collected the divine body fragments that fell on the earth when the Snake Father Fuxi was broken in the name of collecting metals from all over the world. Relying on these divine body fragments, plus the knowledge taught by the Snake Father Fuxi, Yu quickly made 3 divine body flying boats. Driving with bronze puppets, these 3 divine body flying boats flew all the way to the Taisui crack near Jupiter, and used the flying boat originally to completely block the crack. In this way, Nuwa flesh and blood will never be able to escape from the crack again and bring disaster to the world. MCU Earth, a street. Is this, using the body of God to repair God? Tunmei was sitting in a fast food restaurant, with several buckets of roast chicken in front of her, eating with her mouth full of oil. But when she saw the picture on the screen, she was suddenly startled, as if everything in her mouth had lost its fragrance. After thinking for a long time with her head tilted, Tunmei finally came to her senses and clapped her 2 little hands covered with chicken oil, her face full of excitement. How could ordinary metal repair the body of a god? So, naturally, Fuxi's own body fragments had to be used to repair the cracks on Taisui. Without Fuxi's guidance, relying on mortals themselves. I'm afraid I can't think of this trick, and I will never be able to make similar machines. At the moment California Mansion. Oh. Is that so? Stark nodded and said directly. J.A.R.V.I.S. Check the internet for me to see if there is any information about that kind of strange mechanical fragments. If there is, notify me immediately. Yes, sir. The little pepper standing on the side was a little surprised when she heard this, and asked instinctively. Tony, why are you looking for these things? Ah. Stark pointed at the computer screen and said. I'm not looking for mechanical garbage, but possible Fuxi fragments. Didn't you notice? The king named Yu relied on the scattered Fuxi fragments to block the Taisui crack. No one knows whether such a crack will appear in our world. 09. Stark shook his head slightly. Once it really appears, if we can't find enough Fuxi fragments to block the crack, then everything will be over, right? Seeing that Pepper kept nodding like a primary school student, Stark was a little complacent, but another thought came to his mind. If a crack really appears, should I risk my life and go around the crack? Although the call of the Flesh Dragon Mother sounds scary, but... Stark secretly clenched his fists. In order to obtain the knowledge of the mechanical creator, no matter how great the risk is, it is worth it. At the moment, in the light screen. After plugging the Taisui crack, in order to control the flood, Yu also relied on the knowledge taught by Fuxi to forge 9 water-fixing needles. Using this high-tech magic weapon, Yu not only pacified the floods in various parts of the world, but also killed countless dragons, snakes, and evil beasts. For a time, the evil beasts that had been causing trouble to the world were killed one after another, and the floods on the earth gradually receded, and the people began to live and work in peace again. In addition, Yu also selflessly taught Fuxi's knowledge to his ministers and people, asking them to spread it widely. For a time, the 8 trigrams mechanics that had been lost due to wars and the passage of time spread throughout the world again, and everyone could learn it. The unprecedented popularity of Fuxi's snake Deo in front of him, those who were still practicing the way of flesh and blood also changed their ways and returned to Fuxi's teachings. But even at this point, Yu was still not satisfied. In order to better govern the world, Yu sent people to survey the 9 provinces and measure the degrees of the Jotyen, and worked hard to travel between heaven and earth. Due to many years of flood disasters, the 9 provinces were blocked by mountains and hills, so Yu trekked between mountains and hills, rivers and lakes, and ponds, built bridges and paved roads, and dredged the siltation, trying his best to prevent future floods. Since the art of recording years had not yet been popularized and there was no standard for the heavenly stems and earthly branches, Yu relied on Fuxi's teachings to observe the rotation of the stars in the sky, and counted the time it took for the stars to rotate once as a year. He also divided the 24 solar terms such as the spring equinox, summer solstice, autumnal equinox, and winter solstice according to the trajectory of the stars. Under Yu's governance, the Chinese land soon emerged from the ravages of floods and evil beasts. In order to prevent dragons and snakes and gods from causing chaos in the future, Yu also used Fuxi's knowledge to forge dozens of long-lost Xian Yuan swords and placed them on the major Yuang terraces to deter the gods and evil beasts in the world. Relying on these technological magic weapons that can distort reality and kill cause and effect to suppress destiny, Yu's Xia dynasty is thriving and the people live and work in peace and contentment. For a time, people inside and outside the country, and even the 4 barbarians on the border, were praising Yu's wisdom. Across the country, countless high-rise temples used to commemorate Yu were built like mushrooms after rain. Countries near and far offered tributes, submitting a table to declare vassalage. Because Yu had established so many achievements, he was not only praised by the people, but was even supported as a wise king and saintly lord who was as famous as Emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi. At this point, Yu had really reached the pinnacle that a human monarch could achieve. Seeing this, on the MCU Earth's network. Wow, this Yu is so powerful, he is simply a living example of a wise monarch. Is there really such a powerful monarch? If I can get the guidance of the Creator God, I might do better than him. Don't joke, when he went to the Taisui crack alone, he was risking his life. At that time, he was already a wise king. How can you be like this? Yes, even as the king of a country, he is still willing to risk his life to save the people. Even without Fuxi's guidance, Yu was already a wise king. Scare me. When I saw Yu's strange behavior when facing the Taisui crack before, I thought he was harmed by the god of flesh and blood. How is it possible? He didn't go into the crack, he just took a look. What could happen? Wait. Ding Shui magic needle? Am I seeing that correctly? Camartage. Nothing. Seeing Yu on the screen wearing imperial clothes and standing on a high platform to accept the cheers of his subjects, a strange color flashed in the eyes of Ancient One. Could it be that this king really relied on his own willpower to resist the influence of the flesh dragon mother? If it is true, then this person's spirit and will have probably surpassed the peak of human beings. To an unimaginable level. At this time, Wang the magician next to him suddenly exclaimed. Ding Shui magic needle. Golden cudgel. This artifact, actually exists. Golden cudgel? Is that this thing in Journey to the West? Yes. I can't believe it either. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Looking at Wang the magician talking with other magic apprentices with a surprised look on his face, Ancient One did not speak, but he also sighed in his heart. Since returning from Taisui, everything Yu did has benefited the people. If he really had not been influenced by Nuwa, then the Xia dynasty would have prospered to the extreme under his rule. Just thinking of this, Ancient One's heart suddenly clicked. As a sorcerer supreme who has lived for hundreds of years, Ancient One is also quite familiar with the history of China, so he knows very well. Although the Xia dynasty does exist in ancient books, there are indeed not many relics in the real world. If the Yu deeds played on the screen do exist in this plane, it can only prove one thing. Something has erased the existence of the Xia dynasty. But, how is this possible? From the images played so far, under Yu's rule, the technology level of the Xia dynasty has developed to an incredible level. Humans can rely on the Taisui gate to cross countless distances and travel freely in the universe. The power of Xian Yuan's sword to erase cause and effect is so powerful that even gods are terrified. Add to that various other extraordinary technologies, Bagua machinery, compared with the Huaxia world of the Xia dynasty, the modern society of the 21st century is just like backward primitive people. What kind of enemy can completely wipe out such an advanced and powerful country? Just when Ancient One was thinking hard, a new image appeared on the screen. I am getting older and older. In his bedroom, Yu stood in front of huge amounts of floor-to-ceiling mirrors, staring at himself in the mirror. Decades have passed since Taisui returned. Now, the territory under his rule has surpassed the reign of Emperor Xian Yuan Huangdi. The Xia dynasty is also known as the greatest empire in human history. But as time passed, Yu found that deep in his heart, he was becoming more and more dissatisfied. He was aging and getting weaker. Fuxi's snake path could not make him immortal. If he was limited to the technological route of the snake path, the only way to save him was to transform his body into a machine like Chu did in the past. To achieve immortality in the form of a robot. No. With a low roar, Yu stared at himself in the mirror. Suddenly, he recalled the indescribable scene of that year. The blood and flesh dragon mother he saw through the Taisui fissure in the bronze flying boat. Although she was sealed by Fuxi, Nuwa was so powerful and had such a surging life force. In his dreams for decades, Yu had returned to the time before the fissure countless times. Several times, he couldn't even control himself and drilled into the Taisui fissure. He merged with the endless flesh and blood of the dragon mother. Only when he woke up did Yu know that it was a dream. Enough. I have given so much to this world. I can't die, and I can't die. Bang. Yu smashed the mirror with one punch and walked out of the bedroom with his head held high. From that day on, the wise king of Wei Tian changed. First, he began to secretly sacrifice to Nuwa, using the lives and flesh of the people to satisfy the hunger of the Dragon Mother and the 6 beasts. The 6 beasts are the attendants and followers of the Dragon Mother Nuwa. They are named Chaos, Kyunki, Dao, Daoti, Gong, and Zurong. After Nuwa was banned by Fuxi, the 6 beasts wandered in the universe, hunting and devouring weak gods. As you performed the sacrifice, Nuwa and the 6 beasts gradually began to grant him the power of flesh and blood. Under the cruel blood sacrifice, you began to rejuvenate and become younger. His physical strength also became stronger than ever before. Not enough. I want to become stronger, I want to be immortal like the Dragon Mother. Under the infusion of flesh and blood, you began to gradually lose his mind and became cruel and violent. In order to obtain more human sacrifice objects, you brazenly decided to raise troops and attack the surrounding countries to capture prisoners of war to offer to Nuwa and the 6 beasts. Faced with this kind of militaristic behavior, his father Gun and the old minister Bo Yi did not agree. But you no longer cared about their opinions. Send troops. Kill. Through killing and blood sacrifice, you began to become stronger and stronger. In the flames of war, he will also guide the generals and soldiers around him to worship the Dragon Mother like him, and perform blood sacrifices to practice the way of flesh and blood. Soon, Fuxi's snake way was despised, and Yu's army began to openly slaughter everyone they met, and then offer their flesh and blood to the Dragon Mother. To gain stronger power. In this way, the army under Yu's command completed the metamorphosis from human to beast and turned into a bloodthirsty evil beast army. Wow! Run away, Yu's army is coming. What's going on? Isn't he a wise ruler? We are also the people of the Xia dynasty. Why does Yu want to kill us? He has fallen into the way of flesh and blood and is completely crazy. Run away, otherwise you will be caught and sacrificed. Faced with the crazy Yu and his evil beast army, no one can resist, and the people can only flee in panic. With the constant killing and blood sacrifice, Yu has gradually shed his human form and turned into a black dragon with a length of 1 kilometer. He has gained unimaginable flesh and blood power. The army of evil beasts led by this black dragon not only traverses China, but also kills out of the continent under his feet, killing countless people all over the world. There are rumors that Yu committed so many murders in order to create more real dragons like him. And this group of real dragons only wants one thing, that is to tear apart the Taisui cage set by the Snake Father and release the Dragon Mother Nuwa into this world. Under the continuous blood sacrifice of the real dragon army, the 6 beasts under Nuwa also appeared on the earth one after another. But one day, a group of strange people suddenly appeared in front of the army of evil beasts led by the real dragon Yu. Boom! The colorful light fell from the sky and hit the center of the earth fiercely. When the light of Bifrost faded, a warrior holding Mjolnir, with muscular body and golden beard, rushed out first. I am Odin, the god king of Asgard. Raising Mjolnir, the young Odin shouted at the army of evil beasts in front of him. Demons of Midgard! I won't let you devour everything. Surrender your lives. Odin! Don't be impulsive. Standing in the rune mark created by Bifrost, a magician with a green gem necklace around his neck and a fur robe frowned. This group of true dragon army is extremely powerful. It is said that there are 6 monsters from the outside world among them. It's too dangerous for you to rely on yourself. Agamotto, shut up! Odin shouted, interrupting the magician's words. I promise you, I will fight these Midgard monsters, but I will not accept your orders. The first-generation sorcerer supreme Agamotto smiled bitterly and was speechless. Ha ha ha! No matter what, we'll just fight. A flaming skeleton sitting on an elephant laughed up to the sky, seeming to be looking forward to the upcoming war. He is the first-generation Ghost Rider on this timeline. In addition, behind Odin stood a giant emitting crimson magic. He is the one who accepted the Crimson Mephisto Crimson Giant infused with the magic of Sidorak. In order to fight against the true dragon army that is troubling the world, the first-generation sorcerer supreme Agamotto summoned all the super abilities he could summon. At this time, black clouds suddenly began to gather in the sky. Boom! From the dark clouds, a thunderous roar suddenly came. You are just a human, dare to challenge the true dragon and the 6 beasts, you are here to die. Chapter 88. Seeing the amazing scene on the screen, the network on MCU Earth was instantly boiling. That's Odin. He looks so young, at most 30 or 40 years old. Oh my god! What's up with that flaming skeleton? He's riding on an elephant. Hey, look at that red giant standing behind Odin, isn't it Hulk? Why is his color red? What are these people doing here? Are they trying to stop the army of real dragons? Crazy! Crazy! There are only a few of them, they are really looking for death. At the moment, Kamartaj. Is that Agamotto? Looking at the magician on the screen wearing animal skin and a green gem hanging around his neck, Ancient One magician took a breath of cold air, and his body froze in place like petrified. Although he had not seen the true appearance of this first-generation sorcerer supreme with his own eyes, Ancient One could recognize at a glance that the thing hanging around his neck was the time gem. It was Agamotto who found Odin and so many powerful people in the world. Ancient One thought about it and guessed Agamotto's intention immediately. This first-generation Sorcerer Supreme wanted to unite the most powerful people on Earth and even in the Nine Realms to stop the rampage of the true dragon army. To protect this world. But Yu has turned into a true dragon, and his strength is unfathomable. Add to that the six beasts that serve the flesh and blood dragon Mother Nuwa. Just these few strong men, I'm afraid it's not enough. Thinking of this, Ancient One Magician suddenly shook his head and smiled, and his heart settled down. No matter what, as long as Agamotto still has the time gem in his hand, he will be invincible. No matter how terrible the flesh and blood beast is, it is impossible to resist the power of time. And according to Ancient One's calculations, this first-generation Sorcerer Supreme may not be an ordinary human, but the incarnation of one of the Trinity Vishanti. A white magic god disguised as a human. At the same time, Africa, Wakanda. T'Challa, look at that, could it be? The King of Wakanda pointed at the LCD screen in the center of the palace lobby in astonishment. On the screen, a black man wearing black metal armor and a Black Panther helmet was holding out a sharp blade with 5 fingers, posing a fighting posture. Father, I am not mistaken. The young Prince T'Challa took a deep breath and said with some excitement. This should be our ancestor, the Black Panther from thousands of years ago. Is it really the ancestor? T'Challa's father sighed, stretched out his hands and made a prayer gesture, then closed his eyes and said. Black Panther goddess Bast, please protect your believers and bring him victory. In a tavern in Texas, America. Father? No way. Thor stared at the heroic Odin on the screen, who seemed to be thousands of years younger. The beer in his hand was clearly brought to his mouth, but he even forgot to open his mouth. So when you were young, you didn't use the Spear of Eternity, but my hammer. Just when this thought came to mind, Thor suddenly laughed bitterly again. When he was just sent to the mortal world, he had tried many times to lift Mjolnir from the ground. But in the end, all failed. Now, how can Thor have the face to call this artifact his hammer again? At the same time, 8. Ha ha ha. Is this what it feels like to sit on the throne? Holding the Spear of Eternity, Loki sat on Odin's throne with pride. But in the next second, Loki saw the image on the screen of the Asgard hall, and the smile immediately froze on his face. Father? Odin. Looking at the young Odin holding Mjolnir, full of anger, as if he was about to smash the hammer at the next moment, Loki swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shuddered involuntarily. Now. Although the father fainted due to serious injuries, he seemed to have entered Odin's long sleep. But what if he wakes up? From the video, my father seemed to have a bad temper when he was young. At the moment, in a taxi on the streets of New York. Why haven't we arrived yet? How long will this traffic jam last? Hey! Bruce Banner was sitting in the back seat of the taxi, taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down. But when he looked up accidentally and saw the image on the huge light screen above New York, he was completely stunned. This is Hulk. No, shouldn't Hulk be green? Why is this red? Heart. In a city in the central United States, the famous stunt performer Johnny Blaze had just completed a very dangerous motorcycle stunt and was sitting backstage to rest. At this moment, he glanced and saw the image on a small TV next to him. What? Staring at the flaming skull riding an elephant on the TV, Johnny Blaze's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Ghost Rider. Besides me, there are other Ghosts Rider. And, this guy is riding an elephant. The more he looked, the more confused he became. Johnny Blaze's mouth opened wider and wider. Could it be that this guy is even worse than me and is actually a circus performer? Just as countless people in the MCU world were amazed and confused, new images appeared on the light screens all over the universe. Turn into ash. Human. Accompanied by the terrifying roar in the sky, countless lightning bolts poured down from the black clouds like a rainstorm. The most terrifying thing is that these thunderbolts seemed to have eyes, and all struck Odin, Agamotto, and others. What a powerful spell! Agamotto's expression was stern, his hands crossed, and he immediately made a spell-casting gesture. Buzz! A golden light lit up from his hands, and then expanded hundreds of times, turning into a huge amount of shield, blocking everyone including Odin below. Boom boom boom! Endless thunderbolts, madly striking at the magic above the shield, golden stars splashed all over the sky. But no matter how fierce the thunder and lightning were, the magic shield released by Agamotto remained motionless. At the moment, MCU Earth, Site 17 of the Containment Society. Magic. It's really a magic war. Staring at the earth-shaking magic battle on the screen in the hall, Jane Foster took a deep breath and finally calmed down. After officially joining the Containment Society, Jane believed that no matter how bizarre the phenomenon was, she could try her best to keep a normal mind. However, such an unscientific magic attack and defense almost made her drop her jaw. Magic? You are seeing it wrong. At this time, a familiar frivolous voice sounded in Jane's ears again. It was Dr. Bright. Dr. Bright walked to Jane's side and pointed at Agamotto under the magic shield. This guy is indeed a thaumaturge, and he also uses the traditional magic of ordinary people. But, the one in the black cloud is not. Pointing to his head, Dr. Bright said with a smile. Do you still remember the human monarch who fought against the Iron Orcs before? Hey! I remember, he is the Emperor. Jane's eyes lit up, and his brain immediately reacted. Before, this yellow Emperor also summoned lightning from the black cloud, melted the group of orcs into molten iron. That's right. Bright nodded. This is not magic, but an application of reality distortion. As long as the reality twister wants black clouds to appear in the sky and wants lightning to strike in the black clouds, everything will become a reality. At this point, Bright stared at the black cloud in the sky on the screen with burning eyes. If I'm not mistaken, the one hiding in the cloud should be the black dragon transformed from the human monarch. This kind of reality distortion is the super ability he obtained by believing in the way of flesh and blood and completely transforming into a dragon. Now, the power of this Yu is probably no less than that of Huang Ho. At this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. Roar! Seeing that the thunder was ineffective, a dragon with black scales and a prominent head rushed out from the black clouds in the sky. This black dragon was more than 1,000 meters long, and its head alone was as huge as a hill. Its two eyes radiated a blazing fierce light, which was even more chilling. You or black dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared. Human warlock! You succeeded in angering me. My head! What is this? Hearing the roar of the black dragon, the Black Panther in black armor suddenly felt dizzy, his legs became weak, and his eyes were full of blood. He touched his nose and was horrified to find that blood was flowing out of all his orifices. This dragon just roared, but it was so lethal. Be careful, this real dragon is stronger than you think. Agamotto concentrated his magic power and his eyes became extremely solemn. Just for this dragon, we may have to rush in all at once, and we may not be able to win. Moreover, the enemy is said to have 6 foreign monsters and an army of evil beasts. Now, what should we do? Just when he thought of this, Agamotto saw smoke and dust rising from the army of evil beasts in front of him. Hwala la! Just like splitting the waves, countless strange-shaped dragons, snakes, and evil beasts avoided to the sides, leaving 6 passages. Roar! Then, 6 hideous and terrifying beasts that looked nothing like Earth creatures came out of the siege of evil beasts. At the moment, MCU Earth, Containment Site 17. Wait, am I seeing things? Looking at the smallest of the 6 beasts, which looked like a big lizard, Jane Foster was stunned at first, and then she stretched out her hand to rub her eyes. Isn't this guy the immortal lizard? It's just a little bigger. Immortal lizard? It's actually the attendant of the flesh dragon mother. Dr. Bright, who has always been carefree, frowned slightly, obviously very surprised. But soon, his eyebrows relaxed. No wonder this guy's self-healing power is so outrageous that he can't be killed no matter how hard you try. Someone should have guessed that it is related to the god of flesh. At the moment, Minister of the Light Screen. 6 beasts. These are the 6 demon beasts from outside the domain. Agamotto frowned, thinking something was wrong. Sister Ping's Sorcerer Supreme's magic sense, he has already faintly sensed it. The energy reaction of these monsters is no less than that of the black dragon above. 2 of them, are even better. Can't be besieged by the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Agamotto suddenly shouted. Everyone, please concentrate all your strength and attack the black dragon in the air. No matter how much it costs, as long as we kill the enemy's commander, we will win. Ha ha ha. Human. You are dreaming. Among the 6 beasts that suddenly appeared, a giant with 2 horns on its head stared at Odin and others, and suddenly opened its mouth. The only thing you can do is roll into my stomach. Demons, die! Faced with the provocation of the big-mouthed giant, Odin's hair and beard were all erected, and he swung the thunder hammer in his hand. Hula! Mjolnir spun dozens of times in Odin's hand, and then with infinite centrifugal force, it suddenly flew out of his hand and flew right into the mouth of the big-mouth monster. At the moment, in a tavern on Earth. Great! Watching Odin's blow, Thor clenched his fists and cheered. At this moment, he could almost see the head of the giant monster being smashed by the hammer, his brains flowing out, and dying miserably on the spot. But in the next second, Thor's smile froze on his face, his expression became full of horror, and he exclaimed in disbelief. No! Impossible! How could Mjolnir? On the light screen. Swish! Carrying the power of infinite thunder and lightning, Mjolnir rushed into the mouth of the big-mouthed giant with the momentum of smashing mountains. Ah! Then, the big-mouthed giant closed its mouth. The world seemed to be quiet at this moment. It seemed that even the wind stopped flowing, and even the sound of a needle falling to the ground could be heard. How is it possible? As if he had seen a ghost, Odin spoke with difficulty. His eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. Even his body trembled. After Mjolnir flew into the monster's mouth, nothing happened, it seemed to disappear just like that. This big-mouthed monster actually ate his Mjolnir in one bite. How could this happen? Due to excessive shock and horror, Odin's face was blank, his mind was blank, and he couldn't even understand what happened for a while. Haha, interesting, good, things, taste good. The big-mouthed monster seemed to smack his lips, and then looked at the demented Odin and laughed. To thank you for giving me good food, I will tell you my name. My name is Doughty, and I am a servant of Lady Nuwa. As soon as the voice fell, Doughty opened his big mouth again, across a distance of thousands of meters, facing Odin bit it. Ah! Not good. Seeing the other party open his mouth, Odin felt that all the hairs on his body stood up, as if all the cells in his body were frantically warning. Ah! Try his best, Odin rolled backwards without caring about his image. Puff! Then, blood flowers flew up in the air, and Odin's screams resounded throughout the battlefield. Ah! Odin rolled on the ground, his entire right hand, including his right shoulder, disappeared without a trace. Blood gushed out like money. The gluttonous swallowing could actually cross space and almost eat up half of his right half of his body. What's wrong with this monster? Don't panic. Seeing that the strongest among the crowd, Odin, lost his weapon right at the start, and was seriously injured. All the super abilities, including Agamotto, were shocked. Humph. Let me try. Ghost Rider snorted coldly, and released golden flames from his skull, enveloping the elephant he was riding. Boom. Under the burning of the golden flames, the entire elephant was burned to only a skeleton, but it still stood in place. This is Ghost Rider's evil mount. At this moment, a huge amounts of lizard walked slowly and blocked him. My name is Kyunki. The big lizard opened its mouth, stared at Ghost Rider, and said slowly. You are my food. I will chew you up bit by bit and eat you. Chapter 89. At the moment, MCU Earth. Texas. A tavern. Mjolnir. Father. Thor's eyes widened, his whole body trembled like a leaf, his mouth opened wide, his chin almost fell on the bar counter. Mjolnir is a divine weapon made of the core of fixed star. The power of these two combined is so strong that even an ordinary small planet can be shattered. But the big-mouth monster who calls himself Doughty not only swallowed Mjolnir in one gulp, but also ate half of Odin from thousands of meters away. How can these flesh monsters be so strong? At the moment, in the light screen. Damn. Due to excessive blood loss, the young Odin's face was pale, half knelt on the ground, and could hardly stand up for a while. And the frustration and fear in his heart are even more difficult to describe in words. Not long ago, the magician named Agamotto appeared in Asgard and invited Odin to Midgard, to fight against a group of everything-devouring demons. Young Odin liked fighting, and he agreed without hesitation. He thought that with Mjolnir and his own divine power, he could easily win. But now, not only was the hammer eaten by the monster, but he himself was also seriously injured and almost killed. How is this possible? Where did these monsters come from? If it weren't for the severe pain on the right side of his body, Odin would almost think this was a nightmare. Oh! At this moment, 1,000 meters away, the Doughty who was smacking his lips suddenly brightened his eyes. This smell. So you are a god. What? This guy is a god. How does he taste? Is he delicious? Hearing this, the other 6 beasts standing not far from Doughty all cast their eyes over. Facing the burning gazes of these flesh and blood beasts, Odin, who was extremely weak, turned pale and finally couldn't help trembling. At this moment, Odin felt like a dish that was placed on the dining table and was about to be shared. Haha. All his divine power is mine, all of you don't want to fight with me. Doughty laughed and opened his mouth wide at the young Odin. Odin struggled desperately to escape, but because of his severe injuries, his legs were weak and he couldn't stand up for a while. Ah! As the Doughty's mouth suddenly closed, he closed his eyes in despair. But, nothing happened. Hi! After several seconds, the terrified Odin opened his eyes in disbelief. What happened? I wasn't eaten? Odin remembered very clearly that just now, the monster almost swallowed his right half of the body from thousands of meters away. This time, did the enemy miss? At this moment, Odin suddenly felt a feeling of weakness sweeping over his body, and the pain in his right half of the body instantly increased 100 times. It was as if he had turned from a god into a human in an instant. Wow! Odin, who had only time to let out a weak scream, collapsed to the ground after becoming a human, his eyes dimmed instantly, and soon he was silent. Haha, little god on earth, is this all your power? Doughty smacked his lips, as if he was savoring something, and then sneered. Weak, really too weak, just enough to fill my teeth. Hearing this, the surrounding 6 beasts all clamored. What? Did you eat all the power of this god? Too much, what do we eat now? You just have a big mouth. All you know is to grab food all day long. MCU Earth, Asgard. Holding the eternal spear, Loki, sitting on the throne, changed his face, trembled all over, and almost dropped the spear in his hand to the ground. Is this a mistake? That gluttonous monster not only ate Mjolnir, but also ate Odin's divine power? What kind of operation is this? Gulp. Loki swallowed hard, and suddenly thought of Thor who was demoted to the human world before. At that time, Odin deprived him of all his divine power, beat Thor into a mortal, and then demoted him to Midgard. But he is the king of the 9 realms, with the most powerful magic in the 9 realms. Who would have thought that in this world on the screen, there was actually a monster that did exactly the same thing to Odin? What on earth is this monster? Loki was sweating all over, even his palms were sweaty, and he could hardly hold the spear of eternity steady. In the light screen. Oops. Seeing Odin's silent death, Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto's expression suddenly changed. That 6 beasts named Doughty can actually devour others' divine power from a distance. Is this some kind of concept attack or cause and effect erasure? Just as he was horrified, he saw several 6 beasts in the distance arguing and laughing at each other, but no one attacked, and Agamotto's expression became even uglier. In Agamotto's opinion, many beasts, even cats, would play with their prey after catching it before killing and eating it. And the 6 beasts in front of him obviously regarded them as prey that must die. Before Agamotto had time to think about it, a roar sounded in the air. Human warlock, die! Boom! As soon as he raised his head, Agamotto saw the black dragon in the air suddenly open its bloody mouth, and a terrifying torrent of flames spurted out of the dragon's mouth. Damn it! Agamotto gritted his teeth, waved his hands, and the time gem hanging on his chest released a dazzling green light. Hula! Under the light of the time gem, the black dragon's fiery flame breath gradually retreated. This is the power of time magic. It can reverse time. Reverse all attacks. Leave this black dragon to me. Relying on the power of magic to fly into the air, Agamotto shouted in the air. Crimson Giant. Ghost Rider. Black Panther. Iron Fist. Please hold on. When I win, I will come to help you. At the moment, Camartage. Time magic, this is the time magic of the 1st generation Sorcerer Supreme. So powerful, worthy of being Lord Agamotto. With such magic power, no matter how powerful the black dragon is, it is impossible to win. Looking at Agamotto operating the time gem, releasing various gorgeous magics in the air, fighting the black dragon on equal terms, all the magic apprentices' eyes lit up and cheered involuntarily. From the live broadcast to now, all kinds of earth-shaking and incredible strong men came and went. These magician apprentices were stunned, and their confidence was also hit unprecedentedly. It turns out that there are so many terrible monsters in this world. The magic they learned seems not that powerful at all. But now it seems that it's not that the magic is not powerful, but that they themselves are not strong enough. A strong man like Agamotto is not inferior to a monster that turns into a real dragon. This is the real great magician. But surprisingly, unlike other apprentices, Ancient One magician stared at the light screen with a solemn expression, but his expression was not good. According to Ancient One's understanding, the so-called trinity of the god of white magic, Vishanti, is actually formed by the 3 ancient gods Almighty Usse, All-Seeing Agamotto and Old Hogs. The Book of Vishanti collected in Wangda Magician's library was also written by these 3 ancient gods. As the 1st generation Sorcerer Supreme on Earth, Agamotto is actually the incarnation of All-Seeing Agamotto in the human world. He is basically a god disguised as a human. But even this god-level magician with divine power, coupled with the time gem, one of the 6 infinite gems, can't beat the true dragon transformed by you. It can only tie with it. Is the monster formed by the way of flesh and blood so powerful? And that Doughty? When she thought of Doughty's magical devouring power, Gu's expression became more serious. Like Agamotto, she also believed that this ability may not be just physical devouring. It is very likely that it has risen to the level of concept, ajeb, or even cause and effect. Can devour Odin's power out of thin air? Can this monster devour magic? Even time. Just when the Ancient One was in doubt, a new image appeared on the screen. Waiting for you to help us? Just take care of yourself. Hearing the shout of Agamotto in the air, Ghost Rider riding on the elephant laughed, and his eyes like ghost fire stared directly at the big lizard in front of him. 1. Lizard monster. Look, I'll roast you and feed you to my pet. Boom. Ghost Rider raised his right hand, and the fierce hellfire ignited in his hand, turning into a huge amount of fireballs. This kind of flame is the symbol of the power of hell. Not only can it burn the enemy's body, but it can even burn the soul to nothingness, making the enemy's body and soul annihilate and never reincarnate. The next moment, huge amounts of hellfire balls were burned by Ghost Rider. Rider threw it out, hitting the big lizard Kyunki. Boom! The horrible explosion shook the world, and the flames visible to the naked eye spread out in circles. The strong high-temperature air waves swept in all directions. What a terrible fire attack! This skull is so powerful. Feeling the terrible power of this hellfire explosion, the Crimson Giant, Black Panther, and female Iron Fist all widened their eyes. Except for the Crimson Giant who possessed the Crimson Magic, the other 2 asked themselves that if they were hit by this flame explosion head-on, they would be evaporated in an instant, and even their bodies would not be left behind. Hwalala! After the hellfire gradually dissipated, a deep pit appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the deep pit, charred bones could be vaguely seen. The huge amounts of the lizard Kyanki seems to have only this little corpse left. Great! Black Panther clenched his fists, and felt a surge of fighting spirit in his chest. No matter how scary these 6 beasts look, they are not invincible. Ha ha ha! But at this moment, the laughter of the 6 beasts came from a distance. Kyanki, this guy, was burned to ashes. Too embarrassing, it didn't even have the strength to resist. I thought it would take at least a while to die. Looking at the other 6 beasts from a distance, who looked like they were watching the fun, the Crimson Giant and others were stunned. Don't these guys have a sense of companionship? Watching his companion die, he's still laughing? Humph! Useless trash! Glanced at the lizard bones in the pit, Ghost Rider turned his gaze to the other 6 beasts in the distance. Who's next? No, I think, just let the rest of you come at me. Possessing the power of the spirit of vengeance, Ghost Rider is basically immortal and can be resurrected no matter how many times he is killed. So, he is not afraid of any strong enemy in the world. Oh, this fire skeleton is really interesting. Seeing Ghost Rider driving the fire giant elephant rushing towards him, Doughty stretched out his blood-red tongue and licked his bloody mouth, with curiosity in his eyes. Not like a god, but not an ordinary person either. If I could eat him, I wonder how it would taste. Wait. At this moment, from Ghost behind Rider, a muffled roar suddenly came. This fire skeleton is mine, no one of you is allowed to snatch it from me. What? Ghost Rider turned his head in disbelief, and the ghost fire in the skeleton's eye sockets, then trembled violently. In the deep pit, the big lizard Kyanki that was originally burned to only dry bones by the hellfire, unexpectedly grew flesh and blood back at some point. How is it possible? Is this guy like me, immortal? Before he recovered from the horrifying scene in front of him, Ghost Rider saw an even more terrifying scene. Skull, look at this! The big lizard Kyanki suddenly opened its mouth, and from its crocodile-like mouth, it actually spurted out a stream of golden flames that Ghost Rider was very familiar with. Boom! The terrible flames came like a raging wave, and instantly hit Ghost Rider riding on the flaming giant, knocking him far away. Ah! It hurts! Ghost Rider is immune to almost all attacks in the world. After turning into a skeleton, he has almost lost the feeling of pain. But at the moment of being hit by the flames, this fire skeleton actually let out a heart-wrenching cry. This golden flame not only burned his skeleton body, but also burned his soul. Hellfire! How is it possible? With smoke coming out of his body, Ghost Rider got up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner. For a moment, he felt his whole body trembling slightly, and his heart was even more shocked. Where did this lizard monster learn its own hellfire attack? And what about its perverted self-healing ability? At the same time, somewhere in the MCU universe, ABAE, the surging magma can be seen everywhere, and the air is also filled with the stench of sulfur. This is the hell dimension outside the material world. In the center of this sea of magma and fire, a big demon with a red body, double horns on his head and a cloak on his back is sitting on his throne of hell, looking at the light screen in front of him with surprise. Interesting, interesting, I can actually put this kind of projection screen in the human world into my hell. 703. Mephisto, the king of hell, touched his chin, stared at the huge amounts of lizard on the screen, and a treacherous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a powerful self-healing ability. Just by being attacked once, it has mastered the hellfire of the spirit of revenge. This lizard is really a wonder among creatures. And that big mouth monster can actually devour the source of divine power. Could it be that it is a monster that has mastered the devouring law? At this thought, the smile on Mephisto's mouth suddenly disappeared, and his eyes revealed an incredible look. Even a dimension lord like him can hardly have an impact on the law. What on earth is this big mouth monster Doughty? Chapter 90. Camartage. This is Ghost Rider's Hellfire. Ancient One magician frowned, and his heart sank. As an Earth Asgardian, the dimension Mephisto that Ancient One had to fight against included the King of Hell Mephisto. Therefore, she knew a lot about Mephisto's Hell Messenger Ghost Rider. This monster is not only immortal, but also has a terrible hellfire attack, and a special skill Eye of Judgment that directly attacks the soul. Once hit directly by the Eye of Judgment, even the Ancient One would probably be burned to death by the hellfire. But who would have thought that a mere big lizard could actually master the skill of spewing hellfire? This monster named Kyanki was not only not killed by Ghost Rider's hellfire, but also gained similar abilities after resurrection. Recalling the immortal lizard that he had seen in the video before, Ancient One found that he seemed to have underestimated this monster. At the same time, the internet on Earth was also bustling. Wow! It's so cool, the magician fights the dragon, the flame skeleton fights the undead lizard. It's better than any blockbuster. Who is that magician? How can he turn back time? Is this really not a movie special effect? Ha ha ha, the most outrageous one is the one with the hammer, who knelt down inexplicably right at the beginning. The one with the hammer before was also instantly knocked down by the shy monster. Are these guys coming to make fun of me? I remember that in the previous video, this big lizard was a weak chicken, even afraid of a concrete statue. Why does it seem to turn over now? Yes, the fire skeleton's fireball, which is like a missile attack, can't kill this lizard. What lizard? It's called Kyanki. One of our Chinese 4 ancient evils. At the moment, in the backstage of a performance. A lizard that can spit hellfire and revive so quickly. Johnny Blaze's face was full of astonishment, and Feishan couldn't recover. If Kyanki didn't appear in the form of a fire skeleton, he would have suspected, this guy was also the Ghost Rider chosen by Mephisto. But, that king of hell can't choose an animal as a messenger, right? Shaking his head, Johnny Blaze looked at his hands and suddenly smiled bitterly. In any case, unless someone can defeat Mephisto, he will never be able to get rid of this demonic power in his life. And, it's impossible to kill Ghost Rider. Johnny Blaze sighed leisurely. Even if this lizard can survive, it will only be a meaningless protracted war. And in a bar in Texas. Father! Thor screamed and suddenly stood up from the front of the bar, startling the rest of the people in the bar. Damn it! Father! That monster can actually eat your power, how come? Like an ant on a hot pot, Thor walked around the bar frantically, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Finally, he suddenly remembered something and rushed out the door. Power, I must take my power. And Mjolnir. Thinking of what Odin said when he exiled himself to the human world, and the miserable death of the young Odin on the screen, Thor felt sad and angry in his heart, and his emotions were like a storm, and he couldn't calm down. Even if he lost his power and couldn't pull out the hammer, Thor still regarded himself as the prince of Asgard in his subconscious. So, he ran to the tavern to get drunk, which was actually escaping from reality. But the cruel scene on the screen woke him up. If he didn't have divine power and divine hammer, then, he could die at any time like young Odin. No. Father! I want to regain my power and return to Asgard to see you. The fear of death and the fear of losing everything almost stimulated all of Thor's potential, driving him to rush to the Hammerfall land. Just as Thor rushed out, a new image appeared on the TV screen in the bar. Damn monster, do you think I can't do anything to you? Seeing that Kyanki didn't seem to be afraid of hellfire at all, the angry Ghost Rider did not repeat the same mistake, but changed his fighting style. He took off the chain wrapped around his body, waved it in the air a few times, and threw it out fiercely, just wrapping up Kyanki's body. Huh? This is so hot. Feeling the heat coming from the iron chain, Kyanki struggled to break free from the red-hot iron chain, but in the next moment... Monster! Ghost Rider took 2 steps at a time and rushed directly to the big lizard, grabbed the other's big face with both hands, and stared at Kikai's eyes. Look into my eyes. Ugh, ah! Staring at the Ghost Rider, those eyes like ghost fire, the big lizard felt a hellfire burning straight into his mind. Oh! Kyanki's body twitched wildly, and finally suddenly stiffened. And its eyes also turned into a color similar to condensed magma. Ha ha ha! Seeing that the undead monster in front of him seemed to be finally finished, Ghost Rider let go of his hands and laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong your physical strength is, as long as I burn your soul, you will die, Just after saying this, Ghost Rider suddenly felt something was wrong. It seems, I have forgotten something? Roar! At this moment, the huge lizard that had fallen to the ground, its eyes returned to normal again. And its huge amounts of body also bounced up flexibly, just falling on Ghost Rider. Damn it! Let me go, you monster! Even though Ghost Rider was extremely powerful, he couldn't get out of Kyanki's limbs for a while. Roar! Fire Skull, what did you say just now? On Kyanki's ugly face, a trace of expression that could vaguely be called a smile appeared. Now, look into my eyes. What? No. Impossible. Ghost Rider tried to struggle frantically, but his skull eyes had no eyelids at all, and he couldn't close his eyes. He could only look at the big lizard in horror, staring at him with eyes like flames. Ah! Even though his soul had been demonized by the spirit of revenge, Ghost Rider still felt unprecedented pain when he was stared at by the big lizard. It felt like his entire soul was smashed into pieces and then thrown into hellfire, burning and tormenting repeatedly until forever. When Kyanki released his claws, Ghost Rider's body fell to the ground with a bang and began to twitch continuously. Obviously, Ghost Rider was hit by the lizard's eye of judgment in turn. Although his soul was not completely destroyed, he also suffered a lot of trauma. For a while. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover. At the moment, MCU hell. Even the Eye of Judgment has been learned, what a powerful monster. Mephisto giggled, and a strange idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If he could really recruit this big lizard Kyanki as a messenger of hell, then, he could completely eliminate the unreliable guy Johnny Blaze. He could even order the lizard to defeat or even kill Johnny. Well, I just don't know which dimension this monster is in now, and how to find it. Besides, that big-mouthed monster Doughty seems to be very powerful, and can even eat concepts. Stroking his chin, Mephisto seemed to be in choice difficulty syndrome. At the same time, the X-Men universe. The number of containment points has exceeded 1 billion. You get a reward, CN 500 Doughty's command power, 5 times. Oh. This is interesting. Wuxia, who was still concentrating on watching the ancient magic war, immediately turned his attention and opened the horizontal plan of Site 17. In the containment room CN 500, there was a hideous and terrifying monster of huge size. It was the Doubty who ate Mjolnir and Odin's power during the live broadcast. It can eat concepts, cognition, memory, or anything in the air. Ability has no upper limit. Oh my god! Wuxia took a deep breath, with a look of surprise and joy on his face. He really didn't expect that this so-called ancient four evil, one of the 6 beasts of Nuwa, actually possessed such terrible power. At the same time, the Minister of the Light Screen. Humph. This fire skeleton is still a bit capable, it can't kill you like this. Looking at the Ghost Rider twitching on the ground, Kyanki did not continue to attack, but tilted his head, as if thinking about how to kill the enemy. And at this moment, monster! With only a roar, Kyanki didn't have time to turn around, a red giant rushed over like a tank and knocked it out fiercely. Boom boom boom. The Crimson Giant's eyes were full of bloodshot, and his body released crimson evil spirits. Even his body expanded several times. He swung his fists wildly and beat the Kyanki that he knocked down. Bang! 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 With every punch the red giant threw, the crimson evil spirit on his body became stronger, and his body continued to expand. In the end, it grew to 7 or 8 meters tall. What? This is... At the moment in midair, the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto was manipulating the time gem, unfolding his lifelong learning, and dealing with Deu who was transformed into a real dragon. Feeling the amazing magic power on the ground, Agamotto just glanced at it, and was shocked and trembled all over, and was almost hit by the lightning summoned by the real dragon. How is it possible? Isn't this Mephisto in the other dimension located in the Crimson Dimension outside the multi-universe? 10. He actually projected his divinity into our plane. Oh no, I can't stop him now. On the ground, the Crimson Giant's evil spirit continued to rise, and a terrifying phantom was formed behind him. In the phantom, a red giant with a height of hundreds of meters, a hideous head, and claws and fangs can be seen faintly. Don't even use your eyes to see, Agamotto, just from this real crimson magic, you can recognize who the other party is. Crimson Mephisto Sidorak. The Lord of the Crimson Dimension who is as famous as Dormammu, and even more powerful than him. Ha ha ha. As the illusory body continued to turn from virtual to real, the shadow of Sidorak actually stretched out his hand, pointed at the big lizard on the ground and roared. My apostle, the powerful enemy that made you fight desperately and even begged me to come down, is this a monster? Don't you feel ashamed that you can't even kill a lizard? I will give you crimson magic. First you have to smash this monster for me, then blast open the barrier between dimensions, and let me descend into this dimension. As you command. My lord. The Crimson Giant's eyes were blurred, his body expanded to the limit, and even his head seemed to have grown 2 real horns. It looked a bit similar to the Phantom of Toruk. At the moment, in the crystal wall space outside the multi-universe. Oh no! This is Crimson Erosion. Observer Uatu took a deep breath, with a look of horror on his face. Sidorak seems to be ready to forcibly break the dimensional barrier and let his true body descend. As the Lord of the Crimson Dimension, Sidorak only exists. But his duplication can appear anywhere in the multi-universe. Once this Crimson Erosion is successful, then the unlucky dimension will be swallowed up into the Crimson Dimension and merged with it. This is the method used by Mephisto from another dimension. Similar to Sidorak, the Lord of the Dark Dimension Dormammu controls the Dark Dimension. The responsibility of curbing the invasion of Mephisto from another dimension is usually assumed by Sorcerer Supreme, but... Looking at Agamotto who was trying to fight against the real Dragon Yu on the light screen, the observer shook his head slightly, and then sighed with some understanding. Even though he was one of the Trinity, Agamotto had already tried his best and could not distract himself to resist other Mephisto. And Sidorak seized this gap and used his messenger in this dimension to infiltrate the Crimson Power. Faced with an invincible enemy, Agamotto asked for the Crimson Giant as reinforcements. It was originally a helpless move, but it unexpectedly revealed the strength of his own side. The Flesh and Blood Dragon army has not been repelled yet, but it has attracted Mephisto's invasion. It seems that, this dimension should be over. Just when the observer was pessimistic, a new image suddenly appeared on the light screen. Ha ha ha. Come back to life for me, lizard monster. Bang. 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 Kyanki. Completely losing the power to fight back, he could only be pinned to the ground and hammered by the Crimson Giant. In a short while, his flesh and blood flew everywhere. Under the iron fist wrapped in crimson magic, the big lizard's self-healing ability seemed to be suppressed. Seeing the enemy's breath getting weaker and weaker, the Crimson Giant also laughed wildly. And the shadow of Strick behind him was getting more and more condensed. And at this moment, from a distance, a familiar awu was suddenly heard. What? At this moment, the Crimson Giant's figure suddenly froze, and a look of extreme fear appeared on his face. Hula! At the same time, the shadow of Strick that appeared behind him, actually burst like a soap bubble, and then disappeared without a trace. Ah! This divinity tastes so good. 1,000 meters away, Doughty stuck out his tongue, licked his lips, and smacked his lips in satisfaction. I want to eat more. At the same time, the crimson dimension outside the multi-universe. Damn it! This damn big-mouthed monster. Staring at the light screen in front of him, a crimson giant with a hideous and terrifying face, his facial muscles twitching wildly, clenching his teeth and roaring. Who is it? Who put this kind of screen in my dimension, and dared to mock me like this? Looking at the familiar image on the screen, Cedarak couldn't help but recall, thousands of years ago, he lost an incarnation in a certain dimension. That time, he was almost able to completely descend to that different dimension. But in the end, not only did he lose an incarnation, he also suffered a lot of damage. Until today, thousands of years later, the injury has not been fully recovered. More importantly, the scene in front of him was like some kind of reminder device making Cedarak feel again, the pain of soul being devoured at that time. Chapter 91. MCU Universe, Hell Dimension. Deck. Staring at the light screen in front of him, Mephisto, the king of hell, was rarely stunned, and his expression was completely stiff. After a few seconds, the big red demon suddenly covered his forehead and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Mephisto laughed so hard on his throne of hell that he fell backwards and forwards, and his loud laughter shook the whole hell and made countless demon ghosts tremble all over. 0909. After laughing for a while, Mephisto regained his composure. And his gaze at the light screen in front of him became more and more profound. Obviously, this scene on the screen should have happened in an unknown parallel universe. And, the timeline is not in the present. But that big-mouthed monster is really too surprising. How much can this glutton swallow? Can it swallow a planet, or even an entire universe? Outside the multi-universe, the crystal wall space. How is it possible? The bald Uata's heart was shocked, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and the whole person fell into a daze. That was the only Crimson Dimension Lord in the multi-universe, Cedarak. Even if there are countless parallel universes in this world, there is only one Cedarak. Even in the Mephisto of the other dimension, there are very few who can reach the multi-universe level like Cedarak. And such a cosmic power, even if it is just a duplication, is probably infinitely close to the level single universe. However, the strange big-mouthed monster Doughty just opened its mouth and ate Cedarak's divine duplication. It seemed, it also burped. How strong is this monster? Earth, Camartage. So that's how it is. 650 Ancient One Magician's heart suddenly contracted, and his scalp went numb. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. A chill rushed straight to his brain from behind. Before the battle between the true dragon army and the ancient superhero began, Ancient One had once guessed that the strongest enemy might be Deu, who turned into a true dragon. But now it seems that she was totally wrong. The most powerful and unfathomable monster among the true dragon army is the big-mouth monster with a weird appearance. Doughty. Not only is there no trace of the devouring ability of this monster, but there is no upper limit at all. Ancient One Magician's mind was spinning, and soon it settled down to only one thought. Oh no, I wonder if Agamotto can escape. Up to now, the true dragon army has been unscathed, while Agamotto's superhero team has suffered heavy casualties. Faced with this situation, Ancient One can only hope that Agamotto can stop at the brink and escape with the power of Time Gem as soon as possible to save his life. After all, he is not only the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme but also the incarnation of the God of White Magic, equivalent to the ancestor of all magicians in Camartage. And just as Ancient One was praying in secret, a new image appeared on the screen. Ah! Just as Cedarak's shadow was shattered, the crimson giant that had expanded to 7 or 8 meters in height also let out a miserable howl. Then, his huge body, like a deflated ball, began to shrink rapidly. However, a dozen seconds later, the crimson giant turned into an ordinary person with white hair, collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and could not stand up. Roar! Damn it! As the rest of the crowd watched in amazement, Kyanki, who had been beaten to a bloody mess by the crimson giant's heavy punch, quickly recovered. The big lizard first took a fierce look at the lifeless white-haired corpse on the ground, and then roared in anger. Doughty, why are you trying to steal my prey again? Ha ha ha! Doughty burped with satisfaction, smacked his lips, and smiled indifferently. What do you mean your prey? I only saw you being beaten by him, and I thought you were really going to die. Pa! Kyanki's eyes flashed with scarlet magic light, and his body began to expand continuously, looking almost the same as the crimson giant before. What do you know? I'm adapting my body to his magic power. Now, I have learned his red power. He can't hurt me anymore. Oh, congratulations! Doughty no longer pays attention to the complaining Kyanki, and once again moves his gaze from the ground to the sky, staring directly at Agamotto, who is fighting with the real dragon. MCU Earth, a fast food restaurant on the street. No way, even the power of Cedarak can be copied. Tunmi I stared at the screen in amazement, and suddenly felt that the roasted bird in her mouth was not fragrant. To be honest, the status of Crimson Mephisto Sidorak is much higher than that of his father Galactus. After all, there are countless planet devourers in countless parallel universes. But there is only one Sidorak. However, such a multi-universe level dimensional Mephisto was first eaten by a monster as a duplication. Now, his power has been copied by another monster. The more Tunmi I thought about it, the more incredible it was. This place, Earth, is too dangerous. Don't talk about people, even a random monster can threaten the multi-universe level Mephisto. While smacking her lips, Tunmi picked up a fresh chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth, her eyes showing strong curiosity. But the more this happened, the more interesting it was. Although she had infinite life, Tunmi didn't intend to be like her father, filling her stomach all day long as her only goal. What's the difference between that kind of life and ordinary beasts? I wonder if this Dowdy and that Kyanki exist on this earth. Turning her little head, Fanmi had already come up with 10 bold ideas. If she really met them, she must see these two powerful monsters up close. At the moment, in the light screen. Feeling the gaze of Dowdy, Agamotto's body suddenly tensed up. Even the casting action slowed down. At this moment, this first-generation Sorcerer Supreme truly felt the threat of death. It would be difficult for him to win against a real dragon alone, and if the unfathomable Dowdy attacked from behind, he would be killed in an instant. At this moment, the black dragon in the air suddenly opened its huge mouth and roared. Dowdy, you are not allowed to eat this human warlock. He is my enemy. Oh, okay, you are really troublesome. Dowdy's mouth was actually half open, but after being stopped by you, he was stunned. Wait, it seems that this is still possible. A cunning light flashed in the turbid eyes, and the half-opened mouth of Dowdy suddenly opened wide, and then... Awu closed. Agamotto in the air trembled all over after hearing this, and for a moment he actually revealed a huge amount of flaws, and was almost hit by the breath of the real dragon. But after a while, he suddenly found that, he didn't seem to be injured. What's up with that monster? Is it trying to scare me? Glancing at the Dowdy on the ground again, Agamotto frowned and finally made a decision. It's impossible to do anything. We must leave here. Use magic to slow down the dragon's movements and then use the portal. Putting a seal with both hands, Agamotto floated in the air and cast a spell, but the expression on his face suddenly froze. Time. What magic am I going to cast? Why, don't I remember? He instinctively looked down at his chest. Although the time gem was still emitting green light, Agamotto's eyes were blank, as if he saw nothing. No, there should be something hanging on my chest. But, what is that? It seems. I can use it to cast magic, but what exactly is it? Agamotto tried desperately to recall, but his mind was empty and he couldn't remember anything. Wow! Just as Agamotto frowned and thought hard. The black dragon in the air suddenly released a hot breath of fire, almost hitting him. DEV-1. Agamotto's hair was almost ignited by the flames, and his face was a little blackened by the high temperature. But at this moment, the black dragon in the air did not continue to attack, but roared again. Dowdy, what did you do to this guy? Hehe. Real dragon, I'll tell you. It seems that Sidorak has been duplication filled his stomach, and Dowdy smiled contentedly. As you wished, I didn't eat this human warlock, I just ate his cognition about the magic weapon in his mind. Now, he has completely forgotten and can't even see the gem. Glancing at the confused and dazed Agamotto, Dowdy's smile became more and more ferocious. I don't know if you have noticed that this magician has a divine smell. What do you think is the use of such a divine magician? Your Majesty the true dragon, I will help you seal his magic weapon now, and then, it depends on you. At the moment, MCU Earth. Camartage. Did it eat the cognition of the time gem? At this moment, not to mention the Ancient One magician, all the magicians in Camartage stared at the screen in amazement, almost unable to believe their eyes. This. Ancient One magician, what does this mean? Moto magician asked in a trembling voice. Did that monster eat the memory of Master Agamotto? The Ancient One magician looked extremely heavy, and after thinking for a while, he slowly shook his head. No. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Zero. Cognition refers to the process of humans obtaining and understanding certain information. If this monster really ate Agamotto's cognition of the time gem, it might mean. Speaking of this, even the Ancient One couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He not only lost all memories related to the gem. Even if the gem is still hanging on him, he will never see or recognize it again. What did you say? How is this possible? Hearing such a horrifying answer, all the magicians were all shocked, and some even collapsed to the ground with their legs going limp. The gem was clearly still hanging on their chest, but not only did they forget it, they could no longer see it. It was as if the devil had washed away their memories and covered their eyes. Just thinking about it makes one's hair stand on end. Has anyone heard of such an incredible thing? It is so horrifying. When all the magicians thought of this, including Wangda magician, they felt that their worldview was greatly impacted, and even their thoughts were frozen. Dowdy, it's so strong. The Ancient One magician closed his eyes slightly and exhaled with a bit of pity. This monster can modify various concepts at will, and its strength is probably more than level single universe. There are such terrible monsters in the six beasts of Nuwa. It seems that the Earth in that universe is doomed. At the moment, the X-Men universe. Haha. This is really unexpected. Wu Xia glanced at the containment room where Dowdy was contained. There was a strange glow in his eyes. According to the information obtained from the system's explanation, combined with the performance of Dowdy in the image, Wu Xia has been able to determine that this containment object may contain potential that is not much worse than the cosmic starfish. If I can fully exert the power of Dowdy, even if it is a multi-universe level god, I may modify them. Wu Xia stretched his waist with satisfaction and felt relieved. Ever since he started playing this containment game without archives, he has always felt nervous. After all, once something goes wrong and a catastrophic containment failure or end-of-the-world scenario occurs, he may only be able to activate the global causal reset loop. But if that were the case, it would be equivalent to deleting all past records and starting a new game. But now, Wu Xia not only has the bag of destruction of the Death Brothers, but also has the heaven-defying containment of Dowdy. In his opinion, as long as he doesn't commit suicide casually, this game can be said to be a flying dragon riding on the face, and it is difficult to lose. And at this moment, a new image appeared on the screen. Humph. It's unnecessary. Hearing Dowdy's laughter, a cold light flashed in the huge eyes of the black dragon Yu, and then suddenly opened his huge mouth. Human warlock, your time has come. Not good. Although he felt something was wrong, Agamotto could not remember what the magic weapon in his hand was no matter how hard he tried. 2.3. And at this moment, the black dragon had already spit out a violent breath of fire at him. Swish. Without time to deploy the shield, Agamotto narrowly avoided the attack with the help of the flight spell. But in the next second, the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme was horrified to find that dragon did not care about the danger at all and rushed straight towards him. Warlock. Look carefully at my eyes. Rushing to Agamotto's side, the black dragon opened its mouth, but instead of roaring, it let out a low call. What? Hearing this call, Agamotto's mind went dark, and his body suddenly stayed in midair, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the black dragon's ferocious vertical pupils. Ah! At this glance, Agamotto immediately let out a terrifying scream. His eyes passed through the black dragon's pupils and saw a cosmic crack. And the terrifying endless flesh and blood inside. Agamotto saw the true appearance of Dragon Mother Nuwa. Crackle. In the next second, Agamotto's body began to twitch wildly in the air. A strong magic storm swept out from his body, forming a tornado in the air. Vishanti. Trinity. No. The blood in Agamotto's eyes became more and more intense, and finally, a mass of scarlet flesh and blood flowed out of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Looking at the god-level magician in front of him, the black dragon Yu who turned into a flesh and blood creature laughed wildly. Foolish god who possessed humans, now you are one of us. After opening the Taisui rift, you will be the snack I prepared for Dragon Mother Nuwa. Chapter 92. Earth, Camartage. Master Agamotto. Looking at the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme who turned into an indescribable blood monster on the screen, countless apprentices were stunned. Dat. Many people gasped, not even daring to breathe, and some even trembled. Too terrible. Death in battle like the young Odin or the Crimson Giant before, at least it was a relatively normal way to die. And Agamotto not only turned into a blood monster, but was even used as a snack to be offered to the Dragon Mother Nuwa. This is simply countless times more terrifying than death originally. At this moment, a new image appeared on the light screen. Not good. Seeing that even the strongest Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto knelt, the remaining two superheroes Black Panther and female Iron Fist were horrified. Iron Fist. Run away quickly, ah! Before Black Panther could finish his words, a huge amount of hoofs fell from the sky and crushed him to death. Damn monster! The female Iron Fist from Kunlun was filled with grief and anger. She waved her fists and made a gesture, but before she could make a move. Pissed. A stream of black turbid water surged from the ground and completely submerged the female Iron Fist. Hwalala. When the black turbid water seeped into the land, only a few dry bones were left on the ground. Dao. Gong gong. Seeing this scene, the flying black dragon Yu flashed an indescribable color in his vertical pupils. Although the six beasts did join his real dragon army, these monsters acted strangely and unpredictably, and they were not so enthusiastic about releasing Nuwa. Yu didn't know what they were thinking. And the prehistoric superhero versus supervillain ended with the superhero's defeat, and the MCU Earth's network was boiling. Wow! These flesh and blood beasts are too strong. Even Thor and Magician can't beat them. What's the matter with that red giant? Is he Hulk's brother? I don't understand, why did Magician inexplicably become a monster? Yeah, I don't understand either. He could manipulate time magic before and fought back and forth with the black dragon. I can see that it should be that big-mouthed monster Dowdy ate something, so it made Magician stupid. At the same time, MCU Earth. In the wilderness of Texas. Asterisk. A white-haired old man stuck his head out of the window of the driver's seat and asked curiously. Did I pull out the hammer? Haha. Looking at the old man Stan Lee, the people around the hammer all laughed wildly, and the air of joy was spreading around. It turned out that Stan Lee was driving the car just now and wanted to pull out the hammer, but he tore off the back of the pickup truck. At this time, a manic voice suddenly came from a distance. Get out of the way, this is my hammer. Oh. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man with blonde hair, wearing a t-shirt and jeans, rushing over like crazy. Hey, why is it this psychopath again? Yes, last time he couldn't pull out the hammer, he actually cried here, and he didn't feel ashamed. Amid the sarcasm and ridicule of the crowd, Thor, with disheveled hair, walked directly to the center of the hammerfall site without looking around. He took a deep breath, bent down and grabbed Mjolnir on the ground, then shouted. Mjolnir! Get up! Boom! As Thor roared, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the clouds in the sky and hit Hammerfall. Ouch! The countless people watching the excitement were numb from the thunder, and some were even knocked unconscious by the scattered lightning. Ha ha ha! When the smoke and dust around him gradually dissipated, a warrior wearing Asgard armor and holding Mjolnir stood proudly on the ground. Thor. After witnessing the tragic scene of young Odin being slaughtered by Doughty, Thor learned from his pain and finally woke up from adversity and found his Thor power again. Oh, this is interesting. Stan Lee, sitting in a broken pickup truck, covered his hat with his hand and stared at the scene from afar, with a strange smile on his old face. Although it's a little late, you are still, hi. At this time, a meteor suddenly appeared in Stan Lee's eyes. Soon. The meteor streaked across the sky, getting bigger and bigger, and finally turned in the air and fell straight to Thor. What? Thor, who was immersed in ecstasy, was slightly stunned and looked up at the sky. Boom. Accompanied by intense light and amazing momentum, a dazzling figure like a small sun appeared in front of Thor. Hey, blonde boy! When the golden light gradually dissipated, Captain Marvel, who was wearing a tight uniform, looked down at Thor and asked coldly. Where are you from, and why are you on Earth? Ah! Hearing Captain Marvel's rude tone, Thor frowned. Woman, you are facing the next king of Asgard. Ah, forget it, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Captain Marvel waved his hand and his face became serious. Tell me, alien. Have you heard of an organization called the Shelter Society on Earth? Shelter Society. When Thor heard this term, his eyes shone and he instinctively raised the Mjolnir in his hand. If it weren't for the Shelter Society and the hateful white monster, he wouldn't have been. Odin was demoted to Midgard. Oh, it seems you don't want to talk anymore. Looking at the tense Thor, Captain Marvel's mouth corners slightly curved up, revealing a defiant smile. If you don't want to talk, I'll beat you until you talk. Boom. At the moment, the X-Men universe. Ding. New mission notification appears. Hi. Hearing the sound of the system notification, Wu Xiao's eyes flashed, and he quickly opened the notification bar of the game. You have received a new mission. Captain Marvel Carol Danvers has come to Earth and showed hostility towards the Containment Society. Please contain or neutralize her. Carol Danvers. After muttering the name, Wu Xiao instinctively glanced at the horizontal plan of Site 17. Abel, no, he can't beat Captain Marvel, who can wrestle with 6-gem Thanos. Little peanut. Forget it, can it twist Captain Marvel's neck? Extinction,